Xu Qi'an, a graduate of the police academy, awoke in a state of bewilderment, discovering himself confined within the cold, damp walls of a prison. In 3 days, he was to be exiled to the frontier. Initially, his sole intention was self-preservation, while also seeking a leisurely life as a wealthy gentleman in a society devoid of human rights. Years later, as Xu Qi'an reflected upon his past, he was haunted by the specters of long-departed foes and the remnants of countless bones. The mighty Yangtze River flows eastward, its waves washing away the heroes of the dichotomies of right and wrong, success and failure, dissolve into nothingness. The verdant hills remain steadfast, bearing witness to the setting sun countless times. Chapter 1. The Misfortune of Imprisonment. In the capital of the Great Feng, within the confines of a jail, Xu Qi'an stirred from his slumber, the fetid scent of damp decay assailing his senses, causing a slight discomfort that churned his stomach. Was this overwhelming stench? Has my pet husky once again defiled my bed? Judging by the intensity of the odor, it must have been deposited directly above me. Xu Qi'an had a dog, a Siberian husky, affectionately referred to as Era. After spending a decade in the bustling city, feeling isolated and alone, he found solace in the companionship of a dog, not for physical comfort, but for emotional solace. As he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, a moment of confusion enveloped him. The walls were constructed of rough stone, with 3 small square windows, and he lay upon a frigid, tattered straw mat. Sunlight streamed through the square openings, illuminating his chest, while motes of dust danced in the beams. Where am I? In the midst of this existential uncertainty, Xu Qi'an pondered his plight, and suddenly, a realization struck him with overwhelming force. I have traversed dimensions. A torrent of memories surged forth, engulfing him without allowing a moment for contemplation, forcefully infiltrating his mind and cascading rapidly. Xu Qi'an, styled Ningyan, was a constable in the Chang'an County Yamen, under the jurisdiction of the Jingzhou prefecture of the Dafeng Dynasty. He received a monthly salary of 2 taels of silver and a stone of rice. His father, a former soldier, perished in the Battle of Mountains and Seas 19 years ago, and shortly thereafter, his mother succumbed to illness. Reflecting on this, Xu Qi'an felt a twinge of solace. It is well known that those who have lost both parents are seldom ordinary. To think that I have been reborn, yet remain bound to the fate of a constable, Xu Qi'an mused, a hint of dental discomfort troubling him. In his previous life, he graduated from a police academy and successfully entered the system, securing a lucrative position. However, despite following the path his parents had chosen for him, his heart was not in the service of the people. He cherished freedom, reveling in unrestrained indulgence, and was particularly fond of a phrase from Ji Xianlin's diary. Thus, he boldly resigned and ventured into commerce. Yet, how did I end up in prison? He endeavored to process the memories and soon grasped his current predicament. Xu Qi'an was raised by his uncle since childhood, and due to his long-standing training in martial arts, he consumed over 100 taels of silver annually, which earned him the disdain of his aunt. After reaching the pinnacle of his cultivation at 18, he found himself stagnating, and under his aunt's pressure, he moved out of the Xu household to live independently. Through his uncle's connections, he secured a position as a constable in the Yamen, and life was initially satisfactory until 3 days ago, when his uncle, a 7th-rank officer in the Imperial Guard, was escorting a substantial shipment of taxed silver to the Ministry of Revenue, during which an unfortunate incident led to the loss of a staggering 150,000 taels of silver. The political landscape trembled, and the sovereign, consumed by rage, issued a decree that Xu Pingji would face execution in 5 days, with 3 generations of his family subjected to collective punishment, male relatives banished to the frontier and female kin relegated to the brothels. As the nephew of Xu Pingji, he was stripped of his position as a constable and cast into the dungeons of the Jingzhou prefecture. 2 days. In just 2 days, he would be exiled to a desolate and harsh borderland, destined to toil away the remainder of his life in misery. Is this the hellish beginning? Xu Qi'an felt a chill run down his spine, his heart sinking with dread. This world was under the oppressive rule of a feudal dynasty, devoid of human rights. What kind of place was the frontier? Desolate, with a harsh climate. Most of those exiled to the borders did not survive beyond a decade. Many more perished on the journey there, succumbing to various mishaps and ailments. The thought sent a jolt through Xu Qi'an, a wave of icy terror washing over him. System? After a brief silence, his tentative voice echoed in the stillness of the cell. The system remained unresponsive. System, dear father of the system, please come forth. Xu Qian's voice was laced with urgency. Silence reigned. No system, utterly no system. This implied that he was nearly powerless to alter his fate. In 2 days, he would be shackled and fettered, dispatched to the frontier with his physique. He should survive the journey. Yet, this was hardly a boon, destined to be exploited as mere labor until his eventual demise. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. Xu Qian's idyllic fantasies of traversing to ancient times dissipated like fragile bubbles, leaving only anxiety and dread in their wake. I must find a way to save myself. I cannot simply succumb to this fate. Xu Qi'an paced restlessly in the confines of his cramped prison cell, akin to a frantic ant upon a hot skillet or a wild beast ensnared in a trap, deeply contemplating his course of action. I am at the pinnacle of refining essence. My physical prowess is astonishing. Yet in this world, I am but an unyielding silver, and escaping from prison seems utterly impossible. Should I rely on my clan and friends? The Xu family is not a prominent lineage. Its members are scattered far and wide, and with a staggering 150,000 taels of tax silver stolen, who would dare plead for mercy at such a critical juncture? According to the laws of Dafeng, one may mitigate their transgressions by performing meritorious deeds to absolve themselves of the death penalty, unless the silver is recovered. Xu Qian's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope, much like a drowning man clutching at a life-saving straw. He is a bona fide graduate of a police academy, possessing a wealth of theoretical knowledge, clear logic, and exceptional reasoning abilities, having perused countless cases. Perhaps he could attempt to approach the matter from the angle of solving a case, to recover the silver and earn redemption through merit. However, the light in his eyes soon dimmed. To solve a case, one must first examine the case files and understand the intricate details of the incident. Only then can one proceed to investigate and resolve it. Now, he finds himself deeply entrenched in a dungeon. With no response from heaven or earth in just 2 days, he is to be dispatched to the frontier. It is a conundrum. Xu Qi'an plopped down onto the ground, his gaze vacant. He had been utterly intoxicated at the bar the previous night, waking up in prison. It seemed likely that he had succumbed to alcohol poisoning and then found himself transported to this realm. Had the heavens granted him the opportunity to traverse dimensions, not to relive his life, but rather because they deemed his demise too effortless? In ancient times, exile was a punishment second only to execution to end a previous life. Although battered by society, I at least lived during a time of peace and prosperity. One might say that rebirth is a splendid notion without a second thought. I pilfer my parents' savings to purchase a house. Then, in collusion with my mother, I broke my father's hand, who had a penchant for stock trading, preventing him from becoming a mere pawn in the market. At that moment, the sound of chains clinking echoed from the dimly lit corridor, indicating that a door had been opened. Following this, footsteps approached. A prison guard led a weary yet handsome scholar, who halted before my cell. The guard glanced at the scholar and stated, "You have half a stick of incense's worth of time." The scholar performed a respectful bow to the guard, and once the guard departed, he turned to face me directly. Dressed in a robe of moonlight white, with long, dark hair gathered in a jade hairpin, the scholar possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with sharp brows and bright eyes, complemented by thin lips. Memories of this individual surfaced in my mind. He was Xu Qi'an, Xu Xinyami uncle's biological son, my cousin, who had passed the provincial examination this autumn. Xu Qi'an gazed at me with calm determination, stating, "The soldiers escorting you to the frontier have taken 300 taels from me. This is all that remains of our family's silver. You may depart in peace. There will be no mishaps along the way." And what about you? I found myself uttering this question, despite recalling that the original owner of my body did not share a cordial relationship with his cousin. Due to my aunt's disdain, the Xu family, aside from my uncle, did not hold me in high regard. At the very least, my cousins rarely exhibited any warmth towards me. Furthermore, in the original memories, this cousin was quite adept at employing colorful language. To Xu Qi'an, feeling impatient, remarked, "I have been stripped of my scholarly title, but with the protection of the Academy's mentors, I need not face exile. Just take care of yourself. If I am sent to the frontier, I shall temper my temper. Living another year would be a blessing. Renowned in the capital for his studies at the prestigious Bailu Academy, Xu Qi'an was held in high esteem and had recently been elevated to the status of a candidate. Thus, following his uncle's misfortune, he was not imprisoned but was prohibited from leaving the capital, tirelessly navigating various avenues for several days. Xu Qi'an remained silent, doubting that Xu Qi'an was in a better position than himself. It seemed likely that his fate extended beyond the loss of his title. He might very well descend into obscurity, with future generations barred from the imperial examinations and forever unable to rise again. Moreover, in 2 days, the Xu family women would be sent to the brothel, subjected to humiliation. As a scholar, how could Xu Qi'an bear to continue living in the capital? Perhaps exile to the frontier would indeed be a more favorable option. A surge of emotions stirred within Xu Qi'an, prompting him to leap forward a few steps, gripping the iron bars with both hands. Are you contemplating suicide? Overwhelmed, an unbidden sorrow welled up within him. Despite the fact that he scarcely knew him, Xu Qi'an, his expression devoid of emotion, waved his sleeve dismissively. What concern is it of yours? Pausing for a moment, his gaze lowered slightly. Avoiding eye contact with his cousin, his demeanor softened. Survive. With that, he resolutely turned to leave. Wait. Xu Qi'an extended his hand through the bars, clutching at his sleeve. Xu Qi'an halted, silently regarding him. Can you procure the case files? The documents pertaining to the missing tax silver case. Chapter 2. The Mischief of Spirits. Xu Qi'an furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you need this for? I seek to unravel the mystery, Xu Qi'an replied solemnly. I wish to understand the circumstances of the incident. I cannot rest until I do. Otherwise, I would be left unsatisfied. Had he stated his intention to solve the case outright, Xu Qi'an might have deemed him deranged. Thus, Xu Qi'an opted for a more nuanced expression. After all, the original Xu Qi'an was characterized by his stubbornness and tenacity. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Qi'an responded, I have perused the case files. I can relay the information to you. In recent days, Xu Qi'an had been tirelessly advocating for the Xu family. The case was monumental, and no one dared to extend a helping hand. In a state of helplessness, he shifted his focus to recovering the tax revenue as a means to break the stalemate. Utilizing the Xu family's existing connections and the relationships with the academy, coupled with financial incentives, he managed to persuade the officials of Jingzhou Prefecture to transcribe the case files for him. However, lacking any experience in criminal investigation or judgment, he ultimately found himself at an impasse. Xu Qi'an raised his hand to interject, please write it down. Mere verbal recounting holds no value. The entirety of the case details resides within the written word, requiring careful consideration and reflection. Diverting part of one's attention to listen would hinder the mind's ability to think and analyze with clarity. Xu Qi'an's logical reasoning skills had always set him apart in his previous life, marking him as a distinguished figure among his peers. In the past, Xu Qi'an would not have entertained his notions, yet considering that this might be their final parting, he acquiesced to his brother's last request, murmuring, please hold on a moment. He swiftly departed, his footsteps echoing in the corridor. Xu Qi'an settled against the railing, his heart a tempest of anxiety and complexity. He was uncertain of his ability to turn the tide. The desire to solve the case was a yearning, and his discontent was all too real. The only means of self-rescue that comes to mind is this one. It must be attempted, a desperate struggle for survival. In contemporary criminal investigation techniques, the examination of crime scenes, surveillance footage, and autopsies are 3 indispensable components. In the case of the missing tax silver, there are no fatalities and lacking ancient surveillance. He finds himself ensnared in prison, devoid of access to these 3 elements. Fortunately, the case files can partially reconstruct the crime scene. While assimilating the memories of the original owner, he forces himself to banish all negative emotions. Only a calm mind can yield a clear perspective and facilitate rigorous reasoning. Whether he lives or dies hinges on what unfolds next, he murmured. As time passed, a fragrant incense stick burned down. Xu Qi'an hurriedly returned, presenting him with several sheets of freshly inked rice paper. The time has come. I must take my leave. Xu Qi'an hesitated momentarily and added, take care of yourself. Xu Qi'an remained silent, his attention captivated by the characters on the rice paper. Time was of the essence. The writing was in cursive script. And had Xu Qi'an not attended a private school for several years, he would have been utterly unable to decipher these cryptic symbols. Education certainly proves beneficial. The original owner was largely illiterate. How ironic, he mused. The sequence of events in the missing tax silver case is as follows. 3 days prior. At the second hour of the day, 6:30 a.m., Xu Pingji was escorting a shipment of tax silver into the capital. At the first hour of the dragon, 7:15 a.m., as they passed Guangnan Street and had just crossed a bridge, a peculiar wind suddenly arose, startling the horses, which bolted into the river by the roadside. Moments later, a deafening explosion echoed, and the river erupted to a height of 6 zhang, surging with tumultuous waves. The soldiers responsible for escorting the tax silver leapt into the river in search of the lost treasure, ultimately retrieving only 1,215 taels of silver, while the remainder vanished without a trace. Aside from the account of the incident, there were also testimonies gathered from passers-by by the Jingzhou prefecture, along with statements from the soldiers involved in the escort. Amidst a series of testimonies, Xu Qi'an's attention was drawn to a phrase highlighted in red cinnabar. A malevolent creature is at work. A malevolent creature? Xu Qi'an's pupils constricted as his heart sank to the depths of despair. In the back hall of the Jingzhou prefecture, after 3 consecutive days of relentless toil, the principal figures in the case of the missing tax silver convened. Chen Hongguang, the prefect of Jingzhou, held a white porcelain tea cup delicately, the lid tapping gently against the rim as his expression grew somber. This official, adorned in a crimson robe embroidered with clouds and geese, sighed lightly, saying, "In 2 days, His Majesty has commanded us to recover the tax silver before Xu Pingji's execution. We must hasten our efforts, gentlemen." The 2 individuals referred to by the prefect were a middle-aged man clad in a black uniform and draped in a dark cloak, his high nose and slightly sunken eyes betraying his mixed heritage of southern barbarian blood. The other was a young woman with an oval face, garbed in a yellow skirt. Her features picturesque and her skin as smooth as cream, her gaze radiant. She held a sugar cane in her hand, with a deerskin pouch and a bagua feng shui plate hanging from her waist, her skirt billowing around a pair of intricately embroidered boots. These 2 were assisting in the investigation. The middle-aged man, named Li Yuchen, hailed from an organization that struck fear into the hearts of officials from the Great Feng, the Night Watchman. This organization engaged in reconnaissance, arrests, and interrogations, as well as gathering military intelligence and subverting enemy commanders. It does not belong to the 6 divisions, nor does it fall under the military system. It is the intelligence organization of the royal family, a guillotine suspended over the heads of all officials. Every official in the Great Feng has heard the adage, if one conducts no wrong during the day, there is no fear of the night watchman. The young girl in the yellow dress is affiliated with the Astral Observation Bureau, holding a significant position as a disciple of the Bureau's chief. A middle-aged man, adorned with a silver gong embroidered on his chest, glanced at the discarded sugarcane pulp strewn at his feet, an expression of distaste crossing his face. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the air currents to gather the remnants in one place. He nodded slightly, revealing a fleeting moment of satisfaction, before turning to the chief of the Chun prefecture with a grave expression. "This case is enveloped in clouds and fog, exceedingly peculiar. Perhaps we are pursuing a misguided direction." "From where does Lord Li derive this assertion?" The chief of the Chun prefecture frowned. "The analysis of the case has now led us to firmly conclude that a malevolent creature is at play, having absconded with the tax silver. Our time is limited. Our priority should be to swiftly apprehend the disruptive entity, rather than indulging in these irrelevant speculations. In recent years, the state treasury has been depleted, and disasters have frequently befallen various regions. 150,000 taels of tax silver is equivalent to the annual tax revenue of an ordinary county. Thus, the emperor's fury is understandable. I am already financially strained. How can you further complicate matters? It infuriates me," the chief of the Chun prefecture lamented, diligently taking on this burden, which has left him restless and weary. The middle-aged man shook his head, refraining from argument, and instead inquired, "Has there been any new developments from Xu Pingji?" The chief of the Chun prefecture shook his head in response. A mere martial man, he can only lament his innocence. He does not even know how the tax silver was lost. The young woman in the yellow dress spoke indifferently. "I have observed his aura. He is not lying." Li Yuchen and the magistrate nodded, ceasing further discussion about the man. As the prime suspect, Xu Pingji was the first to undergo investigation, interrogation, and scrutiny of his social interactions and financial status. Combined with the astrological observations from the Bureau of Astronomy, his suspicion was now dismissed. However, the loss of tax silver and Xu Pingji's dereliction of duty meant he could not escape the death penalty. The middle-aged man and the magistrate looked grave, their hearts heavy. Only the carefree young woman in the yellow dress, seemingly unaffected by the tension, was munching on sugarcane. Just then, footsteps approached, and a constable hurried in. Holding a small bamboo tube in his right hand and a greasy paper bag in his left, from which steamed large meat buns. The constable first offered the bamboo tube. The young woman did not take it. Her starry eyes glanced at the meat buns. Understanding her preference, the constable switched the order. Delighted, the young woman began to nibble on a meat bun and then accepted the bamboo tube. Pulling out a slip of paper to read, "My informants report no trace of demonic aura along the 20-mile stretch of the river, nor any signs on the banks." The tense atmosphere finally erupted as the magistrate slammed the table, his face livid with anger. Where could 150,000 taels of silver be taken? It must have come ashore. It must have. It's been 3 days, and we haven't even found a trace of the culprits. Damn it. What demon dares to intercept the tax silver of our great empire? I swear to annihilate it, body and soul. If the tax silver was not recovered, he would bear the blame. The emperor would not care about his grievances. Sitting in this position meant bearing the responsibility. The world of bureaucracy is such that one can toil diligently to ascend, yet the descent is alarmingly effortless. Li Yuqian, a middle-aged man, exhaled deeply and resumed the previous topic. Could it be that our investigative direction is misguided? Perhaps it is not the work of malevolent creatures. The chief magistrate of Chun regarded him, inhaling deeply to suppress the ire swelling within. If not the fiends, then from whence does the malevolent wind arise? How does silver vanish into the river, only to conjure towering waves that rend the banks asunder? Chapter 3. Even in the realm of immortals. Reasoning prevails. This query remained unanswered. Li Yuqian inquired, what could be the motive behind the fiends absconding with the tax silver? The chief magistrate pondered briefly. Beasts of such ilk act without conscience, pursuing their whims. To seek a rationale is merely to court vexation. However, the girl in the yellow dress held a differing view. Is not human flesh even more delectable? Ah, please, allow me a moment to finish my bun. She voraciously consumed 2 large meat buns, her face transforming into a visage reminiscent of a dumpling, as she struggled to swallow. Taking a sip of tea before resuming her discourse on the matter of human flesh, the fiends act without reservation. To them, silver may not be as enticing as a living being. Even if they desired silver, theft or robbery would be far more prudent than directly seizing the tax silver. In the capital of Dafeng, to rob tax silver in broad daylight carries far too great a risk. The chief magistrate nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is sound. It is plausible that they are acting under someone's direction. Li Yuqian narrowed his eyes. Then who would incite these fiends to pilfer the tax silver? What could their motive be? Why this particular batch of silver, and why precisely 150,000 taels? Let us contemplate this. The mastermind behind the scenes requires a substantial sum of money, yet must avoid drawing undue attention. To be precise, they cannot engage in reckless accumulation of wealth. The magistrate of the Chun residence felt a stir of realization. Thus, did he set his sights on the tax revenue? The girl in the yellow dress pressed her vividly colored lips together. The route for the transport of tax silver is determined at random. Decided on the spot by the captain of the Imperial Guards, Su Pingji, while the supernatural beings can lay in wait in the river ahead. It is highly likely that there is an insider within the escorting team. As Li Yuqian spoke, he cast a glance at the magistrate of the Chun residence. Shall we go to the Yunlu Academy and seek the counsel of a Confucian scholar? The girl in the yellow dress shot him a sidelong glance. Do you belittle our divination techniques at the Tianjin? I have already stated that the soldiers escorting the tax silver are entirely unaware. Their thought process hit a deadlock once again, and a profound silence enveloped the three. The atmosphere fell into a stillness. Li Yuqian lowered his gaze to scrutinize the documents, while the magistrate of the Chun residence sighed deeply. The girl in the yellow dress fiddled with the feng shui compass at her waist, contemplating the need to depart the Jingzhou prefecture before sunset to visit the palace and share a meal with the grand princess. The culinary skills of the palace chefs are unrivaled in the realm. In contrast to her companions, the girl named Kai Wei often assumed the role of a guest official, assisting in the case. She held no official title, and although she was one of the case's lead investigators, she bore little responsibility. The magistrate of the Chun residence's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue as he ventured, given the sluggish progress of the case and the urgency of time. It truly incites a sense of anxious urgency. Master Li, why not seek the wisdom of Lord Wei? The middle-aged man cast him a sidelong glance and snorted coldly. You scholars have your court examinations, and we night watchmen have ours as well. To speak frankly, this is the assessment Lord Wei has set for me. Chen Fuyin sighed with a bitter smile. This case cannot be solved, and I fear for my position beneath me. The atmosphere grew tense as the two exchanged silent glances, their expressions heavy with gravity. If it is indeed a malevolent being at work, I find myself utterly helpless. Xu Qi'an's complexion turned pale as he sensed the profound malice of fate. This world harbors monsters. The demon race has existed since ancient times, preying upon and devouring humanity. In the vast mountains of the southern frontier lies the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the largest stronghold of the demon race. 5 centuries ago, under the aegis of the Buddhist sect, the Western nations declared war on the kingdom of 10,000 demons, engaging in a century-long conflict that ultimately led to the kingdom's obliteration. Historical records refer to this campaign as the century of demon extermination. Since then, the fortunes of the demon race have waned, gradually diminishing, while the Buddhist sect soared to prominence, flourishing in both faith and influence. Through the lens of Xu Qi'an's future knowledge, it is evident that in this apex struggle for dominance within the food chain, humanity emerged victorious. If the tax silver is indeed the work of these malevolent beings, then he must reclaim the silver to safeguard himself and protect the Xu family. As a resilient figure at the pinnacle of refinement, Xu Qi'an felt that he had no means to turn the tide. The autumn season brought damp and chilly weather, causing Xu Qi'an to break into a cold sweat. Fear gripped him. With the memories of his predecessor now intertwined within him, he realized that escape was utterly impossible. And he understood all too well that in this society, where imperial authority reigns supreme, human rights are alarmingly fragile. Life and death lie at the whim of others. He had once fantasized about traveling back to ancient times to compose poetry and bask in the glory of pretense, only to be harshly awakened by the cruel reality of existence. Even after traversing time, he still faced the oppressive weight of societal judgment. No, this is merely conjecture. It is but the speculation of the Jingzhou prefecture government. I cannot allow their assumptions to sway me. I must analyze the situation independently. There is still hope for salvation. The intense will to survive swiftly calmed him, restoring his logic to a state of rigor and clarity. Why would these creatures covet the tax silver? Is human flesh not more delectable? Even in the absence of silver, there seems no necessity to target the tax funds. It is said that the female demons of the demon clan are all enchanting and graceful, their figures delicate. I wonder if there are cat girls or dog girls among them. Slap. Xu Qi'an struck his own face, compelling himself to refocus. The essence of deduction lies in simplification, in meticulously listing and organizing the clues. Otherwise, it becomes a tangled ball of yarn, leading to increasing confusion. The two most evident clues in the tax silver case are, first, the presence of demonic winds. Second, the explosion following the tax silver's descent into the river. All major cultivation systems possess the ability to conjure demonic winds. Hence, clue 1 can merely serve as corroboration of cultivators' involvement, without providing more specific targets. The suspicion surrounding my uncle, a martial artist, is thus alleviated, though it does not entirely exclude the possibility of collusion. The explosion referenced in Clue 2 presents an illogical anomaly. It is entirely normal for high-ranking cultivators to engage in combat that results in explosions. However, in this case of the missing tax silver, there was no violent confrontation, rendering the explosion's occurrence unreasonable. Unless it was an absolute necessity for an explosion, Xu Qi'an murmured. Within the various cultivation systems, what occupation necessitates the use of explosions to achieve its objectives? After pondering for a moment, he realized he had fallen into the same trap as the Jingzhou prefecture. The initial approach of the Jingzhou prefecture was flawed from the outset. Based on the most conspicuous clues within the case, they hastily concluded that the culprit was a supernatural being, embarking on a reckless pursuit down this singular path, never to return. While this assumption was not inherently erroneous, the crux of the issue lay in its precipitous nature. Xu Qi'an, despite having integrated memories from his past life, predominantly operated under the mindset of a modern individual. He preferred to meticulously unravel the intricacies of the case, savoring the subtle details that often eluded immediate detection before arriving at any conclusions. When a particular line of reasoning eluded him, he sought alternative perspectives to break through the impasse. He first dismissed the notion of a supernatural disturbance, postulating instead that this was a meticulously orchestrated human endeavor. Consequently, there must be flaws embedded within the case. The law of conservation of matter informs us that any act of crime inevitably leaves behind tangible or intangible traces at the scene. These myriad traces can be broadly categorized. Though the specifics elude my memory, they likely encompass footprints, fingerprints, traces of vehicles, and implements used in the crime. The inconsistencies do not reside within the two most overt clues, but rather among these diverse traces. Drawing from the case files, Xu Qi'an replayed in his mind the sequence of events involving his uncle's escort of the tax silver. Adrenaline surged within him, and his neurons fired at an unprecedented rate. If pheromones could mimic forms, they would resemble koi in a pond, frantically competing for sustenance, causing the water's surface to roil. This relentless replaying and scrutinizing of the information and clues within the case files coalesced in his mind, akin to a CPU operating at high speed. As various pieces of information converged, the case became increasingly lucid. Unbeknownst to him, Xu Qi'an found himself entering a peculiar state. His spirit soared gracefully, transcending the confines of his corporeal form and the surrounding edifices, ascending to the skies above the capital. Time appeared to rewind, as the eastern horizon glimmered faintly, heralding the imminent rise of the sun. Su Pingji led a contingent of armored soldiers, escorting tax silver to the Ministry of Revenue. At this moment, it was the second watch of the day. As they traversed Guangnan Street, a sudden gust of malevolent wind swept through, startling the horses, which bolted into the river. Boom! The surface of the river erupted, waves crashing tumultuously. This explosion resonated within Xu Qi'an's very heart, prompting an instinctive response as he kicked his legs, awakening from his trance. His eyes, though weary, shone with exhilaration and unrestrained joy. I understand now. I comprehend it all. Ha ha ha. I have unraveled the enigma. Xu Qi'an laughed maniacally, striking the bars with fervor. Someone, come quickly. The guard on duty, startled, brandished a fire poker and bellowed. Making such a racket, do you wish for death? He forcefully struck the bars to intimidate Xu Qi'an. Taking a step back, Xu Qi'an released his grip on the bars to avoid injuring his fingers and stated with gravity, I demand to see the magistrate. A prisoner seeking an audience with the magistrate, one ought to reflect upon his own station. The guard chuckled derisively, thrusting the poker through the bars to prod Xu Qi'an. Xu Qi'an deftly evaded the jab. Do you dare to dodge? The guard sneered, reaching for the keys at his waist, declaring, Today, I shall break your legs. I possess crucial leads regarding the theft of tax silver. I must see the magistrate. Any delay in the investigation is your responsibility. Xu Qi'an fixed his gaze upon the guard, whose expression stiffened. In the inner hall, after finishing her meat bun, the young girl continued to gnaw on the sugar cane, occasionally pulling out a few preserved fruits from her deer-hide pouch to savor alongside it. Amidst her melancholic thoughts, she seemed carefree. His Majesty has ordered us to solve the case within 5 days. This urgency arises from the prolonged delay, as the tax revenue may now be irretrievable. The magistrate of the Chun family paced back and forth within the hall, unable to remain still. Yet, with time so pressing, we find ourselves powerless. Solving a case requires time. The magistrate slammed his palm down, speaking solemnly. I shall personally seek out Lord Wei and demand the case files. Li Yuchen hesitated for a moment. I will accompany you. The girl in the yellow dress glanced at him and smiled sweetly. That would be splendid. With our esteemed national figure from Dafeng stepping in, you too shall escape His Majesty's scrutiny. However, losing favor in Lord Wei's eyes is far more consequential than facing His Majesty's reprimand. She chuckled, revealing 2 pearly white canines. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. A constable in dark robes bowed as he hurried in, reporting, Master Magistrate, the prison guard has informed me that Su Pingji's nephew, Xu Qi'an, has just claimed to possess crucial information regarding the tax revenue theft case and wishes to meet with you. The 3 of them exchanged glances, their expressions sharpening. Xu Qi'an. If memory serves, he is merely a peripheral figure unrelated to the case. After the initial interrogation and torture, he had been deemed an irrelevant bystander. The magistrate pondered for a moment before commanding, bring him forth. Moments later, Xu Qi'an, clad in prison garb and bearing numerous dried bloodstains, was brought in by the guards, the clanking of his shackles echoing as he walked. Today, there will be no more than 3 chapters. Chapter 4. It is time to showcase true skills upon entering the inner hall. Fang Fu felt 3 piercing gazes directed towards him. The figure clad in a crimson robe was undoubtedly the prefect, while the one adorned with embroidered clouds and wild geese was a dignitary of the 4th rank. The gentleman with a silver gong embroidered on his chest belonged to the night watchman organization. And, oh my, the beauty of that young lady was simply stunning. Is she married? With a quick glance at her bosom, Xu Qi'an regained his composure. He promptly bowed his head, adopting a demeanor of utmost humility. Sitting regally in the grand chair, the prefect wore an impassive expression, his tone imbued with authority as he interrogated the prisoner. Xu Qi'an, when you were imprisoned 3 days ago, you did not mention possessing crucial information. Do you understand the consequences of concealing such facts? A seasoned bureaucrat, even when internally anxious, refrained from directly inquiring about the clues, opting instead to apply psychological pressure. The mere fact that he was present here indicated that the plan had succeeded to a significant extent, and Xu Qi'an managed to remain composed. My lord, just now, the second son of the Xu family came to see me, and I requested the case files from him. Being forthright was paramount. The 3 individuals present were well acquainted with Xu Qi'an, not due to his own fame, but because he was the eldest son of Xu Pingxi, prompting the officials to conduct their inquiries. What relevance does this have to the clues you mentioned? The prefect inquired. The commoner deduced the truth of the case from the files. Xu Qi'an began, only to be interrupted by the prefect, who leaned forward slightly. From the files? This was not what he had anticipated. I have already solved the case, Xu Qi'an affirmed with a nod, indicating the veracity of his statement. The magistrate Chen suppressed the urge to have the young man sent back to prison, his expression stern. Speak, but let me remind you, if you utter baseless words, 200 lashes could render you a mere shadow of your former self. The robbery of the tax silver was not the work of demons, but rather a human contrivance. His statement startled the 3 men present. With a sudden bang on the table, Magistrate Chen bellowed, "Nonsense. Take him away and administer 200 lashes." The notion that demons had absconded with the tax silver was nearly a foregone conclusion, a consensus among the 3 officials in charge. If they had previously hoped that Xu Qi'an might provide valuable clues, they were now utterly disillusioned. It was merely the reckless outburst of a desperate young man. A glimmer of interest flickered in the eyes of the middle-aged man, who dismissed the rushing officers, saying, "Calm down, Lord Chen." His gaze shifted to Xu Qi'an. Intense and expectant. Speak. The temper of Magistrate Chen was somewhat volatile. Xu Qi'an recognized that it was time to make his case. According to the testimony of the gate guards, my uncle entered the city at the 2nd watch, and at the 1st watch of the Dragon Hour. The convoy transporting the tax silver arrived at Guangnan Street. At that moment, a strange wind arose, startling the horses and causing them to plunge into the river. He endeavored to maintain a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, projecting calmness to enhance his persuasiveness. Magistrate Chen nodded. This is our reason for concluding that the demons lay in ambush within the river, waiting to seize the tax silver. No, Xu Qi'an retorted loudly. The strange wind was merely a diversion. The explosion in the river was also a ruse, all intended to distract you from a flaw, a fatal flaw. Magistrate Chen pressed urgently, what flaw? The middle-aged man adopted a posture of attentive listening. The girl in the yellow dress, with a piece of preserved fruit unchewed in her mouth, gazed at Xu Qi'an with an air of keen interest in her sparkling eyes. They had perused the case files numerous times, possessing an intimate understanding of the events surrounding the incident, yet they had failed to discern any flaws. My uncle was escorting a tax sum of 150,000 taels. May I inquire, esteemed sirs, how much does 150,000 taels of silver weigh? The middle-aged man's expression turned rigid, while the girl in the yellow dress tilted her head, momentarily at a loss for words. The magistrate of the Chen family expressed his displeasure, stating, "Speak plainly. Do not keep us in suspense." Xu Qi'an had intended to provide a hint, hoping the gentlemen would uncover the significant flaw themselves, but it seemed his efforts had backfired. Your rapid calculation skills appear somewhat lacking, you ancient gentleman. He thought to himself before declaring, it amounts to 9,375 jin. According to the weight conversion formula of this world, 1 jin equals 16 taels. Thus, 150,000 taels of silver translates to 9,375 jin. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, a vague understanding beginning to dawn upon him. The girl in the yellow dress frowned, her voice as melodious as silver bells. What does this imply? It suggests a lack of intelligence on your part. Xu Qi'an replied. How far is it from the city gate to Guangnan Street? The middle-aged man responded, 30 li. And how many bustling markets do we pass along the way? 4. What of the pace of a slow horse? Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in realization, and he sprang to his feet, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. as if he were struck by the epiphany of, so, it is thus. After 3 days of tracking, the seasoned night watchman found himself at a standstill, realizing he might have taken a wrong turn. Yet, his mind remained clouded, and the previous refutations had faded from his thoughts. The magistrate of Chun felt a slight unease, for he still could not pinpoint any discrepancies, which cast a shadow on his wisdom. A glance at the young girl in the yellow dress brought him a semblance of balance. The girl, visibly frustrated, questioned, "Where lies the problem?" The middle-aged man perked up, declaring, "It is the timing is amiss. Guangnan Street is a considerable 30 miles from the South City Gate. Given the slow pace of a horse, and the necessity to traverse 4 bustling markets, it would be impossible to enter the city at the second hour and arrive at Guangnan Street by the first hour of the next." He had been swayed by preconceived notions, believing that a malevolent force had absconded with the tax silver. However, thanks to Xu Qi'an's meticulous unraveling of the situation, he quickly discerned the flaw. Yet, the tax silver had indeed been transported to Guangnan Street at the designated time, and numerous witnesses had seen a horse plunge into the river. It could not be false. The girl in the yellow dress chimed in brightly. The magistrate of Chun nodded in agreement, asking, "What does this imply?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Xu Qi'an, for the convoy had not carried silver at all. Xu Qi'an asserted emphatically, "Absurd." The magistrate countered, "Setting aside whether your uncle and the soldiers escorting the shipment were observant, the records include testimonies from the citizens present at the time. Horses leapt into the water, and gleaming silver rolled into the river. Can this also be a fabrication?" He shook the scroll in his hand, emphasizing his point. Seeing is not always believing. The commoner is willing to personally elucidate matters for you. His gaze fell upon the desk. "May I borrow some paper and ink?" The chief of the Chun prefecture waved his hand, indicating that he was free to proceed. Xu Qi'an, dragging his shackles, approached the table, poured water, and ground the ink, unfurling the rice paper to begin writing in a crooked manner. "My lord, please prepare the items on paper as per my request." Once finished, he handed the rice paper to the chief of the Chun prefecture. The official glanced at the paper, his expression clouded with confusion. "Allow me to take a look." A young girl in a yellow dress came over, eager to join in, extending her delicate, fair hand to take the rice paper. Yet, she too was left bewildered. The middle-aged man, Li Yuchen, cast a glance at the sheet, maintaining a stoic demeanor, discreetly folding a corner of the rice paper before returning it to the chief of the Chun prefecture. Chapter 5. Unraveling the mystery. 15 minutes later, 2 constables entered, bringing with them the items and placing them within the hall. The 3 officials surveyed the apparatus before turning their attention back to Xu Qi'an. The chief of the Chun prefecture spoke in a solemn tone. "All that you requested is here. You must provide me with a satisfactory answer." His attitude had shifted. In that quarter of an hour, this 4th-rank official had racked his brain for answers, reluctantly acknowledging that Xu Qi'an's deductions held considerable merit, yet many enigmas remained unsolved, such as the fact that the tax silver had indeed fallen into the river. The intricacies of the situation eluded his comprehension. "If the commoner aids you in resolving this case, might I petition the sage to absolve my Xu family of our transgressions?" The Great Feng places great emphasis on the inheritance between father and son. A son may bear the sins of his father while also achieving merit on his behalf. Naturally, the chief of the Chun prefecture nodded in agreement. Xu Qi'an nodded and crouched before the apparatus, which included a candle, salt, a porcelain cup, and iron wire. His task was straightforward, rooted in high school chemistry, the extraction of metallic sodium. In ancient times, such a feat would have been utterly impossible due to 2 significant challenges: electricity and the melting point of sodium chloride. However, in this world, Xu Qi'an was aware of a profession capable of achieving this. The 6th rank of the Bureau of Astronomy's sorcerers, the alchemist. Alchemists were a well-known vocation in Dafeng, their myriad inventions and creations having seamlessly integrated into the lives of ordinary people. Xu Qi'an was uncertain whether the explosive tax silver was definitively metallic sodium. This detail was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the opening of a new line of thought to elucidate the phenomenon of the tax silver explosion. In the process of solving a case, bold hypotheses and rigorous reasoning were essential preliminary steps, followed by verification and evidence collection. He recalled a particularly vivid murder case from his past life, where detectives toiled through the night, using clues to spark their imaginations and formulate multiple hypotheses about the case's progression. Based on those, they would gather evidence, only to subsequently overturn their conclusions and reanalyze It was possible that the taxed silver was not metallic sodium. Nonetheless, it was sufficient that an alchemist could accomplish such a task. This was his primary objective, to guide several dignitaries back to the correct path. Once the direction was established, he could follow the clues to conduct a thorough investigation, ultimately revealing the puppet master behind the scenes. Should he remain ensnared in the notion of chaotic creatures causing the disturbance, the case would never be resolved. Even if it were to be solved in the future, he would have already conveyed to the court, "Depart from you, 1,000 miles away." He dissolved coarse salt in water, stirred it, and then covered the cup's opening with a piece of raw silk before gradually pouring in the saline solution. After filtering, the porcelain cup is placed atop a candle to be heated, while a bamboo skewer is used to stir continuously. Before long, the salt water in the cup evaporates, revealing the crystalline formation of sodium chloride, which is essentially a process of further purifying the salt. Xu Qi'an, a middle-aged man, and a strikingly beautiful maiden clad in a yellow dress stand nearby, engrossed in the spectacle. Xu Qi'an raised his head and flashed a smile at the maiden. "You must be a disciple of the Xu Qi'an." He had noticed the feng shui plate at her waist. Such an item is exclusively utilized by disciples of the Xu Qi'an. The maiden responded with a soft her face brightening as she replied, "My master is the head of the Xu Qi'an." Her exquisitely radiant oval face resembled an unblemished eggshell, pure and flawless. The fact that she was a disciple of the head of the institute rendered more trivial concerns irrelevant. Xu Qi'an spoke gently, requesting, "Might I trouble you to melt these crystals for me?" The melting point of sodium chloride hovers around 800 degrees Celsius. The maiden pouted slightly. "Controlling fire is a skill exclusive to alchemists. I am merely a feng shui practitioner. However, my master did grant me a magical instrument." With a shift in her tone, she removed the feng shui plate from her waist, deftly manipulating it with her delicate jade fingers, channeling her energy until the character for fire illuminated. "Step back." Xu Qi'an immediately retreated, and in the next moment, a brilliant and blinding tongue of flame erupted, engulfing the porcelain cup. "Stop." Xu Qi'an quickly called for a halt, swiftly inserting 2 iron wires into the porcelain cup as he inquired, "Is it electrified?" "No, it's thunder magic." "Careful with the voltage." "Yes." This step is quite challenging and may result in numerous failures. She rotated the feng shui disc, her jade-like fingers illuminating the character as arcs of electricity flickered in the void. Striking the iron wire, sizzle, the molten sodium chloride underwent a violent chemical reaction. "Halt." Xu Qi'an held his breath, leaning closer to the cup to observe as a gleaming silver mass of metal began to form, its edges still adorned with untransformed crystals and impurities. Astonishingly, success was achieved in a single attempt, the voltage perfectly calibrated. Xu Qi'an was elated. The electrolytic method for producing sodium metal typically requires a voltage between 6 to 15 volts, and he had mentally prepared himself for repeated failures. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him, and it worked flawlessly at the first try. Xu Qi'an and the middle-aged man eagerly leaned in for a closer look. Within the cup lay a mass of silver-colored metal, which, at first glance, bore a striking resemblance to silver. Xu Qi'an's pupils constricted, his heart profoundly shaken. Li Yuqian clenched his fist tightly, staring at the silver metal block, as if a lightning bolt had struck through his mind, dispelling all fog of confusion. "Esteemed gentlemen, please observe," Xu Qi'an said as he poured out the sodium metal, wrapping it in rice paper and weighing it in his hand. "This substance is significantly lighter than silver, yet its appearance is remarkably similar. If someone were to counterfeit silver with this, could it truly deceive the eye?" The gentlemen were invited to weigh it themselves. He handed the sodium metal to Xu Qi'an, who noted that its color was gradually dulling, nearly identical to silver. The middle-aged man received it, weighing it thoughtfully, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is much lighter. If this is what is being transported, it would certainly make sense. Miss Koei, do give it a try." The young woman in the yellow dress accepted it, weighing it in her hand before fixing Xu Qi'an with a peculiar gaze. "Are you an alchemist?" "No, I am merely a purveyor of chemistry." The scholar's mind, ever nimble, allowed Prefect Chun to recover from his initial surprise, only to furrow his brow in contemplation. "No, something is amiss. Even if the silver was transmuted in this manner, what of the explosion? If no malevolent entity dwelled within the river, how could counterfeit silver trigger such a violent eruption upon immersion?" Xu Qi'an offered no immediate response, instead procuring a piece of metallic sodium and approaching the desk, where he deposited it into the brush-washing basin. A fierce blaze erupted, accompanied by billowing smoke. Boom. The metallic sodium reacted vehemently with the water, causing fine fissures to spiderweb across the basin. This. Prefect Chen stammered, utterly astonished. This counterfeit silver explodes upon contact with water, which elucidates the violent explosion that transpired when the silver was submerged, Xu Qi'an elucidated. The middle-aged man murmured, from the outset. We were misled. The mastermind behind this deception utilized the explosion and the spectral winds to lead us to believe that the fault lay with a malevolent entity, thus diverting the focus of our investigation toward pursuit and capture. Small wonder that the Qianjian's aura observation techniques failed to detect any demonic presence. Xu Qi'an added. After the tax silver was submerged, the soldiers only recovered slightly over 1,000 taels of silver. If my conjecture holds true, this silver was merely laid upon the uppermost layer to conceal the truth. Everything aligned perfectly, and all anomalies were accounted for. Xu Qi'an. The middle-aged man's gaze was filled with approbation. Well done, exceedingly well done. His brow furrowed suddenly, his gaze fixating upon Xu Qi'an's askew collar. Li Yuchen, continuing the motion of patting his shoulder, subtly adjusted his collar. Xu Qi'an was taken aback. It was astonishing that this gentleman held him in such high regard. The chief of the Chun prefecture furrowed his brow and inquired, if the silver is counterfeit, then where has the genuine silver gone? Upon hearing this, the girl in the yellow dress also displayed a grave expression. The tax silver is transported to the capital through numerous intermediaries. If we were to seek accountability, a multitude of officials would face imprisonment, and recovering the silver would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, this matter exceeds our jurisdiction. It must be reported to His Majesty. The chief of the Qin prefecture nodded, understanding the implication. A middle-aged man, however, held a different perspective. His voice low and contemplative, the tax silver is escorted to the capital, changing hands multiple times. If it were counterfeit, it would have been detected long ago. The only possibility is that the switch occurred recently. The chief of the Chun prefecture's eyes brightened, significantly narrowing the scope of the investigation. Bring the sedan chair, quickly. I must take my leave, he urged, hastily exiting the inner hall, with the middle-aged man following closely behind. Xu Qi'an called out, Your Excellency, do not forget your promise to the common people. Chapter 6. The Bewildered Uncle He, exclaimed the girl in the yellow dress, named Kai Wei, her beautiful eyes sparkling. How can salt transform into silver? After a moment's hesitation, she pulled out a piece of sugarcane and offered it to Xu Qi'an, saying, Here, this is for you. Is she attempting to bribe me? With the two gentlemen having vanished from sight, Xu Qi'an withdrew his gaze, contemplating before responding. I once encountered an alchemical manuscript in ancient texts that described the process of turning salt into silver. Sai Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Which ancient text is it from? Who is the author? Its title is Advanced Chemistry. As for the author, well, perhaps the People's Education Press? Xu Qi'an remarked. The ancient texts have long been destroyed. However, I still recall their contents. The girl in the yellow dress breathed rapidly, urging, Quickly, do tell me. Xu Qi'an sighed, saying, As a commoner in peril, I truly lack the inclination to act as a teacher. The girl shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, You are rather cunning. Our Bureau of Astronomy does not interfere in court politics. How you are dealt with is ultimately at His Majesty's discretion. Bargaining with me is utterly pointless. Why not simply have me take you in? Given the esteemed position of our chief astronomer in the court, acquiring a mere accomplice should pose no difficulty. Xu Qi'an thought it prudent to secure his own safety, lest he fail to recover the tax revenue. The girl's bright eyes sparkled as she scrutinized him from head to toe. You are clearly a warrior. Why aspire to be a sorcerer? Cultivation should commence early, as most practitioners lay their foundations in childhood. Transitioning from warrior to sorcerer at this stage is rather late. Whether or not to cling to powerful allies is inconsequential. What matters is my admiration for the chief astronomer's grandeur. Xu Qi'an replied earnestly, his demeanor sincere. Then you must first reveal to me the contents of the alchemical texts. She deliberated, her eyes clear and luminous, large apricot-shaped orbs with stark black pupils, reminiscent of the pure, beautiful gaze Xu Qi'an had only seen in children in his past life. The material is somewhat esoteric and profound. Merely reciting it would likely leave you bewildered. It requires meticulous explanation to be thoroughly understood, Xu Qi'an baited her. Chu Kaiwei rolled her eyes in defiance, asserting, across the vast realms of the 9 provinces, when it comes to alchemy, our Bureau of Astronomy sorcerers should undoubtedly be the vanguards. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus. Xu Qi'an recited them fluently. What is he talking about? The girl, bewildered for a moment, furrowed her brows in indignation. You are deceiving me. Our Bureau of Celestial Monitoring only accepts boys as disciples. She snatched the sugar cane from Xu Qi'an's hands and gracefully departed, her skirt billowing in the breeze. But I am also a boy. Xu Qi'an opened his mouth, then realized that the Bureau of Celestial Monitoring recruits disciples from a young age. Thus, this path was closed to him. 2 days passed in a flash, during which Xu Qi'an spent his time in the cell in constant fear. He dreaded that the tax silver would not be recovered in time. If it were only retrieved after his exile, it would not alter his fate. Moreover, what if the governor of the Qin family was a treacherous scoundrel who hoarded the credit for himself? It would still lead to a dead end. However, there was nothing he could do. He had reached the limits of his capability as a prisoner. Once again, he felt the terror of the feudal society. He resigned himself to fate. Xu Qi'an sighed. Clang. The iron door at the end of the corridor swung open, and a guard entered, wielding a fire baton. He took out a key and unlocked the door. Xu Qi'an, you are free to go? Xu Qi'an was overwhelmed with joy, clenching his fists tightly. Has the tax silver been recovered? Follow me to sign the documents, and you shall be free. The guard scrutinized him. You are quite fortunate. What about my second uncle? Xu Qi'an pressed eagerly. No more nonsense. Just come along. The guard snapped, his temper flaring as he struck the ground with the baton, urging Xu Qi'an to leave the cell. Under the arrangement of a clerk in the yamen, he signed and affixed his mark, subsequently receiving from the jailer the garments that had been stripped from him upon his incarceration. An officer of the yamen led him from the rear gate of the capital prefecture. At this hour, the eastern sky was tinged with the faintest glimmer of dawn, and the streets were desolate. The clang of the iron gate being wrenched open jolted Xu Pingji awake, his eyes bloodshot and weary, disheveled and unkempt. Xu Pingji bore a resemblance to Xu Qi'an, whereas his own son, Xu Xi'an, possessed features of excessive handsomeness, setting him apart from the pair. Across the corridor. In the opposing cell, Li Ru, roused from her slumber, trembled violently before awakening, her countenance gaunt and etched with abject terror. The couple gazed at one another across the corridor, and Li Ru lamented, My lord, I would sooner embrace death than be consigned to the courtesan house. At 35 years of age, and well-preserved, she was a woman of remarkable allure. Even after 5 days of fear and trepidation in the jail, her beauty, though diminished, could not conceal the charm that lingered in her eyes. What was the courtesan house but a purgatory for women? The battered Xu Pingji opened his mouth to speak, but no words came forth, and he was overcome with tears. My lady, I have wronged you. Let us seek the yellow springs together, and in the next life, I shall toil as your beast of burden in recompense. Alas, pity the children and my nephew. 5 days had elapsed, and awaiting him was execution by beheading. And for the women of his household, consignment to the courtesan house. Besides Li Ru, the Xu family comprised 2 daughters, an eldest of 16 years, and a youngest of 5. They huddled in the corner of the cell, now startled awake. The youngest, rubbing her eyes, murmured for her mother, oblivious to the fate that awaited her. The 16-year-old girl sat up, her disheveled hair framing a delicate, pale, oval face. Her lips were thin yet rosy, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life. Unlike most women, her nose was not dainty but rather proud, lending her features a remarkable three-dimensional quality, rendering her exquisitely beautiful, possessing a serene, sculptural elegance. Instinctively, she leaned closer to her mother, her thick lashes quivering slightly in fear. Several jailers, armed with simple blades, strode in with an air of authority. In Li Ru's eyes flickered a blend of despair and determination. Xu Pingji gripped the bars tightly, his knuckles turning pale, his teeth clenched. Accused of embezzlement and dereliction of duty, he felt deserving of his fate. However, the thought of implicating his wife and daughters in his downfall haunted him, particularly the youngest. Only 5 years old, who was to be sent to the brothel for care, a future shrouded in darkness. As a parent, how could one accept such a fate? Xu Pingji, step forward with us. You may leave after signing the necessary documents. The jailer opened the cell door, offering no shackles, gesturing for them to exit the corridor. Xu Pingji, a lifelong patriot, was bewildered. What did you say? Xu Ershu questioned, doubting his own hearing. What do you mean? We can leave? You just said we could leave. Xu Pingji was momentarily incredulous. What's happening? Aren't you taking me out for execution? I don't know, the jailer replied curtly. It's an order from above. If you wish to know more, inquire for yourself. Li Ru, bewildered and anxious, held on to her two daughters as the family silently followed the jailer down the corridor. Sir, could this be a trick? Surely, it cannot be such a farce. Xu Pingji, bearing injuries, walked with a noticeable limp, engulfed in a haze of confusion. He felt a mix of joy at having survived a great calamity and bewilderment at the circumstances surrounding him. Li Ru's heart stirred. It must be the new year. Surely, his efforts in recent days to navigate relationships on their behalf had prompted the court to show leniency. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. And she exclaimed with excitement, "My lord, do not forget, the teacher from New Year is the Deputy Minister of Justice from the 18th year of Yuanjing. The 18th year of Yuanjing that was over 2 decades ago." Xu Pingji sensed something amiss, but could not fathom who else he could rely on in the bureaucratic realm. Lacking significant backing. Perhaps it was so. I often say our family's New Year is a true dragon among men. I insisted he practice martial arts, yet you refused, insisting on letting that little rascal Xu Qi'an train instead. Mother, the bunny is so adorable, I want to eat the bunny. The young girl tilted her cherubic face, nibbling on her tiny finger, her eyes gleaming with desire. Always thinking of food, Li Ru, with a short temper, instinctively uttered a reprimand. But upon seeing the dirt-smudged face of her daughter, her expression softened. Good girl, soon there will be bunny to eat. Xu Pingji was too weary to explain that your son lacks the talent for martial arts. No matter how many times he reiterated it, his beloved wife would always conveniently overlook it. In a mother's eyes, her son would forever be the most exceptional. Upon reaching the place to sign and seal, Xu Pingji took the pen from the clerk's hand. His fingers trembled slightly as he signed his name and pressed his handprint. In that moment, Xu Pingji felt an elevation of spirit, akin to a seed buried deep in the earth finally sprouting and basking in the sunlight. The world suddenly appeared so beautiful, even though not a single copper coin had materialized. The wife and daughter did not require signatures, only fingerprints were taken. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xu Pingji clasped his hands and inquired, "Esteemed sir, may I ask why our charges have been dismissed?" Li Ru immediately turned her gaze to the clerk. "The case has been solved, and the tax silver has been recovered," the clerk replied. "The tax silver has been recovered? Haha, excellent. Damn those demons. Daring to rob the tax silver of our great foe." Uncle Xu was quite exhilarated, but after laughing, he realized that according to the laws of foam, although the tax silver had been recovered, his dereliction of duty was still a fact. The recovery of the tax silver was not his merit. So how could the court spare him from the death penalty? Even if leniency were shown, it would likely result in exile to the frontier. "Sir Xu, here is your official robe. Please take good care of it." The clerk presented the previously removed green robe of a 7th-rank military officer. "To be reinstated to my official position." Xu Pingji sensed something amiss. As he took the robe, he spoke gravely, "Esteemed sir, could you enlighten me on this matter?" Holding the official robe, his voice carried a newfound confidence. Logically, even if the death penalty were waived, reinstatement to his former position should not have been possible. According to the laws of foam, if an elder in the family violates the law, the descendants can atone for the father's crimes by performing meritorious deeds, the clerk explained. It was indeed Nyener, my lord. Nyener helped the court recover the tax silver. Li Ru wept with joy. Nyener. Xu Pingji's eyes moistened, "My good son." The clerk glanced at the emotional couple and said, "It was your nephew, Xu Qi'an, who assisted the prefect in solving the tax silver case. He has just left." Chapter 7. This sister is quite beautiful, Ningyan. Xu Pingji was stunned. Li Ru's tears still clung to her face, her joyful expression frozen. 2 days ago, Xu Qi'an clamored in the prison to see the governor, claiming he had crucial information to report, and shortly thereafter, the governor solved the case. According to the laws of the Dafeng Dynasty, those who achieve merit while bearing guilt shall naturally be free from punishment, the clerk stated. Is that truly the case? Xu Pingji stammered. He had raised Xu Qi'an since he was a mere kitten. How could he not know what sort of person his nephew was? Doubt not at Xu Pingji, suspecting the clerk of deceit, yet he lacked evidence. It's that wretched nephew. Li Ruhua's face drained of color. Was it not their son who had leveraged connections to save the entire family? How could it possibly be the unfortunate nephew, who was imprisoned? With a heavy heart filled with confusion, Xu Pingji led his wife and daughter out through the back door of the magistrate's office, where they found Xu Qi'an anxiously waiting, his hair styled in a makeshift fashion. The moment he beheld his nephew, the buried doubts within him paled in significance. A warm surge flowed through the heart of this man, born of martial prowess, as his eyes glistened with emotion. He stepped forward, initially intending to embrace his nephew. But feeling it too sentimental, he opted instead to give his shoulder a hearty pat, exclaiming, "Ningyan, well done." The force of the pat nearly knocked Xu Qi'an off his feet. "Second uncle, you are at the pinnacle of qi cultivation. We are merely one rank apart." Xu Qi'an replied effortlessly, the words flowing from him with surprising familiarity. He marveled at the ease of their rapport, his gaze drifting over Su Ershu's shoulder to the three women behind him. A mischievous thought surfaced unbidden. "Hey, Aunt, you too find yourself in such a disheveled state today." The fleeting sense of schadenfreude was soon eclipsed by the allure of his sister's beauty. The young girl was clad in loose prison attire, her disheveled hair framing her classically delicate, oval face. Her high, elegant nose gave her a somewhat exotic, three-dimensional beauty at first glance. At this age, she was at the peak of her youthful purity, exuding an irresistible charm. "Damn, I actually have such a pure and ethereal sister." Xu Qi'an was stunned. In the original host's memories, the image of his sister was quite vague, probably due to lack of attention. Moreover, because of his aunt, there was a sense of resentment by association, making him less friendly towards his cousins. Noticing her brother's intense gaze, Su Lingwei timidly called out "Big brother," and shyly lowered her head. "Big brother." Suddenly, a sharp owl was heard. Su Linin, just 5 years old and tiny, came running over, skidding to a halt in front of Xu Qi'an, looking up at him eagerly. Xu Qi'an waved his hand. "No candy for you. I just got out of prison myself." It's worth mentioning that while the original host didn't care much for his cousins, he was somewhat fond of this youngest sister, as her appearance finally didn't resemble her mother's. "What's a prison?" "It's where you've been sleeping these past few days." "What about the other brother? Did he bring candy?" "He didn't come." "Oh." The little one's face showed disappointment. The other brother she referred to was Xu Qi'an, her full brother. Though she didn't yet understand the difference between a cousin and a full brother, this youngest sister wasn't very bright, a bit of a silly child, which surely was inherited from her mother, or so the original host thought. Finally, his gaze settled upon his aunt, Li Ru, a woman who had habitually lorded over Xu Qi'an. She likely never envisioned a day when she would have to express her gratitude to her ill-fated nephew with such humility. The beautiful woman stiffly averted her gaze, reluctantly uttering, "Much obliged, Ningen." At that moment, a hazy recollection surfaced in Xu Qi'an's mind. When his aunt had banished him to the small courtyard adjacent to the Xu residence, Xu Qi'an had been incensed, vowing to the heavens, "I, Xu Qi'an, shall undoubtedly distinguish myself in the future. You shall not regret this." In retrospect, it felt rather awkward, akin to a maternal version of "do not underestimate a youth's potential." Xu Qi'an, now viewing the relationship between the original owner of the body and his aunt from a detached, objective perspective, realized that the beautiful woman was not entirely to blame. Xu Qi'an's martial arts training consumed over 100 taels of silver annually, an amount equivalent to the savings of an average family for 2 or 3 decades, and that too, a well-to-do family. It was only natural that his aunt harbored resentment. Thus, Xu Qi'an adopted a sincere tone, stating, "Aunt, there's no need to rush your thanks. Wait until we've returned home and had our meal. Then you can say it again." Li Ru's eyes widened in astonishment, glaring at her unfortunate nephew. Su Pingji, feeling a prickle of unease, said in a deep voice, "Let's go home first." Xu Qi'an, clutching a wine flask, staggered back to the Xu residence, the home he had known for 19 years. Now, the gates were sealed, the house deserted, a scene of utter desolation. Xu Qi'an kicked open the gate, stepped over the threshold, and swayed a few steps inward before turning back to close the gate. Suicide by hanging was not a glorious affair, nor was it befitting the dignity of a scholar like himself. Therefore, he could not attract the attention of the authorities. He had his pride. He walked from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard, as if traversing the long span of a lifetime. He recognized characters at the age of 3, recited poetry at 5, and had already mastered the sacred texts by 10. At 14, he entered Yunlu Academy to pursue his studies, and by 18, he had become a successful scholar. To describe him as exceptionally gifted would not be an exaggeration. His intelligence and extensive knowledge shaped his proud character. In front of his family, he always radiated pride, promising a bright future, destined to be the pillar of the Xu family. As a man of stature, he would rather die heroically than live in humiliation. With this thought, Xu Qi'an downed the contents of his wine jug in one gulp and smashed it forcefully on the ground. Fueled by the effects of the alcohol, he rushed into the room, ground the ink, and with pen in hand, penned the most profound farewell poem of his life. Xu Qi'an laughed heartily 3 times, grasped the rice paper, burst through the door, retrieved the prepared hemp rope, and hung it from the ginkgo tree in the inner courtyard. He was astonished to find that he faced death with no fear, only an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Suddenly, he began to understand those free-spirited scholars. Only with a heart unburdened by fear could one gaze proudly upon the world. If he was unafraid of death, what else in this world could possibly invoke fear? The capital was bustling, renowned as the foremost city of benevolence in the realm. Xu Qi'an strolled leisurely through the lively ancient city, where carriages flowed like water and horses galloped like dragons. On both sides, shops stretched endlessly, with banners and cloth flapping vigorously in the wind. A line from a poem floated into his mind. Smoky willows paint the bridges, wind curtains drape in emerald hues, a patchwork of 100,000 households. In truth, the capital was even more vibrant than the Qiantang depicted in poetry. According to the geographical records of the Great Feng, during the early years of the Yuanjing era, the population of the capital exceeded 1,960,000. Now, in the 36th year of Yuanjing, the population must have surpassed 2 million. The Xu residence, with its 3 courtyards, once thrived with the presence of 7 or 8 maids and servants. Now, however, those attendants have long been dismissed, the grand entrance is tightly shut, and the once vibrant halls stand desolate. As Aunt cast her gaze upon the plaque on the gate, a torrent of emotions surged within her. She pondered the well-being of her beloved Nianer, who must be deeply concerned for their plight. That child had vowed before his imprisonment that he would rescue them. While she spoke, she made her way inside. The real estate prices in the capital are exorbitant. This expansive courtyard would certainly command at least 5,000 taels of silver. With a 30% down payment, that amounts to a staggering 1,500 taels. Alas, why must I still contemplate housing prices in this foreign realm? Xu Qi'an grimaced. Su Pingji, offering solace, remarked, Nianer is well versed in the classics, steady and dependable. He is undoubtedly striving for our sake even now. When he returns, we shall surprise him. But then, a sudden pallor swept across Xu Qi'an's face. He was acutely aware of Xu Qi'an's intention to seek a premature end to his life. To his uncle and aunt, Su Erlang appeared resolute, serious, and steadfast, a true scholar of indomitable spirit. Ha 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 ha. I, Xu Qi'an, am a free spirit in life and a rebellious ghost in death. Xu Qi'an, brimming with talent, yet alas, the heavens are unjust. Had the heavens not given birth to me, Xu Qi'an, the great Feng would be ensconced in eternal darkness. Beneath the ginkgo tree, a scholar standing upon a chair suddenly discarded his hairpin, vigorously shaking his head until his hair fell wildly about him. He was unrestrained and wild, a spirit unconfined, as he thrust his head into a noose, only to behold the expressionless, vacant gazes of his family. I, Xu Qi'an, have made a vow to embrace freedom with wild abandon. My talents are boundless, yet fate seems unjust. Were it not for the existence of Xu Qi'an, the great Feng would linger in eternal night. As Xu Qi'an gazes upon the unexpectedly returned family, he feels that he has indeed tarried too long. Chapter 8. Sister, why do you spy on your brother? In the stillness of the air, Aunt was the first to react, letting out a piercing scream. Nianer. The couple united in their efforts to rescue their son, devoid of any will to survive. While Aunt wept bitterly, her tears like rain-soaked blossoms, Uncle stood to the side, heaving deep sighs. Xu Qi'an observed his cousin, whose soul seemed adrift, with profound understanding. The youth encounters 3 most embarrassing scenarios: being caught in slow motion with one hand in each pocket by their parents, having their comments about a female teacher's ample posterior overheard, or having their juvenile fantasies of writing fantastical novels exposed to the public. Each incident could provoke a shame so profound it would leave one rolling on the ground in humiliation. While he may have evaded physical death, he had undoubtedly achieved social demise. I am trained. No matter how amusing the situation, I will not laugh. Xu Qi'an stifled a chuckle beside him. Su Lingwei turned her head, casting a reproachful glance at her elder brother, silently accusing him of reveling in another's misfortune. Su Lingyin, wanting to ask her brother for sweets, hesitated upon witnessing the scene before her. True to his scholarly nature, Xu Qi'an's quick wit enabled him to devise a response swiftly. He rolled his eyes and feigned unconsciousness. In the small courtyard belonging to Xu Qi'an, within the inner room, he shed his clothing and immersed himself in a large bath, the icy water permeating his pores, bringing a refreshing sensation to his entire being. His physique, honed to the peak of refinement, boasted exceptional resistance to the cold. After escaping the perilous grasp of life and death, he finally found solace to ponder profound philosophical questions about existence. Why did he possess no recollection of the original host's demise or the moments leading to his unconsciousness? Xu Qi'an distinctly remembered his own demise, likely due to alcohol poisoning. Yet, the original host seemed devoid of such memories. As for Xu Qi'an himself, he attributed his death to alcohol poisoning, a consequence of his promotion and subsequent revelry. After resigning from the police force, he embarked on an entrepreneurial journey, only to face the harsh realities of society the following year, leading him to start anew from the grassroots level, transforming into a diligent worker. Xu Qi'an laughed heartily as he stepped outside, gathering a few friends to celebrate at a bar. The future of his life appeared predictable, capable of shouldering a mortgage, affording a bride price, and eventually marrying and starting a family. Provided his neighbor did not bear the surname Wang, then life would be serene. With a resounding clap, he struck the water's surface, sending splashes flying, vexed as he lamented, having finally secured the ticket to the middle class. Only to be thrust back into a feudal society. Is this not an excessive misfortune? With 600,000 in his bank account for a house down payment, he mused that the most tragic fate is to remain alive while the money has vanished. No, it's not about losing money. It's about losing oneself while the money endures. Well, he decided to consider it an inheritance for his parents, though he pondered the potential inheritance tax. Give me one more season, and I'll surely reach the pinnacle. He had yet to watch the final season of Attack on Titan, and the national football team had not clinched the championship, leaving him restless. Oh, perhaps it was better to let that go. Alas, I have inadvertently left the 120 gigabytes of my wife's presence intact on my computer's hard drive. My parents discovered it, and now I find myself socially mortified. I unknowingly succumbed to slumber, only to awaken as dusk descended. My skin, pruned and pale from prolonged immersion, bore witness to my reverie. Xu Qi'an donned a fresh set of garments and began to tie his hair before a bronze mirror. Reflected in the mirror was the visage of a youthful gentleman. With thick, dark brows and piercing eyes, his facial contours hardened from years of martial training. Though he could not compare to the striking allure of the past, which could overshadow the likes of Tony Leung or Louis Koo, he was not entirely lacking in charm. Xu Qi'an silently acknowledged this. Moreover, his physique surpassed that of his previous life by countless magnitudes. After all, he was a martial artist. Yet, this might not be entirely fortuitous. I would prefer to traverse into a legitimate ancient era where everyone shares a similar level of prowess. In contrast to this realm, where experts abound, one might find their heads severed before they even realize the peril they face. This world not only harbors demonic entities, but also boasts a myriad of cultivation systems. Apart from the so-called non-chieftain martial artists, there exist sorcerers, Confucians, Buddhists, Taoists, shamans, and poison masters. 6 centuries prior, the Great Dafeng Dynasty was established, and the inaugural head of the Astral Monitoring Bureau classified the various systems into ranks. Xu Qi'an belongs to the non-chieftain system, specifically at the 9th rank of the refinement realm. His uncle resides at the pinnacle of the 8th rank of the Qi refinement realm. The 7th rank pertains to the spirit refinement realm. Beyond that, Xu Qi'an's knowledge wanes. However, he is well versed in the sorcerer system of the Astral Monitoring Bureau, as it is uniquely associated with the Great Dafeng Dynasty and is notably prominent. The innovations and creations of the 6th rank alchemists have permeated countless households. The sorcerer system comprises 9th rank physicians, 8th rank physiognomists, 7th rank geomancers, and 6th rank alchemists. Henceforth, Xu Qi'an remained uncertain of what lay ahead. His understanding of other cultivation systems, cultivated since his youth in the capital, was quite circumscribed. At that moment, a maiden in a verdant dress entered the courtyard. It was Green Willow, the lady of the house's personal attendant. "Young master, the master requests your presence for dinner." Green Willow's eyes and brows were tinged with delight, yet her gaze betrayed weariness and fatigue. Sold into the Xu household at the tender age of 10 to serve the madam, she had been fretting over her future livelihood after the household's misfortune led to the dispersal of its servants. Unexpectedly, the Xu family had turned its fortunes around in a mere 5 days, all thanks to the young master's efforts, according to the eldest daughter. The delicate 18-year-old maidservant appeared somewhat bashful before Xu Qi'an at this moment. "Please, refrain from calling me young master," Xu Qi'an said, feeling awkward. "But you are the young master." Green Willow responded, puzzled. "Never mind, it is not as if my surname is Wu." As the two departed the small courtyard and entered the Xu residence, Green Willow hesitated before saying, "Just now, the master and madam were quarreling." "What happened?" Xu Qi'an inquired. "It seems the madam is insistent on knowing how the tax silver was switched and who was responsible." The master could not provide an answer, and one thing led to another, resulting in a quarrel. Green Willow whispered, "The young master knows, doesn't he?" On the journey back, Xu Qi'an had informed his second uncle that the tax silver had not been robbed but switched. At the time, the madam had remained silent, but it turned out she had been keeping it in mind all along. Inner chamber. No sooner had Xu Qi'an stepped over the threshold than he heard the wailing cries of the small, bean-sized Xu Lingyin, who arched her body forward. Her tiny arms flung behind her and tilted her head back as she unleashed a piercing sonic assault upon her mother. Uncle Air sipped his drink with an air of composure, while Su Lingyue bowed her head to eat. Su Xinyan had yet to recover from the blow of his shattered persona, silently consuming his meal. Auntie supported her forehead with her hand, displaying a look of exasperation. Upon seeing Lu Air approach, she immediately exclaimed, "Take her away." Su Qian glanced at his wailing little sister and, with a gentle demeanor, inquired, "What is the matter?" "The mother deceived me. She promised that if we could return home, she would take me to Guiwei Tower," the little one sobbed. "Father just mentioned Guiwei Tower." Guiwei Tower was the premier restaurant in the capital, frequented solely by dignitaries and nobility, refusing service to commoners and wealthy merchants alike. As a child who could barely remember the names of her siblings, she had retained the memory of Guiwei Tower primarily because she had dined there once. This indicated that the child was not foolish, but rather her talents were simply misplaced. "Old Su, it seems, you are quite adept at diverting trouble, even turning your daughter into a pawn." Su Qian observed Uncle Air, who was serenely drinking, and Auntie, who bore a headache yet felt powerless. The little one was Auntie's lifeline. Just a casual jest had led to such a state. Auntie sighed, even deceiving a child. She had proven herself to be untrustworthy. Su Qian instinctively retorted, causing the beautiful woman's chest to heave with indignation. Brother, take me with you." Seeing Su Qian's kind expression, the little one gleefully ran to his side, clutching at his trousers as she attempted to climb. Guiwei Tower. With an average expenditure of 1 tael of silver, Su Qian spoke in a low voice, "Lu Air, take her away." The little one was ushered off. Auntie kicked her husband subtly, gesturing with her lips towards Su Qian. Uncle Su felt somewhat embarrassed and glanced at his son, who had always been eager for knowledge. Unfortunately, Su Xinyan had socially perished. The dead cannot speak, they can only eat. The meal was mediocre, mainly because there was no rich broth, as everyone had just returned home. Su Qian ate as if chewing wax, glaring irritably at the pretty girl. "Lingyue, why do you keep sneaking glances at me?" Chapter 9, The Raging Ant. Aye. The little girl's face instantly flushed red, and she became even more embarrassed when her family noticed. Her beautiful almond eyes misted over, sparkling in the candlelight. "Although I prefer my sister, teasing this little girl who cries for a long time after being punched is quite satisfying," Su Qian thought. Su Lingyue puffed up her cheeks and, as if throwing caution to the wind, lifted her head to meet Su Qian's gaze. "I just want to know how you solved the case from the files." Su Xinyan, who had been pretending not to exist, could no longer maintain his facade and silently raised his head. He prided himself on being clever and had also reviewed the files, but despite repeated studies, he had found no clues. Yet, Su Qian had solved the case immediately after asking for the files that day. The aunt made no comment, but her chopsticks paused, and she stopped chewing her food. There is no perfect crime, except for coincidences. Any man-made case can reveal traces, Su Qian stated. Su Xinyan involuntarily straightened his back, listening intently. "First, I noticed the issue with the tax silver through the route of its transport and the weight of the silver." Su Qian explained his reasoning process. As Su Xinyan listened, his eyes gleamed with increasing brilliance, akin to receiving enlightenment from a tutor in a private school. His hand, concealed beneath the table, clenched into a tight fist. After Su Qian concluded, Su Erlang maintained an expression of placid indifference, remarking, "Not bad." The second son of the Su family was habitually insincere, a trait to which his family had long grown accustomed. The comely 16-year-old younger sister lowered her head, concealing a trace of adoration in her eyes. Su Pingji thumped the table with elation, uttering a vulgarity in the vernacular. "So that's how it is, I never realized." Su Xinyan glanced at his father, thinking to himself, "It would be peculiar if you had." Su Qian observed his second uncle, recalling the adage, "Alas, my father lacks culture. A single dam suffices for all." His second uncle was a martial man. his literacy limited to scrawling his name, and even that was crooked and ungainly, resembling a chicken's claw. "You oaf, can't you even weigh things properly?" the aunt reproached her husband. Xu Qi'an inquired, "When they were counting the silver, were they wearing handguards?" Su Ershu reminisced for a moment, then expressed surprise. "It seems they were." "How did you know? Could it truly be metallic sodium?" Xu Qi'an gazed at him ruefully. Why was this not mentioned in the depositions? An inconsequential detail. What need was there to mention it? At this point, Su Ershu grumbled. "It's all the fault of that fellow surnamed Lu. He offered me a pot of osmanthus honey wine, and you know my capacity for liquor is unfathomable. So I indulged a bit and didn't pay much attention to anything else. I had forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. The worst is having a teammate like you. If this detail had been in the records, I could have deduced the truth of the case more swiftly, and spared myself so much mental exertion." Xu Qi'an sighed. From second uncle's perspective, this might be akin to noticing someone's attire or hairstyle. He simply didn't perceive it as a noteworthy anomaly. Consequently, it seems highly probable that the man surnamed Lu, whom father mentioned, is the one who framed him. As astutely pointed out, "It's all my fault for being so muddled. I nearly endangered the entire family," lamented, a touch of melancholy in his voice. "Your father and I fought back to back in the Mountain Sea campaign, vowing to survive together and achieve prosperity. I lived, but your father perished in battle. Had it not been for shielding me, I would have been the one to die. From then on, I resolved that to live better, I had to change my way of life. I couldn't be cannon fodder any longer. That's why I sent to study and chose to have you practice martial arts. I confess, there was a selfish motive behind it." "Indeed," Aunt retorted, rolling her eyes. "Your heart is entirely with your dear nephew. Over 100 taels of silver a year, judging by Aunt's tone, is not her own?" Swore that these words were not his intention, but rather an instinct that bypassed his conscious thought. The original owner harbored considerable resentment toward Aunt. "You little rascal, what is the meaning of such words?" Aunt exclaimed, slamming the table in anger, and lowered their heads and continued eating, seemingly accustomed to the situation. His scalp prickling, interjected, "Enough? I barely escaped death, and now I have to listen to you two bickering? I might as well have died." The others lowered their heads and ate in silence. Speaking of the Mountain Sea campaign, had some recollection of it. The world was vast and boundless, with the Great Feng Dynasty reigning supreme in the Central Plains, claiming legitimacy over all under heaven. Great Feng established its empire through military might and governed through Confucian principles, reaching its zenith when all nations paid tribute. To this day, its reign has extended for 600 years. 2 decades ago, the Great Feng Dynasty allied with various nations of the western regions to confront the barbaric tribes from the north and the south in a decisive battle at the Shanhaiguan Pass. The armies amassed reached a staggering count of 1 million soldiers. Remarkably, the conflict commenced and concluded within a mere 6 months, resulting in the obliteration of countless lives. This became one of the most gruesome wars in history, referred to as the Battle of Shanhaiguan. Xu Qi'an's father perished in that very war. With the knowledge gleaned from my keyboard warrior's intellect and the insights derived from street literature, I have distilled a principle: no dynasty can evade the 300-year rule. The so-called 300-year rule is a term coined by Xu Qi'an himself. As an amateur historian, he has extracted a set of patterns from the annals of 5,000 years of history, excluding the fragmented rule of the vassal kings and the primitive Zhou dynasty. No dynasty has managed to sustain its fortune beyond 300 years. The two Song and two Han dynasties were also reconstituted realms. Upon reflection, the longevity of the Great Feng Dynasty, enduring for 600 years, must be attributed to the power dynamics of this world. Little Do Ding was brought back by Green Yi, her hunger silencing her cries. Being too small, she could not reach the dining table and sat on Green Yi's lap as she was fed. "Mother, why do we have to live in the dark house? We are always hungry," Little Do Ding lamented, recalling her recent experiences. She referred to the prison as the dark house. The table fell silent, with her aunt displaying a look of sympathy. Su Ershu sighed. It was father who erred. Little Do Ding responded with an "oh," then added, "I woke up hungry yesterday and caught a bug. It was on my head." She raised 2 tiny fingers above her head. It was a cockroach, one of the 2 notorious rulers of the prison alongside the rat. The expressions of those seated at the table shifted dramatically, a blend of shame and pity washing over them. To subject a mere child to such suffering was undoubtedly their failure. You ate." Li Ru's lips trembled as her eyes reddened. In her 30s, she had only recently given birth to this young girl, who, though somewhat simple-minded, was cherished deeply. The little one, Xu Qi'an, chirped innocently. I later heard Mother's belly making gurgling sounds. A heavy silence enveloped the room, a collective weight settling in their hearts. Auntie's fair face turned ashen as she quivered, and then? Then I stuffed food into Mother's mouth, and she ate so quickly, Xu Qi'an replied. Her expression one of eager pride. Auntie swayed unsteadily, while Xu Qi'an slowly placed down his chopsticks, declaring, I am full. So am I, chimed Su Lingwa. I am satiated as well, added Xu Qi'an, his voice trailing off. Su Ershu remained silent. Auntie, momentarily dazed, suddenly collapsed beneath the table, retching, ugh. Ah. Moments later, the anguished cries of the child echoed through the night. Chapter 10. The county office murder case. The night sky was crystal clear, adorned with twinkling stars. The tallest structure in the capital of Dafeng, the Star Observation Tower, served as the office of the Astronomical Bureau. A young girl in a yellow dress ascended gracefully, and upon reaching the 7th floor, she was met with a cacophony emanating from the Dan room. A group of alchemists clad in white were embroiled in a heated dispute, their faces flushed with frustration. Why have we failed again? The steps are so straightforward. I told you, the dosage of salt must be incorrect. No, I believe it's the water. Surely it must be the fire. Just a moment ago, I saw Master One boiling the salt. It's too difficult. The alchemical method to transform salt into silver is far too complex. I cannot manage it. The girl in the yellow dress, named Kaiwei, twitched her lips and murmured. This group is still attempting to forge counterfeit silver. 2 days prior, she had returned to the astral monitoring office with her extraordinary tale of transforming salt into silver. Her senior brothers had initially scoffed at the notion. Transforming salt into silver? Even a 3-year-old would find that implausible. However, the situation swiftly changed when the tax silver case was resolved. His Majesty, recognizing the formidable nature of the counterfeit silver, deemed it remarkably wondrous and commanded the astral monitoring office to produce more of it. Consequently, the alchemists of the office commenced their grueling endeavor, tirelessly immersed in a relentless cycle of work. From that day onward, they toiled ceaselessly, facing repeated failures, yet persisting valiantly. Kaiwei, the junior sister, was suddenly called out by someone in excitement. Instantly, weary faces turned towards her, and eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Junior sister Kaiwei, how exactly is this counterfeit silver produced? Kaiwei, come quickly and see if there is a flaw in the steps. You are the only one who has successfully forged counterfeit silver. They surrounded the girl in the yellow dress. Reluctantly, Kaiwei entered the alchemical chamber to observe her elder brothers in their attempts at crafting the counterfeit silver. Another failure. A white-clad alchemist on-site lamented. Junior sister Kaiwei, what went awry? The assembled alchemists adopted a humble demeanor, eager for guidance. There is no fault in the process. I practiced it in the same manner. Kaiwei reflected. This is an ancient alchemical technique, profound and obscure. It cannot simply be mastered at will. It requires a thorough and accessible teaching to take root deeply. Allow me to impart a mnemonic to you, and remember it well. The senior brothers assumed attentive stances. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus. Xu Qi'an concentrated her energy, articulating each word of this remarkable incantation. What does this mantra signify? Her fellow disciples were puzzled yet impressed. They comprehended each individual character, yet were bewildered when they were combined. I too am uncertain about the essence of this matter. Xu Qi'an maintained an enigmatic smile, feigning profundity. A prodigy indeed. The creator of this incantation is truly a master of alchemy, one of the white-robed disciples remarked. Where lies this prodigy? Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts, my brother. Xu Qi'an's smile remained unchanged. Sister Kaiwei, who imparted this incantation to you? Have you encountered an esteemed master of alchemy who has guided you? Xu Qi'an thought to herself. An astute inquiry. She deftly deflected the responsibility. The individual in question is Xu Qi'an, the nephew of Xu Pingji from the 7th rank of the Imperial Sword Camp. Seek him out. Upon hearing that he is a martial artist, the white-robed disciples grew displeased. What a joke. We, the esteemed Bureau of Celestial Supervision, are brimming with talent. Must we seek help from an outsider? And a martial artist at that? Would it not be a laughingstock if this were to become public? Due to differing cultivation systems, an intriguing hierarchy of disdain has emerged. The Taoists look down upon the Buddhists, who in turn disdain them. Sorcerers scorn shamans, while shamans deride witch doctors, who in their turn regard sorcerers with contempt. Ultimately, Taoists, Buddhists, sorcerers, shamans, and witch doctors all condescend to martial artists. As for Confucians, I must candidly state that all present here are of little worth. However, it is worth noting that modern Confucianism has waned significantly. Sister Kaiwei, please enlighten us. Kaiwei chuckled softly. I shall certainly do so next time. She maneuvered through the cluster of white-robed disciples, continuing her ascent. In truth, she herself was equally in the dark. Last time at the government office, Kaiwei executed the creation of counterfeit silver in one go. However, she tried again in private afterward and met with failure. She replicated the previous process entirely, yet it ended in disappointment, leaving her puzzled as to why. The rooftop of the stargazing tower is not a typical eaves but rather an octagonal platform, subtly aligned with the principles of the Bagua. Hence it is referred to as the Bagua platform. At the edge of this platform, an elderly man clad in white leaned over a table, a wine cup in hand. The other propping his head, appearing tipsy yet not quite so, gazing down at the capital city below. The young girl in a yellow dress, sensing the moment, chose not to intrude. Her master often preferred to indulge in wine and observe the scenery from the Bagua platform, disliking any disturbances. He squinted at his cup and remarked that he was focused on observing the mortal realm. Has Kaiwei arrived? Inquired the white-clad elder with a smile. Master. The girl in yellow beamed, trotting over to the edge of the Bagua, her skirt billowing in the breeze. What reward does the emperor bestow? Several hundred taels of silver and a few bolts of silk, replied the girl. Master, what exactly is counterfeit silver? I am uncertain, the elder responded. Are there truly things in this world that my master does not know? Indeed, far too many, he chuckled. I do not even know where those thieves from 19 years ago disappeared to. You often speak of the little thieves from 19 years ago with disdain. Yet you never reveal who they were or what they stole. The elder rose, standing at the edge of the octagonal platform, sighing deeply. What was stolen is of considerable significance. Then do you know who concocted the counterfeit silver? The Astronomical Bureau is the cradle of the sorcerer system. Alchemists across the world, even if not originating from the Bureau, are invariably linked to it. Behind the tax scandal lies the involvement of an alchemist, a figure of no ordinary caliber, who has conjured this remarkable artifact. Naturally, my master is well aware of this. In a small courtyard, within the main room, Xu Qi'an reclines on his bed, gazing blankly at the intricate beams illuminated by the bright moonlight streaming through the window. He is consumed with concerns about his future, feeling a mix of anxiety and fervor. As a product of a 9-year compulsory education, he possesses knowledge that is merely superficial. It seems effortless to distinguish oneself in a backward monarchical society and blossom into a resplendent flower. However, a society that venerates imperial authority often implies that human rights are precarious. Today one may be a model in a club, and tomorrow face exile or conscription. This is a troubling phenomenon that would evoke profound unease in any modern individual. Lost in thought, Xu Qi'an eventually drifts into slumber. Upon awakening, daylight floods the room. He dons his dark official attire, fastens his belt, ties up his long hair, and hangs a simple dagger at his waist. He stands tall and handsome, undeniably aware that ancient attire enhances one's appearance and demeanor, albeit the inconvenience it poses during personal moments. After scaling the wall to his uncle's home for a breakfast, the uncle and nephew set out for work together. Su Pingji resumes his official duties, and everything remains unchanged. The Chang'an County Government Office, an outer district of the capital, is situated within the city, approximately 6 or 7 miles from Su's residence. Lacking a horse or carriage, Xu Qi'an takes the number 11 bus, arriving at the county office in a quarter of an hour. The Chang'an County office faces south, with 2 stone lions of human height flanking the entrance, and on either side of the red-brown painted door stand large drums with peeling paint. The structure of the county office is indeed notable, with the foremost figure being the county magistrate, referred to as the chief official. He is accompanied by 2 deputies, the county vice and the chief clerk. These 3 are appointed officials of the court, holding ranks that were established during the era of Xu Qi'an. Beneath these 3 officials is the registrar, also known as the chief officer, who, however, lacks any rank and does not belong to the mainstream hierarchy. Following them are the 3 classes and 6 chambers. The 3 classes consist of the black class, the swift class, and the strong class, responsible for ceremonial duties, public order, and apprehension, respectively. While the 6 chambers correspond to the 6 ministries of the court. Xu Qi'an is a functionary within the swift class, commonly referred to as a constable. Upon entering the office, Xu Qi'an coincidentally encountered the registrar, who was currently summoning attendants. The moment the registrar, spotted Xu Qi'an, who bore a broadsword at his waist. He was momentarily taken aback, his expression resembling that of someone who had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. The officials around him, sensing their leader's unusual demeanor, turned to look, and soon wore similar expressions of astonishment. Xu Qi'an, are you human or a specter? Someone stammered. The registrar, noticed Xu Qi'an's shadow cast upon the ground, which relieved him somewhat. He regained his composure and stated, "What nonsense is being uttered in this court? Do ghosts cast shadows?" Upon hearing this, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Xu Qi'an pondered for a moment and quipped, "Perhaps I am a mere shell of a person." The registrar, was taken aback, and the other officials felt a tightening in their chests. Xu Qi'an quickly clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "I was merely jesting. It is an honor to see you, esteemed registrar, and my fellow colleagues. I have returned from prison." Li inquired, "What transpired?" They were aware that the Xu family had been imprisoned due to a tax case. It was evident that Xu Qi'an had sought to atone for his family's misdeeds and earn redemption through merit, as the emperor had shown mercy and pardoned the Xu family's offenses. Xu Qi'an promptly recounted the events, attributing the credit to his uncle, and produced a certificate issued by the Jingzhou Prefecture office. In his heart, he was aware that although the tax revenue had been located, the verdict had yet to be rendered, which indicated that the case of the missing tax revenue had not yet reached a conclusion. After all, due process must be followed, and matters do not resolve swiftly. Consequently, the group of constables at the Chonglu County office remained oblivious to this development. Once the roll call concluded, several familiar constables immediately approached to offer their congratulations. "Ningyan, you must treat us to drinks." In this era, friends were addressed by their titles rather than their names, while self-introductions utilized names instead of titles. Indeed, surviving a great calamity surely brings good fortune. A celebration is in order. I heard that the brothel on Lin Shui Street has recently acquired a new batch of courtesans. Ningyan, shall we go together tonight? While I can certainly treat you all to drinks, expecting me to pay for women is rather excessive. Xu Qi'an was about to decline, citing a lack of funds, when suddenly his foot struck a hard object. Looking down, he discovered it to be a broken piece of silver. Could it be that surviving a great calamity indeed brings good fortune? He promptly stepped on it, feigning interest in the scenery around him. Once the others had moved a few steps ahead, Xu Qi'an quickly bent down to pick it up, maintaining his composure as he tucked the coin into his money pouch. After traversing the corridor and sitting for a few minutes in the side hall to the west, Li Jian, with a sullen expression, entered and directed his gaze towards Captain Wang. "Old Wang, the county magistrate has summoned us to the inner hall." Captain Wang's expression darkened, and he exited in silence. Xu Qi'an, watching Captain Wang's departing figure, inquired, "What is going on?" The captain does not seem pleased. "During your recent stint in the prison, a murder occurred on Kongping Street, involving a rather wealthy and influential merchant. The county magistrate has been furious, berating Captain Wang daily. It's merely the demise of a merchant. Surely, it doesn't warrant such vehement indignation from the esteemed magistrate," observed Xu Qi'an, casually munching on melon seeds. Since time immemorial, the loss of life has been regarded as a grave matter. However, for a magistrate of the capital's suburban county, a dignitary of the 5th rank, such a reaction seems excessive. But the merchant was, in fact, related to a certain high-ranking official, a member of the Office of Scrutiny and Oversight. It seems pressure has been exerted from that quarter. Furthermore, the Yamen runner added, "This year is the year of Gengzi." "The year of Gengzi?" Xu Qi'an responded, uncomprehendingly. "The imperial audit," the Yamen runner clarified. Chapter 11. Shirking Duty. The Imperial Audit, the Great Feng's triennial evaluation system for Beijing officials, employs the 4 standards and 8 methods as criteria for promotion and demotion. Unqualified officials face demotion or even dismissal from their posts. With one's future at stake, it's quite understandable. Moreover, with a distant relative in the Office of Scrutiny and Oversight, a mere impeachment could spell doom. Unresolved homicide cases in Chonglu County provide ample ammunition for political adversaries to launch attacks. "How did he die?" Xu Qi'an inquired nonchalantly. He was returning late at night from collecting rent in the countryside when he encountered a burglar in his own courtyard and was offed, a colleague remarked with a tut. "Any witnesses?" Xu Qi'an asked. His wife heard a commotion and went out to investigate, only to find him already deceased in the courtyard. "However, we did discover footprints on the outer wall. Is it possible that an enemy disguised themselves as a thief to commit the crime? Xu Qi'an poured himself a cup of tea, adding a few candied plums from his colleague's stash. His tone mirrored that of a police officer discussing a homicide case with colleagues back in the precinct. Have you questioned the wife, children, servants, and neighbors? Did the deceased have any recent feuds? We've inquired with the wife, children, servants, and neighbors, and it appears the deceased had no recent disputes. Were the night patrols questioned? The Imperial Guards have reported no suspicious individuals in the vicinity that night. The capital is encircled by 3 formidable walls: the Palace City, the Inner City, and the Outer City. Although the Outer City is patrolled by soldiers during the night, there is no curfew. The city gates remain open throughout the 12 hours of the night. Merchants, provided they prepare in advance and carry their documentation, are free to enter and exit the city at will. This policy significantly enhances commercial trade within the capital, fostering economic growth. Xu Qi'an nodded. Thus, if it were a thief, it must be someone intimately familiar with the area around Kongping Street. How can you be so sure? The officials inquired, momentarily taken aback. The thief's ability to enter and exit the residence undetected by the patrolling soldiers indicates prior reconnaissance, suggesting a thorough understanding of the patrol patterns of the Imperial Guards. As Xu Qi'an analyzed the situation, he instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to find it empty. This absence stirred memories of his time in the police station, where colleagues would gather in small groups, smoking and discussing cases. It was during that time he had succumbed to the habit. His colleagues regarded him with surprise, acknowledging, "That is indeed a sound observation. How did we overlook this?" Indeed, after spending time in prison, Ning Yin has become quite astute. In an era devoid of systematic training programs, detectives relied solely on experience. Those with the best records ascended to positions of leadership. While you may not have considered this, Captain Wang certainly has. Have you inquired on the west side of the city? Xu Qi'an maintained a humble demeanor. His colleagues responded, "We have been asking for 2 days but have yet to identify a suspect. The west side is a slum, teeming with petty thieves and rogues. It is a mixed bag. Typically, when security issues arise, the officers, accompanied by auxiliary personnel, go there and apprehend suspects with ease. How much silver has been lost?" Xu Qi'an instinctively began to reason in his mind and inquired. One of his colleagues glanced at him and perceived a hint of the local magistrate's tone in his voice, thus responding, "Nothing is missing. The deceased had just collected rent, and what he retrieved were merely small silver coins, copper coins, and grains. After committing murder, how could a thief possibly escape with heavy chests of silver?" Wait a moment. Xu Qi'an narrowed his eyes. "If I were the thief and had already surveyed the area, I would undoubtedly choose to steal the next day rather than today." He refrained from voicing this doubt, instead munching on sunflower seeds while continuing to listen to his colleagues' idle chatter. What a pity for that exquisite lady, forced to live as a widow at such a young age. Her figure, TSK, one would be hard-pressed to find a woman of such caliber in the brothels. Even if it cost a few taels of silver for a single night, I would gladly pay, though not particularly young. She was merely 20 years younger than that Zhang fellow, seemingly just past 30. Women of this age are often the least capable of holding on to their widowhood. Upon hearing this, Xu Qi'an remarked, "A woman in her 30s is splendid. She is sensible and knows how to care for others." His seemingly sage words, however, did not earn the approval of his colleagues, who looked at him with laughter and jest. If one wishes to pursue the martial path, one must break through the qi refinement stage. Only then can one transcend the physical realm. Once one's yang energy dissipates, it becomes difficult to open the heavenly gate. Hence, Xu Qi'an has yet to subdue any female spirits. In the back hall where the magistrate resided, the head constable Wang, with skin as dark as that of a seasoned farmer, bowed his head and listened listlessly to the magistrate's reprimands. The magistrate, surnamed Zhu, was plump and prosperous. A native of Yanzhou, a third-class scholar from the imperial examination of the 20th year of the Yuanjing era. He was adept at maneuvering, yet lacked proficiency in official duties. A scholar whose practical capabilities were rather mediocre, but who possessed a keen understanding of the ways of governance. The advantages lie in a semblance of integrity. One may be somewhat greedy, yet not excessively so, and while inept, they do not disturb the populace. However, their shortcomings manifest in a temperamental demeanor toward subordinates, often resorting to acerbic language. Such incompetence, indeed, is staggering. It is known that Captain Wang, despite his efforts, yielded no results yesterday, inciting the ire of Magistrate Zhu. Given that he is an experienced veteran, how could he remain stymied by a mere homicide for so many days? Beads of sweat formed on Captain Wang's brow, feeling the prickling anxiety of impending scrutiny. With the capital inspection approaching, Magistrate Xu's irritability grew ever more pronounced. Li Jianshi, despite having a long-standing camaraderie with Captain Wang spanning over a decade, refrained from interjecting. He understood that the magistrate harbored aspirations for advancement, which necessitated two essential elements: a powerful patron and tangible achievements. Lacking achievements while possessing a patron could easily lead to impeachment and instability in position. Conversely, possessing both achievements and a patron would facilitate a steady ascent. But from where do such achievements arise? The capital inspection serves as a crucial benchmark for evaluation. After a quarter of an hour, Magistrate Xu withdrew his gaze and lifted his teacup for a sip. In the realm of officialdom, the custom dictates offering tea to a departing guest. Observing this, Li Jianshi subtly tugged at the silent Captain Wang, and the two left in a state of disarray. Upon returning to the lounge, Captain Wang's countenance was grim, and an immediate silence enveloped the disheveled room, with everyone cautiously regarding him. "Did Magistrate Xu berate you again?" one inquired. Captain Wang rolled his eyes and gulped down tea, exclaiming, "Curse it, when the dead are gone and the thief has fled, where am I to search?" Today had been particularly unfortunate. He had even lost a tael of silver. "That silver was yours to begin with," Xu Qi'an retorted, retracting his neck, sipping tea to mask his unease. Clearly, silver was not meant for him. After listening to Captain Wang's grievances, a junior constable proposed a rather dubious suggestion. Why not find a scapegoat? Xu Qi'an's brow furrowed. Finding a scapegoat is a term used in the lower echelons of the bureaucracy, signifying the act of identifying someone to take the blame. Due to the limitations of technology and equipment, most historical cases are left unsolved, with a dismally low resolution rate. Occasionally, for the sake of achieving political merit or under pressure from superiors, officials resort to finding scapegoats to fulfill their obligations. The process unfolds as follows. Local clerks select a group of habitual offenders, scribble their names on slips of paper, and the official randomly draws one. Whoever's name is drawn becomes the scapegoat, hence the term finding a scapegoat. Once the unfortunate individual is identified, the clerks apprehend them, bringing them to the magistrate's office where a process known as coerced confession unfolds, compelling even the most resilient individuals to confess. Superiors are satisfied, the intermediary officials gain recognition, and the clerks receive rewards. Everyone benefits. The scapegoat, though unfortunate, is merely a ne'er-do-well. Sending them to their fate could be seen as a service to the community. Such dubious maneuvers are rampant within the bureaucratic sphere. Captain Wang nodded, conceding, "It must be done this way. Shaoli, you handle this matter. Pick a few of the usual suspects, preferably older ones." Just as Shaoli was about to agree, Xu Qi'an interjected, "Wait. Chief, this case presents numerous ambiguities. It is not without avenues for investigation." Xu Qi'an could not accept this rationale. Despite having been away from the police force for many years, the principles he had established during that time remained intact. Although these individuals were indeed criminals, their crimes did not warrant death, even if they were deserving of punishment. It must be proportionate. Finding someone to take the fall would unjustly benefit the true perpetrator. Head Constable Wang furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he cast an irritable glance at him. The crowd urged, "Ning Yin, refrain from meddling. The chief faces daily reprimands, which are beyond his control, after all. He is merely a habitual troublemaker." Those with a closer rapport added, "Chief, Ning Yan's family has recently faced grave misfortune, so he is understandably sensitive to such matters." However, Head Constable Wang turned a deaf ear, fixating on Xu Qi'an with a displeased demeanor, his face stern. "Tell me how to investigate. Hand over the case files." Xu Qi'an responded directly. Chapter 12. A flurry of activity. Head Constable Wang occupied the main seat, his expression grave and silent. These past few days, Magistrate Xu's first inquiry upon rising was about the progress of the case. When Wang could not provide any substantial information, he resorted to colorful language. All the pressure fell squarely upon him as the head constable, while his subordinates sheltered under his umbrella, avoiding the storm without offering any assistance. Even engaging in arguments with him, Wang had every reason to be vexed, believing he bore a weight of pressure that was unwarranted for his age. With the case files now in hand, Xu Qi'an sat at the table, his focus intense as he scrutinized them. Around him, colleagues exchanged silent glances. Xu Qi'an's strategy was astute. The most effective way to appease old Wang was to solve the case. If that proved impossible, He could always invite old Wang to the peach blossom spring for some leisure time. After all, they had known each other for many years, and their friendship remained steadfast. Moreover, Xu Qi'an's reluctance to slack off stemmed not only from his principles, but also from a genuine desire to alleviate old Wang's burdens. The deceased, Zhang Yurui, aged 51, resided on Comping Street and was a prosperous dog breeder. He owned several acres of arable land in Chang'an County and operated 3 shops in the capital, selling silk, rouge, and sundries. His first wife had passed away, and he had since married a woman 20 years his junior from a respectable family. Zhang Yurui had a solitary son, the offspring of his late wife, with no other heirs. 20 years apart, Xu Qi'an silently scoffed. Is this what they mean by the notion that as long as one strives to amass wealth, one's future spouse could still be in kindergarten? For days prior, Zhang Yurui had gone to the countryside to collect rents and returned home around the hour of the tiger. His wife, deep in slumber, suddenly heard a chilling scream. Upon venturing outside to investigate, she found Zhang Yurui lifeless in the courtyard, with a dark figure scaling the wall in escape. This is the sequence of events. Upon perusing the coroner's report, Xu Qi'an discerned a particular anomaly. Exercising patience, he continued his examination, reviewing the testimonies of the deceased's family and servants. He closed his eyes, organizing his thoughts. Captain Wang let out a cold snort, tauntingly inquiring, "Pray tell, Xu Constable, who is the murderer and where might they be?" "Do not rush me, Chief." Xu Qi'an opened his eyes. "I noted in the case file that footprints were found on the outer wall of Zhang's residence. You deduced from this that the thief scaled the wall to flee, which aligns with the young woman's account." Captain Wang acknowledged with a grunt. The footprints faced outward, indicating they were left during the escape. Xu Qi'an continued, "Is there an issue?" Wang frowned. "Why would there be footprints?" "Because the soles were muddy." "And why was there mud?" "Because the area by the wall was a flower bed." Xu Qi'an nodded thoughtfully. "Then why are there no footprints leading into the courtyard in the case files?" Captain Wang was momentarily taken aback. In the ensuing silence, the other constables sensed his embarrassment and interjected, "Perhaps the intruder was cautious upon entering, thus leaving no trace." Another suggested, "Yet after committing the murder, in their haste to escape, they might have left footprints." Xu Qi'an cast a discerning glance at them. That is indeed a possibility. However, if the area beneath the wall is a flower bed, are there any footprints within it from the time of the intrusion? Logically, if the thief could leap over the wall from outside without leaving a mark on the flower bed, such agility would render it unnecessary to step on the wall for leverage while fleeing. The group exchanged perplexed looks, unable to respond. Yet, Xu Qi'an required no answer. He already discerned the truth. It was not a matter of yes or no, but rather one of ignorance. The constables had neglected to investigate this. "Ningyan, what is there to dispute?" Some remained unconvinced. Xu Qi'an did not reply but turned his attention to Captain Wang, who was deep in thought, and continued. "The deceased died from a blunt force trauma to the back of the head, correct?" Captain Wang nodded. "Death was instantaneous." Xu Qi'an inquired further. "I have a question. Why a blunt instrument? The perpetrator, engaged in such a heinous act, would naturally be armed. Wouldn't a knife or sword be more efficient?" The room fell silent, as the gravity of the inquiry dawned on them. Littlely ventured, "Perhaps the intruder initially did not intend to kill?" "No, that cannot be right." This time, it wasn't Xu Qi'an who retorted, but Head Constable Wang. He stood up, his eyes widening slightly. A blunt instrument struck the back of the head. A fatal blow. This indicates malicious intent. He settled back into his chair, muttering, "Indeed, why a blunt instrument? Why not a sharp one?" Unless the perpetrator lacked a suitable weapon at the time, Xu Qi'an posited. Constable Wang's eyes suddenly gleamed, as if he had caught a glimmer of understanding, but hadn't fully grasped it. "There's one last detail, which also concerns me," Xu Qi'an remarked, glancing at the case file. When the deceased's family was brought back to the county office for questioning, Zhang Yasher fainted due to prolonged kneeling. After examination, the doctor discovered she was pregnant. A posthumous child. Truly pitiable, the child loses its father before birth. The onlookers were irritating, interjecting one after another. "Zhang Yasher has been married to the deceased for nearly a decade, hasn't she? Why is she only now pregnant?" Xu Qi'an waited for them to finish before seizing the opportunity to speak. "Perhaps the child isn't the deceased's at all? If both the man and woman are healthy, it's unlikely they wouldn't have children for 10 years unless they were deliberately avoiding it. One of them must have a physical issue that makes conception difficult. And with ancient techniques for treating infertility, while not entirely impossible, the success rate would certainly be low." Constable Wang's breathing grew heavy. "Ningyan, clarify. Xu Qi'an took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Perhaps this isn't a burglary gone wrong, but a murder motivated by infidelity. Zhang Yangshi was unfaithful to her husband, and the paramour is either an outsider or the deceased's own son. Under the cover of the deceased's absence while collecting rent, the two clandestinely met. Unexpectedly, the deceased returned prematurely, catching them in flagrante delicto, sparking a heated altercation. In a fit of rage, the illicit lover seized a vase or some other blunt instrument, fatally striking the deceased. Zhang Yangshi and the adulterer hastily tampered with the crime scene, dragging the deceased into the courtyard, staging it as a burglary gone awry. Given the clandestine nature of their rendezvous, the paramour had scouted the location beforehand, familiarizing himself with the patrol patterns of the night watch, thus eluding detection by the imperial guards. A thief motivated by financial gain would scarcely choose that particular night to strike, but rather would bide his time until the deceased had converted the collected rent into easily transportable banknotes. Zhang Yangshi's narrative conveniently leveraged the rent collection, steering their conjectures toward a motive of greed. The constables in the room were dumbfounded. Could the perpetrator truly be discerned solely from perusing the case files? Ningen, this is no trifling matter. Refrain from making baseless assertions. But does it not resonate with a certain logic? Xu Qi'an's deductions left them in awe, prompting a sense of profound incomprehension. I merely ventured a bold conjecture based on the minutiae of the case. This may not reflect the verity of the matter, and further corroboration is warranted. Xu Qi'an responded to his astonished colleagues. The process of solving a crime entails gathering clues, followed by deductive analysis, and culminating in empirical validation. The collection of evidence. The thief evaded the watchful soldiers of the night. The timing of the break-in was peculiar. A blunt instrument was employed in the murder rather than a sharp weapon. Zhang Yang's wife is with child. Upon careful consideration by Xu Qi'an, these seemingly inconsequential details coalesced into a coherent trail of logic. Captain Wang felt as though his career had opened a new door. He took a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions. Upon reflection, he discovered a particular aspect of Xu Qi'an's statement that puzzled him. Why did you believe the paramour to be the son of the deceased? I harbor doubts regarding his reasoning for two reasons. Xu Qi'an leisurely sipped his tea, and in the eager gazes of Captain Wang and his colleagues, he slowly articulated. The deceased's son, Zhang Xian, stated in his testimony that he was in the study reviewing accounts that evening and did not sleep with his wife. If he was awake, how could he have failed to hear the commotion in the courtyard? The fact that Zhang Yang was awakened by screams indicates a significant disturbance. And yet this man, who was ostensibly alert, did not perceive a single sound. Does that not seem implausible? The second point is that if we cannot find traces left by the intruder in the flower bed, then this so-called thief may very well be a fabrication. From this deduction, the suspicion towards the deceased's son becomes quite pronounced. Enlightenment struck Captain Wang. He inquired, thus, the footprints on the wall were likely left intentionally to mislead us? Xu Qi'an speculated. Precisely, let us directly compare them with the boots of the deceased's son. Surely, he would not leave his own footprints. Captain Wang remarked. Xu Qi'an, filled with admiration, showered him with compliments. Indeed, Chief, your brilliance shines through, and you grasp the essence effortlessly. Indeed, it is the illustrious divine captor of Dafeng. After Xu Qi'an eloquently articulated his astonishing words, establishing a formidable presence, he swiftly turned to flatter with a fervor that was both amusing and gratifying. The visage of Captain Wang, resembling that of a weathered farmer, blossomed into a smile, feeling as though his own stature had significantly risen. I immediately sought out Lord Zhu, instructing the others to prepare as we would revisit the Zhang residence. The excitement was palpable on Captain Wang's sun-kissed face, his fingers gesturing towards Xu Qi'an as he emitted a hearty, tractor-like laughter, hastily departing the lounge in search of the county magistrate. I made a mental note to remember. The leader must also take heed, for when the time comes, we shall address it together. Chapter 13. Interrogation. Xu Qi'an observed his retreating figure with a sense of pessimism. With the passage of days, gathering evidence had become exceedingly challenging. The inability to examine fingerprints rendered the quest for proof nearly impossible. Surely, the footprints could not possibly belong to Zhang Xian. Pondering these limitations, he contemplated what methods might be applicable in this era to aid in solving the case. He rummaged through his thoughts for a solution. These incompetent clerks, so astute in their greed, could extract oil from a stone. Yet, when it came to official matters, they transformed into utterly ineffectual individuals. Inside the inner chamber, the county magistrate was in a fury. A homicide was a grave matter, and it was particularly vexing that the deceased had ties to Lord Xu of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices. And who were the officials at the court? They were self-proclaimed purists, akin to rabid dogs, ready to pounce on anyone they deemed unworthy, pinning accusations with a flourish. Accompanying him was Xu, the thin-faced clerk with a goatee, who smiled amiably and remarked, "If you continue to press so hard, my lord, they will surely slacken their efforts. They are all seasoned bureaucrats, well aware of the subtle maneuvers employed by their subordinates. In matters of officialdom, the clerks operate at the level of elementary students, while the most adept are found in the higher echelons of power. As for idling away time, Magistrate Xu scoffed, that may have been permissible in the past. But with the impending imperial inspection, if I were to be accused of coercing a confession, how could I justify my position?" Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Captain Wang entered the inner hall, pausing respectfully after crossing the threshold. His tone was laced with excitement as he announced, "My lord, I have made progress in the Zhang case. Please issue a warrant, and I shall apprehend the suspect immediately." Magistrate Xu exchanged glances with Clerk Xu. The former sneered, while the latter wore a knowing smile. Noticing their unusual expressions, Captain Wang urged, "My lord, time is of the essence." Magistrate Xu slammed his hand on the table and scolded, "Fool! What time do you think this is, still contemplating idleness? Do you possess the intellect of a pig? Coercing a confession may be feasible under normal circumstances, yet there lies a significant issue here. Once a suspect confesses, their testimony and the case files must be submitted to the Ministry of Justice for verification, which will ultimately render a verdict. With the imperial inspection approaching at year's end, the atmosphere in the capital's official circles is fraught with tension. Everyone is busy covering their own tracks, while keeping a watchful eye on one another, eager to seize any misstep of their political adversaries. This is a time when cases can be overturned at a moment's notice. Captain Wang hastily defended himself. "My lord, you misunderstand. I am genuinely confident in capturing the true culprit. This is no mere idleness. Please believe in my capabilities." "What level are you at? Do I not know?" Magistrate Xu remained unconvinced and glanced at old Wang. "Now, elaborate on your findings." Wang, the captain, mused to himself that it was time to showcase his capabilities. "My lords, allow me to elaborate on the numerous ambiguities present in the Zhang case," he articulated, meticulously recounting Xu Qi'an's deductions to the two officials. Initially, Magistrate Xu wore a sardonic smile, but as he listened, his posture unconsciously straightened. By the end, he fell silent, his expression grave, deep in contemplation. "How astute!" Xu, the clerk, clapped his hands with a resounding snap, exuding excitement. Peeling back the layers and clarifying the intricacies, he had managed to deduce the case's trajectory from seemingly trivial details. Even seasoned veterans of the Ministry of Justice could hardly surpass this. While verification remained necessary, this line of reasoning undoubtedly illuminated the previously murky path for the county office. Captain Wang chuckled, "You flatter me." Magistrate Xu scoffed, "Pray tell, who imparted this knowledge to you?" After a moment of reflection, suppressing his desire for recognition, Wang replied candidly, "The Swift Xu Qi'an." Swift does not refer to a live-streaming platform, nor is Xu Qi'an a broadcaster. It denotes the term for rapid clerks, also known as constables. Xu Qi'an. Magistrate Xu was the first to connect the dots. It is he. Having shared drinks with Xu Pingji on several occasions, Xu harbored a degree of familiarity with him. A few years prior, Xu Pingji had paid 20 taels of silver to procure the lucrative position of Swift clerk for his nephew. In the Dafeng Dynasty, bureaucratic roles were often hereditary, a stable and cherished opportunity. It could only be him. A smile spread across Magistrate Xu's face. Xu, the clerk, suddenly recalled the tax silver case involving the Xu family and immediately inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Captain Wang also leaned in, attentive. The magistrate of Xu chuckled softly. "The tax silver robbery case has stirred the entire city, and the Xu family is at the center of it, rightfully subject to accountability. Do you know why the Xu family has evaded punishment?" Captain Wang immediately responded. "It is said that Lord Xu of the Imperial Guard assisted in the case and earned merit, prompting the emperor's leniency in absolving him of his transgressions." This was what he had just heard from Xu Qi'an. Clerk Xu cast a glance at Magistrate Xu's expression and cautiously inquired, "Is there some hidden truth to this case?" The intricacies of the missing tax silver case were beyond Clerk Xu's current understanding, yet Magistrate Xu, as the local ruler of Chang'an County, despite being just a minor figure in the capital teeming with aristocrats, could not maintain his position without a powerful backing. Magistrate Xu scoffed. Su Pingji is merely a coarse warrior. He is but a scapegoat in this matter. Suddenly pausing, seemingly reluctant to divulge too much, he continued, it was not he who truly turned the Su family's fortunes around. Who could it be? Captain Wang instinctively inquired. Clerk Su's mind raced with the answer. Awaiting Magistrate Xu's continuation, it is Xu Qi'an. He unraveled the truth behind the tax silver case, as recorded in the documents. I had a colleague who served in the Jingzhou prefecture during the same year, Magistrate Xu stated. The sins of the father are inherited by the son. Although he is merely a nephew, the principle remains the same. Clerk Su gasped in astonishment. After the incident, Xu Qi'an should have been confined in the county jail. How did he manage this? Magistrate Xu pondered. I also found it inconceivable at first, but I have come to understand it now. Clerk Su similarly grasped the implications. Incredulous, merely based on the documents, merely based on the dossier, Captain Wang found himself bewildered. Such clandestine tales from the bureaucratic realm were occasionally overheard from the three esteemed officials above him. What astonished him was the notion that Xu Qi'an had exerted considerable influence in the case of the stolen tax silver, thereby rescuing the Su family. Captain Wang mused to himself, this cannot be right, it defies logic. When this young man first arrived, he was naively earnest and obstinate, solely focused on his tasks, a true greenhorn. How could such a novice, in the blink of an eye, become so astute in solving cases? Upon returning to the lounge with the ticket, Captain Wang found Xu Qi'an asleep at the table. The turmoil of the previous night had occupied Su's mind excessively, leading him to sleep only after the third watch. As others reached to rouse him, Captain Wang swiftly intervened, lowering his voice, let him rest. He selected 2 individuals and instructed, you shall accompany me to the Zhang residence. The trio, along with their respective white-clad assistants, a total of 9 individuals, hastily departed from the county office of Chang'an. The white-clad assistants were temporary laborers, a form of corvée service composed of common folk, unpaid and without provisions. Yet, they possessed a certain integrity. They bore no responsibility for the outcomes. Awakened by a commanding voice, Xu Qi'an wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and made his way to the main hall of the county office. He surmised that the suspects had already been apprehended, as the magistrate was conducting an interrogation before the court. In the courtroom, Magistrate Xu presided over the proceedings, flanked by clerks and attendants. Before him stood 3 rows of constables, while 2 individuals knelt in the center. One, a young man clad in embroidered azure robes, and the other, a beautiful woman in a purple silk skirt, her expression one of fear and anxiety, whereas the young man appeared relatively composed. With a resounding slap on the judgment board, Magistrate Xu thundered, who dares to speak? The woman instinctively glanced at the young man, who responded with a calm gaze and stood tall. I am Zhang Xian, he declared. The woman softly introduced herself. I am Yang Xinjin. Magistrate Xu barked. How did you 2 kill Zhang Yurui? Speak the truth. The woman trembled in fear, her long eyelashes fluttering, her expression betraying her terror. Zhang Xian, taken aback, exclaimed, Your Honor, how can you say such a thing? How could a humble citizen harm his own father? Magistrate Xu inquired, Where were you at the time of the incident? I was in the study, Zhang Xian replied. Why did you not share the bed with your wife? I was reviewing accounts. But is there any witness? At that late hour, who could be a witness? Zhang Xian's answers were coherent and unflustered, suggesting either a clear conscience or a well-prepared defense. Based on his reasoning, Xu Qi'an leaned towards the latter possibility. Although he lacked an alibi, there was equally no evidence to implicate him in the murder. Reasoning is one thing, but without concrete evidence, suspicion cannot be held. The magistrate then turned his attention to the woman, saying, Yang, I ask you, after 10 years of marriage to Zhang Yurui, why do you now claim to be with child? Be honest. Have you been unfaithful with your stepson and conspired to murder your husband? Yang was taken aback and wept. Your Honor, I am innocent. My health has been poor, and I have been nurturing myself for years. It is only now that I have finally conceived my husband's child. How can you accuse me of murdering my husband based on this? She began to sob pitifully. In such a manner, how could the truth be uncovered? Xu Qi'an gazed at the delicate woman for a moment, a thought stirring in his mind, leading to a promising idea. Chapter 14. Psychological Warfare. With a sharp slap, Magistrate Xu struck the wooden block once more, his voice booming. You claim to have seen a shadow commit murder and then flee over the wall. Why then? Have the constables found no footprints nor any signs of trampled flowers in the garden below? Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes darting around in confusion. This. Zhang Xian interjected, "My lord, how could the thief have entered our home, and how could my mother possibly know? If the county constables cannot uncover the truth, you cannot impose blame upon my mother and me. Mother and son, how dare you sully those words?" Xu Qi'an could no longer tolerate it. Magistrate Zhu, furious, commanded, "Such eloquence. Bring forth the punishment." In those days, the interrogation process typically unfolded in this manner: coercion and torture, often resulting in forced confessions in the absence of evidence. The challenges of gathering proof were immense, hindered by a lack of equipment and specialized techniques. Thus, the use of torture became an indispensable procedure, with both advantages and disadvantages. Zhang Xian raised his voice. "Is your excellency resorting to coercion? My uncle holds the esteemed position of a minister in the Ministry of Rights. Surely you would not dare to impeach him?" The term uncle referred to a distant relative within 5 degrees of kinship. Though the bloodline was thin, the relationship was close, for the Zhang family often provided benefits to this remote relative. Zhu's brows furrowed slightly. He was aware of the Zhang family's modest connections. "You dare to threaten this official? Seize him and administer 20 strokes." For constables advanced. 2 crossed their clubs around Zhang Xian's neck, while the others stripped him of his trousers. They began to strike with force, the sound of blows echoing throughout the courtroom, accompanied by Zhang Xian's anguished cries. With a grave countenance, Magistrate Zhu acknowledged that 20 strokes of the rod were insufficient to elicit a confession for homicide. 50 might compel compliance, yet also risk fatality. Furthermore, even were Zhang Xian to confess, the case's submission to the Ministry of Justice could see Zhang recant, aided by his kinship with a supervising secretary. Such a reversal might incur upon Zhu the accusation of extorting a confession. As Zhang Xian was held prone for the beating, Xu Qi'an beckoned to Geng Ding, who stood near Magistrate Zhu. Geng Ding hesitated, then receded a few paces before trotting over. "Convey a message. Entreat the magistrate to adjourn temporarily. I have a stratagem." Xu Qi'an murmured. "What stratagem could you possess? Speak not rashly, lest you implicate me," Geng Ding responded skeptically. "No resolution will be reached thus, and the magistrate finds himself in a precarious position. He will acquiesce. I shall treat you to wine later," Xu Qi'an assured. "Very well." Geng Ding hastened to Magistrate Zhu, whispered a few words, whereupon the magistrate turned his gaze towards Xu Qi'an. After a moment's reflection, he averted his eyes, struck the gavel, and declared, "Imprison both individuals forthwith. Court is adjourned." Within the inner chamber, Magistrate Zhu sipped the warm tea offered by a maidservant. Xu Qi'an, possessing but a rudimentary understanding of officialdom after several years in the system, promptly raised his teacup and took a small sip. "Suning, what stratagem do you propose?" Xu Qi'an was taken aback by the magistrate's unexpectedly mild demeanor, devoid of official airs. In his recollection, Magistrate Zhu was not so courteous to the clerks within the yamen. "Could it be that transmigration has improved my countenance?" he mused. "I can attempt it. Without torture?" "Assuredly." The magistrate of Zhu County was piqued with curiosity and, setting down his teacup, looked over, saying, "Tell me about it. There's no way you'd understand game theory. What's the point of discussing it?" Xu Qi'an chuckled. "Allow me to keep you in suspense. Your Honor, simply await good news." In the hushed confines of the forbidden chamber, Yang Xinjin was brought in, her moist eyes darting about, restless. She had anticipated being harassed by the clerks, but they had merely led her here and departed, which did little to alleviate her unease. Creak, the wooden door was pushed open, and a young man in constable attire entered, tall and upright, with chiseled features and handsome looks. "Don't be nervous. Let's just have a chat." The young man even brewed tea, his face wreathed in smiles. "You may call me Sir Su." Sir Su, unaccustomed to such preferential treatment. Yang Xinjin remained silent, watching him warily. Xu Qi'an, in turn, scrutinized the comely woman, as expected of a woman who had caught the eye of a wealthy man. She possessed a natural beauty, her looks only a shade below his aunt's. Her age was also ideal. A woman in her 30s, in his previous life, would have been at her most luscious and succulent. "Judging by all the gold and silver you're wearing, Zhang Yurui must treat you very well." Xu Qi'an broached the subject. Yang Xinjin remained noncommittal. "Actually, I think that, considering your age and the fact that you haven't conceived a child in all these years, the problem most likely lies with Zhang Yurui," Xu Qi'an stated. Yang Xinjin had expected an interrogation, but the young man's attitude and tone were surprisingly gentle, unlike the stereotypical image of a government official. Moreover, when it came to the inability to conceive, the blame was usually placed on the woman. Xu Qi'an's words were pleasing to the ear. She gradually relinquished her defenses, lamenting softly, "It is all my fault. My womb has been uncooperative. After so many years, I finally conceived, only for my husband to meet his demise at this juncture." As she spoke, her eyes welled up once more. "What's done is done," Xu Qi'an consoled. Before inquiring, "Did Zhang Yurui frequent brothels?" "Indeed, he was a regular patron," she responded. "Since time immemorial, which affluent men and high-ranking officials have abstained from visiting such establishments." "I see. Tread carefully with your words." At over 50 years of age, a frequent visitor to brothels, hence the depleted coffers. "I can almost ascertain that the child you carry belongs to the neighbor." Women who revel in nightlife are often blessed with fertility. The same holds true for young widows left to languish in solitude. "Suddenly, I find myself understanding you." Xu Qi'an clicked his tongue twice. "Zhang Yurui, past his prime, frequented brothels and neglected you. It would be understandable if you sought solace elsewhere. However, murder is inexcusable." Yang Xinjian's countenance shifted slightly. "This humble woman is unaware of what you imply, officer." Xu Qi'an chuckled. "I have perused the case files. That Zhang Xian is a full 7 years your junior." Yang Xinjian maintained a stern expression. "What is the meaning of your words, officer?" Xu Qi'an scoffed. "You are essentially preying on the young." "This humble woman is at a loss," Yang Xinjian replied, genuinely perplexed this time. "Then let us speak of matters you comprehend," Xu Qi'an declared in a grave tone. "Zhang Yangshi, you endured solitude, succumbing to the pangs of loneliness. Thus, you seduced your stepson, engaging in a shameless and immoral act. On the night of the incident, you seized the opportunity while Zhang Yurui was away collecting rent in the countryside and engaged in a clandestine affair with your stepson. Little did you know, Zhang Yurui returned prematurely, stumbling upon your adulterous liaison. The father and son engaged in a fierce altercation, during which you struck Zhang Yurui from behind with a vase, resulting in his demise. In a desperate attempt to conceal the crime, you both dragged Zhang Yurui's lifeless body into the courtyard, fabricating a narrative of a thief who committed murder. Zhang Xian deliberately left footprints on the wall to corroborate your account." Yang Xinjian, her face ashen and incredulous, stared at Xu Qi'an. "I am innocent, falsely accused," she exclaimed, her fists clenched and palms clammy with sweat. Panic surged within her. Xu Qi'an, having honed his skills in the art of interrogation, suppressed his gentleness, his expression impassive, exuding an air of indifference. "Are you not curious as to how I know this so precisely?" "Because Zhang Xian has already confessed." "This cannot be." A flicker of such emotion flashed in Yang Xinjian's eyes, her pallor deepening as she feigned composure, still denying, "The woman is wronged." "Do you believe your paramour incapable of confessing?" Xu Qi'an maintained his stoic demeanor. Despite his lack of vehement threats, his presence unnerved the fair lady all the more. "For you both believed your scheme to be flawless, when in fact it was riddled with flaws." Zhang Xian left only footprints leading out, yet none inside the residence. If a thief possessed agile skills, they would undoubtedly harness their potential to escape without leaving a trace. This is the first point. Secondly, Zhang Yurui succumbed to blunt force trauma, not a sharp weapon. According to the laws of Dafeng, anyone who enters a home without cause at night receives 80 lashes. Should the homeowner enact immediate lethal force, it is excusable. Xu Qi'an tapped the table. "Pray tell, which thief would enter a home unarmed?" Yet, Zhang Yurui fell victim to a blunt object. Yang Xinjian's countenance remained dazed. "I have not yet finished." Xu Qi'an let out a cold laugh. After shattering Yang Xinjian's psychological defenses, the true strike would follow. Chapter 15. The unchanging flaws of humanity throughout the ages. Why does the county office firmly assert that you are responsible for the death of Zhang Yurui, rather than attributing it to a thief? Dragging Zhang Yurui's body into the courtyard and attempting to disguise it as the work of a burglar is a clever ruse. However, you have committed a grave error. When Zhang Yurui died, his body lay in the courtyard, his feet directed towards the house, his head facing outward, with the fatal wound to the back of his head. This indicates that the assailant struck from behind, employing a blunt instrument. How could this be? If the culprit were a gentleman of the rafters, upon seeing the master return, he would either remain hidden or retreat, rather than audaciously strike and then leave empty-handed. Yang Xinjian was taken aback. She had not anticipated such numerous flaws in her narrative. Xu Qi'an's words struck her with overwhelming force. instilling within her a profound sense of exposure, as if all her actions were laid bare under the glaring light of day, leaving her nowhere to hide. The feeling of panic nearly consumed her. Is there nothing left to say? Zhang Qian has also fallen silent, thus he has implicated you. He further claimed that it was your unscrupulous seduction that entangled him. He had no desire to continue this affair, yet you threatened him with the child in your womb, coercing him. That very night, amidst the chaos, it was you who struck down Zhang Yurue. Zhang Qian, an innocent victim, recognized the multitude of inconsistencies and, knowing he could not escape his fate, confessed to the county magistrate, offering 500 taels of silver to smooth over relations and shift the blame entirely onto you, leaving you to bear the guilt of murdering your own husband. As Yang Jinjin listened, her fear deepened, and her face grew increasingly despondent. Upon learning that Zhang Qian had betrayed her, her once lovely visage turned ghostly pale, devoid of any color. You are well aware of the nature of Zhang Qian. Xu Qi'an remarked deliberately. What kind of person Zhang Qian truly was remained a mystery to Xu Qi'an. He simply could not believe that a relationship devoid of love, founded solely on desire, could possess any lasting strength. Furthermore, Zhang Qian, a wealthy scion, was blessed with inheritance and youth, with an entire ocean of possibilities before him, replete with the scent of the sea. Why would he sacrifice everything for a mere woman? Yang Jinjin succumbed to despair. Yet, Xu Qi'an gently coaxed her, the county magistrate, a paragon of integrity and righteousness, does not blindly trust Zhang Qian's one-sided account. He has sent me to inquire, and if you come forth with the truth, the magistrate promises to spare you from the death penalty. Yang Jinjin abruptly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears, as though she had grasped a lifeline. She asked in a trembling voice, "Is that truly the case?" Xu Qi'an nodded affirmatively, indeed. Seeing that he had finally shaken Yang Jinjin's resolve, Xu Qi'an promptly opened the door and beckoned the scribe waiting outside to enter and take down her statement. Yang Jinjin's psychological defenses crumbled, and she recounted the truth in its entirety. However, her account diverged somewhat from Xu Qi'an's earlier words. In essence, the affair between her and Zhang Qian could be summarized as a transformation from an admonition of propriety to a lament over a deceased spouse, questioning whether she was deemed too old. The fleeting thrill of infidelity led to familial ruin. After the incident that night, a conflict erupted between father and son, culminating in Zhang Qian inadvertently striking his father to death with a vase. In a bid to evade culpability, he conspired with Yang Jinjin, fabricating a narrative of being a thief committing murder. Regrettably, the two individuals were mere commoners, lacking expertise, and thus had numerous oversights. They also encountered Xu Qi'an, a formidable opponent. After completing the recorded statements, Xu Qi'an and the magistrate departed from the confinement chamber. The seasoned magistrate, having served over 20 years in the county office, was thoroughly impressed by Xu Qi'an's audacious tactics. It was indeed a refreshing encounter after a 3-day separation. In his long tenure, he had never witnessed such an approach to legal proceedings. The prisoner's dilemma had become a commonplace scenario, eliciting undue astonishment from those of ancient times. Xu Qi'an waved dismissively, referring to it as mere trifling skills. He opted to exploit Yang Jinjin's naivety, knowing she was ill-versed in the law, aptly characterizing women of this era as having long hair, yet short knowledge. During the magistrate's examination, Xu Qi'an had observed her for some time and discerned her weak character and lack of decisiveness, leading to his cunning plan. He had just deceived Yang Jinjin. According to the laws of Dafeng, adultery and the murder of one's husband warranted death by dismemberment for the woman, while the male accomplice faced beheading in public. There was no possibility of escaping the death penalty. In this case, the culprit was Zhang Qian, guilty of patricide, which also led to dismemberment. Xu Qi'an harbored no objections regarding the demise of such a beast who committed patricide. He merely believed that Yang Jinjin was an accessory and did not deserve death. This belief conflicted with the legal principles he had cultivated in his previous life. Every era possesses its own rules, and adapting to prevailing norms is essential for survival. Xu Qi'an reminded himself. When Zhang Qian was confronted with Yang Jinjin's testimony, he was caught off guard and could no longer feign innocence, ultimately succumbing to despair and confessing. Xu Qi'an took both statements to the inner chamber. Magistrate Zhu held a teacup in his left hand and a scroll in his right, engrossed in reading. Upon noticing Xu Qi'an's entrance, he set down both the book and the tea, inquiring, "What news do you bring?" Xu Qi'an placed 2 confessions on the table, proclaiming, "I have fulfilled my duty." Magistrate Xu immediately seized the documents, shook them, and after a meticulous examination, slammed his palm on the table in outrage, exclaiming, "What nonsense! What utter nonsense!" Old Xu felt that his scholarly principles had been challenged. After his fury subsided, he glanced at Xu Qi'an. His impression of the young man elevated to heights of admiration. "Ningyan, I shall commend you for this achievement. Your skills are remarkable. It is all due to your wise guidance, my lord. I have merely absorbed a modicum of knowledge from your teachings," Xu Qi'an humbly responded, showering Xu with flattering praise. The magistrate's expression brightened with delight. As the evening wore on, Captain Wang suggested a celebratory feast and led 8 swift-footed companions to the tavern. With the silver standard maintaining stable prices, a single tael of silver could secure a lavish banquet even at a grand establishment, let alone a tavern. Thanks to Xu Qi'an's remarkable reasoning and his even more astonishing interrogation skills, he had become the center of attention. With Captain Wang even seeking his counsel on the interrogation process. The woman had a timid disposition and could not withstand intimidation. Her situation was not particularly dire. Xu Qi'an, seasoned in the ways of the world, refrained from boasting and remained grounded. However, Captain Wang and his colleagues were thoroughly engrossed, feeling as though they had unlocked the door to a new realm of understanding. They eagerly raised their glasses to Xu Qi'an. After several rounds of toasting, the conversation among the gentlemen inevitably drifted towards the brothels and pleasure quarters. In this regard, Captain Wang took the spotlight. He clapped Xu Qi'an on the shoulder, saying, "Ningyan, today I shall take you to the pleasure quarters for some indulgence." Laughter erupted among the group, all aware of Xu Qi'an's innocence. "Are you treating us, Chief? That would cost quite a bit." Captain Wang declined the offer, not inviting guests. Xu Qi'an said in a deep voice, "I am not that kind of person. Once I have lost my virtue, I shall never attain the qi refining realm in this lifetime." Speaking of the brothel, a facet of traditional culture, it encompasses profound knowledge. Xu Qi'an listened intently, mentally summarizing. Egolin refers to a brothel, catering to common folk, while Qingla represents a more upscale establishment, frequented by wealthy merchants and dignitaries. Isn't this akin to hair salons and exclusive clubs? In the Great Feng Dynasty, when discussing the culture of the brothel, one cannot overlook the Jiafangxi. The women of Jiafangxi are truly exquisite. As Captain Wang lamented, they are all the wives of officials, each possessing delicate skin, as if they could be squeezed for dew. Earlier this year, I had the fortune of accompanying the county magistrate into those establishments. I was fortunate enough to glimpse the enchanting Miss Fu Xiang, whose beauty rivals the moon. A look of astonishment appeared on Captain Wang's face. "Who is Miss Fu Xiang?" Xiao Li inquired. "Boss, did you sleep with her?" Fu Xiang is the courtesan of Jiafangxi. Had she not had a patron that night, I would have already been with her, Captain Wang boasted, puffing himself up. "How much silver for a night?" Xu Qi'an pondered. 30 taels. Xu Qi'an tossed him a handful of peanuts. "Boss, have some peanuts. Look at how intoxicated you are." 30 taels of silver could procure several young ladies to entertain at home. TSK, the unchanging flaw of humanity throughout the ages, is the inflation of prices. One must be foolish to seek the courtesan in the Jiafangxi. Chapter 16. Xu Qi'an's diary. Today is the year of Gengzi, month of Bingxiu, day of Jiawu. What a jumble! Had it been in the past, I would surely be at a loss. Fortunately, I have inherited the memories of the original owner. According to my deductions, it must be the year of the rat, specifically October 18th in the Gregorian calendar. Well, I shall commence my diary. After all, I am not a particularly serious individual. My uncle is right. I need to adopt a different way of living. In this wretched society, achieving great heights is not necessarily a blessing. History is replete with high-ranking officials who faced ruin. What manner of individuals can lead a fulfilling life? Upon reflection, it appears to be the middle class. They enjoy a more prosperous existence than the average person, while remaining aloof from high-stakes conflicts. Enduring minor setbacks is inconsequential. This stratum of society is indeed the most content. Additionally, today I found a coin at the market. On October 19th, the weather was overcast. I must acquire wealth, for in this world, gold is more reliable than silver. Although merchants hold no esteemed position, it is merely a matter of gain and loss. I plan to resign from my position soon. No longer serving as a constable in the yamen, earning 2 taels of silver and a stone of rice per month. When will I ever have the opportunity to visit the pleasure quarters and sleep with the courtesans? On October 20th, the weather remained gloomy. I shall not rush to resign. I will first establish my business before taking that step. Today, I witnessed a colleague extorting merchants with a ticket, and it left me feeling quite uneasy. Yet, I understand this is the norm of society. Had I been the impassioned individual I once was, I would have vehemently protested. Life has dulled my edges. When you find yourself unable to alter anything, learn to embrace silence. Furthermore, today I found another coin in the yamen. On October 21st, the weather was clear. Today, Chief Wang took me to a brothel, and my perception of such establishments has shifted. They are venues for both music and drama, where the spiritual and corporeal intertwine. I am still in the realm of refinement and must not indulge. It fills me with profound melancholy. After observing for a while, none could compare to the beauty of my aunt. She embodies a voluptuous and radiant charm, yet carries herself with the grace and dignity of a virtuous lady. The women in the brothel were too frivolous, their demeanor too tainted by the world's vulgarity. In this light, both Ling Yue and my aunt truly stand out in their beauty. Then, I found a silver coin in the brothel, just enough to cover the cost of listening to music and dining. Have I been unusually lucky lately? October 22nd, enjoyed music at the brothel. October 23rd, enjoyed music at the brothel. October 24th, enjoyed music at the brothel. Officer Wang asked why I was so happy. Because freeloading brings me joy. October 25th, Xu Qi'an. Oh Xu Qi'an, how could you fall so low? You must not continue like this. Have you forgotten your goals? Set a small goal first, earn 100 million. October 26th, enjoyed music at the brothel. October 27th, enjoyed music at the brothel. Today, I didn't find any silver, so I paid a coin for the services. Ugh, what a filthy place. I'm never coming back. October 28th, this world has gunpowder, firearms, and even soap, which works surprisingly well. So my soap-making plan is ruined. I despise alchemists. Wait, glass. I could make glass. It's a fantastic material. These ancients probably haven't seen it. October 29th. Oh, they have glass too. I need to find another way. Today, I found my uncle's hidden stash at home, a silver coin. October 30th. Enjoyed music at the brothel. On October 31st, I stumbled upon yet another lucrative scheme, the enhancement of paper. With the prosperity of the great phone, I envisioned that by producing superior paper, I could amass wealth effortlessly, indulge in the finest cuisine, and repose with the most exquisite courtesans. However, I pondered over the intricate process of paper-making. Entire paragraph crossed out. Enough of such trivialities. A more promising idea has emerged, manufacturing cement. I am well acquainted with its constituents: calcium carbonate, silicon dioxide, aluminum oxide, and iron oxide, all meticulously blended according to specific physical and chemical standards. Oh, today I found a small coin at the market. What a curious occurrence. Am I perhaps too fortunate in my discoveries? This unsettling thought lingers in my mind. By November 2nd, my cement venture had faltered. Theoretical knowledge and practical skills are indeed two distinct realms. How painfully true. On November 3rd, my savings had dwindled to nothing, prompting me to seek financial assistance from my uncle, who, being rather impoverished himself, was unable to help. Upon learning of my plight, Xu Qi'an first expressed his disdain, then mockingly ridiculed me, only to ultimately grant me 5 taels of silver. Despite his sharp tongue and prideful demeanor, my cousin is, in truth, quite admirable. Without Xu Qi'an, the great phone would remain shrouded in eternal night. Such was my retort. Xu Qi'an, blushing furiously, departed in a huff. Ah, Erling, were it not for our brotherly bond, I would bestow upon you the role of the heroine. On November 5th, I accompanied the constables to a tea house to pass the time. For the first time, I listened to a storyteller weave tales. And a sudden inspiration struck me. If I were to pin the martial arts novels of future generations, the 4 great classics, and online literature, I could earn a fortune while reclining comfortably. What a clever thought indeed. November 7th. Another silver tael has come into my possession. The funds for tomorrow's visit to the pleasure house are now secured. I was excessively naive, penning a novel of hundreds of thousands, even millions of words, with a writing brush. Though I could fashion charcoal pencils, alas, the contents of the narrative elude my memory. A fortnight into this transmigration, and I have achieved naught. I am on the verge of utter despair. November 8th. The weather is rainy, mirroring my current disposition. Though I possess a modicum of knowledge in various fields, when it comes to converting them into silver, to creating something from nothing, I find myself wanting. I have come to a profound understanding of the shortcomings of examination-oriented education. Today, a conversation with my second uncle exposed me to numerous affairs of officialdom. Combined with my own observations as a constable in the yamen, I have come to realize that this world is far more wretched than I had imagined. Rampant corruption is the norm. Petty corruption is considered virtuous. And honest officials are rarer than virgins in a brothel. November 9th, overcast. Why has Miss Kai Wei from the Imperial Observatory not sought me out? Does she not desire the legendary alchemical secrets? The young lady's beauty rivals that of my sister Ling Wei. Her face is a charming oval, and her eyes are large and captivating. With my masterful skills of courtship, I might just win her affections. Whether she is a disciple of the grand astrologer is of no consequence. It is merely that, in this callous society, I yearn for love. Come find me. I have no desire to strive any longer. On November 10th, I found myself unwilling to accept the failure of my novel plan. Thus, I recounted the general plot of the tale of Liang Shanbua and Xu Yingtai to my two younger sisters. The narrative was rather simplistic, as I had forgotten many details. Upon hearing it, Ling Yue's eyes reddened, while Ling Yin remained composed. I playfully struck her, prompting her to cry, which I deemed a fitting response for her age. On November 11th, I shared a drink with Li Dianshi. In a state of mild inebriation, he remarked that the princess of the North Town was the most beautiful woman in the realm. I inquired about her beauty, but he could not articulate it, as his knowledge was merely secondhand from the county magistrate. Later that evening, upon returning home, I discreetly approached my second uncle for information. His expression was quite peculiar as he struggled to describe the princess's beauty with his limited vocabulary. I distilled his words to the essence, astounding, indeed. This piqued my interest and anticipation toward the princess ever so slightly. By November 12th, I had achieved nothing, bringing shame upon my country and myself as a time traveler. On November 13th, marking 1 month since my arrival in this world, my salary was disbursed, and I resolved to dedicate myself to my work. I would approach business endeavors gradually. On November 14th, I visited a tea house to enjoy some music. Chapter 17. Daily banter with Aunt in the small courtyard. Xu Qi'an stood beneath the eaves, nonchalantly tossing a diamond-shaped projectile without earnest aim. Yet, astonishingly, it struck the bullseye of a wooden post 20 paces away. This was not due to Xu Qi'an's exceptional skill in throwing, but rather, a stroke of luck. There must be something amiss with this body, Xu Qi'an muttered to himself. His fortune was remarkably favorable. For an entire month, he had serendipitously stumbled upon a total of 2 taels of silver, which was equivalent to half a month's salary. This sum was sufficient for an ordinary family of 3 to subsist frugally for 3 months. What was most peculiar was that he consistently found precisely 1 tael of silver each time, a phenomenon that transcended mere luck. Without needing to inquire further, it was evident that something unusual was afoot. System Daddy? Come forth. Do not hide from me. Xu Qi'an ventured tentatively, yet the system remained unresponsive. Over the past month, he had made countless attempts to awaken the system, only to be disillusioned by the stark reality that it did not exist. How then could one explain this bizarre streak of fortune? It was unfathomable that someone like him, who had never won a lottery prize despite investing 5 yuan since childhood, could evolve into a figure of extraordinary luck. Yet, the lifespan of such fortune was notoriously fleeting. Xu Qi'an chuckled bitterly at his own self-deprecation. One thing was certain. The original owner possessed no extraordinary luck. Had he done so, his aunt would not have regarded him with disdain, but rather revered him like an ancestor. The entire family would cease their efforts, relying solely on his windfall to sustain their living. This inexplicable bestowal left one feeling unnerved and unsettled. Xu Qi'an's gaze darkened as he sighed. I can only take it 1 step at a time. Today was a day of rest. Xu Qi'an vaulted over a wall of roughly 10 feet in height to visit his uncle's home for breakfast. The small courtyard he resided in had initially belonged to an elderly steward of the Xu family, separated from the main residence by merely a wall. After the steward passed away, the courtyard lay vacant until Xu Qi'an, in a fit of anger following a dispute with his aunt, relocated here. The original owner had a stubborn temperament, typically preparing his own meals, while his uncle would occasionally scale the wall, bringing wine and dishes to share a drink with his nephew. Currently, Xu Qi'an finds no necessity to bear the burdens of the original owner's obsessions. Rising early to prepare breakfast proves a daunting task, while dining out would be an extravagant waste of money. Surely, the allure of listening to music in a tea house captivates him, especially with the sight of young ladies clad in sheer skirts swaying gracefully. In the inner hall, his aunt, adorned in a dark red wide-sleeved dress, caught sight of Xu Qi'an's entrance. She merely pursed her lips and lowered her gaze to her bowl of porridge. Not hailing from a wealthy family, her father was merely a scholar, barely qualifying them as part of the literary elite. having been influenced by her upbringing. She possesses a reasonable disposition. Recently, she had reluctantly acknowledged the misfortunes of her nephew, and finding it difficult to dismiss him. She chose to overlook the fact that this youth in poverty had now become quite charming. Little Do Ding stood before a round stool, upon which lay her breakfast, 3 meat buns, 2 fried dough sticks, a platter of pickled vegetables, and a large bowl of white porridge. "Big brother," she called out indistinctly. "Where is Xu? Xu Qi'an inquired. Xu is Xu Qi'an's courtesy name, in addition to his given name. "He is locked in his room composing poetry," Xu Pingji replied, taking a seat. Xu Qi'an watched as Green E headed over with a bowl of white porridge, 6 meat buns, a plate of pickled radishes, and a bowl of tofu pudding. A martial artist at the essence refinement stage possesses a considerably larger appetite than the average person. However, one at the Qi training stage, like his uncle, has an appetite not dissimilar to that of an ordinary individual, just half full. Xu Qi'an mused, casting a glance at little Do Ding. With a warm smile, he asked, "Ling Ying, would you be so kind as to share a meat bun with your elder brother?" Everyone regarded him with curiosity. The family's youngest daughter cared little for anything but food. Whoever dared to snatch from her bowl would face her fierce wrath. "No." Little Do Ding instinctively spread her arms, resembling a hen fiercely protecting her chicks, guarding her meal. "Do not rush. My brother will ensure you do not suffer any loss." Xu Qi'an picked up a meat bun and placed it on her plate, pointing to the 4 buns and inquiring, "Do these 4 meat buns not belong to all of us?" Su Lingyin pecked at her head, pondering, shouldn't they be divided equally? Tilting her head, she contemplated for a moment before nodding. "You shall have 2 buns, and I shall have 2, and then I shall gift you half a youtiao. Do you not consider yourself fortunate?" Indeed, Su Lingyin was swayed by the logic, feeling quite lucky, her face beaming with joy. "Su Lingwe." Su Pingji glanced at his niece. His aunt, exasperated, exclaimed, "How could I have given birth to such a foolish daughter? You drive me to madness." The little one felt quite wronged, having indeed gained half a youtiao, yet her mother still scolded her. At that moment, Su Qi'an entered, reciting something under his breath. His eyes unfocused, he sat down, eating while pondering. His aunt exhaled, ignoring the dim-witted child, and turned her concern towards her promising son. "Ninner, why are you composing poetry in such a state? Every person has their strengths and weaknesses. Do not heed the slander of outsiders." Su Qi'an excelled in strategy, though poetry was his weak point. "When will you break through and reach the 8th grade of self-cultivation?" Su Qi'an suddenly inquired. Su Qi'an followed the Confucian path of cultivation. The Yunlu Academy, founded by the foremost disciple of the Confucian sage, boasts a history of over 1,200 years. It is a hallowed ground long coveted by scholars. The Academy's distinguished status is not solely due to its founding by a sage's disciple. Most importantly, it remains one of the few institutions where Confucianism and Taoism can be cultivated. The 9th grade of Confucianism, enlightenment. Achieving enlightenment solely enhances memory, enabling one to read with exceptional speed and strengthens learning capabilities, yet it does not improve combat prowess. Lacking immediate direction, mentors advise self-discovery. Su Qi'an shook his head in disappointment. "Perhaps you could enlighten me regarding the realm of enlightenment?" Su Qi'an inquired. Su Qi'an reflected. "The realm of enlightenment is attained by reciting the classics of the sages fluently and internalizing their essence, transforming them into one's own understanding. Reciting fluently, internalizing its essence." Su Qi'an mused, nodding thoughtfully. The former requires considerable time dedicated to memorization, while the latter relies on a degree of comprehension. This parallels the refinement realm of the martial system, where one diligently tempers one's life force and forges the physical form over years. Then, in terms of self-cultivation, does one also need to temper the physical form? Su Qi'an asked. Su Qi'an contemplated for a moment before responding. A scholar in the realm of self-cultivation possesses unwavering resolve, and their words and actions inspire conviction and galvanize morale. I am attempting to deduce the method of cultivation from the abilities manifested in the realm of self-cultivation. And have you been successful? Su Qi'an feigned deafness, turning to his mother and saying, "An elder from the academy has embarked on an official career, journeying to Qingzhou. The students of the academy will bid him farewell tomorrow and offer parting poems." At this point, Su Qi'an lamented, "I have yet to compose a farewell poem." Su Lingyue quietly remarked, "Second brother lacks poetic talent." The aunt cast her a disapproving glance, retorting, "Your second brother is brimming with talent. He simply hasn't focused on the art of poetry before." Su Pingji scratched his head, Just pen a few lines casually. I thought the verse you blurted out the other day possessed great verve. Ha ha ha. Xu Qi'an chuckled. Xu Qi'an's lips twitched, and he awkwardly changed the subject. That elder is a renowned Confucian scholar, celebrated throughout the land, and exceptionally skilled in poetry. Those who came to bid him farewell were all scholars of considerable poetic talent, harboring not only admiration for the elder, but also the desire to cultivate connections. If one could gain the appreciation of that senior, the benefits would be manifold. Well, finally thinking of cultivating connections. Xu Qi'an, with his lofty pride, always had phrases like the friendship of gentlemen is as light as water and a gentleman is friendly, but does not form factions on his lips. Having experienced this crisis, he finally realized the advantages of quid pro quo. As the elder brother, Xu Qi'an was greatly gratified to make the second son, who was not particularly skilled in poetry, put in so much effort to cultivate connections. He must be a significant figure. The aunt became anxious. What can we do? Xu Qi'an said helplessly, Mother, literature is inherently perfect, only occasionally touched by skillful hands. Poetry is the same. After speaking, he lamented, if I could have cultivated a connection with this literary senior back then, perhaps I could have saved you from prison, and you wouldn't have been left with no one to turn to for help. The aunt immediately frowned, more concerned about her son's future than anyone else. A true Confucian scholar has integrity, and sending silver or gifts would not work. One must appeal to their interests, making them feel that you are worth befriending and that they look up to you. Su Pingji frowned deeply. Your maternal grandfather was just like you, only able to write essays, with no poetic talent whatsoever. The aunt was unconvinced, her beautiful eyebrows raised. What do you mean by that? Is it my father's fault? Xinyan's ability to pass the imperial examination is all thanks to my Li family, because he takes after me. Look at Lingyin. She takes after you and hasn't even been enlightened yet. Su Xinyan and Su Lingwei inherited their mother's appearance, possessing a beauty that incites envy. Little Su Lingyin, resembling her father, appears endearingly naive amidst her cuteness. Su Ershu fell silent. Xu Qi'an, unwilling to concede, retorted, Aunt, your assertion is flawed. Are you implying that the Su family's genes are dull? The concept of genetics seemed lost on her, as she scoffed. Had you possessed the aptitude for academics, you wouldn't have pursued martial arts. Even with Su Erlang's notorious temperament, he contemplated forming connections. The elder from the academy undoubtedly held a respectable status. Erlang's network translates into my own, and it is imperative that I assist him. Xu Qi'an's thoughts flickered as he pondered a timeless masterpiece that could serve as a farewell poem. Although he had no intention of mingling within the scholarly circles, leveraging resources for advantageous outcomes was a pursuit worth engaging in. Soon, a notion crystallized within him, focusing on a particular poem. Xu Qi'an bit into a meat bun with fervor, declaring, You wish to write poetry? Today, let it be known that every member of the Su family is exceptionally talented. He now contemplated whether this poem might be deemed overly exceptional, for only the finest works are immortalized in textbooks. Chapter 18. Shopping with Sister. The essence of poetry lies in the mastery of tonal patterns. As long as this principle remains intact, even in another world, the poetry retained from the 9 years of compulsory education would still bear relevance. Xu Qi'an cast him a sidelong glance, lifting his chin as he recited, In the sky, a bird soars. On the ground, a worm crawls. The bird descends while the worm cycles back. Buffed Su Lingwei stifled a laugh, but upon receiving a sharp glare from Xu Qi'an, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Such sharp tongue, I feel an urge to strike him. Xu Qi'an's lips twitched. This poem was penned by the original owner at the tender age of 10, a creation inspired during the early education of the Su family's 3 siblings, facilitated by their aunt's father, the learned grandfather. On one occasion, the scholarly grandfather tested their literary skills, resulting in the emergence of this exquisitely crafted poem. The aunt jested. Ningyan, it's not that I look down upon you. The old Su family has only produced one scholar in recent years. The handwriting of you two, uncle and nephew, resembles the scrawl of insects. If you can't even write properly, how dare you attempt poetry? She scoffed, rolling her eyes with an air of elegance. Uncle Su felt a touch of embarrassment and cleared his throat, saying, Ningyan, let's refrain from meddling in the affairs of scholars. Today is a day of rest. Shall we lend a hand in the courtyard? The implication was clear. You, young lad, should not meddle in matters beyond your grasp. Your ignorance might bring shame upon me, and I would rather not endure the ridicule of my wife. Endless yellow clouds obscure the bright sun. Xu Qi'an remarked lightly. The aunt rolled her eyes again, and resumed sipping her porridge. Meanwhile, Xu Ershu wiped the corner of the young girl's mouth, stained with grease. Xu Qi'an furrowed his brows. While a single line might not reveal much, Xu Qi'an's ability to compose such a meticulously structured 7-character quatrain was indeed surprising. The north wind blows, and the geese fall like snowflakes. Xu Qi'an paused, as vivid images formed in his mind. Su Lingwei raised her head, her lively and beautiful eyes gazing in astonishment at her cousin. Xu Qi'an lowered his head to continue drinking his porridge, choosing silence. What happens next? What happens next? Xu Qi'an pressed eagerly, the sensation akin to being in a tea house, listening to a storyteller recount a tale. Just as the narrative reached a captivating climax, the storyteller abruptly struck the wooden block to learn how the story unfolds. Please await the next installment. It was enough to incite a desire to strike someone. I am not adept at composing poetry. Xu Qi'an cast a casual glance at his aunt, finding her particularly dignified and beautiful today, devoid of any implication that she should apologize. His aunt widened her striking eyes and turned to her son, inquiring, "Is this poem truly remarkable?" Su Lingyue gently replied, "It possesses profound imagery." Although her literary exposure was limited, she could discern that the initial couplet was a splendid example of 7-character verse. Observing his children's reactions, Su Pingji was taken aback. His gaze fixed intently on Xu Qi'an, a mixture of astonishment and anticipation in his eyes. "Do not despair that you lack kindred spirits on your journey. Who in the world does not recognize you?" Xu Qi'an savored a youtiao and recited the subsequent lines. With a clatter, Su Erlang's chopsticks fell from his grasp onto the table. "Do not despair that you lack kindred spirits on your journey. Who in the world does not recognize you?" He murmured, captivated by the poem's essence. Su Lingyue shivered slightly, goosebumps rising on her skin. Su Pingji chuckled, "Goodness. There's a strangely spine-chilling sensation in listening to this." Though his aunt felt a tinge of discontent, she concurred with her husband's sentiment. The power of poetry lies in its ability to evoke profound emotional resonance. Even those unversed in the craft, unfamiliar with the nuances of meter, cannot help but feel a shiver upon encountering timeless masterpieces. This sensation was one Xu Qi'an had often experienced during his studies, as he was profoundly moved by the classic works in his literature textbooks. 1,000 miles of yellow clouds under the waning sun. The north wind drives the wild geese in a flurry of snow. Do not despair that you lack kindred spirits on your journey. Who in the world does not recognize you? Xu Qi'an could not restrain himself from rising, a flush of excitement coloring his cheeks, rendering his already exquisite features even more enchanting. Such a masterpiece. Although he was not adept in the art of poetry, as a scholar, who does not yearn for composing 100 poems after indulging in wine? Upon hearing exquisite verses, one cannot help but beat time and sing along, filled with fervent passion. When did you acquire the skill of composing poetry? Xu Qi'an's gaze was fixed intently on Xu Qi'an, his eyes gleaming with astonishment and bewilderment. When have I ever professed my inability to write poetry? Xu Qi'an chuckled. Can the poems I composed during my early education be representative of my current abilities? I have always possessed a considerable talent for poetry, but I have merely chosen not to reveal it. So it turns out that Ningyan is the true seed of scholarship in our Xu family, Xu Ershu exclaimed with delight, his face beaming with joy. Had I known this earlier, I would have encouraged you to pursue your studies instead of abandoning them for martial arts. The aunt, unconvinced, opened her mouth to retort, but could not utter a compelling rebuttal. No, in that case, I would have been unsuccessful in literature, and the second son would have been unsuccessful in martial arts. Xu Qi'an was well aware that the original owner of his body was a scholastic underachiever, and that pursuing studies would have been a mere waste of time, better spent on manual labor. Xu Qi'an was also not suited for martial arts. Could one expect a delicate and refined young man to engage in weightlifting and physical training? However, Xu Ershu cautioned, "This is a poem written by Ningyan. Listen to it and let it be. Sijio, you must not claim it as your own. Such an act is unbecoming of a scholar." Xu Qi'an scoffed, disdaining to respond to his father. Was he such a person? He turned to Xu Qi'an and said, "Allow me to borrow this poem. I will make it known that you are the author. The one courting death is me." Xu Qi'an nodded slightly. "Go ahead. Take it and use it to flaunt your brilliance before others. The affairs of scholars are, of course, about displaying one's talents in public." This poem was originally intended to be given to Xu Qi'an to forge connections, so he was not particularly concerned about who received the credit. He was not one to indulge in literary pretensions. poetry held little significance for him, which explained why he had refrained from showcasing his poetic talents in the past month. The circumstances were simply not conducive. Surrounded daily by a group of sword-wielding constables, reciting verses to them seemed a far less worthy endeavor than teaching them the tunes of a gallant horseman. "What is the title of your poem?" Xu Qi'an inquired. "I have forgotten," Xu Qi'an replied, his expression stiffening. "The poem was inspired by my feelings. Lacking a title, you may interpret it as you wish." After breakfast, Xu Qi'an hurriedly led away his father's beloved steed from the backyard. The uncle and nephew engaged in sparring in the courtyard, their exchanges measured and restrained. Indeed, there had been noticeable improvement in his skills. To advance further, one must enter the qi cultivation stage, a process that necessitates the harmonious interaction of one's energy with the heavens and the earth. Su Ershu took the towel handed to him by a servant and wiped his brow, stating, in addition to medicinal baths, one must also have a master of the spirit refinement stage to open the heavenly gate for you. Otherwise, you shall never step into the qi cultivation stage throughout your life. The spirit refinement stage is a 7th-tier path for martial artists. What are you trying to convey? Second uncle? Xu Qi'an asked, drying his sweat. I earned my military merits through life and death battles during the War of the Mountains and Seas, which allowed me to have a master in the army open the heavenly gate for me, thus entering the qi cultivation stage. Su Ershu sighed. It was the 2nd year after returning home that New Year arrived. The world is relatively peaceful now. You don't even have the opportunity to accumulate military merits. So how can you cultivate qi? Is it impossible to establish a family without cultivating qi? Ningyan, Su Ershu continued, I am growing old. My only wish is to see you married and have children, to honor your deceased father. Let us take it one step at a time, Xu Qi'an replied dismissively. In addition to accumulating merit, there exists another avenue for promotion, financial investment. Both prescriptions and skilled practitioners can be procured with silver. The chivalrous often transgress the law, leading the court to impose stringent regulations on the number of martial artists. It is explicitly stated that those at the divine refinement level are prohibited from clandestinely opening the celestial gate for anyone. Should they wish to open the celestial gate for their offspring, they must report to the authorities. However, the current bureaucratic environment in the Great Feng is dire, plagued by corruption and malfeasance, with the authority of the court waning. Even if they lack the audacity to overtly defy the law, many divine refinement experts still seek out opportunities in the black market. Xu Qi'an diligently earns money, harboring the intention to substitute silver for merit. Otherwise, remaining stagnant at the refinement stage renders the iron staff of little use. Auntie approached with her 2 daughters, standing under the eaves of the corridor, and called out, My lord, the warm sun beckons. Why not take Lingyin and Lingwei out for a stroll? Uncle Su furrowed his brow. I have matters to attend to. Is today not a day of rest? I have arranged to dine with colleagues and shall depart shortly. Alternatively, let Ningyan take them out. Young ladies from scholarly families are typically reared in seclusion, not permitted to roam freely. The Su family, being a lineage of martial generals, does not impose such stringent household rules. Xu Qi'an turned to look, only to meet the clear, bright gaze of a young lady, whose beauty surpassed that of her peers. She bit her lip, displaying an endearing shyness as she lowered her head slightly. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Xu Qi'an nodded in agreement. Reflecting upon his past, he remembered taking a 16-year-old sister out for a leisurely outing during the golden years of his youth at 18, though, at that time, the girl could hardly be compared to Su Lingwei. Chapter 19. Farewell poem. In the outskirts of Kyoto, at the Sheep Pavilion, several opulent carriages are stationed beside the gazebo. The chill of the countryside wind bites, while the undulating hills are cloaked in a soft brown hue. The sun hangs languidly in the sky, imparting a warmth akin to that of a gentle spring day, even in the early winter. The esteemed Ziyang scholar of Yunlu Academy is about to embark on an official career, a momentous occasion for the academy, which has seen a decline in its influence within the political arena. The scholars within the academy clap their hands in joyous rhythm, and the students are filled with exuberance, sensing that a time of flourishing is upon them. Within the pavilion, 3 elderly gentlemen sit across from each other, sipping tea. One of them, clad in a purple robe with hair grayed by age, is the focal point of this farewell gathering. Yang Gong, styled Ziqian and known as Ziyang Scholar, was the top scholar of the 14th year of Yuanjing. The following year, he took his leave from official duties and returned to Yunlu Academy to pursue scholarly endeavors. Over the course of 22 years, he cultivated numerous disciples, earning a reputation as a great Confucian figure. He was destined for a brighter future, with prospects of ascending to cabinet positions. Yet he chose to quietly withdraw from politics at the peak of his career. Speculations abound in the scholarly circles regarding this decision. Some assert that he fell out of favor with His Majesty, while others claim he incurred the ire of the current chancellor, ultimately leading to his retreat. Regardless of the reasons, after 2 decades, he is finally re-emerging, appointed as the governor of Qingzhou, a position of true authority. The other 2 gentlemen are also distinguished figures, both within Yunlu Academy and beyond. One, dressed in a gray robe and sporting a goatee, is Li Mubai, a master of the chessboard. Once heralded as the greatest chess player in the realm. 5 years prior, he faced off against the esteemed Wei Yuan in 3 matches, all of which he lost, leading him to angrily overturn the chessboard and forsake the game thereafter. The individual clad in blue robes is Zhang Shan, a master of military strategy, whose early work, the 6 commentaries on military strategy, remains an essential reading for the military officials and generals of the Great Feng to this day. He is the only military strategist of the Great Feng who can be compared to Wei Yuan. Outside the pavilion stands a group of students bidding farewell, all promising scholars from Yunlu Academy, among them Xu Qi'an. The esteemed Master Ziyang has finally emerged from seclusion, if one can earn his favor. A bright future in the officialdom is undoubtedly assured. A familiar classmate whispered, "Xixin, have you prepared your poem?" Xu Qi'an replied, "My brother has prepared a half-composed piece of the 7-character regulated verse." He gazed into the pavilion and remarked casually, "To hastily prepare just half a poem, Yongshu, is rather mercenary of you." The 7-character regulated verse adheres to a strict structure, consisting of 8 lines, each containing 7 characters, organized into 4 couplets. However, Xu Qi'an had only been provided with 2 couplets. After dinner, Xu Qi'an pressed for more, but his cousin evaded the subject, refusing to disclose the remaining couplets. This is not mere utilitarianism. The seas of learning in the realm of officialdom are alike, demanding diligence as one navigates the waters of ambition. His friend, sensing Xu Qi'an's lack of prowess in poetry, refrained from probing further. Yongshu speaks the truth. The current atmosphere in the officialdom is rife with corruption, with clerks colluding with greedy officials to exploit the common folk. With years of natural disasters, if one wishes to alter the status quo, one must cultivate a more agile mindset. Another student joined the discourse. The student named Yongshu nodded and turned to Xu Qi'an, saying, "You often claim that poetry is a trivial pursuit, yet no matter how splendid your prose may be, who will remember you decades hence? Poetry, on the other hand, possesses the power to endure through the ages. Poetry is but a trivial pursuit, incapable of governing a nation or benefiting its populace. It is merely a form of refined indulgence." Su Erlang had been on the verge of uttering these words, but mindful of his present endeavor to ingratiate himself with the esteemed elder through this very affectation, he swallowed them back, murmuring an ambiguous affirmation. Yongshu regarded him with astonishment, taken aback that he offered no retort. The Grandmaster of Medicine, Li Mubai, sighed, lamenting, "Young, had you possessed half their shrewdness in your youth, you would not have languished for over 2 decades. The recluse of Ziyang smiled faintly. The strategist Zhang Shin chuckled, sipping his tea, and demurred, "That is inaccurate." Yang harbored grand ambitions and was laying the groundwork for the establishment of Destiny Realm. Upon hearing this, the recluse of Ziyang lamented, "In the end, I was still forced out of officialdom." "This is not your fault," another added. "Those from the Imperial Academy will never allow our Cloud Deer Academy to rise again." Bah! A pack of sycophants who only know how to ingratiate themselves with superiors and oppress inferiors, scheming for personal gain. In less than 2 centuries, they have brought the realm to such a state of ruin. This matter touches upon a rather intriguing historical episode. Confucianism originated with the sage, and White Deer Academy, founded by the sage's foremost disciple, proclaims itself the orthodox lineage of Confucianism, and rightly so. However, 2 centuries prior, due to the succession dispute, it was utterly loathed by the emperor of that time. Coincidentally, a turncoat emerged from within White Deer Academy, or so the academy believes. This traitor, formerly a teacher at White Deer Academy, seized the opportunity to establish his own school of thought, ingratiating himself with the emperor through the philosophy of preserving heavenly principles and extinguishing human desires. With the emperor's support, he founded the Imperial Academy and became a grandmaster of his era. From that point onward, the Imperial Academy supplanted Cloud Deer Academy as the primary institution for supplying officials to the court. The contention over Confucian orthodoxy has thus persisted for 2 centuries. The esteemed Zhang recluse spoke solemnly. My journey is to expand the territory of Baidu Academy and establish a solid foundation within the bureaucratic realm. However, to revive the Academy's former glory, my efforts alone will not suffice. We must unite in purpose, and we require exceptional young talents. Li Mubai and Zhang Shen exchanged knowing smiles. The latter, turning to the students gathered outside the pavilion. Is there anyone willing to compose a poem to bid farewell to the esteemed Zhang recluse? A poetic endeavor must be incentivized, lest it lose its charm. Zhang recluse removed a piece of purple jade from his waist. To the one who composes the finest verse, this jade pendant shall be awarded. The pendant shimmered with a mystical purple light, exuding an extraordinary aura. The students outside the pavilion gazed in unison, their eyes alight with eagerness. A jade pendant belonging to a great scholar, imbued with the essence of talent, would be immensely beneficial if they could attain it. Furthermore, the use of the purple jade as an incentive carried a deeper significance. The possessions of an elder are bestowed only upon juniors and students, signifying that should one acquire this pendant, dear young scholar, you shall be my disciple, my student. A student, adorned in a blue scholar's robe and wearing a jade pendant at his waist, stepped forward and clasped his hands towards the 3 eminent scholars in the pavilion. Li Mubai remarked with a smile, "This is my student, Xu Qi'an, who possesses considerable poetic talent." Zhang recluse nodded with a smile. After Xu Qi'an recited his farewell poem, the smile on Zhang's face deepened, clearly displaying his satisfaction. Indeed, praised the military strategist Zhang Shen, offering no further commentary, as the 2 other scholars present possessed greater poetic prowess than he. A promising beginning does not necessarily lead to a favorable conclusion. The subsequent scenes may be aptly described as a dog-ass tale following a mink. The poetry that follows is merely passable, barely meeting the standard. Li Mubai lamented that since the Imperial Academy resumed its annotation of the sage's texts, emphasizing the preservation of heavenly principles and the eradication of human desires, scholars across the realm have been constrained to the classics, engrossed in their verses. Over time, they have become ensnared in a quagmire of stifled expressions and convoluted intricacies. Unable to extricate themselves, the vitality of literature and poetry has dissipated. As he continued, his heart ached profoundly. This is also a reason for the decline of Confucianism in modern times. Looking back 2 centuries, the aphorism of Confucianism was, "The Buddhist path is admirable. The Taoist way is commendable, and even the sorcerers hold merit. The unconventional shaman, in which possess a certain spirit, worthy of praise. Oh, uncouth warriors, please take your leave. This is a gathering of the refined. Moreover, take along the aberrations of the demon race. To the remaining assembly, I speak candidly. You are all but refuse." The once magnificent Confucianism stood tall, but what of it now? To the various cultivation systems, what is the matter, young brother? Confucianism quakes in trepidation. MMP. Zhang, the recluse, sighed. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on such matters. Esteemed scholars, is there anyone willing to compose a poem? For a long while, silence reigned. Xu Qi'an gazed fervently at Ziyu, convinced she was an easy conquest. "Sir, I have a poem." Xu Qi'an stepped out from the crowd, approaching the pavilion. He had intentionally remained silent until now, for he was modest and humble, not wishing to embarrass his peers by revealing a fine poem too soon. This had absolutely no bearing on his previous exchanges of compliments with Xu Qi'an. Chapter 20. A half-complete 7-character regret stuns great scholars. Xu Qi'an, my student, possesses a profound understanding of military strategy. He is indeed a talent worth nurturing. The esteemed strategist Zhang Shen once remarked that one who cannot compose poetry is of little worth. This sentiment weighed heavily on his heart. Zhang found it peculiar that someone who lacked poetic skill would dare to present themselves. Xu Qi'an, confident in his own prowess, initially regarded the voice with caution, but upon recognizing Xu Qi'an, dismissed it with a mere glance. Having been classmates for several years, they were not entirely strangers, yet they were acutely aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Xu Qi'an excelled in theoretical discussions and possessed considerable knowledge of military strategy, yet his poetic abilities remained somewhat modest. "The jade pendant still belongs to me," he mused. The gaze of the students fell upon Xu Qi'an, who reveled in their attention. His demeanor exuding an air of arrogance as he gazed at the languid sun hanging in the sky. 1,000 miles of yellow clouds, the white sun dimmed. The esteemed Master Li Mubai nodded, stroking his beard. Though this line merely described a scene, the expansive spirit behind it was palpable. The north wind blows, and the wild geese fluttered down amidst the swirling snow. Winter had just begun, and while snow had yet to fall, it was not far off, rendering this observation neither exaggerated nor false. As dusk approached, heavy snowflakes danced in the howling north wind, and the image of distant, solitary geese emerged vividly. These two lines set the scene beautifully, perfectly aligning with the occasion of farewell. Zhang Shun was profoundly astonished, scrutinizing Xu Qi'an closely. Given his student's poetic caliber, these 2 lines of 7 characters must have been a labor of love. Should he maintain this level of excellence, he might very well rival Zhu Tuizi. Among the 3 venerable scholars, the most accomplished in poetry, Zhang Jushi, pondered over the 2 lines with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. 1,000 miles, dusk, north wind, solitary goose, snow falling. Together, they painted a picture of desolation and sorrow, evoking the feeling of not merely stepping into public service, but rather being relegated to a lesser station. Indeed, it seems he has divined the essence. This appointment appears to be a significant promotion by the imperial court, granting him authority. However, will the faction originating from the Imperial Academy idly watch him rise through the ranks? Will they allow him to establish a foothold for White Deer Academy in the bureaucracy? This journey to Qingzhou is, in reality, fraught with uncertainty and a nebulous future. Suddenly, Xu Qi'an opened his arms, his handsome face radiating a flawless and exquisite jade-like quality in the warm sunlight. He raised his arms and, looking directly at the hermit Ziyang, uttered the final 2 lines with resounding force. Grieve not that no kindred spirits lie ahead, for who in this realm does not know your name? The pavilion and its surroundings fell silent in an instant. A moment later, goosebumps erupted on everyone present. Zhu Tuizi stiffly turned his head, staring blankly at the proudly standing Xu Qi'an. Grieve not that no kindred spirits lie ahead, for who in this realm does not know your name? Li Mubai clapped his hands in exhilaration. Magnificent. The first 2 lines reveal a sorrowful atmosphere, but the latter 2 take an unexpected turn, leaving one enlightened and inspired. Zhang Shun looked at Xu Qi'an in silence. The hermit Ziyang, an aficionado of fine poetry, was still immersed in the artistic conception of this quatrain. His heart and soul stirred. Fine poetry indeed, he murmured. Why is there only half? Zhang Shun, a master of military strategy, couldn't help but ask when he saw his student had not continued reciting. Xu Qi'an's mouth twitched. This poem only has half a stanza. Only half a stanza? The scholars present immediately widened their eyes, unable to accept such a statement. Who writes only half a poem? Is this even human? It doesn't matter. Half a stanza is already astonishing. The esteemed Zhang reclined to calm his emotions, a profound smile gracing his features as he pondered the title of the poem. Farewell to the old. Alas, it bore no name. Xu Qi'an, maintaining an air of arrogance, found himself at a loss for words. Only by preserving a lofty demeanor could one deter further inquiries. Do not rush, Ziyang chuckled, his smile broadening. This poem serves as my farewell, does it not? Xu Qi'an nodded in affirmation. Allow me to propose a title. The eminent master Li Mubai and the strategist Zhang Shun suddenly grasped his intention, their hearts sour as if tasting lemons. How about a farewell to young Gongji at the sheep pavilion? The grand scholar's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Quite acceptable. Xu Qi'an instinctively responded with a hint of pride, only to realize his tone lacked the requisite respect, promptly adding, I defer to your esteemed judgment. Shameless old rogue. Humph. The 2 scholars felt even more aggrieved. Such is fate. Ziyang laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph, bowing to the 2 scholars. In this era of waning poetry, should this poem circulate, it would undoubtedly cause a stir among the Confucian circles, sung by scholars across the land. Ziyang's reputation would rise in tandem, for this maneuver effectively intertwined his name with the poem. If this work were to become a timeless classic, Ziyang's name would echo through the ages. Such a masterpiece has a high likelihood of achieving immortality. To the 2 scholars, the most outrageous aspect was Xu Qi'an, in his capacity as a student, bestowing a poem upon his mentor, wherein the poet's name ought not to appear. It should be referred to by courtesy titles or pseudonyms. Only peers or friends could inscribe names within the verses. It was evident that this rogue had cast aside all sense of shame in his quest for fame. What is the greatest dream of a scholar? Is it to cultivate oneself, govern the nation, and bring peace to the world? No, that is an ideal, not a dream. For countless centuries, the singular aspiration of scholars has remained to leave their name in the annals of history. The two eminent Confucian scholars felt a pang of jealousy as they observed the separation of substance and form. Zhang Shun, the mentor, realized that this poem might not have been composed by a student, yet he chose not to expose the truth. He felt a sense of joy at his student's fortune in garnering the favor of the esteemed Zhang Jushi. Amidst the fervent discussions of the students, Xu Qi'an cleared his throat and candidly declared, "Teacher, esteemed gentleman, this poem is not of my making. It is the work of another." The chatter ceased abruptly. The expressions of the three great scholars varied. Zhang Shun appeared enlightened, as if he had anticipated this revelation. Li Mubai seemed taken aback, genuinely surprised. Zhang Jushi exhibited the most considerable reaction, stepping forward with urgency, inquiring, "Who is it? Is he a student of our academy? Is he present here?" His gaze swept over Xu Qi'an, searching among the students. "It is my elder brother." Xu Qi'an raised his chin slightly, maintaining an air of pride. The previously silent students began to murmur again. "Is he the elder brother of Xu Qi'an? Where does he study? How come we've never heard of such a figure?" If memory serves, Xu Qi'an seems to be the eldest son, right? Qi'an, what is your elder brother's illustrious name, and who is his mentor? Oh dear. Do enlighten us. We are utterly unaware of such poetic talent. The students were in a frenzy. The three distinguished scholars turned their gaze towards Xu Qi'an. "Oh no. I have been influenced by my rough-hewn father. I should not have mentioned the existence of my elder brother." As he observed the eager eyes of the students, Xu Qi'an suddenly realized he had made a grave mistake. In all pursuits, reading stands supreme, revealing the pride of those who engage in it. A sentiment shared by Xu Qi'an himself. The scholars of Yunlu Academy exhibit even greater pride. If Xu Qi'an were to be identified as a learned man, he would earn their admiration and reverence. However, should it come to light that he is merely a lowly constable, negative sentiments would surely arise. How could we bear the disgrace of a mere subordinate crafting exquisite 7-character regulated verse? Xu Qi'an, steeling himself, spoke of his elder brother. He toils at home, immersed in the classics, not at Yunlu Academy nor at the Imperial Academy. His character is unassuming and uncompetitive. He shuns fame and accolades, preferring the pursuit of knowledge until his hair turns white. Such integrity is truly commendable, a paragon for our kind, deserving of deep respect. The students of Bailu Academy were taken aback, a desire to forge connections blossoming within them. Without surprise, Ziyu bestowed the first prize upon Xu Qi'an. The radiant Ziyang recluse bid farewell to the crowd, feeling enlightened as he ascended into a lavish carriage, leaving behind a pointed remark. "Such great talent must not be obscured by dust. Remain pure and cautious in your words." What do you think? The two esteemed scholars, whether genuinely perplexed or feigning ignorance, silently saw off the Ziyang recluse. Once the carriage had vanished from view, Li Mubai suddenly grasped Xu Qi'an's hand and pulled him aside. "Qi'an, I find myself unexpectedly inclined to take on disciples today, with nothing pressing. Take me to meet your elder brother." Zhang Shun, startled, interjected, "Qi'an, should you and your brother both become my disciples, it would indeed be a delightful tale. Whether or not you write poetry is of little consequence. What matters is that such talent should not be overlooked. If, in the future, you were to compose a timeless verse, perhaps something like my master Zhang Shun, it would be splendid indeed." Li Mubai voiced his displeasure. Military strategy is not mainstream for scholars. The study of scriptures, the mastery of political treatises, and the cultivation of oneself and the management of one's household are paramount. So the art of chess is mainstream? And a graceless loser at that, without a single victory against Wei Yuan. Zhang Shun scoffed coldly. "Cease your prattle, old codger, and do not invoke Wei Yuan in my presence. I have always cherished talent, and this student shall be mine." "You senile reprobate, you cherish talent? Nay, you covet his poetic genius. Shameless old scoundrel, prepare to be vanquished by my righteous spirit, as if I am without it." Xu Qi'an's scalp tingled. The scholars in the distance were aghast, bewildered by the crimson-faced quarrel erupting between the two great Confucian scholars, verging on physical altercation. Chapter 21. Tyrants have ever been insolent. Late November. The temperature in the capital must be sub-zero, judging by the thin layer of ice encasing the water tank in the courtyard this morning. So deduced Xu Qi'an upon awakening. The great Dafeng Dynasty, holding sway over the central plains of the 9 provinces, proclaiming itself the rightful sovereign of the realm. Its capital's climate should be classified as temperate continental monsoon. In regions of this climate, winters are exceedingly harsh without central heating. In this era, the death of people freezing to death in winter is a matter of course, a natural occurrence. Xu Qi'an sighed inwardly, regretting his inadequate grasp of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, rendering him incapable of initiating an agricultural revolution in this era of backward infrastructure and scarce resources, which would have greatly benefited the populace. The sun hangs languidly in the sky, casting a gentle glow as a graceful maiden leads her 5-year-old sister through the bustling streets, her spirited demeanor radiating joy. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, flit about with curiosity, while her exquisitely chiseled lips curl into a delicate smile. Today, her younger sister adorns a pale green garment, adorned with entwined floral vines at the cuffs, the vibrant blooms at the collar bursting forth in splendid array. The flowing sleeves dance around her, bestowing an ethereal charm upon her presence. Xu Qi'an cannot help but reminisce about the enchanting beauties of the past, contrasting them with the more conservative attire of women in this era, which lacks the allure of their historical counterparts. Suddenly, an intriguing notion strikes him. Could he perhaps innovate clothing designs to enhance their beauty and allure? A flurry of revolutionary ideas flashes through his mind: lace, black silk, suspenders. Halt, stop! I might find myself summoned to the Meridian Gate for execution. The clattering of carriages, the bustling peddlers laden with goods, and the hurried passers-by create a vivid tableau of an ancient marketplace. After a month of companionship, Su Lingyue's perception of her cousin has transformed significantly. The previous barriers have dissolved, unlike before when, due to her aunt's influence, she harbored disdain for all but her younger cousin, Xiao Ershu. Initially, she would call him Big Brother, but after enduring numerous instances of neglect, their encounters have dwindled to mere nods. Now, their relationship has improved greatly, though a hint of awkwardness still lingers. The beautiful elder sister walks alongside her younger sibling, deliberately keeping a distance of 2 paces from Xu Qi'an. The little tyke was captivated by the sundry sights and sounds of the street, attempting several times to break free from her sister's grasp, but she was held fast. Candied hawthorns, the little one chirped, pointing at a peddler by the roadside. Do you want to lose your teeth? Her sister scolded, pulling her along. The Su family had suffered a great misfortune, their wealth depleted, and they had been living frugally for the past month. Su Lingyue had no coins to buy her sister candied hawthorns. Xu Qi'an walked behind, observing his younger sister, especially the elder one, with her tall figure exuding the freshness and grace of a young woman. Her silhouette was like a budding willow, perhaps not as voluptuous as a mature woman, but with a lively charm unique to girls of that age. Big brother, the little one cried out anxiously, sticking out her bottom and dragging her feet to resist her sister's pull. Su Lingyue bit her lip, her expression a mix of urgency and annoyance. Big brother doesn't have any silver either, but he will soon. Xu Qi'an signaled his younger sister to be patient. As he spoke, his foot struck something hard. He looked down and saw a dull piece of silver. He bent down, picked it up, and weighed it in his hand. Indeed, it was 1 mace. Over the past month, he had found a mace of silver with surprising regularity. Su Lingyue's eyes widened. You found silver. Looks like I have money for the pleasure house today. Calculating the time, he realized it had been 2 days since he last visited, due to a lack of found money. Xu Qi'an was somewhat pleased. He pinched the silver fragment, approached the peddler, and said, Give me 3 strings of candied hawthorns. All right. The dark-skinned peddler grinned, taking down 3 strings, 6 copper coins. The small change was insufficient, prompting the sugar hawker to break into a nearby shop, retaining 6 coins for himself, while returning 94 copper coins to Xu Qi'an, strung together with fine thread. In the monetary system of Dafeng, 1 tael of silver equated to 8 qian, or 1,001. Gold was deemed a luxury and not part of this currency framework. It is likely that a family of modest means might never encounter gold in their lifetime. Xu Qi'an accepted the copper coins and the sugar-coated hawthorn berries, biting into one himself before handing 2 strings of the sweet treat to his younger sisters. Su Lingyue, with a demure demeanor, accepted them gracefully, murmuring her thanks. As she took a bite, savoring the sweetness, her large eyes curved into crescent moons, a sight that could melt the heart of any man. Xu Qi'an nodded, then turned to his little sister, who had already begun to gnaw on her own treat. Brother, is your sugar hawthorn sweet? Su Lingyuan inquired, her cheeks puffed out as she spoke, her words slightly muffled. Oh, do you wish to have some? Xu Qi'an discerned the unspoken thought of the young girl. Huh, how did you know, brother? Su Lingyin was taken aback, astonished that her brother could read her mind. He truly was remarkable. Xu Qi'an chuckled softly, cautioning her. Eating too much sugar hawthorn can lead to the growth of worms in your mouth. What kind of worms? The little girl's face reflected a hint of concern. Xu Qi'an pondered for a moment before describing. They are plump, white, and greasy. Just as he finished, he noticed his younger sister swallow hard, her expression one of dread. With a playful gesture, Su Delang offered the sugar hawthorn to her with both hands. Leading his two sisters across the bustling streets, the vibrant scenery of the capital flashed before his eyes, yet it did not bring him much joy. I stumbled upon silver again. This defies logic. Having graduated from a police academy, he possesses an acute sensitivity to inexplicable details. Could this be related to my transmigration? Xu Qi'an distinctly recalls that prior to his journey through time, he had neither touched antiques nor been playfully mocked by an elderly gentleman. Is this my golden finger? However, what does it mean to receive a mere ounce of silver daily, precisely enough to indulge in performances at the pleasure house? Thus, am I destined to frequent the pleasure house daily? For now, I must find a way to break through to the Qi training stage, regardless of any physical ailments. Finding money outside is undeniably advantageous. I shall first elevate my status, then observe whether any changes manifest subsequently. Moreover, I remain unaware of the pinnacle of martial prowess in this realm. Perhaps in the future, as my abilities strengthen, I may unravel the mystery behind this fortuitous luck. Xu Qi'an remains vigilant regarding this peculiar stroke of fortune. If it were a system, he would gladly embrace it, for it lies within the realm of his understanding. On this street stands a brothel named Guiwa Tower, classified as a third-tier establishment. Thanks to the teachings of Captain Wang and others, Xu Qi'an has acquired a wealth of knowledge about brothels, greatly enriching his personal cultural foundation. The suffix of a brothel can indicate its rank. First and second-tier establishments typically end with yuan, guan, or gu, while those of the third and fourth tiers are often named with ban, lu, or dian. Notably, even before noon, the courtesans of the brothel have opened their doors for business. A few enchanting ladies, adorned in vibrant hues, lean against the balcony on the second floor, smilingly surveying the passers-by on the street. Spotting a favored patron, dressed in silk, they wave their colorful handkerchiefs and sweetly call out, "My lord, come up for a drink." Even a third-rate brothel requires a minimum of 2 silver coins for drinks. To consort with a maiden, depending on her allure, would cost roughly 5 or 6 coins for the less refined, and 1 or 2 taels for the more exquisite. Xu Qi'an calculated for a moment, confirming that he could not afford such indulgences, as his entire fortune amounted to only a few taels of silver. Gazing at the languid beauties reclining on the railings of the second floor, he was filled with emotion, reminiscent of youthful days in light robes. Leaning on a bridge astride a horse, beckoned by sleeves in a tower filled with alluring women. This is the dream of all men. Elder brother, your poetic talent should be employed in more virtuous pursuits, Su Lingyue remarked softly, silently savoring the verse and sighing to herself. Perhaps father is right. Elder brother is truly suited for scholarly pursuits. Elder brother, the ladies upstairs are so beautiful, the little one chirped innocently. Those engaged in commerce must dress presentably. Xu Qi'an replied. What commerce? Selling newspapers. What? The little one's eyes sparkled with fascination, gazing up at the brothel, unwilling to leave. Elder brother, Su Lingwu exclaimed, stamping her foot, both shy and reproachful, chiding Xu Qi'an for discussing such matters with their younger sister. Xu Qi'an turned to glance at his sister. Why are you upset? Did you understand my jest? Leaving the brothel behind, they passed a fishball shop, the pervasive aroma rooting the little one to the spot. Su Lingwu glanced over, discreetly swallowing her saliva. Since their release from prison, the Su family had been living frugally, sometimes going 3 days without meat. She was at a stage of rapid growth, with a great need for sustenance, especially meat. Wait here, your brother will buy some for you. The shop was modest in size, yet a throng of customers awaited their turn. Xu Qi'an instructed his younger sisters to wait by the roadside while he maneuvered through the crowd. Elder brother is truly wonderful, the little one remarked, swallowing her saliva, her voice ringing with innocence as she glanced at her sister. Su Lingyue held her sister's small hand, gazing at Xu Qi'an's retreating figure, a smile unconsciously curving her lips. Before long, Xu Qi'an returned with 3 portions of fish meatballs neatly wrapped in butter paper. Upon his return, he observed several retainers encircling Su Lingyue, teasing her without crossing the line. The 16-year-old maiden, as graceful as a trapped elk, shielded herself while attempting to break free from the encirclement, only to be forced back by the retainers time and again. Her desperation brought her to the brink of tears, her face etched with fear as the retainers erupted in laughter. Nearby, a young gentleman clad in fine garments sat atop a magnificent steed, watching the scene unfold with a mixture of amusement and detachment. Witnessing her sister's plight, Xu Qi'an, with her petite stature, hurriedly approached the young gentleman, throwing herself forward. Her small arms crossed behind her back, before bursting into tears, launching a sonic attack of her own. The commotion drew the young gentleman's attention, and he instinctively raised his riding whip, only to halt suddenly as a cruel glint flickered in his eyes. He yanked on the reins, compelling the steed to rear up, preparing to trample Xu Qi'an. Xu Qi'an let out a piercing cry of despair. Chapter 22. Teaching the young master a lesson, a surge of fury welled up within Xu Qi'an. In the instant the horse's hooves lifted, he retrieved a handful of copper coins from his pocket and hurled them with all his might. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him cracked underfoot, and he darted forward like a flash of lightning. 72 copper coins whistled through the air, raining down upon the young gentleman. The young master, oblivious to the lethal barrage hurtling toward him, retained that whimsical expression of amusement as if he were merely crushing ants beneath his heel. Suddenly, one of the attendants regained his senses, his complexion shifting dramatically as he lunged towards the young master, toppling him from his steed. The two tumbled to the ground in a disheveled heap, coins scattered in the air, some embedding themselves into the horse, while others shot forth, splattering fresh blood across Xu Qi'an's face. In that instant, Xu Qi'an arrived, his body tilting as he collided with the horse, sending it flying several meters away, leaving a vivid scarlet trail upon the stone-paved street. The onlookers dispersed in a frenzy, retreating to a safe distance to witness the commotion. Xu Qi'an immediately cradled his younger sister, holding her tightly as he scrutinized her expression, urgently reassuring her. Fear not, brother is here. Little Do Ding pouted, finally breaking free from her stupor, bursting into tears. The attendants encircling Xu Qi'an ceased their attention on her, rushing towards the richly clad young master. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Qi'an handed his younger sister to the pale-faced Xu Qi'an, whispering, "Take her to the Chang'an County office, beat the drum, and say I sent you. Then have Captain Wang dispatch someone to summon Uncle Zhu from the Imperial Blade Guard at Huanglin Street. Be swift." Xu Qi'an cast a deep glance at Xu Qi'an before fleeing, with little Do Ding in her arms. "You dare to slay my horse," the richly attired young master sneered, breaking free from his attendants and gesturing for them to encircle Xu Qi'an. "I still wish to take your life." That horse was a rare treasure, a snow-hoofed Wulong steed, one that only those of vice-general rank or higher could ride in the military. With Xu Ersha hailing from a military background, Xu Qi'an immediately recognized the horse's caliber. In modern terms, it was akin to a Lamborghini. Those who can afford a Lamborghini are undoubtedly the elite offspring of officials, and indeed, the children of high-ranking officials. In this day and age, the wealth of the second-generation rich holds little value, lacking in status. Apart from the exquisite snow-white dragon stallion, the opulent azure and smoky purple brocade, the intricately carved white jade belt adorned with dragon patterns, and the jingling pouches and jade pendants. All these details reveal the identity of a privileged young master, an elite scion of an official lineage. I am Xu Qi'an, the nephew of Xu Pingji, a captain of the Imperial Guard. The two individuals before me are my younger sisters, and I am unaware of what offense they may have caused to the young master. Xu Qi'an clasped his hands together, suppressing his temper, and spoke with utmost courtesy. "To save my younger sister, I inadvertently killed your beloved steed, and I shall certainly make amends." The root of this conflict was evident even to Xu Qi'an, as he could easily surmise that this young master had likely been smitten by Xu Qi'an's extraordinary beauty, perhaps even entertaining thoughts of abduction. After spending a month in the Yamen, Xu Qi'an had heard of the audacious demeanor of such young masters, arrogant and unrestrained. They would not hesitate to seize common women, and incidents of trampling on human lives occurred with alarming frequency. Resolving such matters was relatively straightforward, often a matter of coercion or bribery. Those who dared to resist would find their entire family threatened with annihilation. The higher the rank of one's family elders, the more prevalent this behavior was. Would the court dismiss high-ranking officials for the sake of a few commoners? In the eyes of these bureaucrats, bullying the common folk was hardly considered a provocation. Only another official offspring could contend with an official offspring. Xu Qi'an could barely be deemed a second-generation official. As Xu Pingji held a modest 7th-rank position, at least he was of official standing, rather than an ordinary citizen. When it came to bullying the commoners, the second-generation officials acted with impunity. However, they were somewhat cautious around those who, like themselves, received stipends from the court, for the capital was a treacherous place. Upon hearing Xu Qi'an's words, the young master was taken aback and inquired, "Xu Pingji, the one who lost the tax silver?" "Indeed." Xu Qi'an let out a sigh of relief. The young master's expression suddenly darkened as he coldly declared, "Disable him, merely leave him breathing." "What a lunatic!" Xu Qi'an nearly cursed aloud. The attendants were all skilled fighters, adept in combat, and each drew a dagger from their pockets. In the capital, no official could bear a sword without a position, nor could one don official robes while carrying a blade. Violators faced 80 strokes and a fine of 100 taels. Gathering with weapons invited immediate execution. However, daggers were exempt from this rule, allowing these individuals to exploit a legal loophole. The 5 attendants not only possessed combat skills, but had also mastered combined attack techniques, their coordination impeccable. 2 of them launched a simultaneous assault, thrusting their daggers towards Xu Qi'an. He swiftly seized their wrists, poised to counterattack, when he suddenly noticed the 2 splitting to the sides. One of the attendants who had rescued the young master soared into the air, delivering a fierce knee strike. Xu Qi'an had no choice but to retract his hands and cross them defensively over his chest. Thud! The solid knee collided with his arm, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. The remaining 2 attendants flanked him. One's dagger missed its mark, while the other carved a bloody gash into Xu Qi'an's side. "Sever his tendons and cripple him," the richly attired young master growled. Xu Qi'an cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent as he assessed the situation in his mind. All were at the refined essence stage, yet none had reached its pinnacle. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could easily outmatch any one of them. However, they were trained in combined assault techniques. As the daggers lunged at him once more, Xu Qi'an employed the fighting techniques he had learned in a past life to defend himself, feigning gradual fatigue. A martial artist at the pinnacle of the refined essence stage possessed boundless stamina and would not easily tire. Yet, he could not allow them to discern his true capabilities. Otherwise, he would have no chance of survival. As the retinue struggled to subdue Xu Qi'an, the brocade-clad young master furrowed his brow from a distance, mockingly declaring, "If you kneel and bow your head, calling me grandfather twice, I might spare your life." Xu Qi'an retorted loudly, "Grandfather, the taste of great-grandmother is truly delightful." Instead of provoking Xu Qi'an, this only served to infuriate the young master further, who barked, "Kill him." With a resounding thud, Xu Qi'an engaged the strongest of the retinue in a fistfight, feigning defeat as he staggered backward. Sensing an opportunity, the other 4 retinue members closed in. At that juncture, the blue bricks beneath Xu Qi'an's feet cracked, his leg muscles bulging against his trousers as he surged forward like an arrow, colliding with the left retainer, causing him to spew blood and fracture his sternum. The retinue, taken aback by his concealed strength, were caught off guard, allowing him to break free from their encirclement. Instead of fleeing, Xu Qi'an charged directly at the brocade-clad young master. In the face of the young master's terror, he seized his neck and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The young master doubled over in agony, expelling vomit. Unfazed, Xu Qi'an landed several more blows, forcing the young master to clutch his belly and collapse to the ground. As the fiery anger within him began to subside, he refrained from further violence and turned to the approaching retainers, commanding, "Stay put, or I will kill him." The retainers, wary of the consequences, complied without hesitation. "Very well." The brocade-clad young master lifted his head, his expression rife with malice. "Do you know who I am?" Xu Qi'an responded by forcefully pressing the young master's face into the filth beneath his foot, exerting silent pressure that elicited a heart-wrenching scream of agony. "Then allow me to impart a lesson to you." Xu Qi'an's countenance darkened. Even the common man possesses a spirit, and when provoked, he can spill blood in 5 steps. The 2 sides confronted each other for a moment until a group of constables clad in dark uniforms, brandishing their wooden sabers, arrived, accompanied by a dozen white-clad attendants. At the forefront stood Captain Wang. When the young noble was assaulted, Captain Wang had initially been furious, but upon seeing the young gentleman's brocade attire, his expression stiffened momentarily before his gaze flickered, returning to a mask of anger. Who dares to brazenly brawl on the streets of Changle County? Noticing that his colleagues had already drawn their sabers and surrounded the attendants, Xu Qi'an finally released the brocade-clad young gentleman. The young noble, pointing fiercely, shouted, "Arrest him! I shall have him tortured 1,000 times." Captain Wang feigned ignorance, cursing under his breath, "You rascals, take them all away." Regardless of the young noble's attempts to assert his identity, Captain Wang maintained his brutish demeanor, exuding an air of ignorance and arrogance. Perhaps finding this constable woefully lacking in insight and intellect, the young noble ceased his commotion and, escorted by the constables, proceeded towards the Changle County office. Captain Wang lagged a few steps behind, approaching Xu Qi'an. "Brother, you've landed in deep trouble. That brat's identity is not simple. Have you thought about how to resolve this?" Old Wang's perception was keen. "I, Lu Jiaming, have no choices." Xu Qi'an murmured, "Have you informed my second uncle?" As they spoke, they soon arrived at the county office. Chapter 23. The Ministry of Justice arrests the culprit. As Xu Qi'an stepped into the county office, a voice tinged with tears called out, "Big brother." It was Su Linghua, dressed in a light green silk dress, standing gracefully like a delicate flower. Her beautiful, pale face was streaked with tears, her eyes swollen and red, evoking a sense of pity. Su Lingyin was nowhere to be seen, likely kept in the side hall. Xu Qi'an nodded slightly, offering her a reassuring glance. Magistrate Zhu, already informed of the situation, sat high at his desk. As the constables escorted a group of people in, he caught sight of the furious young nobleman in brocade robes. Startled, Magistrate Zhu hastily rose to greet him. "Oh my, isn't this young Master Zhou? How is Minister Zhou?" The young nobleman in brocade robes abruptly waved his sleeve, pushing Magistrate Zhu aside, and pointed at Xu Qi'an, snarling, "This man attempted to kill me in broad daylight. Arrest him at once." Such strong words, such strong words. Magistrate Zhu forced a smile, then turned and barked with a stern face, "Xu Qi'an, you scoundrel, come here at once." Xu Qi'an reluctantly stepped forward. "You fool, how dare you lay a hand on the son of Minister Zhou from the Ministry of Revenue? Do you have a death wish?" Magistrate Zhu kicked Xu Qi'an, then turned back with an ingratiating smile. "Young Master Zhou, this is just a misunderstanding among family. Please, as a magnanimous person, don't hold it against such a small figure." Outside the crowd, Su Lingwei watched as her cousin was reprimanded because of her. Tears streaming down her face. Her delicate nose, more refined than that of an ordinary woman, turned red from crying. The son of the Minister of Revenue. Xu Qi'an's heart sank. In the court of the great Feng Dynasty, the true magnitude of an official's influence is not determined by rank, but rather by their connections and power. Although there are many officials of the first and second ranks, only a select few actually stand at the pinnacle of authority, including the ministers and vice ministers of the 6 ministries. When the son of the vice minister of revenue was assaulted, the situation escalated dramatically. "Enough of this nonsense. If you refuse to take action, I shall do it myself," declared young Master Zhou, waving his hand and commanding his attendants. "Seize this scoundrel." He could not fathom that within the county office, this rascal would dare to resist. County Magistrate Zhu bellowed, "Who dares to commit violence within the county office shall face dire consequences." The 3 ranks of bailiffs rushed forth, drawing their sabers and positioning them against the neck of Zhou's attendant who had just made a move. The clerks stood ready, wielding their staffs in defense. "Zhu, do you dare to touch my man?" Young Master Zhou shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at the magistrate. "Do not misconstrue my intentions, young master. I am a court-appointed official." Merely adhering to the law, Magistrate Zhu replied, maintaining a sycophantic smile, wiping the spittle from his face. "I possess a lawsuit here, accusing you of riding in fury and bullying a virtuous woman. The complainant is Su Lingwei." This was a tactic Zhu had long prepared. Had the perpetrator been a common official, he would have sought to minimize the matter. Yet, he never anticipated that the offender would be the son of the Vice Minister of Revenue. Young Master Zhou scoffed, "Riding in fury? Who have I harmed? Bullying a virtuous woman. Zhu, go ask the streets. I haven't even touched a hair on that woman. It seems she must have mistaken him for someone else." Magistrate Zhu chuckled as he tucked the lawsuit back into his sleeve. "Alas, Magistrate Zhu is unable to resolve the matter. I must devise a means of self-rescue. If all else fails, I shall flee, yet this would undoubtedly implicate my uncle and his family." Xu Qi'an felt a pang of urgency. In this era, only the progeny of officials could contend with their counterparts, and his standing was vastly inferior. Not only he, but even his uncle, 100 households of the Imperial Guard, was insignificant before the Deputy Minister of Revenue, utterly inconsequential. As for regret, there was none. with a blade at his throat? Could he simply submit to slaughter? In the midst of his racing thoughts, he noticed that one of young Master Zhou's attendants had departed from the county office, and Magistrate Xu made no attempt to stop him. Xu Qi'an's heart sank further. He approached Captain Wang and whispered, "Chief, I find myself in dire straits today. There is a matter I wish to entrust to you." Captain Wang paused in silence before responding, "Speak." Over the past month, their camaraderie had blossomed, as they frequented the brothels and indulged in revelry, forging a profound friendship. "First, lend me a couple of taels of silver." Captain Wang rummaged in his pocket and produced a handful of small silver coins, falling short of 2 taels. Xu Qi'an took the coins and tucked them away before continuing. "Chief, ride swiftly to my home and retrieve a book from the cabinet beside my bed, a blue-covered book. Be sure not to take the wrong one. The diary has a pale yellow cover. Once you have the book, hasten to the Astronomical Bureau and seek out a young lady named Kaiwei. Convey this message: Xu Qi'an is in peril. Come swiftly." The Astronomical Bureau. Captain Wang's face reflected hesitation. That place was hardly a domain for someone of my standing. Gaining entry to the Astronomical Bureau was akin to granting a commoner access to the royal palace. He lacked even the audacity to approach. Xu Qi'an, with a premonition of the situation, murmured, "If something were to befall me, these silvers would remain unpaid." Wang Buta's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ensure this matter is executed successfully, and next month's remuneration shall be entirely yours," Xu Qi'an bartered. "Xu Qi'an, you scoundrel," Wang Butu retorted, storming out of the county office. Upon receiving the summons, Su Pingji procured a steed from his colleagues and hastened to Chang'an County's yamen. Crossing the threshold into the public hall, his gaze fell first upon his daughter, trembling with incessant weeping, followed by the tense standoff between the yamen's constables and the escorts. Su Pingji redirected his attention, approaching his daughter with a grave countenance. "What has transpired?" he inquired. Su Lingyue, as if beholding a savior, wept more profusely, narrating the events to her father between sobs. Upon hearing of the Zhou vice minister's son raising his horse's hooves to trample a young girl, a twitch manifested in his eyes, and his complexion grew increasingly somber. Were it not for elder brother, Lingyan would have perished, alas. Ningyan, Su Pingji, gazing at his nephew's figure, paused for a few moments of composure before uttering in a low voice, "Escort Lingyan to the side hall, and ensure she does not emerge." Observing his daughter's retreating figure, Su Pingji advanced in silence, fixing his gaze upon the brocade-clad young man. "Young Master Zhou, can this matter be resolved amicably?" The brocade-clad young man met his gaze, as if sensing a palpable intent to kill, recalling Xu Qi'an's words in the street. The arrogant words in his throat could not be uttered. "Su, the centurion, wields considerable authority. What, if my young master does not relent? Do you intend to commit bloodshed within 5 paces?" An elderly man, adorned in a blue gown with gold trim on the cuffs and collar and a jade pendant at his waist, entered through the county yamen's main gate. His hair bore more white than black, his face was gaunt, and his gaze was sharp, as if it concealed needles. When he first spoke, he stood at the threshold. But by the time he finished, he had already arrived in the court. Uncle Chun, the young master in splendid attire, was overjoyed. How could the young master be so grievously injured? Which wretched beast dared to lay a hand on you? I have watched you grow, and even the slightest injury causes my heart to ache. The elder, seeing the young master's earlobe caked with dried blood, felt a mixture of sorrow and fury. I have repeatedly implored the master to assign you a master in the Qi refinement realm, yet he always refuses, claiming that you have a penchant for stirring up trouble. And so what if I do? It is better for others to suffer than for you, young master. Feeling as though he were ensnared by an ominous force, Su Pingji felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill creeping down his spine as if a serpent had slithered past. He experienced a sensation akin to teetering on the brink of life and death, common in the chaos of battle, which rendered him immobile. This elder was a master in the spirit refinement realm. "You are," coughed County Magistrate Zhu. "I dare not." The elder interrupted, nonchalantly. "I am merely an old servant of the Zhou residence, unworthy of the honor of being addressed by you, Sir Zhu. Your words are overly modest, esteemed elder." Zhu replied with a forced smile. In the bureaucratic hierarchy, even a 7th-rank official understands this principle well. It seems this matter has escalated unnecessarily. It is all a misunderstanding. With the imperial examination impending, let us prioritize harmony. What say you, esteemed elder? The elder scoffed. A few inconsequential figures cannot sway the master's imperial examination. The Zhou residence has always governed through virtue, adhering strictly to the regulations and principles of the court. At first, the crowd did not comprehend his words until, after a brief moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the yamen. Subsequently, a contingent of armored soldiers surged in, led by an official clad in a blue robe adorned with white pheasant embroidery. With a sweeping gaze, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The Ministry of Justice is in pursuit of a criminal. All idle onlookers, stand back. Any interference will be met with equal punishment." Pausing for a moment, the blue-robed fifth-rank official turned to young Master Zhou and forced a smile. "Young Master, may I inquire as to the whereabouts of the criminal?" Young Master Zhou pointed accusingly at Xu Qi'an. "Arrest this scoundrel." The blue-robed official waved his hand decisively. "Seize him." The soldiers rushed forward, producing shackles to restrain Xu Qi'an. "My lord, what crime has my nephew committed?" Su Pingji exclaimed in desperation. "As for whether there is a crime, that is for me to determine," the blue-robed official replied coolly. "As an officer of the Ministry of Justice, I assure you that I will exercise my duties with the utmost integrity and diligence." Su Pingji attempted to argue further, but was firmly restrained by Magistrate Zhu. "Take him away." Chapter 24. The Blue Book. The officials of the Ministry of Justice swiftly departed, taking with them Xu Qi'an, who had been labeled a criminal. Only then did the elderly man with graying hair withdraw his aura, not even glancing at Su Pingji as he grasped young Master Zhou's arm. "Young Master, allow this old servant to escort you back to the manor to tend to your wounds." As they exited, young Master Zhou shouted, "I want that rascal dead." "Certainly. I will see to it," the elderly man replied with a benevolent smile. "No, I shall go myself." "Whatever you wish, young master." The two departed the county office, their figures fading into the distance, while Su Pingji suddenly gasped for breath, as though he had narrowly escaped drowning. Drenched in perspiration, Su Pingji declared word by word, "I must seek an audience with His Majesty. You cannot see the Emperor. The palace is a forbidden ground, inaccessible to mere captains of the Imperial Guard. You lack the authority to submit a petition," sighed Magistrate Zhu. "It is futile, utterly futile." Su Pingji's expressions oscillated between ferocity and despair. After a moment's contemplation, Magistrate Zhu advised, "The only course of action left for you is to seek out Cijiao. He is a scholar from Yunlu Academy and may possess a solution." The Yunlu Academy faced severe oppression in the realm of officialdom, offering little room for existence. Its inhabitants were far from feeble scholars. They were disciples of sages, adept not only in reasoning but also in persuasive rhetoric. Thus, Su Xinyan's escape from the fate of exile was merely the stripping of his official title, relegating him to a lowly status. Observing the Star Pavilion, Captain Wang rode forth to the highest edifice in the capital. Surrounding it, no soldiers patrolled. Yet as he approached, he discerned that the vicinity of the Star Pavilion was utterly devoid of common folk. The Astronomical Bureau was a site steeped in legend, where the director observed celestial phenomena and established calendars, a figure who could commune with celestial beings. The works of the alchemists from the Bureau were widely celebrated among the populace, bringing them prosperity, in contrast to other institutions. The practitioners of the Astronomical Bureau were the most embraced by the common people as divine figures. In a place where deities resided, no one dared to tread. Captain Wang contemplated reining in his horse and returning home, yet he persevered. Enduring immense psychological pressure, he halted before the Star Pavilion, trembling hands securing the reins to the ornate balustrade of the stone steps. Steeling himself, he ascended the stone staircase. The foundation of the stargazing tower rises an impressive 6 meters high, surpassing the rooftops of ordinary homes. With a heart laden with apprehension, Captain Wang ascended to the first floor of the tower. The interior was suffused with light, as sunlight streamed through a series of apertures in the walls, causing dust motes to dance in the beams. Captain Wang beheld rows of medicinal cabinets and observed young men clad in white, fervently engaged in animated discussions. Some were engrossed in their studies, while others rested their heads on tables in slumber, and yet others were diligently boiling herbal ingredients. It was said that the celestial beings of the Astronomical Bureau were masters of medicine, healing the ailing without demanding remuneration. And now, Captain Wang found himself a believer. "Who are you?" A young man in white caught sight of Captain Wang and approached, scrutinizing him closely. There were no soldiers stationed around the Astronomical Bureau, yet few commoners dared to approach without trepidation. Only those beset by grave illnesses, fully aware of their dire circumstances, would venture here in search of fortune. Captain Wang felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over him, swallowing hard before stammering, I I am the captain of the Chongluk County office. And so? The young man in white remained silent, his gaze piercing and intense, as though he could see into the depths of one's soul. Captain Wang felt an overwhelming pressure, nearly succumbing to the urge to abandon his inquiry regarding the young lad, Xu Qi'an, and turn away. I am here to seek Miss Kaiwei, he finally managed to say. Senior Sister Kaiwei? The young man in white scrutinized Captain Wang once more, noting his empty hands and silently questioning how one could arrive without provisions to seek out Senior Sister Kaiwei. What is the matter? Wang Butu retrieved a deep blue-covered book from his pocket, stating that a friend had requested him to deliver it to Miss Kaiwei, accompanied by a brief message. Xu Qi'an is in trouble. Please assist him swiftly. The man in white accepted the book, casually flipping through its pages, only to find the handwriting twisted and illegible, resembling a chicken's claw. It was certainly unfit for a refined audience. Losing interest, he held the book, noting that his senior sister Kaiwei was absent, having gone out for leisure. You may either wait here or return later, or if you wish, hand the book to me, and I shall convey it. Then I must trouble you, esteemed sir. With that, Wang Butu fled in haste. Senior brother, what was that about? Inquired a fellow in white, observing Wang Butu's hurried departure. A constable, seeking out senior sister Kaiwei, must have urgent business. Please take this book to the 7th level and deliver it to Brother Song, and inquire about his thoughts. Song Qing was the foremost among the 6th-rank alchemists, the 4th disciple of the supervisor, and within the Astral Monitoring Bureau, everyone could claim to be a disciple of the supervisor. However, in truth, only 6 had been directly taught by him, known as the 6 sons of the Astral Monitoring Bureau. The other disciples were merely students of these 6. Indeed, Xu Kaiwei was the youngest disciple, yet to complete her training and thus not yet qualified to instruct her fellow apprentices. Recently returned to the capital, Song Qing had heard of the details surrounding the tax silver case, and, amidst the eager anticipation of his fellow disciples, had taken on the task of refining counterfeit silver. The white-robed alchemists, blissfully content in their 996 blessings, were on the verge of tears from joy. Another failure, Brother Song. Even you could not succeed? It is absurd to suggest that Brother Song could possibly fail. The creation of an alchemical technique necessitates countless failures from which to glean insights. As long as Brother Song can fully comprehend the underlying intricacies, our Celestial Monitoring Bureau will acquire yet another skill. Exhausted from 12 consecutive hours of intense work, Song Qing waved his hand, urging silence as he yearned for tranquility. Despite a sleepless night, his eyes remained bright and spirited, even exhibiting a hint of exhilaration. As a fervent enthusiast of alchemy, he embraced every challenge within the realm of this ancient art. It is not merely a matter of salt dosage. After several evaluations, he surmised that the temperature of the flame must be regulated to melt the salt without allowing it to boil. The crux lies in the lightning. Song Qing pondered deeply. He had discerned the pivotal issue, yet lacked a concept of voltage, forcing him to repeatedly experiment with controlling the intensity of the lightning technique. The simplicity of salt-yielding faux silver underscores the brilliance of the alchemist who conceived this technique. Truly, they must be a prodigy. Song Qing reflected that forging a connection with such a remarkable individual could potentially catalyze a monumental breakthrough in his life's creative endeavors. At that moment, a figure clad in white ascended the stairs to the 7th floor, where alchemists congregated. The white attire represented the uniform of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau's disciples, seemingly indistinguishable at first glance, save for the embroidery on the chest. The alchemists bore the emblem of a furnace, while the newcomer displayed an embroidery of herbs, signifying his rank as a 9th-tier physician, also known as a healer. Brother, he began, a constable came looking for Sister Kaiwei just now, bearing a message. Xu Qi'an is in peril, swift rescue is imperative. The disciple, whose robe was embroidered with herbs, stated. I surmised it might be a matter of some urgency, a plea from a friend of Senior Sister Kaiwei, hence my assent to inform you. Xu Qi'an. Song Qing found the name vaguely familiar, yet elusive. Did the individual convey anything further? The disciple, bearing the herbal insignia, presented a tome bound in deep azure, remarking, merely this volume was left behind. The penmanship is atrocious, Song Qing muttered, accepting the book. Upon opening the initial page, he recoiled at the sight of the spidery scrawl. The preface consisted of a solitary line, which he scrutinized intently. Equivalent exchange, the immutable principle of alchemy, Edward Elric. Equivalent exchange. A jolt, akin to a lightning strike, coursed through Song Qing's mind, his very essence seemingly impacted. The sensation resembled that of a timeless verse upon a scholar. Equivalent exchange is the immutable principle of alchemy. Indeed, that is precisely it. Song Qing murmured, lost in contemplation. Invariably, upon successfully transmuting an object, the constituent materials would either vanish or transform into an alternate entity. This phenomenon had always been present, yet seldom did individuals take note, or, upon noticing, delve into its profound implications. In days of yore, our mentor imparted that the essence of alchemy lies not in alteration, but in conversion, equivalent exchange. So that is its true essence. This concise yet comprehensive statement induced a tremor of exhilaration within the ardent alchemist. After calming her excited heart, Song Qing began to ponder the significance of the name Edward Elric. Was it merely a name? How peculiar it seemed. Could it be a code or some esoteric jargon from the realm of alchemy? Unable to fathom it, she felt an insatiable curiosity. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Song Qing eagerly turned to the next page, meticulously and patiently deciphering the distorted, unsightly characters. The opening line read, "Step into the world of alchemy." Was this a guide for entering the domain of alchemy? How audacious, Song Qing thought to herself. Alchemy had always been taught through demonstration and oral tradition. Those with innate talent could grasp its fundamentals in a year or so, while the less gifted might toil for decades without success. Even the Astronomical Bureau had yet to produce a proper textbook. Yet, the preface's statement granted Song Qing ample patience. The first section, the changes and properties of matter. There exist numerous examples in nature that elude the naked eye. These examples constitute matter, which interacts in myriad ways, constantly undergoing transformation. I categorize these changes as chemical and physical transformations. As Song Qing read on, she fell into deep contemplation. What is chemistry? What are atoms? What am I reading? Why do I recognize each character, yet find the combinations utterly incomprehensible? The classics of sages have annotations, yet here there is nothing. However, Song Qing did not leave empty-handed. She astutely discerned that this was an unparalleled tome of celestial knowledge. It elucidated the true essence of the world, revealing the fundamental structure of all things under heaven and earth. Song Qing's body trembled slightly. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated tearing the book apart, for its secrets were known only to the divine, and mere mortals should not pry into them. Yet, deep within, a force compelled him forward, humanity's most primal thirst for knowledge. The alchemy chamber was enveloped in silence. The scholars in white exchanged anxious glances, hesitant to disturb him, deeply concerned about the tumultuous expressions on Song Qing's face. He was likely contemplating some unfathomable alchemical principle once more. Indeed, last year, he had attempted to transmute the flesh and blood of a cat into a tree, such that even if its head were severed, it could regenerate. However, he had been confined by the supervising instructor for a month for that folly. Immersed in his own world, Song Qing oscillated between fear and exhilaration. As he continued to read, his eyes suddenly sparkled with revelation upon discovering a detailed guide on how to concoct tax silver. Step 1. First, filter the brine to purify sodium chloride, refined salt. Step 2. Evaporate the brine to crystallize it, then melt it at a blistering temperature of 800 degrees Celsius. Step 3. Caution. This step is crucial for the creation of tax silver. Success hinges upon it. Song Qing's heart raced with anticipation, as he finally felt on the brink of unraveling a dilemma that had plagued him and his fellow students for ages. This truly was a divine tome. As he reached the end of the page, he wet his fingertip with saliva, eager to turn to the next page. To his dismay, it was blank. Song Qing. Nothing more. What happened to the third step? Why was it not recorded? Who authored this book? Such fragmented writing deserves to be shredded into 1,000 pieces. Song Qing coughed up a mouthful of blood in frustration. He opened his mouth, momentarily forgetting himself, and asked solemnly, "Who sent this book?" Unheeded, unheard, forgotten. The junior disciple's responses possessed an unusual veracity. Song Qing promptly descended the stairs, seeking out the disciple who had previously received Head Constable Wang, and meticulously inquired about the events that had transpired. This is an exchange, Song Qing deduced, arriving at such a conclusion after his analysis. "Senior brother, what ails you?" The disciples in white robes followed him downstairs, their voices filled with concern. "What ails this book?" Song Qing's countenance was exceedingly grave as he surveyed the faces of those present. "Esteemed junior brothers, lend me your ears. This presents an opportunity for the observatory of astrological phenomena to ascend with unprecedented swiftness. It is a once-in-a-millennium occasion, where alchemy may usher in unmatched brilliance. The Mianyang Pavilion. 2 carriages ambled along the official road, each carrying one of the 2 esteemed Confucian scholars who had just concluded their spirited exchange. Xu Qi'an and his fellow students rode on horseback, trailing behind the carriages. "I ought not to have spoken the truth just now," Xu Qi'an lamented, a tinge of regret in his voice. The 2 great scholars had been arguing with such vehemence that it seemed as though a physical altercation was imminent when Xu Qi'an bluntly stated, "In truth, teacher and master Mubai merely seek to obtain a timeless poem." The situation was awkward. Although he had prevented the 2 great scholars from engaging in a brawl, Xu Qi'an also realized that speaking the truth was not always the most prudent course of action. "Mother is right. I have always been inept at speaking. I must amend this." Xu Qi'an engaged in the nth instance of self-reflection in his life. His hand reached into his bosom, gently caressing the warm jade pendant. Xu Qi'an gazed into the distance with delight. Just as he was reveling in his joy, a figure galloping towards them entered his field of vision. In a short while, the silhouette became discernible. It was his father, Xu Pingji. Xu Qi'an paused, then spurred his horse forward, overtaking the carriages to meet him. "Father, what brings you here?" Upon speaking, Xu Qi'an felt a heavy weight in his heart. The expression on his father's face indicated that the situation was dire, despite his ignorance of the details. Xu Pingji hurriedly conveyed the troubling news to his son. "The son of the deputy minister has been publicly harassing your sister, nearly trampling Lingyin underfoot, and your elder brother has been taken to the Ministry of Justice." A surge of blood rushed to Xu Qi'an's head in a heated moment. "Son, your elder brother's life depends on you. Father, do not fret." A flurry of thoughts raced through Xu Qi'an's mind, and soon he devised a plan. He turned his horse around, halted the carriage, and called out loudly, "Teacher, Mr. Mubai, I have an urgent matter to discuss." The curtain was lifted, and Zhang Shun and Li Mubai peered out, inquiring, "What is it?" "My elder brother is in peril. I implore you, teacher and Mr. Mubai, to extend your assistance." Xu Qi'an recounted the troubling news relayed by his father. Zhang Shun fixed his gaze upon him and solemnly remarked, "Is he the talented scholar who pen no one knows my struggles ahead? Who in the world does not recognize you?" His tone was grave, as though this detail bore great significance. "Indeed," Xu Qi'an affirmed with a nod. Just as Zhang Shun was about to speak, Li Mubai from within the carriage interjected, "Leave your brother's affairs to me. You and your teacher should return to the academy." "Humph," Zhang Shun scoffed, "interlopers should not meddle. I shall handle my students' matters." Xu Pingji was elated, surprised at the influence his son wielded. "Teacher, Mr. Mubai, my elder brother has been taken to the Ministry of Justice. Please hurry, for delay could bring disastrous consequences." Xu Qi'an urged. At this moment, there was no time for banter. "Lastly, I express my gratitude to the esteemed Master Shirshio for the generous reward." Chapter 26. Virtually Mubai suddenly waved his hand, and the coachman was lifted by a gust of wind, landing lightly by the roadside. The venerable scholarly took hold of the reins and personally drove the carriage, stating slowly, "This is a steed of unparalleled quality, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a single day." An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The horse that drew the carriage was merely an ordinary brown mare, yet at that moment, it let out an exuberant neigh. Beneath its tawny hide, sinews bulged, its body expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it grew nearly twice the height of an average horse. Li Mubai's carriage sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Zhang Shun scoffed. "You should dismount as well." He dispatched the original coachman to the roadside and took over the reins himself, speaking in a deep tone. "This horse is not only large and robust, but it also possesses 6 legs." Once again, a similar transformation occurred. The black horse, like its counterpart, swelled in size, its muscles rippling. The difference lay in the fact that its abdomen split open, bones elongated, and nerves intertwined, miraculously sprouting 2 additional horse legs. With 6 hooves flying, the black horse stirred a cloud of dust, swiftly catching up to Li Mubai's carriage. "You shameless old rogue, what kind of horse has 6 hooves?" Li Mubai thundered. "If I say it has 6, then it does." "Very well, then my horse has 8 hooves." "Humph. The audacious old thief seeks to compete for my disciple, does he? My carriage is as light as a feather, soaring with the wind." A gust of wind swept by, and Zhang Shun's carriage floated away as if made of paper, drifting towards the horizon. Li Mubai, unwilling to be outdone, declared, My carriage will ride the clouds." A billowing white cloud materialized from the ground, adhering to the wheels of his carriage, lifting it into the sky. Su Pingji stared in astonishment at the scene before him, watching until the two carriages vanished into the horizon. He swallowed hard and remarked, "Scholars truly possess an extraordinary talent for boasting." Su Qi'an gazed skyward, filled with yearning, murmuring, "This is no mere boast. It embodies the Confucian principle of virtue. It is also known by another name, derived from Lord Jinjing's drunken mockery. Confucians disrupt the law with their literature. In the Ministry of Justice's prison, Xu Qi'an sat shackled, cross-legged upon a tattered straw mat, his back against the cold wall. He inhaled the damp, putrid air, reminiscent of the prison in the yamen. According to the records he had perused in the archives, the capital's yamen was rife with instances of exploitation where the powerful preyed upon the weak. Such grievances rarely reached the ears of the emperor, as they were swiftly suppressed. The phrase "the heavens hear the grievances" carries weight for this very reason. Yet, this was during the period of imperial scrutiny. Was he not concerned about political adversaries launching a counterattack? Su Qi'an scoffed, "If they swiftly eliminate me, they could then coerce my uncle into bearing humiliation for the sake of our family's safety, thus resolving the matter." He reflected, "I was mistaken. Although the middle class enjoys a comfortable existence, a single misstep against the influential can lead to irreparable ruin. To live with dignity, I must acquire power and strength." Clang. The iron door at the end of the corridor creaked open, footsteps echoed, growing nearer. Shortly after, a prison guard appeared, accompanied by 2 armed soldiers. Approaching the bars, "It's time for your execution," the guard taunted with a sneer. He opened the door but did not enter. Instead, he took a step back and barked, "Get out, dead man." The 2 soldiers gripped their blades firmly, their expressions wary. Despite being shackled with specially designed restraints, the individual in question remained a martial artist at the pinnacle of his craft. In a moment of desperation, should he resort to a fight for survival, there was a palpable risk for those present. "It would be prudent for you to cooperate with us. I trust you do not wish for us to pierce your tendons, dragging you out in such a manner." Xu Qi'an fell silent for a moment before rising. At the Ministry of Justice, Secretary Sun was engrossed in handling matters, with a mountain of documents and petitions before him. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he lifted his gaze towards the window. In a fleeting moment, 2 shadows sped into view, their outlines becoming clearer. 2 carriages, one riding the gentle breeze, the other soaring through the clouds. The 2 carriages raced side by side, eager to arrive first, and both descended into the courtyard of the Ministry of Justice. As the majestic steeds landed, they succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing as if all vitality had been drained from them. Twitching in their final throes, soldiers stationed at the ministry quickly gathered around. Donning a crimson robe, Secretary Sun approached with a furrowed brow. His square, dignified face bore an air of seriousness when deep in thought. "Brother Chunjing, Brother Jin, what brings you both to my Ministry of Justice?" Despite the long-standing rivalry between the Guozijian and Yunlu Academy, the presence of these 2 esteemed scholars compelled him to adopt a respectful demeanor. Zhang Shun clasped his hands in greeting and spoke in a grave tone. "The Ministry of Justice has detained one of my disciples, named Xu Qi'an. I kindly ask Secretary Sun for his release." "They have arrested a student from Yunlu Academy?" Secretary Sun mused, aware of the Academy's fierce protectiveness over their own. "The Ministry of Justice wields authority over criminal matters and does not apprehend individuals without just cause. I implore you both to clarify the situation." He did not immediately acquiesce. Although the National Academy had suppressed Yunlu Academy to the point of insignificance in the official arena, this was due to the former being a state-run institution. Naturally, Yunlu Academy could not contend with the National Academy. When the court does not employ you, what recourse do you have? However, this does not imply that Yunlu Academy is a mere soft persimmon to be manipulated at will. Yunlu Academy possesses the Confucian cultivation system, regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of scholars across the realm. The instructors of the academy are famously protective of their own. Thus, provided no grievous crimes have been committed, the officials of the Ministry of Justice would not seek trouble unprovoked. Before the 2 eminent scholars could speak, a few panicked attendants rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Minister, a group of white-clad disciples from the Tianjin have forcefully breached the gates. We cannot hold them back." Minister Sun and the officials present from the Ministry of Justice turned to look, witnessing a throng of white-robed disciples from the Tianjin storming into the Ministry of Justice. Leading them was a man with a cinnabar furnace embroidered on his chest. characterized by bushy eyebrows, a prominent nose, and dark circles under his eyes that seemed perpetual. He was Xu Qi'an, the fourth disciple of the chief of Xu Qi'an. The aggressive demeanor of the intruders caused Minister Sun to furrow his brow deeply as he barked. You have unlawfully invaded the Ministry of Justice and have thus violated the law. Depart at once. Xu Qi'an halted, performed a respectful bow, and replied calmly, Minister, we are here to request the presence of an individual from your esteemed ministry. Upon hearing this, Minister Sun's heart skipped a beat, and he sensed a revelation as he gravely inquired, Whom do you seek? Xu Qi'an, who was apprehended by the Ministry of Justice without cause today. Once again, it was Xu Qi'an. Who exactly was this person? To draw the attention of both the eminent scholars of Yunlu Academy and the white-clad disciples of Xu Qi'an in the realm of Dafeng, no one dares to offend the esteemed supervisor, even the self-proclaimed orthodox Confucians of Yunlu Academy, who, despite being ridiculed by the wine-loving supervisor for their literary chaos undermining the law, begrudgingly accepted the derision, refraining from attempting to persuade him with reason. What is the reason behind this? Who is Xu Qi'an, a name I have never encountered before? Surely, you must be somewhat ignorant. Are you aware of the tax silver case? It was Xu Qi'an who solved it. Yet, this individual is merely a martial artist. How could he possibly be entwined with the Confucian scholars and the Astronomical Bureau? It is indeed peculiar. Why are we in the Ministry of Justice pursuing him? The officials from the ministry who had gathered to observe whispered among themselves. Minister Sun beckoned a ministry official and inquired, Is there a man named Xu Qi'an being sought today? The official responded in hushed tones and then hurriedly departed, returning shortly with a stack of documents. Minister, there is no mention of Xu Qi'an in the arrest warrant. None. Minister Sun's expression darkened. Who initiated the pursuit? I happen to know. The official's gaze darted toward a figure in a blue robe amidst the crowd. It was Dr. Huang. In an instant, numerous eyes were directed at him. The doctor, who had barely sipped his tea after returning to the ministry and had yet to take credit from the deputy minister, felt a chill in his heart. Apologies. I am somewhat fatigued today. Chapter 27. To present a person, first update. Minister Sun cast a cold, sidelong glance. Dr. Huang felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, lowering his head and hastily approaching. My lord, the situation arose unexpectedly, and I was unable to procure the arrest warrant in time, primarily because this individual is a martial artist and also the nephew of the Imperial Guard Su Pingji. Possessing the ability to evade justice, Dr. Huang remarked that the distance between himself and the esteemed minister of the book was a mere 6 feet. Yet he could deflect blame in the blink of an eye. Young Master Zhou dispatched his retainer to submit a formal complaint, claiming he had been assaulted on the street by a rogue, who threatened to spill his blood within 5 paces. Given the urgency of the matter, the subordinate resolved to apprehend the individual without delay to prevent any flight. The white-clad officials of the Celestial Monitoring Office and the scholars from Yunlu Academy were present, and he dared not lie, nor was there any need for it. The brawl in the street was, after all, a matter deserving of severe reprimand. Aside from lacking an arrest warrant, all actions were conducted in accordance with established procedures. Within the Ministry of Justice, instances of later issuing warrants were quite common. The officials of the Celestial Monitoring Office furrowed their brows. Li Mubai exchanged a glance with Zhang Shan. The former stepped forward and solemnly declared, The sage says, a gentleman ought to be sincere. Thump, thump, thump. Dr. Huang felt his heart racing violently, blood rushing to his face. Overwhelmed with shame for his deceit, feeling utterly exposed, he loathed the liar within him, his spirit vehemently protesting against his despicable actions, his mouth acting against his will. Uncontrollably uttered, young Master Zhou wishes to see Xu Qi'an dead, to have him perish in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, to vent his pent-up rage. I wish to do young Master Zhou a favor. Relief washed over him as he collapsed onto the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, with over a dozen officials from the Ministry of Justice casting glances at Dr. Huang, some filled with disdain, others with contempt. Some relishing the misfortune, and others shaking their heads in pity. Despicable and shameless. I shall certainly pen a memorial to impeach you tomorrow, declared one official. The supervising secretary of the Ministry of Justice was immediately invigorated. A 5th-grade virtue realm. Grand Secretary Sun remained composed, glancing at the pale-faced and vacant-eyed Secretary Huang. He instructed his subordinates, relay my words to release the man. With the clatter of shackles, Xu Qi'an was led to the interrogation chamber. Young Master Zhou had changed into an indigo robe, thick yet not unsightly. He sat with his legs spread wide, one foot resting on a chair. His ear, which had been stomped on by Xu Qi'an, was wrapped in white gauze. A gaunt, elderly man in a blue gown with gold trim at the collar and cuffs stood beside him, his sharp eyes fixed on Xu Qi'an, making no attempt to conceal his murderous intent. Additionally, two jailers stood by a pile of instruments of torture, gloatingly scrutinizing Xu Qi'an. The brocade-clad young master waved his hand, and one of the jailers produced a piece of paper from his bosom, flinging it before Xu Qi'an. "You have two paths before you," young Master Zhou said with a condescending gaze. "Confess and sign, or experience every instrument of torture here before confessing and signing." Xu Qi'an glanced at the confession. The contents roughly stated, Xu Qi'an, a constable from Chonglu County, due to a verbal altercation with Zhou Li on the street, harbored murderous intent and used force to harm him, severely injuring Zhou Li. Subsequently, the constables arrived, and the constable Xu Qi'an was apprehended to commit assault in broad daylight, and against the son of the Vice Minister of Revenue no less. If I signed this confession, the lightest sentence would be exile. With the Zhou family's influence, they could easily arrange for me to be beheaded in the marketplace. They're not leaving me a way out. Xu Qi'an withdrew his gaze, looking at the brocade-clad young master. Sign the confession and suffer less physical torment? With a sardonic twist of his lips, as if toying with an insignificant insect, Master Zhou jested. "Nay, the choice I present to you is this. Will you affix your signature before enduring the torment, or endure the torment before affixing your signature?" Several jailers erupted in boisterous laughter. Xu Qi'an's countenance darkened. The more he appeared thus, the more delighted Master Zhou became, relishing the sight of others loathing him, yet finding themselves utterly helpless. "Dreadful, truly dreadful," Zhou Li chuckled. "Uncle Chun, are the shackles secure? What if this miscreant were to suddenly turn violent and commit murder?" The gaunt old man responded with a smile. "Young master, rest assured, he is but an ant. This old servant could crush him with a single slap. In that case, I am relieved." Zhou Li rose and approached the array of instruments of torture, discoursing with a leisurely air. "Here, we have 24 implements of torment, each capable of inflicting excruciating pain, yet none capable of ending a life. They are the perfect tools for extracting confessions. I shall not kill you, for that would be far too merciful. I have heard that within the watchman's prison lies a collection of 108 instruments of torture, and none who are confined within ever emerge alive. Alas, you shall not have the privilege of experiencing them. A pity, a great pity." Xu Qi'an's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the instruments of torture, chairs studded with iron nails, steel needles coated in rust, iron saws stained crimson from years of contact with blood. A gruesome assortment, each exuding cruelty and bloodshed. Xu Qi'an's throat constricted, and his complexion paled. Judging by the timing, the Kaiwei maiden from the observatory should have received the notification from Constable Wang. Why has she not arrived yet? Is she unwilling to rescue me? Incorrect. That book I penned is irresistibly captivating. Any alchemist who reads it should feel an intense, almost excruciating longing to discover what unfolds next. If no one comes to my rescue soon, even if I manage to survive, the use of this set of torturous instruments will render me utterly broken. Sweat beads began to form on Xu Qi'an's forehead. He is but a mortal, and he too feels fear. Young Master Zhou observed his expression intently as he spoke, and upon witnessing his reaction, he felt a deep satisfaction. This game of tormenting like a cat with a mouse immersed him in delight, prompting him to continue. "I have heard that you were raised by your second uncle, Su Pingji, and your bond must be quite strong. Indeed, I have reason to suspect that this matter is a scheme orchestrated by you and your second uncle. He has investigated me." The veins on Xu Qi'an's temples throbbed. "This, young Master Zhou, it was not stated in the confession." One of the jailers appeared troubled. "Fool, simply write a new one," another jailer scolded. "What are we waiting for? Write it right here, in front of him." Young Master Zhou laughed maniacally. His laughter echoed throughout the interrogation chamber. Suddenly, the heavy iron door swung open, and a jailer escorted a gentleman clad in a blue robe into the room. The blue-robed official cast a sweeping glance, and, upon seeing that Xu Qi'an bore no bloodstains and remained unscathed, silently exhaled in relief. "Take him away. At last, they have arrived." Xu Qi'an felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. The several jailers in the interrogation room instinctively looked towards young Master Zhou. "My lord, we are in the midst of interrogating a prisoner." Young Master Zhou shifted his gaze away from the blue-robed figure, focusing instead on the official's face. His expression tinged with displeasure. The official in the azure robe chuckled in a peculiar manner, saying, "This is the Ministry of Justice, not the Ministry of Revenue. If young Master Zhou wishes to interrogate a criminal, he should return to the Ministry of Revenue for that. Unless, of course, the Ministry of Revenue also oversees criminal matters." After speaking, he barked, "You fools, did you not hear me? Take him away." With 3,000 words as a foundation, and considering my usual penchant for verbosity when crafting tales of the second-generation demonic offspring, 4,000 words per chapter is quite common. I hope to see you all engaging vigorously. The newspaper vendor is both lengthy and enduring. Chapter 28. Crush this ant beneath my foot. Second update. Wait. Young Master Zhou halted the prison guard and glared at the official in the azure robe, saying, "This man attacked me in the street, seeking to take my life. I am the aggrieved party." He narrowed his eyes and added meaningfully, "Esteemed sir, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you." The official, a fifth-rank officer, was incomparable to his father. They were worlds apart. Yet, he was indeed an official of the Ministry of Justice, unrelated to the Ministry of Revenue. Young Master Zhou did not wish to be overly confrontational, hoping the man would grasp that offending the son of a vice minister was exceedingly unwise. In the bureaucratic realm, it is most unwise to create unnecessary enemies. To young Master Zhou's surprise, the azure-robed official exhibited no fear and instead scoffed. "You may relay those words to the Minister of Personnel." Young Master Zhou furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with the elder. Uncle Chen whispered, "Minister's son has a long-standing relationship with your father." The implication of his latter statement was clear. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would not intervene. Conversely, if there were issues, intervention would be inevitable. Reluctant to let the opportunity slip through his fingers, Master Zhou trailed closely behind. He intended to apprehend Xu Qi'an at the slightest pretext, subject him to immediate interrogation, and ensure the miscreant's demise. Emerging from the Ministry of Justice's prison, Xu Qi'an squinted, acclimating his pupils to the bright sunlight. He followed the azure-robed official into the ministry's courtyard, where a throng had gathered. Among them were officials of various ranks. A score of white-clad youths, 2 carriages alongside deceased horses, and a pair of distinguished Confucian scholars. Equally bewildered by the assembly, Master Zhou wondered what had transpired. The clatter of shackles ceased as the damnable Xu Qi'an halted, turned back, and declared, "You should be grateful that you did not torture me. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the newly accepted disciple of the supervisor of the Imperial Observatory." The elder's countenance underwent a drastic transformation. Master Zhou's composure shattered instantaneously. It was inconceivable that he could be the supervisor's disciple. Yet, faced with the sight of the observatory's white-robed members filling the courtyard, Master Zhou and the elder maintained a subdued silence. Ignoring the two, Xu Qi'an stepped forward, casting a glance over the white-clad figures, noting the absence of Miss Kaiwei. Was the petite beauty with the oval face not present? Chief Wang had delivered the alchemical manual, but Miss Kaiwei was nowhere to be seen. Had the observatory's alchemists been alerted by the book's contents, prompting their rescue mission? Or perhaps Miss Kaiwei was unavoidably detained, entrusting her fellow disciples with the task. Xu Qi'an inhaled deeply, the sound of his shackles accompanying his "Greetings, esteemed senior brothers." "Senior brother?" Song Qing paused, scrutinizing Xu Qi'an. "Did you pen this book?" His gaze was somewhat unfriendly. Xu Qi'an nodded, indicating that this was not the place for discussions. "Once we leave the Ministry of Justice, brother, feel free to inquire about anything." Ning Yin will speak candidly and comprehensively. Observing Xu Qi'an conversing with the figure clad in white from the Directorate of Celestial Monitoring, young Master Zhou appeared momentarily dazed. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze, deep down unwilling to accept the reality of the situation. He hastened to the side of Minister Sun, whispering, "Sir, the individuals from the Directorate of Celestial Monitoring." Minister Sun glanced at him with a sidelong look. "They seek someone from me." Young Master Zhou staggered slightly, his breath quickening. Could he truly be a disciple of the Inspector General? This is impossible. Moreover, if he were indeed a disciple, the tax silver case could never have implicated the Su family. The tax silver case? The emaciated elder pondered a possibility. What if he had been accepted as a disciple after the tax silver incident? He had indeed unraveled the secret of the tax silver, creating counterfeit currency. Such a self-taught genius in alchemy might have caught the Inspector General's attention, making it plausible, indeed, highly likely, that he would be accepted as a pupil. Furthermore, what reason would this assembly of white-clad figures have to gather here if he were not a disciple of the Inspector General? At that moment, The emaciated elder noticed the two silent Confucian scholars and the strangely deceased horses. He focused intently for a moment, and suddenly, a tremor coursed through him as he recognized the two esteemed scholars from Yunlu Academy. The elder swallowed hard. Minister, those two scholars are also here to seek someone. Minister Sun's expression remained impassive. Young Master Zhou's face stiffened, slowly turning to regard the elder. You are Xu Qi'an? Xu Qi'an turned to see an elderly man clad in a gray robe, sporting a goat-like beard. He pondered to himself, who might this venerable gentleman be? I am the former teacher of the departing. Another elder in a blue robe interjected, his warm smile appraising Xu Qi'an. Do not worry about traversing a path devoid of kindred spirits, for who in this world does not recognize you? But what have you penned? Xu Qi'an humbly replied. It is merely an unrefined work of a junior. I beg your pardon. My courtesy name is Ningyan, he added. Introducing one's courtesy name to a stranger is a fundamental etiquette, as addressing someone by their given name is considered a grave breach of decorum. Failing to present one's courtesy name subtly implies an unwillingness to forge connections. The smile on the blue-robed elder's face deepened. This matter is concluded. We shall take our leave from the Ministry of Justice. Over there, Song Qin could not restrain himself from urging. Immediately, a jailer stepped forward to unshackle Xu Qi'an from his fetters and chains. Good. Xu Qi'an nodded. The personnel from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau displayed expressions of delight. Their objectives fulfilled, and they eagerly anticipated the forthcoming discussions. Li Mubai and Zhang Shan, both esteemed scholars, were also reluctant to linger, for they were about to engage in a fierce contest. With Xu Qi'an departing with the group, young Master Zhou felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by an unacknowledged sense of trepidation and remorse. Wait! Xu Qi'an suddenly halted. The members of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau and the two scholars turned their gazes toward him. I have one more matter to attend to. Xu Qi'an clasped his hands in salutation, pivoting to approach young Master Zhou. As he passed by the jailer, he swiftly seized the wooden board-like shackles. What are you attempting to do? Young Master Zhou exclaimed, retreating in alarm. Xu Qi'an, my father is the Deputy Minister of Revenue. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Are you bold enough to act within the Ministry of Justice? Lord Sun, Minister Sun, swiftly apprehend this rogue. Uncle Chun, save me. Bang! Xu Qi'an swung the shackles with ferocity, striking Zhou Li's head, splintered wood flying. Young Master Zhou's eyes rolled back as he fell straight back, crimson blood streaming from his hair. Xu Qi'an, expressionless, regarded the emaciated old man. Kill me. The hall fell into silence. Before my senior brothers and the esteemed officials of the Ministry of Justice, before the two great Confucians, kill me, this insignificant ant, quickly. The anger surging in his face receded like a tide. The frail old man stood frozen, afraid to move. A journey through the gates of hell indeed. Only the offspring of officials can confront other officials. The fairness of law is but a privilege among the common folk. Xu Qi'an basked in the early winter sunlight, feeling as though he had been reborn, just as he departed from the Ministry of Justice. He spotted at the end of the long street two swift horses galloping towards him, ridden by Su Erlang and Su Ershu. The father and son also recognized Xu Qi'an. Surrounded by the white-robed attendants of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, Su Ershu's taut expression visibly relaxed. Why are the people from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau here? Confusion flickered in Su Ershu's eyes. As a peak practitioner of the Qi refinement realm who had participated in the Battle of Shanhai Pass, he did not revere the sorcerers of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau as ordinary folk did. Su Xinyan reined in his horse, subtly observing his cousin, and exhaled lightly, deeply bowing. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Mr. Mubai. Xu Qi'an could only return a slight bow to the attendants of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau before once again bowing to the two great Confucians alongside his younger cousin. Li Mubai lamented, with such poetic talent, how could you end up as a constable? Ningyan, would you be interested in coming to Yunlu Academy to cultivate the Confucian way? Within a mere quarter of an hour, Ningyan had already been summoned. Zhang Shan added, it would be a perfect opportunity to study under an esteemed master. Xu Qi'an was taken aback. Chapter 29. Bidding farewell to the old. Dear brother treats you well, dedicated to the alliance leader Li Peiyun. He cast a glance at his cousin, who wore an expression devoid of emotion. I am truly honored by the affection of both seniors. However, my path lies in martial arts. Though I studied in my youth, my academic pursuits have since languished. Xu Qi'an found himself at a loss and hesitated to respond. Not to worry, the pursuit of knowledge is a lifelong endeavor. It is never too late. Li Mubai said with a warm smile, stroking his goatee. The unexpected favor bestowed upon him left Xu Qi'an astonished. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration struck him. He glanced once more at his cousin and remarked, "Indeed, the ocean of learning knows no bounds. I do possess a certain talent for literature, and I am grateful for the attention from both esteemed gentlemen. Should I attend the academy, I shall undoubtedly surpass my predecessor, Cigio." Upon hearing this, Su Cigio let out a scoff, his tone dripping with pride. "What the teachers and Mr. Mubai appreciate is your poetry, such as sending Yang Gongji to Qingzhou from the sheep pavilion." Upon finishing, the second son's expression faltered, and he dared not meet the gaze of his teacher or Li Mubai, lowering his head slightly. "Sending Yang Gongji to Qingzhou from the sheep pavilion. Yang Gong. So that is how it is." Xu Qi'an had successfully navigated the proud and sharp-tongued nature of Su Erlang. Upon hearing these words, he understood the intentions of the two esteemed scholars. This indeed serves as a historical shortcut, as one might learn from the illustrious Wang Lun. This gentleman effortlessly endeared himself to Li Bai, thus etching his name into the annals of time, a legacy that endures to this day. It is evident that flattery is indeed a refined art. In ancient times, sycophants garnered fame through their devotion to their companions, while contemporary flatterers often find themselves bereft of all. This contrast between revering the past and disparaging the present is not without justification. The path to success within the Yunlu Academy is fraught with challenges. Without the ability to ascend to high office, one naturally cannot be recorded in history. At this juncture, the significance of Xu Qi'an's poetry becomes even more pronounced. The elderly gentleman is rather crafty. Xu Qi'an's lips twitched slightly, feeling somewhat aggrieved. For the mentors did not value him for his handsome visage or steadfast character, but rather for his poetic prowess. The two esteemed scholars, robust and enduring, maintained their smiles. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Qi'an expressed, "I am grateful for your kind regard, esteemed sirs. Ning Yin is wholeheartedly dedicated to learning, and I shall not refuse your generous offer." Recently, inspiration struck him, and he had composed several fine poems. Once he resolved his current affairs, he intended to visit his two esteemed teachers at the Yunlu Academy. As for the two esteemed teachers, Su Cigio, his cousin, proved to be far more astute than he himself. Li Mubai let out a subtle sigh of relief, a smile gracing his features. If he were to compete with Zhang Shun for disciples, the connection to Su Cigio would significantly diminish his odds of success. Xu Qi'an's words were indeed eloquent. "In that case, we shall await you at the Yunlu Academy," Zhang Shun stated, casting a profound glance at Xu Qi'an. "Cigio, cultivate your character before all else. You have been enlightened for a year, yet have yet to ascend to the realm of self-cultivation. Well, return home and transcribe the sayings of the sages 300 times, and present it to me in 10 days. Xu Qi'an felt as though struck by lightning. The old man strides with the grace of 30 paces at once. Zhang Shun turned and stepped away, vanishing without a trace. Li Mubai, with deliberate flair, traced a circle around himself with his toes, glanced at Xu Qi'an, and said solemnly, "Within 3 inches of me, this space does not belong here, but rather to the city gate." With that, he abruptly disappeared. Xu Qi'an's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of realm do these two esteemed scholars exist in? Xu Qi'an, still ensnared in the despair of having recited the sage's teachings 300 times, heard his uncle, Su Ershu, remark, according to Nyener, "They are at the 5th rank of Confucianism, virtue." He eagerly shared the remarkable scene he had witnessed outside the city with his nephew. "As long as I boast enough, there is nothing in this world I cannot accomplish." Xu Qi'an was once again taken aback. Xu Qi'an exhaled a deep sigh, casting a regretful glance at his scheming cousin, Su Dalong, and retorted irritably, "The realm of virtue can regulate a person's conduct and manipulate others through words. The essence of this realm is the initial grasp of the principle that words manifest reality, allowing one to alter the laws of nature to some extent. Thus, it is also known as disturbing the law with literature. Naturally, the methods employed by these two distinguished scholars are beyond the capabilities of an average scholar of virtue." The two warriors listened, captivated, while Su Ershu lamented, "Every major system possesses its own wonders. Only warriors revel in brute force. Therefore, it is but a crude form." The proud scholar Xu Qi'an, considering that both of these rough men were of a higher generation than himself, had ample reason to escalate matters, but chose not to voice this thought. Then, he noticed his cousin's intense gaze fixed upon him. "Erlang, brother has always treated you well." Before uttering such words, I implore you to reflect upon your conscience. I have a request to make of you. In the future, when Erlang attains the realm of virtue, I shall need your solemn promise. He shall inquire of me, where is my brother's Jiaochan? To which I shall respond, ah, brother's Jiaochan is at his waist. You scoundrel! Su Erlang, in indignation, brushed his sleeves and departed. Su Pingji, upon hearing his nephew's words, fell into deep contemplation. Xu Qi'an intended to visit the Astronomical Bureau, while Su Pingji and his son proceeded to the Changlu County office. Before leaving, Su Ershu advised his daughter to remain in the side hall of the Changlu County office. Upon first arriving at the Stargazing Tower, the tallest edifice in the capital, Xu Qi'an let out an impressed sound, surveying it with keen interest. Have you visited the Stargazing Tower before? Song Qing inquired. This is my first visit, he replied. Yet your expression suggests a lack of astonishment, she observed, noting the phrase ordinary and unremarkable in his gaze. Anyone encountering the Stargazing Tower for the first time would perceive it as a magnificent marvel. Its foundation reaches twice the height of ordinary homes. Its columns are several times sturdier than the dragon pillars of the imperial palace, and its bricks tower above a man's height. The resources expended in its construction constitute 1/3 of the annual tax revenue of the Great Feng Dynasty. Most notably, the pride of the Astronomical Bureau lies in the tower's unparalleled height. It is a singular architectural feat unlikely to be surpassed in the world. The alchemists of the Astronomical Bureau collaborated with the Ministry of Works in its design and construction, a labor that spanned 12 years, resulting in a structure unmatched anywhere on Earth. Accustomed as I am to towering edifices, Xu Qi'an chuckled. My second uncle often remarks that I have possessed a tranquil disposition since childhood. Even in the face of calamity, I remain unperturbed. Perhaps this is a form of innate talent. Song Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, only such composure is worthy of collaborating with me on matters of significance. However, noticing the dark circles beneath her eyes, Xu Qi'an began to wonder if he had misspoken. Upon reaching the 7th floor of the Stargazing Tower, he encountered the familiar figure of Xu Qi'an, adorned in a delicate, pale yellow dress, seated beside a table laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, steamed lamb, braised bear paw, roasted venison tail, fragrant duck, and tender chicken. A thought crossed Xu Qi'an's mind. What trouble have you stirred up again? Xu Qi'an cast a sidelong glance at the young constable. Her cheeks puffed as she mumbled a greeting. Were you not at the Stargazing Tower earlier? Xu Qi'an had already learned the details from Song Qing. I was busy flattering the princess, Xu Qi'an replied. Feeling a pang of hunger, Xu Qi'an casually sat at the table and reached for a chicken leg. Smack! Xu Qi'an swiftly swatted his hand away, her large, almond-shaped eyes brimming with caution. Haven't you eaten? Not yet, he admitted. Brother Song, please take him back after dinner. In that moment, Xu Qi'an envisioned what Su Lingyin might look like when grown. A morsel lodged in his throat, leaving him uncertain whether to swallow or expel it. How did you end up in a scuffle with someone named Zhou? Xu Qi'an inquired mid-bite. I was out shopping with my sister, and that Zhou fellow took a fancy to her beauty. Is your sister beautiful? She is not inferior to you, he replied. Indeed, she was as beautiful as a celestial being, unlike any earthly creature. Xu Qi'an raised his gaze to her. Sunlight streamed through the wall's vents, illuminating her exquisite oval face with a radiant, warm hue. Her eyes were large and round, resembling apricots, clear and bright, as if they contained stars. Xu Qi'an seldom encountered such eyes that bore a hint of a two-dimensional allure. This beauty seemed to be the perfect match for my past life. The tax silver case has concluded. Do you know who swapped your uncle's tax silver? Xu Qi'an sucked on her fingers. Xu Qi'an shook his head, stating, I am but a humble constable. Xu Qi'an glanced up at him, then lowered her gaze to take a bite of the crisply fried skin of the roasted duck. The one who swapped the tax silver was Qianhu Lu Changji of the Imperial Knife Guard, along with Zheng Xian, the head official of the Ministry of Revenue. And so? Xu Qi'an raised an eyebrow. I have heard that Deputy Minister Zhou Xianping is their supporter. Xu Qi'an could not help but curse under his breath. It felt as though a current had surged through his mind, illuminating many truths in an instant. Thus, upon hearing my name, Zhou was determined to eliminate me because I had unraveled the tax silver case and thwarted his grand schemes. He sought to retaliate. No, perhaps today's events were the very culmination of his long-standing machinations. Deputy Minister Zhou's residence lay in the inner city, a considerable distance away, yet he happened to stroll near the Su residence? Unless he was deliberately lingering in that vicinity, Zhou must have investigated me. How could he not know what Lingwa looked like? The pretense of teasing a respectable woman was merely an act. His true intention was to provoke, using this pretext to bring about my demise. A chilling sensation coursed through Xu Qi'an as if a frigid serpent had slithered past him. Chapter 30, Chemistry Class. The individual surnamed Zhou appeared to be nothing more than a thoughtless dandy, yet he masqueraded so convincingly. Perhaps it was not mere pretense. A dandy does not necessarily lack intellect. He adeptly employed the tactics of a frivolous air, instigating trouble, leveraging connections, and coercing confessions, with the intention of seizing my assets. Moreover, the repercussions of such actions were minimal, although the capital's inspections were imminent. Eliminating a trifling clerk or a county constable would hardly shake the very foundations of the Minister of Revenue, a dignified third-rank official. Little did Zhou realize, I not only had established ties with the Bureau of Astronomy, but had also secured the personal intervention of a scholar from Yunlu Academy. At this thought, Xu Qi'an felt a thrilling sense of peril akin to walking a tightrope. Ever since the day I unraveled the tax silver case, I had unwittingly incurred the wrath of the Minister of Revenue, becoming embroiled in a precarious situation. I had hoped to distance myself from imperial power, aspiring instead to live a mundane life as a wealthy gentleman with numerous wives and concubines. Had it not been for Erlang's timely decision to present poetry to the Academy elder, or my sudden whim to recall and jot down some chemical knowledge a few days prior, I might have met my demise. I would not have even comprehended the true reason behind my downfall, merely attributing it to the ire of a spoiled second-generation heir. A series of fortunate coincidences had allowed me to navigate this crisis. It was luck. Xu Qi'an inhaled sharply, a sudden thought striking him. Miss Kaiwei, do you possess the ability to foresee fate? Indeed, replied Chu Kaiwei, swallowing her food. An 8th-rank sorcerer is known as a fate seer. The art of fate-seeing is the most fundamental skill among our sorcerers. All subsequent mystical occurrences were predicated upon the ability to discern one's aura. She became quite loquacious when discussing her cultivation system, chattering excitedly. But, do you know why the 9th rank of a sorcerer isn't an aura seer but a healer? Xu Qi'an shook his head, playing the role of a straight man, and inquired, surely it's not because all of you sorcerers possess a heart dedicated to healing the wounded and rescuing the dying? Chu Kaiwei straightened her small waist and adopted a serious demeanor, seemingly relishing the feeling of being a teacher, and said, all things in this world possess a destiny, among which humans are paramount. The 8 sufferings of life, the 7 emotions, and the 6 desires are all part of one's destiny. Healers, in their efforts to save the dying and heal the wounded, inevitably become tainted by birth, aging, sickness, and death. Over time, they develop a pair of clear eyes capable of perceiving one's aura. Xu Qi'an remarked, I simply adore girls who are so forthcoming and speak without reservation. Can you discern my aura? Chu Kaiwei dabbed at her small mouth with a handkerchief, fixed her gaze upon him, and scrutinized him intently. Her bright, dark eyes emitted a pure aura that gradually filled her pupils. Under the gaze of her clear, aura-filled eyes, Xu Qi'an's intuition was stirred, as if he were sitting on pins and needles, causing him great discomfort. After a moment, the pure light in Chu Kaiwei's eyes receded, and her complexion remained unchanged. Your aura is pale red, tinged with black. What does that signify? Red signifies that you are employed by the government. However, the pale hue suggests that you are a low-level functionary. The black aura, on the other hand, is a symbol of misfortune, a fact I believe you are well aware of. Xu Qi'an furrowed his brow and probed. Are there no other colors? Perhaps a color that symbolizes the chosen one of destiny? You may speak such words in my presence, but should they reach the ears of the discerning, it would be deemed an egregious act of disrespect. Aside from the emperor, no one dares to proclaim themselves as the son of heaven. Chu Kaiwei was taken aback. Dismissing the notion of disrespect was one thing, but what audacity did this individual possess to consider himself the son of heaven? Oh, great dragon! Open your eyes and take a closer look. Perhaps she could not discern it, possibly due to differences in rank, or perhaps my fortunate disposition and fate were unrelated. Xu Qi'an maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though his thoughts were tumultuous within. With a swift motion, Chu Kaiwei once again swatted Xu Qi'an's hand away from the food, puffing her cheeks to express her displeasure. Wait until I am full, and then I shall share with you. Xu Qi'an glanced at the half-devoured feast, silently speculating about the extent of her current appetite. By the way, what is the current situation of the Deputy Minister of Revenue? Xu Qi'an straightened his posture, refraining from gazing at the food. Recently, The Ministry of Revenue had impeached Deputy Minister Zhou, but the memorial had been suppressed by His Majesty. Xu Qi'an paused before adding, "Those two, fearing punishment, took their own lives. Thus, there was no evidence." In these times, if the emperor truly wished to eliminate someone, evidence was not a necessity. Everyone understood the unspoken truth. It might also involve factional strife, or the emperor could have ulterior motives. Oh, I am not well versed in court matters, having had no direct involvement. I must seek out a seasoned official to glean some insights. Consequently, Xu Qi'an began to subtly inquire, yet Xu Qi'an displayed little interest in court affairs, offering no valuable information. "Oh, you are quite bothersome. We at the Bureau of Celestial Monitoring do not interfere with court matters." As she was pressed with questions, her brows furrowed in displeasure, exhibiting a rather unhappy demeanor. I seem to have inadvertently struck a blow to her pride as an educator. Xu Qi'an, discerning the situation, chose not to inquire further. "How much silver is on this table?" Xu Qi'an savored his meal with great delight. After indulging in food and wine, Xu Qi'an meticulously calculated with her fingers for an extended period, only to find herself at a standstill. Xu Qi'an looked up. "I provided the innkeeper with 4 taels of silver and received 1 tael, 3 qian, and 60 copper coins in return." Xu Qi'an lamented. "So how much did I actually spend?" The frown on her face was quite endearing, reminiscent of a 7-year-old girl grappling with a math problem. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Qi'an replied, "I'm afraid I do not know. A tael of silver equals 8 qian, and 1 qian equals 101. The absence of a simple 10:1 ratio significantly complicates calculations." Observing her expression, it seemed she could read but had not studied arithmetic. Therefore, Xu Qi'an refrained from playing the hero. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiwei's eyes brightened, sensing a kinship with Xu Qi'an. "How did you manage to solve cases so adeptly then?" After a long pause, he replied, "Oh." Xu Qi'an scrutinized him. "You seem to be eating rather unhappily?" "Not at all. The taste is merely average." "Nonsense. Zue Xianju is the finest tavern in the southern city. I have tasted far better." Chu Xiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xu Qi'an continued, "If you have time, come to my home, and I shall prepare a delightful meal for you." In the alchemy chamber, a group of individuals clad in white surrounded the experimental apparatus, intently observing Song Qing's operations. A porcelain cup, as delicate as an eggshell, was poised over a flickering candle. Wisps of steam curling around it as the water within evaporated completely, leaving behind crystalline formations. Song Qing flicked his fingers, and a vibrant burst of flame enveloped the crystals, gently melting them. "If only I possessed this skill in my past life," Xu Qi'an mused. Igniting a cigarette with a flick of the fingers would have been an unparalleled advantage in wooing the ladies. He felt a tinge of envy for the flamboyant flair of the sorcerers. As the sodium chloride crystals liquefied, a grave expression settled upon Song Qing's face. In countless previous attempts, he had always been stymied at the subsequent stage, the lightning strike. Instinctively, Song Qing glanced at Xu Qi'an beside him, including the wide-eyed beauty. Xu Qi'an, the other white-robed figures turned their gazes towards Su Dalong. Su Dalong nodded impassively, not even offering guidance. Song Qing thought, reassured. "This indicates that all my steps thus far have been flawless." With newfound confidence, he snapped his fingers. A faint, luminous arc of electricity suddenly crackled through the air, steadily coursing into the porcelain cup. He held his breath. Suddenly, the others heard Xu Qian's voice. Without hesitation, they all held their breath. "Even if you were to directly inhale the toxic fumes, nothing would happen to you, inhuman folks," Xu Qi'an remarked, his words a mere product of habit, prompting everyone to hold their breath. In the next instant, a scene unfolded that astonished the white-robed members of the Supreme Purity Palace. Irregular, silver-white chunks formed within the porcelain cup, indistinguishable from genuine silver. The edges of the chunks were lined with fine salt that had not yet fully transformed. It's a success. Senior brother Song Qing, how did you accomplish this?" The white-robed figures were astounded. They had never succeeded before, yet this time, counterfeit silver had been produced in a single attempt. As anticipated, that day, Miss Kaiwei was able to forge counterfeit silver, achieving success on her first attempt, not merely due to sheer luck. No, it was indeed the result of fortuitous happenstance, for I was by her side, involved in the matter. Xu Qi'an observed in silence, confirming his internal suspicions. Song Qing glanced at the fake silver, then at the elated disciples, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. "I have not changed at all. It has always been this way." With this thought in mind, He instinctively cast a glance at Xu Qi'an, discovering that the young constable exhibited no surprise. His gaze was somber, as though he had anticipated this outcome all along. A thought stirred within Song Qing. Su Ningyan, do you know the reason? At that moment, Chu Kaiwei, deep in contemplation, turned her gaze towards Xu Qi'an as the other members in white shifted their attention as well. Xu Qi'an stood with his hands clasped behind him, smiling gently. This question is not one for me to answer. A seasoned alchemist should learn to think independently. I believe you ought to discern where the crux of the matter lies. Chapter 31. This is not merely taking advantage. It is an equitable exchange. The crux? Song Qing's mind raced, analyzing the previous failures alongside this recent success. The preceding steps had remained unchanged. The true alteration must have occurred in the final step, the lightning strike. How did this lightning strike differ from the last? A few faint arcs of electricity flickered through his mind, and Song Qing's body jolted with excitement as he exclaimed, I understand, I comprehend. Su Ningyan, you are truly an exceptional genius in alchemy. Although you have not witnessed our prior failures, you have long understood the underlying reasons for our past shortcomings, have you not? No, I only perceive that your thoughts have gradually become more profound. Xu Qi'an smiled silently. But what is the crux of the matter? Brother Song, what have you disowned? Brother Song, please do not keep us in suspense, just tell us. This alchemy is becoming my inner demon. The white-robed alchemists pressed anxiously. Song Qing cleared his throat, surveyed his junior disciples, and spoke solemnly. It pertains to the intensity of lightning strikes. Upon concluding, he cast a confirming glance towards Xu Qi'an. Xu Qi'an smiled and nodded, adding, I have named it voltage. The voltage required for the synthesis of sodium metal must be maintained between 6 to 15 volts. Voltage? Song Qing was taken aback, encountering yet another term he had never heard before. He understood electricity, but what exactly was voltage? Instinctively, he sensed that this was a remarkable piece of knowledge, as profound as the essence of everything described in that blue-covered tome. One of the white-robed alchemists stepped forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Xu Qi'an. Please, kind sir, elucidate what voltage is. We beseech your guidance. The other white-robed alchemists echoed his plea, cupping their hands in unison. Standing aside, Chu Kaiwei felt a pang of envy. She cherished the feeling of teaching and guiding disciples. Regrettably, she was merely a geomancer and had yet to earn the right to mentor others. Voltage, also known as potential difference, is the physical quantity that measures the energy difference produced by unit charge in an electrostatic field due to varying potentials. Of course, all that I am saying may be beyond your understanding. Xu Qi'an coughed lightly, his expression grave. Electricity flows similarly to water. It moves towards lower points. Xu Qi'an lifted the teacup and let the water spill out. It would pose no harm if it fell on anyone, but if one were to stand beneath a waterfall, the force of the cascading water could shatter bones and even claim a life. Electricity operates in a similar manner, a phenomenon I refer to as voltage. He employed this straightforward analogy to elucidate the concept of voltage. The alchemists clad in white from the astronomical bureau furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation, as they struggled to fully grasp Xu Qi'an's words. Despite being skilled alchemists with the ability to manipulate thunder and lightning, it did not necessarily mean they comprehended the essence of electricity. Suddenly, Song Qing grasped something. Her spirits lifted. So, on rainy days, lightning strikes trees because the trees are situated at a low point? The same principle applies to humans. She continued, furthermore, if the current is only weak, we might merely feel a sensation of numbness. However, if one were to endure a strike from celestial thunder, it would result in death. The truth is that the voltage of celestial thunder exceeds the limits of what mortals can withstand, akin to a waterfall. In contrast, a weak current resembles a mere cup of water, which can be tolerated. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, the white-robed alchemists experienced a moment of clarity. A surge of exhilaration as they felt they had grasped a fundamental truth, casting eager looks of inquiry towards Xu Qi'an. Is this the underlying principle? Isn't the reason trees are struck by lightning due to the conductivity of rainwater? My high school teacher did not explain this clearly. Xu Qi'an himself was uncertain. Yet a smile graced his face. The youth is indeed teachable. Is this also inscribed in that alchemical tome? A young alchemist in white inquired, his face brimming with curiosity. Yes, I am the sole one who has perused and studied that alchemical manuscript. I had someone deliver the contents of the notes from the Department of Celestial Monitoring, but it was merely a drop in the ocean. After a brief pause, Xu Qi'an spoke solemnly. That ancient alchemical tome not only contains knowledge but also numerous unheard-of alchemical techniques. The mention of these unheard-of alchemical techniques made the atmosphere palpable, with everyone's breaths growing heavier. Xu Qi'an smiled and threw out a promise that sent the scholars in white into a frenzy. I have decided to share the alchemical secrets with the Department of Celestial Monitoring. A wave of excitement surged among the nearly 20 alchemists present, their fervor palpable. The blue book I presented to the Department of Celestial Monitoring is a token of gratitude for saving me, guiding you in refining the process of crafting faux silver, and imparting the knowledge of voltage just now. It was not offered freely. Xu Qi'an spoke eloquently. Naturally, this also includes subsequent alchemical secrets. Never forget, the principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Song Qing nodded in agreement with Su Ningyan's reasoning, then represented his fellow disciples by asking, "How much silver do you desire?" "Press." Xu Qi'an replied solemnly, "Alchemy cannot be measured by silver. What is given freely is the most precious," he silently added in his heart. In the side hall of the Chang'an County office, Su Lingyue cradled her sleeping younger sister in her arms, clutching a handkerchief and sobbing softly. The sight of the delicate beauty, akin to a pear blossom drenched in rain, shattered the hearts of the onlookers. They had not anticipated that Su Ningyan would have such a stunningly beautiful sister. Even those who had visited the Ministry of Music, including Captain Wang, were captivated by the little beauty. The atmosphere in the side hall felt stifling, the expressions of the onlookers dark and dejected. The head constable poured a cup of tea and placed it before Su Lingyue. The young beauty had been weeping incessantly, her tears flowing like a stream. "Indeed, women are made of water. Miss Su, do not fret. Lord Baihu will find a way to rescue Ning Yin," the other constables chimed in, expressing their outrage against young Master Zhou. The elder brother shared a strong bond with his colleagues. Su Lingyue was taken aback. The constable's fervent expressions seemed genuine. Sensing her astonishment, the head constable smiled gently. "Ning Yin is a man deserving of respect." "Respect?" Su Lingyue paused, stifling a sob, and spoke softly. "Head constable, could you tell me more about my elder brother?" The head constable hesitated for a moment, instinctively lowering his voice. "In truth, for individuals like us, there are no clean hands beneath our grasp. It would be one thing if we were merely ordinary folk with a semblance of conscience. But as for those wealthy merchants, isn't it only natural to extract some profit from them? Yet your elder brother is different. Whether dealing with commoners or affluent merchants, he never resorts to extortion or coercion. Recently, considering the hardships faced by the Su family, I decided to help him make a little profit." At this juncture, the head constable's expression grew complex, marked by awkwardness, shame, and admiration. He accepted my offer with a cheerful demeanor, and afterward, I gave him 5 taels of silver. But he quietly returned it later. If one were to say he is understanding, does he not grasp the adage that clear waters harbor no fish? Yet, if one were to claim he is naive, he navigates social interactions with remarkable finesse, maintaining excellent relations with everyone. He is quite shrewd. Thus, when he faced trouble, it affected us all deeply. Su Lingyue listened intently, and in her heart, her elder brother's image grew increasingly grand, luminous, and towering. Since childhood, she had idolized Su Xinyan, for he embodied the belief that among all pursuits, education reigns supreme. Her mother had always instilled in her the idea that her second brother was the sole scholarly seed of the Su family, destined to be its future pillar. This admiration reached its zenith this autumn when Su Xinyan triumphed in the imperial examination. However, the subsequent tax silver scandal plunged the entire family into despair, with imprisonment looming over them. In their darkest hour, her elder brother carved out a glimmer of hope for the family. Su Lingyue redirected her attention to him. Feeling a budding curiosity, it was only today that she truly comprehended the reliability of her elder brother, akin to how he had rescued them from despair a month prior. At that moment, her feelings were certainly less profound than now, witnessing her elder brother save his sister. Su Lingyue felt that his stature was now equal to that of her second brother. As she listened to the sentiments expressed by Captain Wang, an image of a principled, high-minded individual emerged, elevating him beyond her long-admired second brother. Just then, the light shifted at the entrance of the side hall, and Su Pingji and his son finally returned to the Chang'an County office, relieved to find their daughter, safe and sound. Su Lingyue raised her head, tears streaming down her face, and sorrowfully implored, "Father, you must save my elder brother. If he does not return, I shall not live either." Chapter 32. Su Ershu was deeply moved. His 2 decades of mediation had not been in vain. though the women of the household still disdained their nephew. The bond among the younger generation remained strong. Uncle Xu gently took the sleeping child from his daughter's arms and reassured her, "Ning, Yin has already emerged. The ordeal is over." Su Lingwei remained skeptical. Despite Uncle Su's attempts to persuade her, she still harbored doubts, casting her gaze upon her second brother. Su Qi'an replied nonchalantly, "It was but a trivial matter." With that, Su Lingwei was convinced. A person as proud as her brother would not deceive her regarding such significant affairs. Magistrate Zhu closely monitored the developments of this situation and, upon receiving information from the clerks, hurried over. "How have you resolved the matter with young Master Zhou?" Magistrate Zhu inquired, uncertainty etched on his face. It seemed improbable that young Master Zhou would relinquish his claims willingly. "I have consulted a teacher," Su Qi'an responded. "Oh, I see." Magistrate Zhu's understanding dawned, yet he sensed something amiss. The prominent figures in the court had all emerged from the Guozijian, and it was common knowledge that the Guozijian and Yunlu Academy were at odds. Even if Su Qi'an's mentor was a learned scholar, it was unlikely that Minister Sun of the Ministry of Justice would acquiesce without considerable negotiation. Stripping the esteemed scholar of Yunlu Academy of his face would not be a simple task. "And there is also Mr. Mu Bai," Su Qi'an added. "What?" Magistrate Zhu was taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he straightened his posture. "A tiger begets no dog. Congratulations, Master Su. Your son is exceptionally gifted, not only receiving the attention of Yunlu Academy, but also maintaining connections with the scholars of the Xitianjian. His future is boundless. Such a son is indeed the envy of Zhu. Does my second brother know the scholars of Xitianjian?" Su Lingwei immediately turned to Su Qi'an, a profound sense of security swelling within her heart. A common woman relies on her father while at home and on her husband after marriage, reflecting two forms of dependence, that of a maiden in her boudoir and that of a wife. Su Qi'an shook his head, stating that Mr. Li Mubai was not someone he had invited. It was his elder brother's own connections. He was also unfamiliar with the white-clad officials from the Astral Monitoring Bureau, who had been summoned by his brother. When had Su Ningyan ever become acquainted with the esteemed scholar from Yunlu Academy, Li Mubai? Perhaps it was Su Qi'an who had played matchmaker. Yet, how could the officials from the Astral Monitoring Bureau possibly know a mere clerk like him? Magistrate Zhu stood dumbfounded, his mind swirling with disbelief. Su Ningyan had been under his employment for several years, a reserved and unassuming individual whose relationships with colleagues were neither particularly close nor distant. He possessed no remarkable talents, aside from his physical prowess. However, recently, he had displayed a newfound cleverness and cunning, forming brotherly bonds with Captain Wang and sharing drinks with his colleagues. Nonetheless, it seemed implausible that he would garner the admiration of a great scholar or the camaraderie of the white-clad officials. If that were the case, Su Ningyan's status would be transformed entirely. Even I would have to treat him with more respect. I shall probe him for details when he reports for duty tomorrow, Magistrate Zhu contemplated. Su Lingwei widened her beautifully painted eyes, struggling to believe the revelations. Yet, her astute mind quickly made the connection. Was it not the poem? The farewell poem composed by her elder brother for her second brother, which had captured the esteem of the scholar, leading to his agreement to facilitate introductions. But how had the celestial officials from the Astral Monitoring Bureau become acquainted with her elder brother? Truly, he was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Su Qi'an followed Song Qing down the corridor, where the air vents on the right wall emitted beams of light, illuminating their path. The stargazing tower lacked windows, and Su Qi'an felt a twinge of regret at not being able to gaze out at the scenery. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a secret chamber. Song Qing produced a key to unlock the door and lit the candles within. The chamber was adorned with an array of peculiar artifacts. Some were weapons such as bows and crossbows, while others were utterly unrecognizable. Su Qi'an perused the items as if browsing in a boutique, when suddenly, he was startled by a particular object. What is this? It was a massive glass vial containing clear water, in which floated a strange creature resembling a cat. Yet its body was adorned with wooden patterns, and its abdomen even bore wood-like growths. More astonishingly, it was alive. The protruding growth pulsed gently, akin to a heartbeat. "This is a remarkable experiment," Song Qing said solemnly. "Its essence is that of a cat. I endeavored to merge it with wood, granting it the ability to regenerate lost limbs. In fact, I was close to success. Even if you were to sever its head, it would regrow within 3 days. Its only vulnerability lies in its heart. However, I ultimately failed. as it transformed entirely into wood, becoming immobile and devoid of thought, merely existing in water. Are you some sort of devil? Xu Qi'an's gaze towards him shifted. What do you think of my idea? Song Qing asked in a tentative tone. Noticing the change in Xu Qi'an's expression, he furrowed his brow, disappointment creeping in. Do you also find it problematic? Xu Qi'an maintained a stoic expression and shook his head. I merely believe you have strayed from the right path, for I too have contemplated the realm of alchemy, albeit I have termed it hybridization technology. Hybridization technology. Song Qing pondered this term, her eyes gleaming with increasing excitement. We could commence with small endeavors, hybridizing similar species, such as crossing two distinct breeds of cats to create an entirely new species, Xu Qi'an suggested. Create different species? What kind of species could emerge? Song Qing inquired eagerly. I cannot say. Perhaps entirely new and superior varieties might arise, or conversely, they could be less desirable, Xu Qi'an replied. Yet, therein lies the allure of alchemy. Wouldn't you agree? You just mentioned alchemy. You just mentioned alchemy. Song Qing exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. What is it? Xu Qi'an felt a heavy sinking in his heart, questioning whether he had misspoken. I believe alchemy is not confined to inanimate objects. I posit that living beings also fall within its domain. Thus, I sought to alter this cat, yet my teacher disagreed, asserting that life does not belong in the realm of alchemy. Consequently, I faced a lengthy confinement for my transgression. Well done by Lord Jianzhong. Xu Qi'an maintained a serious demeanor and remarked, whether it is right or wrong shall be determined by time. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, should you wish to challenge Lord Jianzhong without incurring confinement, I have a suggestion. Pray tell. Song Qing regarded Xu Qi'an as an ally in thought. You might begin with the botanical realm, Xu Qi'an proposed. Plants too are life forms, yet their nature is considerably less complex. I have encountered an alchemical text that resonates with your thoughts. He did not elaborate further. Do speak up. Song Qing felt an unbearable discomfort, her swollen eyes wide with astonishment. Brother Song, this contraption of yours is quite remarkable, Xu Qi'an remarked, the unchanging principle of alchemy. I understand. I can present you with 3 gifts. Given your current level of refinement, I believe this item is well suited for you. Song Qing immediately grasped Xu Qi'an's meaning. She harbored no aversion to the principle of equivalent exchange, and even admired it. This crossbow was crafted by me during a fortuitous moment. Its materials render it harder and more resilient than ordinary iron. However, due to the complexity of its creation, mass production is unattainable. The string is composed of threads from the 6-eyed poison spider of the southern wilderness and the silk of the rainbow silkworm. In a surprise attack, it can penetrate the protective true chi of a chi refinement stage martial artist, excluding the pinnacle of that realm. Its most precious attribute lies in the fact that this military crossbow is inscribed with a formation. This formation amplifies the power of its arrows, posing a threat to masters of the spirit refinement stage, though it can only be utilized thrice before the formation dissipates. Xu Qi'an felt a stir within. Is this a magical device? Chapter 33. I stand in the fierce wind. He was aware of the existence of magical devices. His second uncle had once remarked that the great victory of the Dafeng Dynasty in the Battle of Shanhaiguan was largely attributed to the artillery, whose power stemmed equally from gunpowder and formations. Magical devices are unique weapons of the Dafeng Dynasty, providing the foundation for its self-proclaimed status as the legitimate ruler of the world. At this moment, Xu Qi'an suddenly realized the intricate relationship between magical artifacts and the Tianjian. Song Qing hesitated for a moment, adhering to the principle of knowledge sharing, and responded to Xu Qi'an's inquiry. It's not exactly a secret. Do you know what the 4th grade sorcerer is called? I don't even know the name of the 7th grade in my martial arts system. Xu Qi'an shook his head. Array master. Song Qing replied. The items crafted by alchemists are mere mundane objects. When an array master inscribes a formation upon them, they transform into magical artifacts. Based on his understanding of the sorcerer hierarchy and the information he had recently gleaned from the enchanting Xu Qi'an, Xu Qi'an was suddenly struck by numerous realizations. The 9th grade sorcerer, the apothecary, lays the groundwork for the 8th grade prognosticator. The prognosticator serves as a foundation for the 7th grade feng shui master. However, the feng shui master bears no relation to its subsequent grade, the 6th grade alchemist. It appears that alchemists complement the 4th grade array masters. Alchemists forge formidable weaponry, which array masters then refine into magical artifacts. This sorcerer system possesses considerable depth. It is no wonder that the master of the monitor holds such a prestigious position within the Dafeng Dynasty. I am determined to win over Xu Qi'an, not for any particular purpose, but simply to find a genuine love in this frigid society, Xu Qi'an resolved quietly. The second item is the heart-guarding mirror. It too is a magical artifact, crafted from rather ordinary materials, yet its true value lies in the formation inscribed upon it, which can withstand a full-force strike from a Qi refinement expert up to 6 times, 3 times from a spirit refinement expert, and once from a copper skin iron bone expert. So, the copper skin iron bone realm is the 6th grade of the martial arts system. Xu Qi'an finally learned the name of the 6th grade within his own framework. The final item is known as bone-devouring heartburn. When applied to arrows, it can claim the lives of experts in the realm of divine refinement. However, it is ineffective against those with bronze skin and iron bones, as the arrows cannot penetrate their skin. Xu Qi'an nodded, expressing his fondness for all 3 items. After a brief pause, he remarked, "This particular alchemical technique is referred to as grafting." Drawing upon his past memories, Xu Qi'an imparted the grafting technique to Song Qing, albeit in a rather cursory manner. While the process lacked intricate detail, he elaborated extensively on its advantages, such as enhancing a plant's cold resistance, drought resistance, and pest resistance, as well as improving the flavor of its fruits. It mirrored the financial experiments noted in his diary, rich in theoretical knowledge, yet lacking in practical application. However, it mattered little. After all, he would not be the one to execute it. Should Song Qing fail, it would reflect his own inadequacies. If he succeeded, the credit would entirely belong to Xu Qi'an. Upon hearing this, Song Qing was utterly elated, dancing with excitement, wishing for spring to arrive immediately so he could embark on this magnificent alchemical endeavor. "A divine tome," he exclaimed. "Such a remarkable ancient alchemical text exists in the world, and yet I was unaware." Song Qing shouted with exhilaration. With light steps, Xu Qi'an ascended the stairs of the stargazing tower, cradling the 3 magical artifacts, priceless treasures beyond monetary valuation. He contemplated exchanging one of these artifacts in the black market for a reward to open the celestial gate. Yet, each of these items held immense value, making it difficult to part with them. Indeed, free indulgence remains humanity's timeless source of joy. Tomorrow, he would visit the opera house to listen to music. He did not take a single coin from the Tianjian, yet the treasures he amassed, if converted into silver, would effortlessly compel his aunt to bow her head and submit, rendering her incapable of mocking him again. Were it all transformed into silver notes, he could deliver a resounding slap to her charming face. The mere thought of this filled Xu Qi'an with increasing joy. Standing amidst the fierce winds, he yearned to dissipate the lingering heartache. Gazing at the heavens, with clouds swirling around, he wielded his sword, questioning the world. Who among them is a hero? With no one around, he passionately sang melodies from his past life. Suddenly, he encountered a group of unfamiliar faces, and they exchanged awkward glances. How embarrassing! Xu Qi'an's song abruptly ceased, and with a blank expression, he retreated to the side. Descending the steps were 3 individuals. The one in the center donned a deep indigo robe, with frost-white hair at his temples, exuding an elegant demeanor. His handsome features were complemented by eyes that resembled a dark, deep pool, steeped in the trials of time. He possessed a charm that would make young ladies squeal with delight. To his left stood a taciturn youth, his gaze fixed ahead with meticulous concentration. To his right was a young man with a subtly mischievous smile, his eyes radiating a sense of wickedness, an effeminate aura emanating from him that made Xu Qi'an feel quite uneasy. However, in terms of looks, this effeminate youth was a rare beauty, rivaling the allure of Xu Qi'an's own brother. As the trio passed by Xu Qi'an, the effeminate youth scoffed, casting a sideways glance in his direction. In that fleeting moment, Xu Qi'an felt as though he were being scrutinized by something terrifying. He instinctively held his breath, though his heart raced uncontrollably. The 3 continued up the steps, vanishing around the corner, and Xu Qi'an finally exhaled in relief. That fellow seemed to regard him with disdain, tinged with hostility. Was it the lyrics that were too arrogant? In the future, one must exercise caution and refrain from speaking indiscriminately, particularly in public settings. For instance, "This day cannot conceal my eyes, nor can this earth bury my heart. Let all Buddhas dissipate like smoke and clouds." Moreover, for those who possess grand aspirations, they dare to change the heavens and the earth. On the 7th floor, Song Qi'an awaited at the staircase, having received a report from his junior disciple about 3 individuals clad in indigo robes. Xu Qi'an, munching on a stalk of sugarcane, languidly accompanied him against the wall. Upon their arrival on the 7th floor, Song Qing performed a respectful bow, addressing the middle-aged man with graying temples as Lord Wei. The man inclined his head slightly. Lord Wei, the teacher has indulged in too much wine and is currently napping. I must request your patience for a moment. The young man, with a stern visage, maintained his impassive demeanor, while the youth with an effeminate aura furrowed his brows. The refined middle-aged gentleman, seemingly indifferent, entered the tea room with Song Qing and casually remarked, "While ascending the stairs, I encountered an intriguing young man. He does not appear to be a disciple of the Astrological Bureau." Just as Xu Qi'an was about to speak, she was halted by a warning glance from Song Qing, who chuckled, merely an inconsequential individual, yet rather amusing. The night watchman is notorious, regarded as a fierce predator among the literati and officials, and he requires no justification for his actions. Song Qing could not ascertain whether Xu Qi'an had inadvertently offended this powerful eunuch. "Amusing, you say?" The refined middle-aged man inquired with a gentle smile. "In what manner is he amusing?" After a moment's hesitation, Song Qing articulated, "A prodigy, a genius in alchemy. Had he not strayed onto the wrong path, had he joined the Astrological Bureau, his name would undoubtedly grace the annals of history." He neither spoke insincerely nor failed to convey the implication that the Astrological Bureau held Xu Qi'an in high regard. The youth, possessing a delicate demeanor, let out a cold laugh. The refined middle-aged gentleman wore a gentle smile and nodded slightly. In the inner courtyard of the Xu residence, the aunt was accompanied by several maids and servants, engaged in the meticulous tasks of cutting fabric, marking lines, and stuffing cotton, all in preparation for winter garments for the family. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, she resolved to provide warm clothing for her children and husband. After completing the final stitch, the maid Green raised her small silver teeth to sever the delicate thread, gazing contentedly at the exquisitely embroidered lotus flowers, imagining how lovely they would look on Miss Ling Ying. "Madam, I visited eldest brother yesterday and discovered he has no winter clothing. He is still wearing his autumn garments." Green spoke softly. The aunt cast a sidelong glance at her devoted maid, retorting with a scoff, "What are you trying to imply?" Lowering her head, Greenie murmured, "Perhaps we could make him a piece as well." "Absolutely not." The aunt huffed. "That little brat seizes every opportunity to vex me, expecting me to make him clothes. No chance of that happening." The maids and servants continued their tasks in silence, pretending not to hear. "He comes here daily for meals and never contributes a single coin to the household," Greenie muttered. "Isn't his rice stipend meant for the family? With his appetite, it barely suffices for himself." The aunt rolled her beautiful eyes in exasperation. That unfortunate nephew, despite having saved their lives, could have improved their relationship. Yet he persistently chose to provoke her. "A wolf travels 1,000 miles for meat, while a dog travels 1,000 miles for dung, as the old saying goes. And it couldn't be more accurate." Just then, the butler hurried past, stopping at the courtyard, exclaiming, "Madam, the master has returned." Chapter 34. Su Linghua vowed to repay her elder brother in this lifetime. "Once the work is published, I shall diligently repay the alliance leader's requests day by day. However, do not hold your breath for any extraordinary updates upon publication. I speak the truth, for more updates naturally lead to increased subscriptions. After all, who wouldn't wish to earn more, right?" Auntie was fiercely criticizing her nephew when she heard the butler's urgent call. She raised her voice in response, "If they have returned, must I go out to greet them?" The butler, in a state of distress, stamped his foot and implored, "Madam, there are bloodstains on Ling Ying, and it appears that Miss Linghua has been crying. Both the master and Erlang have grim expressions, and De Lang has not returned. Something must have happened." Inside, the sound of a commotion resonated, as if something had been knocked over, followed by the concerned voices of the maids and servants. "Madam, step aside," Auntie exclaimed, lifting her skirts in haste, rushing towards the front hall, her face etched with worry. Upon her swift return to the front hall, her eyes brimmed with tears at the sight of her husband holding their unconscious daughter, whose pallor nearly brought her to tears. "It's all right. She merely fell asleep." Su Pingji reassured her, attempting to stabilize her emotions while gently handing the child to his wife. "You should take her back to her room to rest." Auntie held her daughter tightly, casting a few scrutinizing glances at her elder daughter to ensure her safety, which granted her a measure of relief. Yet she remained rooted to the spot, her voice quivering. "What happened?" "Just a brief outing, and it turned out like this." Su Linghua immediately began to weep anew. Su Pingji exhaled deeply, recounting the events of that morning in full detail to his wife. Upon hearing that Su Lingyue had been harassed by a scoundrel, her aunt's brows furrowed in anger. When she learned that Su Lingyin had nearly been trampled by a horse, her complexion turned ashen, and she clutched her young daughter tightly, fearing for her safety. Upon discovering that Xu Qi'an had rescued both daughters and sustained injuries in the process, she was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing that her nephew had been taken to the Ministry of Justice, she grasped her husband's hand tightly, her face drained of color. Ningyan. It's all right, he's already out. This matter is temporarily resolved, Su Pingji reassured, patting his wife's hand. You see, if it weren't for Ningyan this time, Lingyue and Lingyin would have been in peril. His temperament may be stubborn, yet he has never neglected his family. Would an ordinary person fight so fiercely for our daughters? You often look at him with disdain, believing he spends too much on martial arts and that you've raised him only to criticize him. You think his words are unpalatable and that he constantly opposes you. But have you ever considered his perspective? Living under someone else's roof for 20 years is not as easy as it seems. Isn't he sensitive to his circumstances? Women often have a shallow view, preferring sweet words without acknowledging genuine actions. When Lingyue was bullied, he rushed to confront the aggressor. Thankfully, this time ended without dire consequences. If Ningyan truly did not return, would you not feel heartache? Listening to this, Su Lingyue's tears began to flow freely, her sobs rendering her speechless as she vowed to repay her elder brother for the rest of her life. Her aunt sniffled, lowering her head to stifle her tears. Su Qi'an, observing his usually strong mother now filled with dread and regret, felt a stirring in his heart. Although often referred to as the gold-swallowing beast and other unflattering names, the truth remains that the mother still harbors deep affection for her eldest son, having nurtured him for nearly 2 decades, which inevitably fosters a bond. Su Pingji glanced at his son, letting out a hum. If it were your son accompanying him, he might have been captured and bullied as well. Su Erling. After entrusting the young girl to the maid responsible for her care and soothing the eldest daughter, the aunt returned to her room, weighed down by her thoughts. She cast a glance at the maids diligently sewing winter garments and suddenly said, Greenie, reduce the winter clothing for the master and Erlang by 1 piece each. We shall take the measurements for Darlang upon his return. Greenie looked up in astonishment, unable to believe her ears. Madam is changing her mind? The aunt scoffed softly. Do you perceive me as that unkind aunt? In unison, the maids silently thought. Xu Qi'an departed from the stargazing tower, hired a carriage on the street, and took an hour to return to Su Manor. While preparing hot water for a bath, he discovered that the injury on his waist was nearly healed. After applying some wound ointment, he returned to his room, ground ink, and penned several hundred words on chemical knowledge. Following his routine, he began to write in his journal. November 16th, a day to be remembered. For I have finally resolved to abandon the mundane and unadorned life of the wealthy. I crave power and strength, and I have 2 thoughts regarding this. First, to alter my cultivation path and embrace Confucianism. If I can endear myself to the 2 eminent scholars, I believe they will lend me their unwavering support. It is far better than my own struggles on the path of martial arts. Alas, while others traverse realms adorned with poetry, I engage in poetic exchanges. Perhaps this is what distinguishes the fortunate from the ordinary. First, I shall make an effort to charm the young maiden Kaiwei from the Astral Monitoring Bureau. And with the support of the esteemed supervisor, I could lead a life of comfort even without diligent effort. Second, I could sell an artifact acquired from the Astral Monitoring Bureau to procure an opportunity to open the Celestial Gate. The drawback of this notion is the painful recollection of the fear that accompanied my 3rd year of high school, and I may not possess the aptitude for scholarly pursuits. Approaching the age of 20, it feels somewhat late to change my path of cultivation. Third, while this idea holds merit, it may entail bidding farewell to a life of multiple spouses and the indulgent pleasures of entertainment, a sacrifice that seems considerable. Furthermore, even in the realm of qi cultivation, I would remain inferior to the Deputy Minister of Revenue. Without a solid backing, it would be arduous to continue advancing vigorously in the martial arts, as exemplified by my uncle, who has been stuck at the pinnacle of qi cultivation for nearly a decade. For now, I shall cling to the support of the Astral Monitoring Bureau and Yunlu Academy, plotting my next steps. I sense that the turmoil surrounding the tax silver case is far from over. In the XU residence, as dusk fell, Xu Qi'an scaled the wall to dine at his uncle's house next door. In the courtyard of the front hall, he observed Su Lingyin, unsteadily practicing her horse stance. her small fist striking left and right, amusingly providing her own sound effects. Clad in a delicate lotus-colored outfit resembling a zongzi, her hair was styled in a distinctive bun fit for a child. "What wind blows you?" Xu Qi'an gently kicked her little bottom. The petite figure tumbled with a soft thud. "I am practicing martial arts." Su Ling rose, hands on her hips, her round little belly protruding, visibly displeased with her elder brother's sudden ambush. Her brows furrowed in defiance. "Brother, are you provoking me?" Perhaps the events of the morning had cast a shadow over her tender heart. This 5-year-old child felt compelled to learn martial arts. "Indeed," Xu Qi'an replied. "Father says that one must uphold their dignity. Even a warrior must do so. This is called respect. Dignity?" "Yes." Su Lingyi nodded vigorously, then glared at her brother, declaring, "I want to fight you." She trotted over on her short legs, flailing her fists in a spirited manner. Xu Qi'an placed a hand on her forehead, and little Do Ding became anxious, yelping and throwing wild punches, yet none landed on her brother. Her small face twisted in frustration. Finding her antics bothersome, Xu Qi'an proposed, "How about I give you a chicken leg, and we call it a draw?" "All right." Su Ling immediately ceased her flailing, her face lighting up with joy. "What about your dignity?" "Brother, what is dignity?" "It pertains to one's future." Taking little Do Ding by the hand, he led her into the hall. Before long, the banquet commenced, the dinner spread lavishly as if celebrating a festival. The maids and servants, whether intentionally or not, placed the finest dishes before Xu Qi'an. Unable to resist, he glanced at his aunt, who wore an intricately embroidered dress with muted floral patterns. Her delicate features were complemented by a pair of twinkling eyes framed with long lashes, exuding a unique feminine charm, reminiscent of a robust begonia in full bloom. Maintaining her usual aloof demeanor, she seemed to regard Xu Qi'an's accomplishments today as mere trifles. However, without her consent, the maids would not dare to treat Su Dalong so favorably. Su Lingwei, delicately eating with her small chopsticks, finally mustered the courage to speak. "Brother, Mother is making winter clothes for the family. I will take your measurements shortly. I wish to personally craft something for you." The young lady had changed into a rather splendid attire, her dress embroidered with vibrant lotus flowers, and a pale yellow shawl adorned with intricate cloud patterns. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, her resplendent appearance, complemented by her delicate and charming visage, exuded an air of innocent exuberance, oblivious to the world's complexities. "Is it good? Is it not?" Su Lingwei, feeling bashful, lowered her head upon noticing his silence, her cheeks flushed. How lovely it is to have a sister in this era who understands the sentiment of making clothes for her brother, unlike my former cousin, whom I can only describe with 2 dismissive syllables. Xu Qi'an nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you." Su Lingwei beamed with a radiant smile, harmonizing beautifully with her aunt beside her. Xu Qi'an withdrew his gaze and stated, "Uncle, Erlang, once we finish dining, let us retire to the study. I have matters to discuss with you." The study. After Greenie presented 3 cups of hot tea, she respectfully withdrew. Xu Qi'an lifted his teacup, moistening his throat, and once more lamented the lack of flavor in the meal, feeling that something essential was missing. "What is your perspective on this afternoon's events?" Xu Qi'an broached the subject directly, seeking the opinions of his uncle and cousin. "Is it not already in the past?" Su Ershu's expression was somewhat bewildered. Su Xinyan furrowed his brow, saying, "Are you suggesting that young Master Zhou might seek revenge?" The son of a prominent minister of revenue, having suffered a setback at the hands of a mere clerk, would undoubtedly not let the matter rest easily. Su Ershu waved his hand, saying, "Certainly not. If it were an ordinary day, it might be different. But today we have the esteemed scholars from Yunlu Academy and the white-clad officials from the Astronomical Bureau present. I believe that the one surnamed Zhou would not dare to stir up trouble." This line of thought was not unfounded. It was entirely reasonable. It was not uncommon for the young lords to oppress the common folk, yet when it came to matters involving the bureaucratic realm or powerful factions, they tended to exercise considerable caution. Part of this stemmed from their upbringing, as even the most reckless young lord understood the complexities of life in the capital. The other part was rooted in the warnings imparted by their forebears. Su Xinyan shook his head and remarked, "Father, since elder brother has said so, he must have his reasons." He then turned to Xu Qi'an, who solemnly stated, "I have just received a piece of information from the Astronomical Bureau today. The mastermind behind the tax silver case is none other than Deputy Minister Zhou." Chapter 35, Deliberations in the Study. The mastermind behind the tax silver case is Deputy Minister Zhou. Su Pingji slammed his palm down on the tea table, Rising in fury, his eyes wide and mouth agape in an attempt to curse, yet it seemed as though something was lodged in his throat. Xu Qi'an glanced at his enraged father, his handsome visage unusually grave. Is this information credible? Xu Qi'an nodded, one of the officials responsible for the tax silver case. Xu Qi'an from the Astronomical Bureau informed me. He recounted Chu Siwei's words. Xu Qi'an raised his teacup, then set it down again, pondering. It appears that today's events were not coincidental, but rather a deliberate act of retribution by Zhou. Indeed, it was evident that a scholar capable of passing the imperial examination possessed a sharp intellect. Xu Qi'an felt a surge of delight, realizing that this conversation would not be in vain. Had it only been Su Ershu's words, he would not have initiated this private discussion, as that would have held little significance. As my second uncle was pressed, he could only assert, "If you are my brother, come with me to take action." There was no other option. After all, he was a brutish warrior, adept at violence, but utterly clueless in schemes, for the realms of expertise were disparate. Xu Qi'an inquired, "What are Erlang's thoughts?" Xu Qi'an cast a sidelong glance at his cousin, furrowing his brow, seemingly displeased with the tone of his inquiry. He replied tersely, "What should we do? Naturally, we strike first. Those who act last suffer the consequences." Impressive. Xu Qi'an was taken aback, finding it difficult to fathom that Xu Qi'an would articulate such decisive and ruthless sentiments. Upon hearing this, my uncle Xu, who fancied himself the head of the family and its cornerstone, felt compelled to speak up, chastising his son. "Refrain from your ignorant and arrogant notions. Do not think that just because you are a mere scholar, you can provoke the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue." No sooner had he spoken than he was coldly refuted by his nephew. "I believe Erlang's perspective is correct." Xu Qi'an continued, "We have not merely offended Zhou Li, but rather the deputy minister Zhou Xianping. Zhou Li may hesitate to retaliate, but what of the deputy minister? We have not only disrupted his plans, but have also harmed his legitimate son. Any reasonable person would seek retribution for such grievances. Moreover, in the eyes of the deputy minister, the Xu residence is no different from that of an ant. He has all the reason to pursue us relentlessly." Xu Pingji retorted, "That is untenable. We cannot contend with the deputy minister. Ningyan, you have befriended a white-clad figure from the Tianjian, and Xinyan is a student of Yunlu Academy. With these two connections, as long as we remain prudent, no one would dare to provoke us. Is it truly so?" Xu Qi'an reminded, "Uncle, you may not be aware that the Bai of the Tianjian do not interfere in court politics." Su Zizhou continued, "During the tax silver case, was I not also a student of Yunlu Academy? The reason my elder brother could return today is that Zhou Li acted unjustly, employing lowly tactics. However, if it were Deputy Minister Zhou who took action and initiated another tax silver case, lawfully and justly leading to the complete annihilation of the Xu family, could the Tianjian and Yunlu Academy possibly aid us in our prison break? Could they stand with us against the laws of Dafeng?" Feeling the authority of the family head being challenged, Xu Pingji furrowed his brow. "But what can we do against the minister of the household, a dignified third-rank official? I am at a loss. I am but a simple traveler from another world." Xu Qi'an turned his gaze toward his handsome younger brother. "What do you think, Erlang?" Xu Qi'an fell silent. After a long while, when Xu Pingji was nearly losing patience, he slowly spoke. "I have been pondering one matter. The tax silver was stolen, and the emperor was furiously indignant, clearly placing great importance on the silver. He should naturally impose severe punishment on the criminals. Those two scoundrels committed suicide out of fear of punishment, did they not?" Xu Pingji glanced at their father, but Xu Qi'an disregarded him and continued, "I can think of two possibilities. First, the deputy minister of the household has a powerful backer. Second, the emperor has his reservations, perhaps to maintain a certain delicate balance. My elder brother mentioned that the minister of the household reprimanded Deputy Minister Zhou for embezzling the national treasury's funds. Why did he not reprimand the other deputy minister or the minister of the household himself?" Xu Qi'an's heart stirred. Were Deputy Minister Zhou's political adversaries targeting him? Xu Qi'an nodded, recalling the teacher's words. Throughout history, the essence of imperial strategy has always been balance. The emperor's decision to spare Minister Zhou suggests that this matter likely pertains to internal factional struggles. "What should we do?" Uncle Su instinctively inquired. Xu Qi'an stroked his chin, pondering before responding. "While the art of ruling may prove effective in ordinary times, with the upcoming court examination, seizing any incriminating evidence against Minister Zhou could significantly increase the likelihood of his downfall. The court examination is an ancestral decree. Even the emperor cannot act arbitrarily. The Confucian method of dragon slaying fundamentally revolves around the principle of propriety. Thus, Minister Zhou's political adversaries will not simply relent. Xu Qi'an was taken aback, astonished that his rough-hewn cousin would utter the term dragon slaying. Is this really the same quick-witted cousin? I've merely watched too many period dramas. Xu Qi'an mused inwardly. Of course, part of it is due to his extensive study of history. Historical texts are the quintessence of human culture. By delving into history, one can glean invaluable insights. Yet, history can also be the most futile pursuit, as humanity learns only one lesson from it. We are incapable of learning anything from history. Initially, Xu Qi'an dismissed this notion, but later came to recognize its validity. The reason being, during his studies, his parents and teachers would tirelessly admonish, "You must study hard, otherwise, you will regret it in the future." No one took it seriously. It was only after facing setbacks and enduring the harsh realities of life that he experienced a profound awakening. Xu Qi'an's cousin, who had little affinity for books and had failed in business, once blurted out, "You must study hard, otherwise you will regret it in the future." Upon uttering these words, he suddenly fell silent. Xu Qi'an raised his chin, adopting an inquisitive tone. "What do you believe should be done, elder brother? It seems you are quite tenacious." As a female protagonist, such a tsundere disposition is rather unappealing. I personally prefer a charming and playful mature lady with an alluring figure. Xu Qi'an silently scoffed at this thought, maintaining an impassive expression as he inquired, "Why would Vice Minister Zhou fabricate a tax silver case? It cannot be for embezzlement, as that could be executed at any moment. Why then would he choose to stand in the eye of the storm of the capital's scrutiny? Unless he is in dire need of funds to patch up a financial deficit, and the reason for this deficit is precisely to manage the capital's investigation." Xu Qi'an fully exercised his deductive reasoning. So, Xu Qi'an raised an eyebrow. "Thus, we must uncover the true motive behind Vice Minister Zhou's embezzlement of the tax silver. We must solve this case to ensure Vice Minister Zhou has nowhere to hide and is compelled to confess and face justice." Just as Xu Qi'an was about to articulate this, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Su Erlang's half-smiling, half-mocking gaze, and chose to withhold his words. "I understand," Su Ershu exclaimed, slapping his thigh with enthusiasm, his excitement causing his saliva to fly. "So we must expose this matter and leave the Zhou family with no escape." He was exhilarated, feeling that his mind had finally sparked with brilliance. "I am not foolish," Su Ershu thought with pride. Xu Qi'an scoffed lightly. "Does father believe that, with your position as a guard captain, you can brazenly investigate the minister of the Ministry of Revenue and access its archives?" Su Pingji's expression instantly stiffened. Su Daler scoffed, "Of course not. Thank you, second uncle, for stepping into the trap." Feeling somewhat dissatisfied at failing to intellectually outmaneuver his cousin, Xu Qi'an pressed on, inquiring, "What does elder brother believe we should do?" Xu Qi'an lightly tapped his fingers against the table, contemplating a strategy of cunning engagement. "We are not the main force to confront Minister Zhou. Our role is to be the final straw that breaks the camel's back." However, he had yet to devise a concrete plan. "Not bad," Xu Qi'an nodded in approval, interjecting, "Let us take a step back. We do not need to confront Minister Zhou directly. A dignified third-rank official possesses both cunning and guile, beyond our current capabilities to contend with. Yet, every individual has their vulnerabilities." Xu Qi'an's eyes suddenly brightened, excitement sparking as he clapped his hands together. "Jolie, yes, compared to Minister Zhou, that debauched scion is far easier to manipulate. If the charges for impeachment are insufficient, we shall fabricate them. We will provide blades to Zhou Xianping's political adversaries, inciting them to assist us in eliminating Zhou Xianping." Xu Qi'an's eyes, radiant as the stars, glimmered with a ruthless glint. With the impending capital inspection, should Minister Zhou's son commit an act that incites public outrage, as a father, Zhou Xianping would be unable to evade responsibility. The emperor may be inclined to offer protection once, but not necessarily a second time. At this juncture, Xu Qi'an frowned, adding, "While this angle is promising, we must remember that our adversaries are not fools. The tactics of framing may not prove effective." Listening to the exchange between his son and nephew, Su Ershu suddenly realized that he, as the head of the family, had been sidelined in this covert discussion, unable to interject. Yet, as his son's analysis unfolded, Su Ershu's thoughts became increasingly lucid, and the more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Unable to contain his excitement, he struck the table, exclaiming, "My son possesses the qualities of a prime minister. Do you not believe that my nephew possesses the qualities of a prime minister?" Xu Qi'an cast a sidelong glance at his second uncle, seizing the opportunity to dismiss Su Erlang. Erlang, it is said that a scholar's idle talk leads to national misfortune. You two are not exempt from this glitch. Su Erlang's lips twitched as he retorted, "Pray, enlighten me, elder brother." Xu Qi'an remained unfazed, stating, "I cannot present you with ready-made solutions, but I can offer a line of thought." Su Ershu, feeling urgency, implored, "Speak swiftly." Chapter 36. The Troublemaker. Do you understand the process of solving a case? Xu Qi'an commenced with a topic he was well-versed in: observe the scene, gather clues. Then boldly hypothesize and cautiously verify. Gradually unravel the enigma to uncover the truth of the matter. The flickering candlelight illuminated the bewildered expression on Su Ershu's face. While Su Erlang frowned in contemplation, Xu Qi'an elaborated, "Our focus should not be on how to outmaneuver Zhou Li, but rather on observing Zhou Li, collecting information, and then synthesizing it to boldly formulate a plan, followed by meticulously analyzing the process to assess the plan's viability." His words were articulated with clarity and logical rigor, leaving Su Erlang speechless, internally acknowledging his elder brother's perspective as correct. It became evident that Ning Yin was also a resourceful and reliable individual. Su Pingji felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He had previously worried that his nephew's stubborn nature might lead to future troubles. Noticing that neither of them had countered his points, Xu Qi'an continued, "Siju, you possess the degree of a Jiren and can interact with the scholarly elite, gaining insights into the officialdom. You are to gather intelligence on Zhou Li, leaving no detail overlooked. Uncle, the Zhou residence is located in the inner city. The Imperial Blade Guards are responsible for patrolling both the inner and outer cities at night. You shall monitor the activities at the Zhou residence. Do not undertake this task alone, but rather enlist trustworthy confidants to observe. I require knowledge of Zhou Li's whereabouts throughout the day, the actions he undertakes, and the individuals he interacts with." The father and son nodded in agreement. Suddenly recalling something, they turned their gaze towards Xu Qi'an. "And what of you?" Xu Qi'an replied with a mysterious smile, "I intend to secure a contingency plan for the Xu family, to bid farewell to the past. We shall deliberate on the details later, and I would also like to inquire about certain matters. This evening, I shall take up residence in your quarters." Tick, tock. The sound of dripping water echoed in the silent room. "Brother, are you asleep?" "No." "Oh." "Brother, are you asleep?" "No." "Oh." "Brother, you are pressing against me." Xu Qi'an was taken aback, only to hear Xu Xinyan say, "Mind your elbows." Oh. Another silence ensued, filled with the sound of their breathing. Xu Qi'an inquired, "Are you unable to sleep?" Xu Xinyan responded with a hum, "Not quite accustomed." "Neither am I." Xu Qi'an lamented, "How long has it been since we shared a bed?" Xu Xinyan pondered for a moment before replying, "Since we turned 10. After you spent 100 taels annually on martial arts training and the relationship with our mother soured, we have grown distant. I had thought you might teasingly remark. We have never shared a bed together. Now that we can, the possibility of being with Lingyue forever is utterly lost." As memories of the original owner's childhood flickered in his mind, Xu Qi'an sighed. "It is not entirely the fault of my aunt. The duties of the Imperial Sword Guards yield little reward. My second uncle, despite his tireless efforts and salary, earns barely over 200 taels a year. Half of that goes to me, and the other half covers your expenses. It is only natural for my aunt to harbor some resentment." Xu Xinyan changed the subject. "If we cannot weather this crisis, the Xu family may truly face ruin. If the vice minister cannot be toppled after the official examination, calamity will befall the Xu residents. I will arrange a safe exit. At worst, after the examination, our family can leave the capital. My second uncle and I are skilled enough to find our way no matter where we go." Xu Qi'an lamented, "But, dear second brother, you have toiled for 10 years to finally achieve the status of a scholar." Xu Xinyan scoffed, "Fame and fortune are but fleeting illusions. I am a scholar, studying the works of sages and cultivating the ways of the wise. Why should I concern myself with mere titles?" Xu Qi'an wholeheartedly agreed. Without Xu Xinyan, the great foam would remain shrouded in eternal night. The fragile vessel of friendship capsized as Xu Xinyan's breath quickened. Suddenly, he rolled over, pulling the bedding away and feigning sleep in silence. "Hey, Cigio, share some of that quilt with me. It's the dead of winter. Even if my elder brother is in the refining essence realm, it is still quite uncomfortable." Su Cigio curled up tightly, wrapping himself in the quilt and ignoring him. In the chamber of Su Lingyue, the once roaring charcoal fire had succumbed to embers, leaving the air thick with carbon dioxide, rendering it oppressive. A window, slightly ajar, invited fresh air into the room. Su Lingwei, with her porcelain-like beauty, fluttered her delicate lashes, awakening from slumber. For a moment, she gazed vacantly at the bed canopy above her, but soon her bewildered eyes regained their luster as she propped herself up. Stretching languidly, the heavy quilt slipped away, revealing her slender form draped in a sheer white nightgown. Her fair neck exhibited an elegant curve, while her tousled hair framed her exquisite and charming visage. With a tender hand, she covered her rosy lips and stifled a yawn. The maid, asleep on a small bed across the room, stirred awake and nonchalantly began to dress. The stifling air prompted the young lady to command the opening of the window. The maid hurried to comply. Su Lingwei, casting off the quilt, approached the window, inhaling the crisp air that swept through the courtyard. The young lady, hailing from a family of martial prowess, was not overly delicate. Su Pingji, her father, had once taken both Su Erlang and Su Lingwei along during his physical training sessions with Xu Qi'an. The siblings had laid a solid foundation in their youth, possessing commendable physical fitness. However, as they grew older, their aunt forbade them from accompanying their unfortunate cousin in martial training. After all, their father had decreed that while his nephew pursued martial arts, his children would focus on their studies. A scholar dabbling in martial pursuits was deemed neglectful, and it was even more inappropriate for a daughter to engage in such activities, lest she develop unsightly muscle and jeopardize her prospects of marriage. Su Lingwei was reveling in the fresh air when she suddenly spotted a figure passing by the window. Clad in a black outfit adorned with red trimmings at the cuffs and collar, reminiscent of an officer's attire. The siblings exchanged silent glances through the glass for several moments. Xu Qi'an offered a warm, reassuring smile. In a burst of surprise, Su Lingwei let out a shriek and swiftly slammed the window shut. How much she has grown, Xu Qi'an thought with a sense of comfort. Although I did not raise her myself, I have witnessed her growth. Once a little girl with pigtails. Yet, her attire is perfectly fine. There was no necessity for such an exaggerated reaction. Within her chamber, Su Lingwei crouched on the floor, her cheeks flushed. The maid chattered incessantly, saying, "Miss, you ought to amend this habit of yours. You should tidy yourself up before opening the window. Look, you were seen by the eldest brother. Fortunately, he is family. What if it had been an outsider? How would you face the world? And what of it?" Su Lingwei retorted, flustered. In the past, Xu Qi'an seldom ventured this way, and their parents' main residence was not in this direction. Thus, the first thing she did upon waking each morning was to open the window, feeling quite secure. Why would her elder brother be in the inner courtyard? Sitting before her vanity mirror, Su Lingwei was engulfed in confusion. The maid stood behind her, arranging her hair, and, in the end, rummaged through the jewelry box, lamenting, "Miss, you possess no beautiful hairpins or ornaments." Su Lingwei sighed, remaining silent. Their family had endured numerous calamities, their savings depleted, and the expenses for daily sustenance, including those of the servants, amounted to a staggering burden of 17 or 18 mouths to feed. Where would she procure silver for adornments? The hairpins at Bao Kixwen were exquisite. I ventured in yesterday and found them so enchanting that I could hardly bear to leave. If one were to intertwine oneself within your tresses, it would undoubtedly create a shimmering interplay. Su Lingwei's eyes flickered with longing, yet she swiftly quelled it. The maid, lost in her own musings, remarked, "It is simply too expensive, 10 taels of silver for a single piece. Unless one can decipher the riddle in the shop, the proprietor may offer a discount." Su Lingwei listened absently, suddenly inquiring, "Lanner, do you think my elder brother has changed considerably of late?" The maid named Lanner was momentarily taken aback, her face instantly blooming with a smile. "Eldest brother is now more gentle, more amusing, and also more capable than before. He used to wear a stern expression, showing little kindness to you, or second brother, only smiling when conversing with father." Su Lingwei appeared quite pleased with the maid's response, her charming visage radiating joy. "It is not his fault. Mother has always looked down upon him." Su Lingwei relished the warmth blossoming in their sibling relationship, akin to a gentle spring breeze, uplifting her spirits. The former aloofness of her brother had given way to a delightful charm. His words were now pleasing to the ear. Xu Qi'an approached the door of Su Lingyan's chamber. She had yet to reach the age of propriety, thus there was no need to knock. He simply pushed the door open. He found Su Lingyan crouched on the floor, her small hands gripping a boar-bristle toothbrush. Her face set in seriousness as she meticulously brushed her teeth, as if undertaking a monumental task. The maid in the room was tidying the bedding. "Why are you washing by yourself?" Xu Qi'an inquired, casting a glance at the maid. My father said that a boy must strive for self-improvement in order to master martial arts. Do you realize that you are a girl? Xu Qi'an pondered thoughtfully. Of course I do, replied the little girl, tilting her head with an expression of innocent curiosity. No, you do not, Xu Qi'an responded. Do you understand the difference between boys and girls? Brother, I do not, the little girl answered candidly, before inquiring, what is the difference? This delves into the realm of physiology, and a lengthy discourse could ensue endlessly. Moreover, Lingyin may not fully comprehend. Drawing upon the solid foundation of his 9 years of compulsory education from his previous life, along with his superior demeanor, Xu Qi'an distilled a version that was suitable for all ages and easily comprehensible. In simple terms, boys tend to be mischievous as they grow up, while girls often cry. Su Lingyin's eyes brightened with understanding, and she exclaimed joyfully, no wonder mother always calls me a little rascal. She began to run in circles around the room, gleefully chanting, I am a rascal, I am a rascal. Xu Qi'an silently closed the door, deciding not to have breakfast at home today. Chapter 37. Encouraging learning in the bustling capital, adorned with vibrant flowers, breakfast stalls lined the streets. Xu Qi'an found sustenance at a stall 2 streets away from the county office. The vendor was a slender, dark-skinned, middle-aged man, donned in a grimy apron, who greeted everyone with a humble smile. His culinary skills were quite commendable, and Xu Qi'an was thoroughly satisfied with his meal. The only drawback was that the citizens of Dafeng's capital had a penchant for sweet delicacies. Both the soybean milk and the tofu pudding were sweetened with sugar. Xu Qi'an had no intention of compromising in a city rife with heresy. He instructed the vendor to refrain from adding sugar, while he himself added soy sauce, lard, chopped scallions, and minced garlic. In addition, he consumed 4 pieces of deep-fried dough sticks, 6 meat buns, 2 steamed buns, a bowl of porridge, and 3 small dishes. Upon finishing, Xu Qi'an prepared to settle the bill. Sir, you are being too courteous. It is my fortune to have you dine here, the vendor insisted, refusing to accept any payment as he gazed at Xu Qi'an's official garb. His eyes filled with concern at the sight of the empty plates left behind. Are you truly not accepting payment? He asked, swallowing hard. Xu Qi'an had consumed a portion sufficient for 4 or 5 individuals. This small business, merely a means of survival, required long hours and hard work, yet the vendor felt too intimidated to accept payment. Truly too intimidated. Not at all. How could I take your money? The vendor's demeanor suggested he had endured the harsh realities of life. Well then, I shall sit here for a moment to digest. Please, do not disturb me. Xu Qi'an waved his hand, dismissing the vendor. The vendor, submissively, retreated. The systemic issues of the Dafeng Dynasty had persisted for far too long. As long as the bureaucrats remained unrectified, the lives of the common folk would not improve. Xu Qi'an observed the vendor's busy figure, recalling the expression of pain and reluctance to accept money, a look that resembled that of a beggar. Throughout history, the greatest harm inflicted upon the populace has always stemmed from the unseen flies among the powerful. He retrieved 10 coins from his pocket, laid them silently on the table, and exited. Finally, he had departed. The vendor exhaled in relief and trudged over to clear the dishes. What a stroke of misfortune, he thought to himself, filled with regret. Upon reaching the table, the vendor was taken aback. A pile of copper coins lay before him, and the constable not only paid but overpaid as well. The vendor hurriedly dashed a few steps forward, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of the constable's uniform amidst the crowd, already receding into the distance. He opened his mouth, his throat constricted as if something lodged within. After all these years, it was the first time he encountered a clerk who paid for his meal. After the morning roll call, Xu Qi'an requested leave from Magistrate Zhu in the rear hall, who readily acquiesced. In a rush, he returned to the Xu residence, and upon pushing open the door to Erlang's room, the brothers exchanged knowing nods. Xu Erlang presented a set of moon-white scholar's robes adorned with delicate gray cloud patterns, which had long been prepared. Xu Qi'an glanced at his younger brother's sky-blue robe with dark cloud motifs and suggested, Erlang's attire is quite exquisite. Let us exchange garments. Xu Qi'an let out a derisive laugh, his expression seemingly conveying, what nonsense are you pondering? For a martial artist of the refining essence realm, the scholar's robes were ill-fitting. His robust physique and towering stature would stretch the loose fabric. In contrast, the aesthetic of a scholar is characterized by flowing sleeves and billowing garments. The brothers departed the Xu residence, spending a few silver coins to rent 2 swift yellow steeds, and raced away from the capital. Their destination was Qinyan Mountain, located 60 li outside the city, home to a renowned academy, Yunlu Academy. Qingyun Mountain was not originally named as such. Its specific name had been forgotten. However, since the establishment of Yunlu Academy, the sounds of scholarly pursuit had resonated continuously, and the pure air had spiraled upwards, leading to its renaming as Qingyun Mountain. Two individuals rode side by side along the official road. After an hour, Xu Qi'an gazed into the distance, faintly perceiving the outline of Qingyun Mountain and the diminutive structures of the academy. His younger brother had always been curious about the past. Xu Qi'an slowed his horse, waiting for his cousin to also pull on the reins, transitioning their steeds from a gallop to a brisk trot. "Do you think the sage is of the first rank?" he inquired, his curiosity about the various systems of the world insatiable, yet regrettably lacking in avenues for understanding. Xu Qi'an arrogantly lifted his chin. "Do you think I would know? If you don't know, then you don't." "Why the proud demeanor?" Xu Qi'an rolled his eyes and continued. "Do you know how long the sage lived?" Xu Qi'an nodded. 82 years. A figure of such stature, the founder of Confucianism and Taoism, surely would not be lacking in rank, yet only lived for 82 years? Well, for an ordinary person in this era, that might be considered a long life. But the martial prowess of this world is extraordinary. Even the sage cannot attain longevity? I cannot hastily draw conclusions, as my understanding is woefully limited. The Yunlu Academy does not accept outsiders. That is the rule, and even I cannot persuade the teacher to agree. Xu Qi'an remarked. "Are you truly confident, elder brother?" Xu Qi'an shook his head. "It all depends on human effort." They resolved to send the women of their household to Yunlu Academy before embarking on their mission, ensuring that even if they faced retaliation from the Deputy Minister of Revenue, the Academy could shelter the women of the Xu family. "The tax and silver case nearly led me to my demise. Is this troublesome affair truly insurmountable? Alas, if not handled with care, it could spiral into yet another crisis of annihilation." Xu Qi'an spurred his horse, casting Xu Qi'an behind him, and galloped away in a cloud of dust, unwilling to concede. Xu Qi'an brandished his whip, engaging his cousin in a spirited competition. Mount Qingyun neither boasts grandiosity nor elegance. Were it not for its ethereal aura, it would resemble any ordinary wild hill. Within the mountain, there is a courtyard, a loft, a square, and a waterfall. The cobblestone path, akin to a spider's web, intricately connects these various sites. In a loft perched upon the cliffside, the second-floor elegant chamber lacks a wall on the side facing the precipice. Standing at the corridor's edge, one can gaze upon the vast plains and the distant silhouettes of mountains. Li Mubai, a grandmaster who swore never to play chess again, held a scroll and stood by the corridor, listening to two friends behind him engaged in a fervent dispute. "I made a wrong move. I want to redo it. I don't care." The rule of no regrets in making a move stands firm. The sage states, to recognize one's mistake and correct it is a great virtue. Is that truly the sage's intent? Or is it not? "Old thief, do you wish to debate with me? Very well, but today only one of us shall leave alive. I am not a fool to be trifled with." Li Mubai shook his head, dismissing the two blundering players. Among them was Zhang Shun, a master of military strategy, and another, an elderly man clad in a black robe with a beard cascading to his chest, Chen Tai, styled Yuping, one of the four great Confucians of Yunlu Academy. Each of the four scholars possesses distinctive traits. Li Mubai is proficient in chess, Zhang Xin excels in military tactics, and Yang Gong, the Ziyang recluse who serves as the governor of Qingzhou, specializes in academia. Chen Yuping possesses remarkable talent for governance, and his treatise Principles of Statecraft is highly esteemed in the court of the Great Feng. Li Mubai turned away from the corridor and returned to the elegant room, interrupting the quarrel between the two. "Where is the dean?" "The princess has arrived, and the dean is accompanying her," Zhang Shun replied absently, his gaze fixed on the chessboard. Li Mubai acknowledged with a soft "oh" and nodded. Chen Tai sighed. "In 3 months, the spring examination will commence. Yet the students of the academy lack enthusiasm for their studies. Last night, I made a round of the dormitories, and those who burn the midnight oil are few and far between. The few lights that flicker illuminate only the chessboard." As he spoke, he gestured over the chessboard, scattering the pieces in disarray, lamenting, "To indulge in idle pursuits is to lose one's ambition." "Shameless old rogue," Zhang Xin fumed. "If one loses, it is deemed as indulging in idle pursuits. If one wins, it is a display of arrogance. You are no different from Li Mubai. You cannot afford to play. What does it have to do with me?" Li Mubai was incensed. Upon broaching this topic, the three eminent scholars fell into a profound silence. The students of Yunlu Academy face formidable challenges in their aspirations for officialdom. Even if they succeed in the imperial examinations, attaining the titles of Jinshi or Jiren, they often find themselves relegated to remote and impoverished locales or languishing in obscurity. This significantly dampens the students' fervor for the imperial examinations. After a moment of silence in the elegant room, Zhang Shun stated solemnly, "This trend cannot persist. We must rekindle the students' zeal for the examinations." Chen Tai nodded gravely. "Even if we must endure great hardship, we must persevere. Yunlu Academy cannot sever the pathway to officialdom." Li Mubai pondered, "Let us convene a lecture to encourage learning, allowing the academy to take the lead." Zhang Shun delicately twirled a chess piece, remarking, "The dean encourages learning year after year, yet the initial enthusiasm wanes, rendering such efforts less impactful." Chen Tai stroked his beard in contemplation, suggesting, "We must adopt a novel approach to inspire students to diligently study and value the imperial examinations. How about writing an article?" "Such an endeavor is thankless," Li Mubei interjected, shaking his head. "Then poetry it shall be," Zhang Shun said, sipping his tea. "Since time immemorial, poetry has captivated the heart. Composing a resonant poem would yield far better results than mere lectures." Upon finishing his statement, the three esteemed scholars exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. The poetic tradition of the great Feng has languished for far too long. Chapter 38. The poem completed. "If Yang Ziqian had not taken up his post in Qingzhou, I would have entrusted this task to him," Zhang Xin remarked. "Among us, he is the most adept in this domain." The mountain breeze swept into the room, causing Chen Tai's long beard to flutter as he chuckled. "Brother Jinyan is far more suited to serve in the court than I." "Old fool, are you mocking my indecisiveness?" Zhang Xin replied, unfazed, adopting a carefree demeanor. "If you are so capable, then you shall take the lead. I am all ears." As tensions threatened to rise, Zhang Shun's young attendant hurriedly entered, bowing as he announced, "Sir, your student Xu Qi'an has arrived." "Xu Qi'an? What brings him here? Has he finished transcribing the Analects 300 times?" Zhang Shun inquired, nodding. "Invite him in." Once the attendant departed, Zhang Shun glanced at Chen Tai across the chessboard, smiling as he said, "Speaking of which, I recently took on a new student, who happens to be Xu Qi'an's cousin. His poetic talent is astonishing." Li Mubei promptly added, "He is also my student." Chen Tai glanced at Zhang and then at Li, a thought stirring within him. Who is the poet of the lines, "Do not worry that there are no friends on your journey ahead"? Who in the world does not know you? Li Mubai and Zhang Shun smiled with satisfaction. "Haraha." Chen Tai burst into laughter, pointing at his two friends. "What are you laughing at?" they inquired. "I laugh because you are blinded by fame and fortune, and oh, there's also jealousy," Chen Tai replied, his mirth subsiding into a tone that was half admonition, half mockery. "The name Yang Ziqian will undoubtedly endure through this poem, evoking envy indeed. But have you two considered that exquisite verses are rare? How many scholars throughout their lives manage to compose just a few remarkable poems, let alone those worthy of being recorded in history? To have penned a line like 'Do not worry that there are no friends on your journey ahead. Who in the world does not know you?' is already a stroke of genius. To expect another, no, two more such verses from him, so that both of you may achieve eternal renown, is rather unrealistic. If you place too much emphasis on fame and fortune, how will the noble spirit within you endure over time?" After this pointed remark, Li Mubai and Zhang Shun felt a tinge of embarrassment. Deep down, they understood the truth in Chen Tai's words. Timeless verses are not easily crafted, and moreover, the individual in question is not a scholar. To have fortuitously produced a single fine poem is a tremendous stroke of luck. To expect a mere clerk to continually produce excellent poetry to secure their names in history is indeed a bit too fanciful. What Yu Ping said is absolutely right. The two bowed respectfully and said earnestly, "For scholars, there are three immortals. Even if we desire to be immortalized in history, we ought to tread the righteous path, not take shortcuts. We have indeed strayed. Recognizing their error and resolving to amend it is a virtue of great magnitude." Chen Tai nodded slightly. Moments later, the book boy led Xu Qi'an and Xu Xinyan into the elegant chamber. The two individuals bowed simultaneously. The student acknowledged the teacher. Li Mubai and Zhang Xin exchanged glances, both surprised and pleased by Xu Qi'an's arrival. "Please, take a seat," Zhang Xin invited. "Ning Yan, have you come to the academy to share some exquisite verses for me to appreciate?" Li Mubai inquired tentatively. Xu Qi'an shook his head and replied, "I have come here to request a favor." "Do not hesitate to speak," he continued. revealing his intentions to the two educators while concealing his desire for revenge against the Deputy Minister of Revenue. He merely stated that the mastermind behind the tax silver case was likely Minister Zhou, and that if the latter were to survive the capital inspection, he would undoubtedly retaliate against the Xu family. Li Mubai glanced at the equally troubled Zhang Shun and lamented. The academy has a strict rule against allowing outsiders to stay overnight. Such regulations must be upheld. Scholars are particularly mindful of rules. Just as Xu Qi'an was about to protest, Xu Xianyan interjected, "Yet, the Grand Princess frequently resides in the academy." Zhang Shun shook his head. The Grand Princess holds a status far beyond that of ordinary folk. Xu Xianyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the academy forbids outsiders from staying, unless they are royal relatives. This naive youth remains as unrefined in speech as ever. The three eminent scholars chuckled. Xu Qi'an nearly burst into laughter. Erlang's sharp tongue remained as incisive as always. Li Mubai shook his head and remarked, "Jingyan, I must admit, I am rather curious about how your student will fare once he enters the realm of destiny. That would be truly terrifying." Zhang Shun's lips twitched slightly. Only Chun Tai observed Xu Qi'an with a smile and interjected, "You are Su Ningyan?" "Indeed, I am the student," Xu Qi'an replied, bowing while donning a scholarly robe, feigning the demeanor of a true scholar. "I have heard of your poetic talent. Thus, let us proceed in this manner. Should you compose a poem that satisfies all three of us present, I shall take it upon myself to grant the women of the Xu family temporary residence at the academy, ensuring their safety and well-being. The permission for the Xu family's women to stay at the academy is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the assurance of their safety that underscores the true purpose of the Xu brothers' visit." Xu Xianyan's countenance brightened with delight as he turned to his elder cousin, saying, "Elder brother." He felt both exhilaration and trepidation. Crafting poetry is not particularly arduous, as any scholar can produce neatly structured verses. Yet the challenge lies in pleasing the three esteemed scholars. Is this truly a daunting task? Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult. Compose a poem? Are you compelling me to take advantage of your generosity? Xu Qi'an refrained from an immediate agreement, instead contemplating, should it be a spontaneous creation or a fixed theme? The three esteemed scholars exchanged glances, and Zhang Shun remarked, "Persuasion of learning." It was evident that spontaneous composition was implausible. Otherwise, I could effortlessly produce a timeless masterpiece. Xu Qi'an sighed inwardly, feeling relieved, for this theme was within his grasp, given his modest literary foundation. The phrase persuasion of learning first brought to Xu Qi'an's mind the text he studied in high school. Yet since this was poetry, that classical text would not suffice. Within books lie golden abodes, within books dwell beauty. This line swiftly surfaced in his thoughts, a well-known exhortation poem associated with the theme of learning. In the realm of educational discourse, few can rival its renown. Just as he contemplated using this poem to benefit from the three esteemed scholars, he suddenly recalled the circumstances of Yunlu Academy over the past 2 centuries. If memory serves correctly, this poem was penned by an emperor of the Song dynasty. Was it not? The air is thick with the scent of ambition and temptation, while graduates of Yunlu Academy have always faced a challenging path in their careers. During the old examination, when he became a scholar, he lamented not knowing to which remote and impoverished locale he might be assigned in the future. My act of transcribing this poem is not merely a jab at Yunlu Academy. It is, in fact, counterproductive. Observing his prolonged silence, Xu Xianyan's brow furrowed even more deeply. Among the three esteemed scholars, Zhang Shun and Li Mubai had been eagerly anticipating, while Chun Tai, with a cheerful demeanor, sipped his tea. Xu Qi'an retracted his thoughts and clasped his hands, saying, "The student has embarrassed himself. Cigio, please grind the ink for me." Xu Xianyan sourced the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, arranging them on the desk, personally grinding the ink for his cousin. With one hand holding the brush and the other rolled up his sleeve, he dipped the brush tip into the ink, turning to indicate for his cousin to take the brush. My own abysmal calligraphy would be a source of embarrassment. No, I am utterly incapable of calligraphy. Xu Xianyan internally scoffed, outwardly adopting the impassioned demeanor of a scholar guiding the course of history, and said, "Cigio, write on my behalf." Xu Xianyan nodded, sitting upright at the desk. In the still of the night, with the lanterns aglow, it is indeed the time for a young man to study. Black hair knows not the toil of early learning. Only when the hair is white does one regret the tardiness of their education. After completing the writing, Xu Qi'an set down the brush and gazed at the elegant characters on the rice paper, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his expression slightly flushed. A brief silence enveloped the room as Xu Qi'an savored the lingering resonance of the poem. The three esteemed scholars hurried to the riverbank, silently fixated on the rice paper. Their gaze was wordless. Chen Tai, with his long beard reaching his chest and clad in a black robe, had a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Chapter 39. Su Pingji does not behave as a son should. A splendid poem indeed. Ning Yin possesses unparalleled poetic talent. Li Mubai clapped his hands with a resounding sound, his expression radiating an unusual excitement, embodying both the delight of a scholar upon encountering a fine poem and the anticipation of a student contemplating the reactions it might evoke. Zhang Shun offered no commentary, instead gazing at Xu Qi'an with increasing admiration and satisfaction, as though the latter were truly a pupil he had personally nurtured. The words were simple, yet profoundly meaningful. Through the flickering lamp at midnight and the crowing rooster at dawn. This is the time for a young man to pursue his studies. Brother Jingyan, do you remember our youthful days at the academy? Chun Tai mused over the poem that urged diligence in learning, feeling its profundity resonate deeply within him. Zhang Shen paused, recalling the scenes from half a year prior, and sighed. Isn't this a reflection of our own experiences? In my youth, when my family was impoverished, I could only afford 2 steamed buns a day, often enduring the gnawing pangs of hunger late at night, forcing myself to study under the dim light. Li Mubai remarked quietly. Is that your justification for pilfering my eggs every few days? Zhang Shen retorted, the pursuits of a scholar cannot be deemed theft. It was merely borrowing. Did I not return them to you later? Li Mubai huffed in exasperation. In times of poverty, a single egg is worth its weight in gold. Chen Tai cleared his throat, interrupting the friendly bickering, and turned his gaze to Xu Qi'an. As the old year fades, and after the spring examinations, regardless of your rank, you will be qualified for official service. Have you contemplated your future? The abrupt shift in conversation left the group somewhat unsettled. Zhang Shun and Li Mubai instinctively silenced themselves, subconsciously strategizing for Su Qi'an's prospects. Chen Tai observed the 2 erudite scholars, who seemed poised to speak yet held their tongues, and seized the opportunity. Typically, the path to official advancement involves first remaining in the capital before being dispatched elsewhere. Though I am not an official, I possess a certain standing within the esteemed circles of the Great Feng, and I could indeed devise a way for you to remain in the capital. Zhang Shen, a teacher, immediately brightened with joy. This is splendid. You must express your gratitude to Brother Chun for his kindness. No need for that, Chen Tai replied with a smile. But if you truly wish to repay me, I do have an idea. Hearing his old friend's words, Zhang Shun and Li Mubai sensed something amiss. No one has mentioned gratitude towards you. Chen Tai, grinning, remarked, Ning Yin, you are a raw gem. To become refined, you require sculpting. These 2 old fellows are rather coarse. Why not come under my tutelage? Away with you, shameless old rogue. Li Mubai and Zhang Shun retorted in fury, seizing the opportunity. Xu Qi'an immediately interjected, esteemed gentlemen, Ning Yin indeed has matters to consult you about. My purpose in visiting Yundu Academy today is to seek your guidance without cost. I have been stuck at the refining essence stage for a considerable time, and due to a lack of merit and my family's impoverishment, I have never had the resources or opportunities to advance to the qi refining stage. Xu Qi'an bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. I humbly request your assistance in opening the heavenly gate. This was his second objective for visiting the academy. Although he could sell the magical artifacts gifted by Song Qing to obtain the funds necessary for opening the heavenly gate, such a transaction would bring him no joy. For Xu Qi'an is a seeker of happiness. Zhang Shun shook his head, chuckling. You are merely grasping at straws in desperation. We cultivate Confucianism and Taoism. How can we assist you in opening the heavenly gate? The martial practitioners understand how to circulate their vital energy and traverse the meridians. These are matters only they can elucidate. The disparities between the systems are more pronounced than I had anticipated. Xu Qi'an, feeling a sense of disappointment, reluctantly inquired, as a junior. I fail to comprehend. If opening the heavenly gate necessitates the assistance of masters above the refining spirit realm, how was the gate initially opened? Do you believe that the path of martial arts was pioneered by a singular individual? Was it a swift achievement? Li Mubai replied, holding a teacup, pausing to question him before taking a sip. Xu Qi'an shook his head, indicating his ignorance. It is a legacy forged by generation upon generation, Li Mubai elaborated gently. Perhaps in the beginning, the refining essence realm was already regarded as the pinnacle. By sheer coincidence, someone opened the heavenly gate. Thus, the Qi refinement realm became the zenith of martial arts. It was through years of accumulation that a comprehensive martial arts system emerged. Coincidence? Xu Qi'an seized upon the pivotal term. While enlisting the aid of masters in the refining spirit realm to open the heavenly gate is indeed the safest and most convenient method, it is not the sole approach. This time, Chuntai took the floor, smiling as he continued. When an infant is born, they possess a latent innate energy. As the years progress, the heavenly gate closes, and this innate energy becomes dormant within the body. To regain control over this energy, one must reopen the closed heavenly gate. Xu Qi'an nodded in understanding. The human body, nourished by grains, produces impurities that obstruct both the heavenly gate and the flow of energy. These theoretical concepts had been imparted to him by his uncle in the past. There are numerous methods available. Aside from the well-known technique of opening the heavenly gate, two additional approaches exist. Firstly, the method of breath regulation. This technique requires diligent practice from a young age, daily immersing oneself in medicinal baths to cleanse the meridians and connect with the heavenly gate. A process that demands countless resources over the span of years. This method has since fallen out of favor. The second method involves harnessing external forces to open the heavenly gate, a rudimentary approach initially employed by our predecessors. For instance, the ingestion of demon pills. These pills are the essence of the demon clan's cultivation, imbued with immense energy. Consuming a demon pill can forcibly clear the meridians, yet due to the lack of control, it is a perilous endeavor fraught with danger. I see. Although I did not acquire it for free, I have gained a valuable experience without loss. Xu Qi'an expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed gentleman, for your enlightening instruction. Observe how humble, polite, and eloquent he is." The three scholars chuckled, stroking their beards, thoroughly pleased with Xu Qi'an's demeanor. At the heart of the academy stands the Sage's Academy, also known as the Temple of the Sage, which enshrines the first sage who founded Confucianism. Surrounding the Sage's Academy is a spacious square paved with bluestone, ample enough to accommodate all the students of Yunlu Academy. Each year, during the spring and autumn examinations, the headmaster gathers the students in this place, passionately urging them to strive for academic excellence and to serve the state with unwavering dedication until death. In the square, there exists a low wall. Its red paint chipped and faded, its surface covered with a layer of paper that cannot be removed. This wall serves as Yunlu Academy's bulletin board, where the writings, poetry, calligraphy of the Academy's scholars, as well as the occasional outstanding works of the students, are displayed alongside various notices. Two young attendants approached the bulletin board, one carrying a roll of paper while the other smeared rice paste on the wall. Together, they unfurled a towering sheet of paper and affixed it to the bulletin board. This action immediately captured the attention of the surrounding students, particularly due to the prominence of the towering sheet. What has been posted? Let us proceed to take a closer look. Ah, this is not merely an article. It appears to be a poem. Yet, what is there to behold? Since the departure of the esteemed Ziyang, the poetry penned by the scholars and sages of our academy has become indistinguishable in its worth. As they spoke, students gathered in small clusters beneath the low wall, their gazes fixed upon the newly posted, expansive sheet of paper. The calligraphy upon it danced with vigor, exuding intensity that seemed to penetrate the very paper itself. The strokes conveyed an unmistakable force. It was the handwriting of Master Zhang, recognized by some of the students. Others, however, remained transfixed by the verses inscribed on the paper. In the stillness of midnight, lit by the lamp, the crowing of the rooster heralds the dawn. A reminder of a young man's scholarly pursuits. A sense of shame enveloped me. After the autumn examination, I have not once burned the midnight oil in study. At first glance, this poem appears simple and unremarkable, yet it unveils profound truths that provoke deep reflection. How can it be deemed ordinary? A youthful head unaware of the diligence required for learning, only to regret in white-haired years the tardiness of education. The essence of great truths lies within its simplicity, only to regret in white-haired years the tardiness of education. I have been far too lax, indulging in games and leisurely pursuits, neglecting my studies to a growing extent. It was upon reading this poem that I realized the inevitable regret that awaits me in the future. Whose illustrious hand crafted this poem? An increasing number of individuals congregated beneath the low wall, gazing upward at the verses. As emotions became ensconced in the poem, a profound resonance emerged regarding this exhortation to learning. The imagery depicted in the opening couplet brought a blush to the students' cheeks. Despite their earnest efforts in study, who among them could truly claim to embody the diligence of midnight lamps and the crowing rooster? Yet, these are not mere words. Indeed, such examples exist. The esteemed scholars of the academy often share their own experiences to enlighten the students. Among the students, there are some exceptionally diligent individuals who endure sleepless nights in their pursuit of knowledge. What truly unsettles these young scholars is the second couplet, with black hair. One knows not to study diligently early. It is only when the hair turns white that one regrets having studied too late. It seems to foretell their future fates. Some young individuals, who have recently neglected their studies, find themselves questioning their hearts and are overwhelmed by a sense of unease, fearing that in their later years, they will look back with regret. This realization stirs within them a fervent desire to seize the fleeting time of youth and devote themselves to their studies. Not far off, at the edge of the vast platform, 3 esteemed scholars observe this scene. Chuntai strokes his beard and laughs heartily. It is often said that poetry is of no use. Little do they know, poetry is profoundly moving. Xu Qi'an is indeed a poet of unparalleled talent. Witnessing the motivational poem invigorate the students' spirits, Zhangxin cannot help but smile broadly. There is truth in that. He accomplished this in the span of a single cup of tea. Such caliber, not only in the present day but throughout history, would surely rank among the finest. Li Mubai suddenly inquires. He claims to have long abandoned his studies. Do you believe that? The 2 scholars nod in unison. Li Mubai chuckles softly. What leads you to that conclusion? When composing poetry, he had someone else pen it for him, Zhangxin replies. As a scholar, how could he allow another to write his verses? Chintai adds, unless he is unskilled in calligraphy. Every scholar is proficient in the art of calligraphy. It is a fundamental skill. Li Mubai laments. What a pity. He is already of age. It is too late for him to embrace the Confucian way. Chuntai expresses his anguish. Such talent wasted on the martial arts is truly a lamentable squandering. A rough-hewn warrior is unworthy of Xu Qi'an's extraordinary brilliance. Zhangxin seemed to recall something, expressing his indignation. According to Cigio, when they were young, their fathers had already determined that Cigio would pursue scholarly endeavors while Ning would engage in martial training. How lamentable that Su Pingji, neglecting his duties as a son, squandered the opportunity to cultivate a potential scholar. It is truly detestable. Li Mubai echoed these sentiments with a voice filled with resentment. And the 2 esteemed scholars wholeheartedly agreed. Chapter 40. The struggle. Li Mubai gazed at the bulletin board, where an ever-increasing number of students gathered. Even the professors of the academy were drawn by the news, excitedly applauding and extolling the poem as a masterpiece of simplicity and profound truth. Li Dara's ears perked up, catching snippets of conversation carried by the mountain breeze. First, a poem that declares who in the world does not know you, and now another advocating for scholarship. Could it be that the poetic tradition of our Dafeng Confucian circle is on the verge of revival? For 2 centuries, remarkable poetry had been scarce. Now, with the emergence of these 2 works, we scholars of several generations can finally hold our heads high before posterity. In comparison to who in the world does not know you, this new poem on the encouragement of learning is bound to be more widely circulated and frequently referenced as a lesson for scholars. Why is there no signature? Who could have penned such a work? No signature. This poem will undoubtedly spread far and wide. A stirring in Li Mubai's heart prompted him to glance at his 2 friends, who were conversing quietly. He discreetly stepped back and left. Zhangxin suddenly noticed Li Mubai's absence. Where's Chun Jing? He was just here. Chintai looked around, pointing towards the low wall. Over there. Following the direction of the voice, Zhangxin saw Li Mubai dismissing the gathering students, pen in hand, inscribing something on a large sheet of paper. Zhangxin and Chuntai focused intently, their pupils deepening, allowing them to discern minute details from 100 meters away. They clearly saw that Li Mubai had inscribed a small note beside the words the poem of encouragement. At the end of Gengzi and the beginning of Xinshou. My teacher Mubai encourages learning. Inspired, I composed this poem. The implication was clear. At the end of Gengzi and the beginning of Xinshou. Teacher Li Mubai urged me to strive for excellence, to which I wholeheartedly agreed, thus penning this poem. Could one truly exploit such a moment? The 2 esteemed scholars felt their composure shatter. Shameless old rogue, put down your pen. Behind the academy stood a refined pavilion, nestled against the mountains, bordered to the east by the sixfold waterfall and to the west by a bamboo grove that remained evergreen throughout the seasons. Bamboo, a rarity in the north. is challenging to cultivate and propagate. The sight of spring bamboo shoots emerging after a night of thunderous rain is only witnessed in the south. The scholars of the academy had transplanted bamboo from the south, diligently nurturing it over 50 years to cultivate this lush growth. Scholars possess a particular fondness for bamboo, admiring its noble character, often using it as a metaphor for themselves. One day, the president of Yunlu Academy visited and remarked, "Oh, how dense the bamboo grove has become. The bamboo is unafraid of the harsh winter, embodying resilience through all seasons. Does this not describe me?" With this realization, he declared, "Everyone else has their own quarters. From now on, I shall reside here." Thus, the pavilion became the president's retreat. In the elegantly simple tea room, an elderly man clad in hemp attire sat opposite a woman dressed in fine silk, both savoring tea, while a line of armored guards stood watch outside the pavilion. The old man's white hair was casually tousled, exuding an air of disheveled nonchalance, and the deep lines of age, including the prominent furrows on his forehead, were accentuated by the laughter that brought forth more pronounced crow's feet than the other lines. At first glance, it is hard to imagine that this disheveled old man, clad in the attire of a fallen scholar, is the esteemed president of Yunlu Academy and a contemporary leader of Confucianism. Seated across from him, sipping tea, is a woman who has long surpassed her 20s, yet her hair is simply styled in a spiral bun, adorned with a resplendent golden hairpin, clearly reflecting the attire of an unmarried maiden. She dons an exquisite moon-white gown, its hem trailing gracefully on the ground. Her beauty is striking and ethereal, akin to a lotus blossom that is pristine yet not overly alluring. Her clear, bright eyes resemble a pristine ice mirror, revealing an air of aloof elegance. Her figure, now fully developed, boasts enticing curves. After half a year's absence, the president's hair has gained a considerable number of silver strands. The princess, with a voice as crisp and cool as her demeanor, remarked, "All are threads of worry." The president chuckled as he sipped his tea. "Today, upon ascending the mountain, I heard the disciples of the academy reciting a poem. Do not worry about the road ahead without a confidant. Who in the world does not know you?" The princess's eyes flickered, akin to a shattered ice mirror. "Such a splendid piece, it brings me great joy. May I inquire who the esteemed scholar is behind this work?" Upon hearing this, President Zhao Shuyi shook his head with a smile. "Why do you laugh at me, President?" "I am not laughing at you, Princess. Rather, I find it amusing that Yunlu Academy is filled with talent yet is not comparable to those who write from the heart. No, the entire Confucian circle of Dafeng has become intellectually numb, rigid, and devoid of spirit, while poetry places the utmost importance on inspiration." The president's words left the princess in a state of perplexity. With a tranquil expression, she delicately twirled the teacup with her elegant fingers, her demeanor exuding nobility and grace. Zhao sighed. The author of this poem is not a scholar, but rather a minor official from Changle County. The princess's expression shifted subtly. The eldest princess of the great Feng Dynasty is unlike ordinary women. Hailing from a prestigious family of literary lineage, she is well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, showcasing her remarkable talents. This princess has studied chess under Wei Yuan, military strategy with Zhang Xin, and governance with Chen Tai. She can recite the classics of sages with ease, and her writings rival those of the students from the Imperial Academy. Possessing extensive knowledge and insight, she was granted special permission by the emperor to partake in the editorial work of the Hanlin Academy at the tender age of 18. 2 years prior, the princess endeavored to revise the historical texts of the previous dynasty, which provoked protests from the ministers, ultimately leading to the matter's abandonment. The academy's head, seemingly unmoved by the prospect of official service, was met with the princess's earnest gaze and solemn tone. The Confucian doctrine emphasizes the importance of humanity. Life is fleeting, and you must not squander your precious years. Few are aware that the official position at the Qingzhou Tongjing office was originally intended for Zhao Shou. However, Zhao Shou, reluctant to accept the role, wrote to the court recommending the scholar Ziyang instead. "If my wasted years can pave a path for future generations in their pursuit of knowledge, I would find great joy in it." Zhao Shou lamented, "Alas, despite a decade of enlightenment in the bamboo grove, my heartfelt efforts cannot surmount the chasm drawn by the second sage of the Chung family. The head of the academy is too entrenched in his convictions." How did it come to this? The princess, composed, poured herself some tea. "Your Majesty invites you to serve, intending to reinvigorate the Yunlu Academy. If you truly care for the students there, you should not refuse." Zhao Shou chuckled. Is it that I can no longer manage Wei Yuan? Or has that group of noble scions sharpened their dragon-slaying skills? It is for the people of the Great Feng, for the welfare of all under heaven, the princess asserted, each word resonating with sincerity. Zhao Shou's smile grew increasingly sardonic. The tone of the princess shifted, a hint of melancholy escaping her lips as she sighed. Since the Battle of Shanghai, the strength of the Great Feng has waned, beset by incessant natural disasters. The calamities are countless, and the plight of the bureaucracy has become increasingly apparent. The officials in the court are preoccupied with factional strife, and those who merely engage in empty rhetoric are innumerable, while the few who genuinely strive for the nation's prosperity are scarce. Director, what the empire lacks is a skilled craftsman to mend its fabric. Without awaiting Zhao Shou's response, she continued passionately, 3 years ago, the northern barbarians violated the treaty, repeatedly breaching our borders and plundering the common folk. The southern savages have ravaged the postal routes and ambushed military garrisons, seeking to reclaim lost territories. Meanwhile, the states of the western regions watch with indifference, and the Buddhist sects leverage this situation to impose their doctrines upon the Central Plains. Her voice crescendoed, losing its earlier chill. Director, as a scholar, should you not aspire to restore the nation's dignity? Zhao Shou gazed at the princess for a moment, then diverted his gaze from her exquisite and noble visage to the verdant bamboo grove outside the window, shaking his head in resignation. It is not a matter of willingness, but rather the timing is not yet right. I implore you to return, princess. The disappointment in the princess's eyes was palpable as she prepared to take her leave. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the elegant pavilion, and a scholar from the academy rushed in, exclaiming, Director, we are in grave trouble. Li Mubai, Zhang Shun, and Chen Tai have engaged in a brawl. Chapter 41. The poetic talent of a bureaucrat. The 3 esteemed scholars of the academy are fighting? Has the discourse reached such a boiling point that gentlemen have escalated from debate to blows? The princess was taken aback. She had once studied at Yunlu Academy for a time. The 4 esteemed scholars of the academy often engaged in profound discussions, their laughter ringing joyfully in moments of mirth, yet unhesitatingly resorting to vehement exclamations in times of urgency. However, they had never resorted to physical altercations. After all, as paragons of virtue and wisdom, their esteemed positions precluded such base actions. Zhao Shou furrowed his brow, placing his teacup down, and inquired, what provoked this altercation? The elderly gentleman shook his head and replied with a hint of resignation, I know not. Master Mubai was originally inscribing calligraphy when, out of the blue, the 2 gentlemen appeared and immediately began to fight. After a brief pause, his expression darkened as he added, one called the other an old scoundrel. While the retort was that of a shameless old thief, it seems genuine wrath has been ignited. At this revelation, even the typically composed and serene Dean was taken aback. Sensing an unusual disturbance, the Princess Royal declared, Dean, accompany me forthwith. Zhao Shou replied gravely, within a span of 1 zhang, this is the realm of the Sage's Academy. For a fleeting moment, the princess found herself disoriented, only to behold the statue of the sage, clutching a scroll, amidst flickering flames and curling smoke within the hall. Outside, chaos ensued as gusts of wind swept violently into the grand hall, extinguishing the candles. The dean, Zhao Shou, had vanished from the opposing side of the table, while the princess, braving the tempest, made her way toward the entrance. The fierce wind billowed her garments, clinging tightly to her form. Even her thick winter attire could not conceal her graceful silhouette. Gazing upward, she beheld the 3 scholars standing suspended in midair, a formidable aura radiating from them, their unwavering spirits colliding and stirring the air into a tempest. Zhang Shun snorted disdainfully, Li Mubai, you shameless scoundrel. It was one thing to vie for students with me in the past, but how could you stoop to such despicable acts today? Have the teachings of the sage been digested by a dog's belly? The Princess of Chong stirred slightly, unaware of the transgressions committed by the esteemed scholarly Mubai that had provoked such righteous indignation in the venerable Zhang Shun. A competition for students? Had they truly contended over pupils? Li Mubai retorted loudly, as a teacher, what is wrong with assisting my disciples in refining their essays and poetry? It is clearly you, old curmudgeon, who is envious of my talents. Chen Tai interjected, would you kindly be silent? I can hardly bear this any longer. Li Mubai cast a sidelong glance at him. What concern is it of yours, Chen Tai? If Zhang is irate, there is reason for it. You should keep your distance. At that moment, Zhang Shun produced a scroll from his robes, stating leisurely, It seems that a contest of righteous spirit will yield no clear victor. He tore out a page and set it ablaze. In an instant, as the paper burnt to ashes, a verdant mist materialized, buzzing towards Li Mubai. It comprised swarms of emerald-hued beetles, their mandibles fierce, akin to a locust plague. In my travels across the world in past years, I have not returned empty-handed. Unfazed, Li Mubai retrieved a scroll of his own, tearing out 2 pages and igniting them simultaneously. One page disintegrated into a crimson lizard, straddling the line between reality and illusion. The lizard puffed its cheeks and suddenly unleashed a torrent of flames stretching dozens of feet long, incinerating the verdant mist into ash. Concurrently, the other page burned away, transforming into a youthful maiden clad in revealing attire. Her form as graceful as a swimming fish, gliding towards Zhang Shen. As Zhang Daru approached, his eyelids grew heavy, and an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. The youthful woman, with a subtle smile that hinted at seduction, drew nearer to Zhang Shen. At that moment, Chen Tai ignited a sheet of paper in his hand, causing a brilliant golden elixir to materialize, radiating a resplendent glow. Suddenly, Li Mubai was caught off guard, stumbling from the impact of the golden light, while Zhang Shen, scorched by the elixir, broke free from his lethargy and quickly summoned his righteous aura, dispersing the alluring young woman clad in revealing attire. The princess observed this scene in silence. A scholar of the 6th rank possesses the ability to learn the unparalleled techniques of other sects and inscribe them within tomes. Just moments ago, Zhang Shen had employed the methods of a Gu master, while the enchanting figure on Li Mubai's paper was likely from the witchcraft system. However, the exact rank eluded her understanding. As for Chen Tai's display, if she was not mistaken, it was the golden elixir of the Taoist school. The 3 eminent scholars engaged in a fierce exchange above, while the students below watched with rapt attention. Although they felt somewhat helpless and anxious about the sudden conflict among their esteemed elders, witnessing such a rare spectacle of scholars in combat was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Finding it difficult to subdue Li Mubai, Zhang Shen's mind sparked with a clever ruse. Li Mubai, your trousers have fallen. Li Mubai felt a chill at his waist and was astonished to discover that his trousers had slipped down to his ankles. Cursed be it. Li Mubai's composure shattered, and he bellowed, everyone's trousers have fallen. Below, countless individuals bent down in terror to pull up their trousers. A milky white jade pendant at the princess's waist glowed in response. A voice, resonant with authority, rang out clearly to all present. Here, infighting among sect members is strictly forbidden. In this place, hovering is strictly forbidden. Come down at once. As the words fell, the profound righteousness of the 3 scholars dissipated, and Newton regained his composure, pulling them down from the air. Clad in coarse garments, with hair as white as snow cascading down, Zhao Shou approached the 3 with a composed demeanor, his piercing gaze scrutinizing them. What transpired? Zhang Shen and Li Mubai exchanged silent glances, reaching a tacit understanding in an instant. The former scoffed coldly, it is nothing, merely a difference of opinion in academic pursuits, with neither able to persuade the other. The latter added, hence, a different approach was adopted. Persuasion through reason aligns with the Confucian way of conduct. I report them to you. Dean, they have deceived you. Suddenly, the grand scholar Chen Tai delivered a backhanded blow to the 2, achieving a dual victory. Zhang Shen and Li Mubai turned in unison, their eyes ablaze with indignation. Chen Tai gazed towards the low wall. Dean, are you familiar with the poem Sending Yang Qian to Qingzhou from the Sheep Pavilion? Zhao Shou followed his gaze to the low wall, focusing intently for a moment. And upon seeing the small characters, comprehension dawned upon him. He was aware of Zhang Jinyan and Li Chuanjing's admiration for Zhang Jushi during this period. The poem on the wall was indeed exquisite. Not only would it garner immense fame once publicized, but it also held great potential for future legacy. Their contention over reputation was, in some sense, understandable. Wait, what did they just conceal from me? Zhao Shou's expression twitched, just as he was about to speak. His peripheral vision caught sight of the long-skirted, elegantly poised princess approaching, her presence exuding an air of cold beauty. He promptly swallowed the words he was about to utter. The princess, with her graceful eyes glimmering, smiled demurely. What poem sparked a conflict between the 2 esteemed scholars? Zhang Shen and Li Mubai hurriedly bowed in greeting, merely acknowledging a poem that encouraged learning. The princess's gaze swiftly shifted to the low wall, her beautiful eyes sparkling with appreciation, a splendid poem. After a brief pause, her lips parted gently. Who composed this piece? Zhang Shen, with a firm resolve, replied, it is the work of my student. Farewell to Yang Qian and Qin Zhou is also his creation. That swift hand from the Longle County office. A flicker of intrigue passed through the princess's eyes. His name is Xu Qi'an, Li Mu Bai interjected, adding, he is also my disciple. The princess found the name somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it mentioned before, yet could not recall it clearly. Such remarkable talent, serving as a mere assistant in the Longle County office, seemed a gross underutilization of his abilities. Even if he only penned poetry, he was worthy of being nurtured in my residence as an advisor, the princess mused internally. The students of the academy stood at a distance, admiring the princess's exquisite visage, which resembled an ethereal snow lotus, her regal aura rendering all who beheld her momentarily transcendent. Where are the others? The princess's clear gaze swept over the crowd, lingering thoughtfully. They have gone for a stroll in the mountains, Chintai remarked. The students who overheard their conversation were momentarily engulfed in profound astonishment, finally realizing the true identity of the poet behind this encouraging verse. Chapter 42. The sage and his wife. The cold wind swept through the mountain peaks, causing the barren branches to emit a mournful cry. On the cobblestone path, Xu Qi'an turned his head, observing his cousin Xu Qi'an, whose flowing garments and dark hair danced in the breeze, appearing as if a celestial being had descended to earth. He gestured towards a distant cascade, elucidating, this is the hallowed ground where a venerable predecessor of the academy attained enlightenment. Adjacent to the falls, a stone tablet stands, chronicling the life and deeds of that esteemed figure. During the winter months, the waterfall, deprived of ample waters, appeared slender and feeble, listlessly plunging into the pool below. The pool's waters were crystalline. Beside it, a tablet stood erect, accompanied by a bronze statue of a figure seated in meditative repose. The inscription detailed the life of a scholar named Qian Zhong, who lived 6 centuries prior, during the nascent years of the Great Dafeng Dynasty. At that epoch, the preceding dynasty's monarch was benighted, officials were mired in venality and corruption, and aristocratic clans preyed upon the common populace. Insurrections flared across the Central Plains, with rebel factions carving out territories. The then-reigning dynasty, Great Zhou, engaged in a protracted, decade-long war of attrition against various rebel forces, leaving the common folk mired in abject misery. Qian Zhong, a Confucian scholar of the second rank, traversed the land for 3 years, personally witnessing the wretched plight of the people. Filled with righteous indignation, he carried the grievances of the populace to the capital of Great Zhou, where he shattered the dynasty's dwindling fortunes with his own mortal form. Subsequently, the Great Dafeng Dynasty was established, quelling the turmoil and ushering in an era of peace and prosperity. Is the second rank of Confucianism truly so formidable? Xu Qi'an inquired with skepticism. Why have I not perceived such extraordinary prowess in the 3 grand scholars? Xu Qi'an, though unfamiliar with the colloquialism bullshit, recognized it as vulgar parlance. Mindful of his elder brother's recent poetic triumph, he refrained from derision and responded, who informed you that our teachers have attained the 2nd rank? They merely hold the 4th rank of Junzi. Xu Qi'an expressed incredulity. Then how dare they style themselves grand scholars? Xu Qi'an knelt by the pool's edge, washing his hands as he elucidated. The term grand scholar bears 2 connotations. It can denote a scholar of profound learning and renown, or it can specifically refer to a Confucian practitioner of the 2nd rank. The esteemed scholars of our academy belong to the former category. They shatter a nation's fortune with the grievances of the populace, and even in the waning years of a dynasty, when fate weakens, it remains beyond the realm of human endeavor. Just how formidable are the 2nd grade scholars of Confucianism and Taoism? And what of the 1st grade? Xu Qi'an fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he spoke with a hint of reverence. Does Yunlu Academy have any 2nd grade scholars? Xu Qi'an shook his head, expressing regret. In the past 2 centuries, we have produced at most a 3rd grade scholar. A 3rd grade scholar signifies the realm of establishing destiny. I heard this from my teacher when I accompanied Master Ziyang that day. Our academy's dean is a 3rd grade scholar of the realm of establishing destiny. Xu Qian's tone lightened, and he casually remarked, not bad. He shared his assessment of the 3 elderly gentlemen with Su Erlang, who pondered for a moment. They were not like this before. Beyond the gentlemanly realm, there lies the 3rd grade realm of establishing destiny. This may be related to the realm of establishing destiny. Indeed, Master Ziyang was once the same. Recently, he has suddenly changed his demeanor, as if he has become a different person. I heard from my teacher that Master Ziyang is but half a step away from establishing destiny. The 2 brothers meandered aimlessly through the academy, with Xu Qi'an showing him various historical sites. With a history spanning 12 centuries, had it not been for the usual prohibition against uninvited guests disturbing the student's studies, Qingyan Mountain would undoubtedly be a bustling tourist attraction. Eldest brother. Suddenly, Xu Qi'an called out in a low voice as they walked. Xu Qi'an halted to look at him. Xu Qi'an cast a glance at him, turning away to feign interest in the surrounding scenery. I pondered for a long time yesterday. Were it not for you, father would have already faced execution, and our female relatives would have been consigned to the brothel. Were it not for you, Sister Lingwei would have been in peril yesterday, likely subjected to the whims of someone surnamed Zhou. Were it not for you, the Xu family might still be lost in the delusion of having survived a calamity, only to one day face annihilation. After speaking, he strode forward, covering several meters, and silently uttered a word. Thank you. At the Yaxing Academy, Xu Qi'an followed his cousin up the steps, passing the incense burner, to enter the hall. The 7-meter-tall vermilion pillars supported the dome, and within the academy, the Yaxing being venerated was none other than the founder of Yunlu Academy. In the flickering light of the slender candle flames, the Yaxing donned a blue, buttoned Confucian robe, with a lofty scholar's cap atop his head. One hand rested behind him, while the other rested upon his waist, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Beside the Yaxing stood a graceful and lively white deer, its white fur faintly adorned with cloud patterns. Xu Qi'an pointed at the white deer, saying, "That is the origin of the name Yunlu Academy," Xu Qi'an remarked. "Scholars possess a refined taste. A white deer as a steed." Xu Qi'an glanced at his older cousin and corrected him, "Not a steed, but a wife." Xu Qi'an reconsidered the Yaxing, murmuring, "Indeed, scholars possess a certain elegance." This was a thought he dared not voice aloud. Xu Qi'an seemed to perceive his cousin's thoughts and remarked, "The Yunlu recorded in the academy tells of a white deer that is a spirit. It listened to the classics under the sage and subsequently transformed into a human, accompanying the sub-saint. The bond between the two, a man and a spirit, grew deep from their childhood, culminating in matrimony. Such a love between human and spirit was not accepted by society then, nor is it now. However, upon learning of their union, the sage did not intervene to break them apart. Rather, he sanctioned their marriage, proclaiming that great love knows no bounds. This illustrates that as long as there is affection, both man and spirit can remain devoted to one another. Historically, the love between humans and spirits has often been given whimsical titles, such as the unity of heaven and man. Therefore, what is the title of this sub-saint? Calling a deer a horse. The horse of the horse? Xu Qi'an clasped his hands in respect before the statue of the sub-saint. As Xu Qi'an reverently offered his respects to the sub-saint, Xu Qi'an's gaze wandered within the hall, and he noticed 2 stone tablets, equal in height to a person, standing on either side of the great hall. One side was blank, while the other bore inscriptions. He approached the tablet and read aloud, "Dying for righteousness to repay the Lord's grace, leaving a name that will echo through the ages." The script was neat, neither flamboyant nor hasty, exuding a dignified and grand aura befitting a gentleman. This was left here by the sub-saint of the National Academy. Xu Qi'an approached and stood side by side with his cousin before the tablet, the sub-saint of the National Academy. "Indeed, I have always been unclear about the details of the grievances between the National Academy and the Yunlu Academy." Xu Qi'an's eyes sparkled with curiosity. As Xu Qi'an glanced around to ensure no one was present, he finally spoke in a hushed tone. "This matter traces back 200 years, to an incident concerning the dispute over the National Foundation." Dispute over the National Foundation? Although Xu Qi'an was a novice in history, he understood the significance of contending for the foundation of the nation. The crown prince is the essence of a country. To vie for the foundation of the nation is to contest for the position of crown prince. At that time, Emperor Renzong was in power, and the position of crown prince had remained vacant for over a decade, with 2 royal princes being the most formidable contenders. One was the legitimate eldest son, and the other was a son born of a favored consort. That favored consort was exceedingly enchanting and held a special affection from Renzong. Renzong intended to appoint the illegitimate son as the crown prince. However, this met with vehement opposition from the entire court. Renzong issued multiple edicts, all of which were rebuffed by the cabinet, led at the time by the scholars of Yunlu Academy. The ancient rule of preferring the legitimate over the illegitimate, and the eldest over the younger, could not be transgressed even by the emperor himself. "My brother, you are absolutely correct. The rituals and protocols are the favored methods of the scholars to tame the dragon. This fierce contest for the foundation of the nation saw neither side willing to concede, resulting in a stalemate that stretched on for a full 6 years, during which 4 chief ministers of the cabinet were replaced and numerous officials departed from the court. The total number of officials involved, both in the capital and in localities, exceeded 200. Chapter 43. Inscription. It was not until this point that a scholar from Yunlu Academy succeeded to the position of chief minister. He chose not to adhere to the ideologies of his predecessors and resolutely aligned himself with Renzong, enduring scorn to resolve the matter for him. The tumultuous contest for the foundation of the nation finally came to an end. As a consequence of this incident, Renzong developed a distaste for Yunlu Academy, realizing that its existence was detrimental to the sovereignty of the emperor. At this juncture, Cheng Hui proposed the establishment of the National Academy, wherein the court would cultivate its own talents. Thus began the decline of Confucianism. This is the origin of the contention regarding the orthodoxy of Confucianism between Yunlu Academy and the National University. The National University is a state institution, while Yunlu Academy is private. How could a private institution possibly rival a national one? Xu Qi'an suddenly comprehended. After Xu Qi'an spoke, he inquired with an evaluative tone. What are your thoughts, elder brother? I refer specifically to the matter of national foundation, unrelated to scholarship. Xu Qi'an inwardly scoffed, laughing as he replied, on the surface. It concerns the national foundation. In essence, it is a struggle for power. Scholars aspiring to realize their ambitions must hold substantial authority. Yet the magnitude of power in a nation is finite. When one wields greater power, others inevitably lose theirs. The pinnacle of factional strife is to usurp the emperor, becoming a monarch without a crown. Xu Qi'an, initially merely testing the waters, turned pale upon hearing this. Xu Qi'an cast him a sidelong glance. What? Is my assertion incorrect? It is quite accurate, but such statements should not be made indiscriminately. Xu Qi'an took a deep breath. Please continue. Xu Qi'an nodded. No matter how formidable the Confucian dragon-slaying techniques may be, the imperial authority ultimately prevails. Acquire skills in both literature and martial arts, and serve the emperor. This adage encapsulates everything. Throughout history, whether greedy or virtuous, any minister of power has met with dire fates. Controlling the court is but a transient state. In the end, all will face reckoning. For a minister is eternally a minister. In my previous life, having studied history, I observed numerous monarchs without crowns, none met with favorable outcomes. Cao Cao does not count, as the turmoil of collapsing imperial power constitutes a different matter altogether. Xu Qi'an, somewhat impatient, pressed on with his inquiry. Is there a way to unravel this? His elder brother's words were knowledge the academy would not impart. It is unsolvable. Xu Qi'an shook his head, letting out a sigh. The court is akin to a battlefield. Political strife may offer momentary exhilaration, yet it ultimately leads to ruin. His words were peculiar, yet his eyes seemed to harbor millennia of historical wisdom. Gazing into those eyes, Xu Qi'an found himself momentarily taken aback. However, my brother possesses another perspective. Xu Qi'an deftly shifted the topic. Please, do share. The deeds of Master Qian serve as a living testament. When one can influence the fortune of a nation, one transcends from being a mere scholar reliant on imperial favor to becoming an equal to the sovereign. Xu Qi'an's eyes sparkled with realization, a flicker of joy crossing his face, only to hear Xu Qi'an leisurely remark, Young Erlang is remarkably astute. He is indeed teachable. It was then that Xu Erlang comprehended. It was I who was being assessed. Xu Qi'an fell silent, pondering a question that lingered in his mind. Despite the clouded prospects of Yunlu Academy within the political arena, it remained a sacred site safeguarding the Confucian practice system. What had been severed was merely the pathway to officialdom. Although Xu Qi'an did not clarify whether it was the Academy's prospects that were waning or the entire Confucian framework, Xu Qi'an sensed it was the latter. This was reinforced by Xu Erlang's words by the waterfall. In 2 centuries, Confucianism has only achieved the 3rd rank at its zenith. Was this due to the necessity for Confucian scholars to enter officialdom beyond the 3rd rank? Or was it connected to the fortunes of Confucianism itself? What, then, does this monument signify? Why was it erected here? He inquired. Xu Qi'an gazed intently at the inscriptions on the monument, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he sighed. This is but a continuation of the Confucian orthodoxy debate. Or rather, a fragment of it. The illustrious Cheng Yasheng, a paragon of brilliance, established the Imperial Academy, realizing that to surpass Yunlu Academy, He must devise a distinctive educational framework. Without this, the students of the Imperial Academy would merely remain disciples of Yunlu Academy. Thus, he devoted himself to the study of the classics of the sages, reinterpreting and integrating his own philosophical insights. After 13 years of diligent labor, he successfully crafted an educational system that surpassed its predecessors. To uphold heavenly principles and extinguish human desires, Xu Qi'an felt a stir within. Su Erlang nodded in agreement, emboldened by their earlier discourse, and began to elucidate academic matters to his rough-hewn cousin, stating, Cheng Yasheng posits that all things in the universe adhere to a certain principle, known as Li. Li represents the most fundamental essence of existence and the utmost correctness. Only by existing in harmony with Li can all things thrive. However, amidst the chaotic entanglements of worldly affairs, one may lose oneself and the understanding of Li. Therefore, should we not strive to uphold heavenly principles and extinguish human desires? Xu Qi'an inquired. Upholding heavenly principles and extinguishing human desires is the cornerstone of the Imperial Academy's philosophical school, Xu Qi'an continued. Cheng Yasheng compiled the teachings of the sages and established an entire set of rules. Scholars who adhere to these guidelines will not err, they will act correctly, aligning with the laws of heaven and earth. These rules elevate loyalty, filial piety, integrity, and righteousness to the realm of heavenly principles. Xu Qi'an scoffed lightly. If a sovereign demands the death of his subject, the subject must comply. If a father wishes for his son's demise, the son must acquiesce. One must be willing to sacrifice one's life for a greater cause and face death to preserve one's integrity. Xu Qi'an listened in silence before suddenly inquiring, What does Ciju think? Is it right or wrong? Xu Qi'an was taken aback, staring blankly at his cousin, his mouth opening as if to speak. Yet a mysterious force constricted his throat, rendering him voiceless. Xu Qi'an understood. This force was known as the confinement of thought. Thus, the existence of this monument. Xu Qi'an shifted his gaze back to the inscription. Indeed, Su Erlang nodded, stating, the conflict between Yunlu Academy and the Imperial College is one of academic rivalry, a clash of ideologies. However, this monument has stood firm at the Yasheng Academy for 2 centuries, as long as it remains unyielding. Yunlu Academy shall never surpass the Imperial College. The dean has spent over a decade in the academy, his hair turned white from scholarly pursuits, attempting to refute the inscriptions, striving to establish a more mature and accurate ideology, yet he has failed. For it embodies the truth, it signifies correctness, Xu Qi'an asserted. Indeed, Xu Qi'an sighed. Not only the dean, but also the esteemed scholars of successive generations have wrestled with this inscription, yet none have succeeded. The thoughts of Yasheng are not easily dismissed by ordinary individuals. Xu Qi'an's mind began to speculate about the blank monument nearby. It was placed there by the dean. Yet for over a decade, he had never inscribed a word upon it. Xu Qi'an pointed to the desk beside the blank stone, saying, subsequently, students and eminent scholars attempted to inscribe their words upon the monument, challenging Cheng Yasheng's inscription, but every time, their efforts were erased by the following day. Nevertheless, the brush and inkstone on the desk remain, perhaps indicative of the dean's lingering hope. It is precisely for this reason that whenever students are seized by whimsical thoughts and feel a surge of excellence, they come here to inscribe their words. Regrettably, the person the dean has long anticipated has yet to appear. I once believed I could also partake in this practice and inscribe my own words on the stone tablet. At this point, Xu Qi'an hesitated to continue, clearly unwilling to divulge his youthful arrogance to his cousin, lest he face social demise once more. To die valiantly for the sake of loyalty, to leave a lasting legacy for eternity. Xu Qi'an faced the inscription, remained silent for a moment, and solemnly inquired, in your opinion, elder brother, which holds greater weight, the monarch or the common people? Without hesitation, Xu Qi'an replied, naturally, the common people. Xu Qi'an pressed further. Then, why do you study? Xu Qi'an instinctively responded, to serve the ruler and repay the nation. Upon uttering these words, he found himself momentarily stunned. Xu Qi'an, unfazed, continued his questioning. Is it truly the lifelong pursuit of scholars to be immortalized in history? Xu Qi'an remained silent, and his silence spoke volumes. The actions of the 2 esteemed scholars at Yunlu Academy, seeking to bask in the glory of poetry, also conveyed the same message. Xu Qi'an sighed deeply. Why must a subject die at the behest of the ruler? What justification is there? Why must a father condemn his son to death? What grounds exist for this? Can this wretched society not afford to embrace a modicum of human rights? Xu Qi'an chuckled. I am no scholar. Yet I too wish to pen something. Xinyan, assist me in the endeavor. Xu Xinyan furrowed his brow. Xu Qi'an remarked, after all, the ink and brush are here for the very purpose of writing. If your efforts do not meet the mark, someone will inevitably wipe it away tomorrow. After hearing this, Xu Xinyan proceeded to grind the ink. Moments later, he stood before the tablet with brush in hand and asked, What would you like to write, elder brother? This time, I shall compose it myself. Xu Qi'an seized the pen with fervor, his gaze fixed upon the blank stone tablet. Suddenly, the visage of the morning's food vendor materialized in his mind, an image of someone so painfully destitute, yet too timid to ask for silver, pitiful as a stray dog. The bureaucratic malaise of the great Dafeng Dynasty had festered for too long. Officials adorned in finery professed loyalty and patriotism, yet never cast a compassionate glance upon the common folk. He recalled Zhou Li's brazen demeanor as he galloped through the streets, a figure of arrogance and entitlement. He thought of the records of unrestrained officials within the capital, their tyranny unchecked. The existence of extraordinary martial prowess laid bare the deep-seated afflictions of the feudal dynasty, rendering the lower classes bereft of even the courage to rise in rebellion. In his previous life, he had at least known of several resounding peasant uprisings. Yet in this world, the opportunity for such insurrections had been swiftly extinguished before they could even take shape. Xu Qi'an inhaled deeply, releasing a heavy sigh, and took up his pen to inscribe, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to continue the teachings of the ancients, and to herald peace for all generations. Upon completion, Xu Qi'an felt a refreshing clarity wash over him, expelling the pent-up frustrations from his chest. He cast aside the pen and declared loudly, CG, this is what a scholar ought to do. Boom. In Xu Cg's mind, it felt as though a thunderbolt had struck, cleaving through the chaos of his consciousness, shattering the shackles of his soul. He gazed blankly at his cousin, unsure if it was merely an illusion, but it seemed Su Erlang had glimpsed a fleeting flash of rich purple energy above his cousin's head. Crack! The nearby stone tablet suddenly emitted a sound of fracturing, a colossal fissure slicing through it from top to bottom. The brothers were taken aback. Before they could comprehend the situation, the entire Yaxing Academy quaked, dust cascading from the dome, and candle holders toppled over. The sculpture of the Sage of Asia emitted a refreshing aura, piercing through the clouds atop the mountain, visible from dozens of miles away. Xu Qi'an was bewildered, his countenance exceedingly grim. What in the world is happening? It seems I have stirred up trouble. What trouble? What trouble? Xu Xinyan, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, This has nothing to do with us. We have never set foot in the Sage Academy. With that, he clutched his head and dashed out the door, fleeing in a panic. Scholar, wait for me. Xu Qi'an hastily pursued, reflecting that in critical moments, it is indeed the scholar who possesses remarkable adaptability. This scenario draws inspiration from reality, yet I must modify it creatively. After all, why should I fabricate an entire academic school of thought? With my prowess, why bother writing novels? The need for clarification arises mainly because the Confucian philosophy of Cheng and Zhu is polarizing, often inciting unnecessary disputes. Thus, I must make a statement. Please lend your support, dear friends. Chapter 44. A hasty retreat. The two brothers fled from the Sage Academy, avoiding the main path and veering into the forest via a narrow side trail, running for quite some time before halting. Xu Qi'an managed to steady his breath, while Xu Xinyan leaned against a pine tree, panting heavily, his fair complexion flushed with a captivating crimson due to the exertion. What shall we do now? Xu Qi'an intended to consult his methodical younger brother and cautiously probed, Did I just solve an age-old conundrum for the academy? He had not anticipated that his offhand remark would provoke such a formidable phenomenon, nor was he aware of the ensuing consequences. Thus he instinctively followed Su Erlang in flight. Panting, Xu Xinyan composed himself, then scoffed with a touch of pride. At most, it's a conundrum that has persisted for 2 centuries. Xu Qi'an offered his water pouch. Su Erlang accepted it, took a sip, and continued, If it were the me who had just entered the academy, I would advise you to remain and bask in the adulation and gratitude of the faculty and students. However, as I am now, I merely wish to whisk you away from here. He tossed the pouch back to his cousin and paused, noting with a tinge of disappointment and admiration that Xu Qi'an's expression remained unchanged, betraying no bewilderment. The admiration, naturally, stemmed from his cousin's sharp intellect, a stark contrast to their father's rough nature. This filled the self-regarding Xu Qi'an with sincere gratification. The disappointment, on the other hand, arose from being unable to flaunt his intellectual superiority before his cousin. Yes, even though his cousin had composed awe-inspiring verses on numerous occasions. Even though he had just inscribed such earth-shattering lines on the stone tablet, Xu Qi'an still believed his own intellect to be superior. Without such a conviction, he could not have uttered the sentiment. Had I, Xu Qi'an, not been born, the great phone would have remained in eternal darkness. The brothers swiftly traversed the woods, stealthily making their way toward the stables. Departing without ceremony was the most prudent course of action at that moment. Should Xu Qi'an remain, he might be met with the Cloud Deer Academy's profound gratitude, perhaps even revered as a great Confucian scholar, though that was unlikely. That was the favorable aspect. The unfavorable aspect was equally apparent. The Cloud Deer Academy and the Imperial Academy engaged in a rivalry over the orthodox lineage of Confucianism. Should Xu Qi'an accept the Cloud Deer Academy's gratitude, he would inevitably incur the animosity of scholars hailing from the Imperial Academy. For among the court's high officials, many were graduates of the Imperial Academy. The tax silver case had already spawned endless troubles, and this was a predicament 100 times more perilous and troublesome. The farewell to the old year resonates with my thoughts. Xu Qi'an chuckled. See, you truly are a dog. It is commendable that Erlang is not a pedantic scholar. Perhaps this is due to his thorough study of military strategy. Xu Qi'an retorted with a touch of sarcasm, then continued, as long as we depart, I believe the Academy will refrain from recklessly propagating our affairs and will keep our secrets. He fell silent, lost in contemplation as he journeyed forward, exuding an air of quietude. Outside the Sage's Academy, on the expansive square, Zhao Shou, clad in coarse garments and with graying hair, suddenly performed an unexpected action, turning abruptly to gaze towards the rear of the academy. Moments later, 3 venerable scholars mirrored his motion, their expressions grave as they peered into the distance. The Long Princess, bewildered, instinctively followed their line of sight. The sky was clear, revealing nothing amiss. Yet, in the next instant, a visible stream of pure energy surged skyward, piercing the clouds. The dense white clouds hovering over Qingyuan Mountain dispersed before the watchful eyes of all present. Zhao Shou vanished first, followed by the 3 scholars, who exhibited extraordinary prowess as they seamlessly transported themselves to the rear of the academy. The Long Princess, her brows slightly furrowed, lifted her skirts and hurriedly yet gracefully kept pace. Her tall figure and graceful curves rendered her swift movement indescribable, leaving it to be inferred. At the Yaxing Academy, a candelabrum toppled, wax dripping profusely. In the vast hall, a refreshing aura swirled like a spring breeze, accentuating Zhao Shou's silhouette as he swiftly scanned every corner of the grand chamber, finally focusing on the cracked inscription of the Chung family's Yaxing tablet. In the depths of the director's eyes, akin to ancient wells, tumultuous waves surged forth, swiftly unraveling the cause of the overwhelming aura that soared. The inscription suppressing the academy had shattered, allowing the majestic spirit within Yunlu Academy to break free from its constraints, overflowing and manifesting, thus giving rise to the recent spectacle. The perplexity lay in the fact that how could the inscription of the Chung family sage possibly crack without cause? Soon, Director Zhao comprehended, his gaze drawn to the stone tablet he had erected within the hall. As he scrutinized the contents inscribed upon it, he felt the entire world fading into obscurity, vanishing, leaving only that one line of grotesque characters indelibly etched in his pupils, imprinted upon his heart, becoming the singular reality of this moment. Amidst the refreshing aura that felt like a gentle spring breeze, the figures of 3 great scholars materialized, instinctively sweeping their gazes across the grand hall. Upon witnessing the shattered Chung family sage stone tablet, their pupils involuntarily contracted. How could such a sturdy tablet fracture? No, this is a fortuitous omen, suggesting that the seal suppressing the fortune of Yunlu Academy has begun to waver. Li Mubai mused, suddenly realizing that the director's demeanor was amiss. He appeared to be lost in a world of his own, in a state of disorientation. The tablet had indeed cracked, in an era devoid of sages. How could anyone disturb the Chung family stone? Zhang Shun and Chun Tai exchanged glances, perceiving shock and bewilderment mirrored in each other's eyes. Subsequently, they too, like Li Mubai, discerned the director's peculiar state. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the populace, to inherit the teachings of the ancient sages, to pave the way for future generations. Zhongshan murmured. He was utterly shaken by the profound spirit, character, and ambition encapsulated in that statement. Goosebumps erupted across his body, and the fervor within his chest seemed to boil. This is precisely what a scholar ought to engage in. Chen Tai's lips quivered as he articulated. To serve as an official is to serve the people, the nation, and all of humanity. Not merely to cater to the interests of a single family or a handful of individuals. The esteemed scholar, renowned for his exceptional governance acumen, trembled uncontrollably at this moment. His voice hoarse. It is like a divine revelation, a true awakening. Li Mubai inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. Who penned these words? The three of them simultaneously turned their gaze towards the dean, Zhao Shou, who had secluded himself for over a decade, dedicating his life to overturning the Confucian doctrines of the Chung family. If anyone in this era could establish a new academic school, it would undoubtedly be him. However, the dean had just been with them, and his current demeanor spoke volumes. What responded to them was silence, and after a lengthy pause, Zhao Shou spoke softly. You may leave for now. We shall discuss matters later. He added. The gentleman remained silent. The three esteemed scholars bowed respectfully and departed side by side. The palace doors closed, enveloping the surroundings in stillness. Zhao Shou stood silently before the monument. With intricately carved windows behind him, dappled sunlight streaming in. After a considerable time, he adjusted his garments and, in reverence to the inscription, paid homage as a disciple. To hear the way at dawn is to be content with death by dusk. The princess, clutching her gown, finally arrived at the outer precincts of the Yaxing Academy, only to discover that within a Tianzhong radius, the academy was enveloped by a barrier resembling an inverted bowl, isolating the interior from the outside. She did not rush. Instead, she stood calmly at the foot of the academy's steps, like a serene flower in full bloom. Moments later, three esteemed scholars emerged side by side, their expressions grave, though it was difficult to discern whether their demeanor signified good or ill. Esteemed gentlemen, might you enlighten us? The princess gazed longingly towards the academy. Do not inquire further, she advised. Chen Tai performed a respectful bow, stating, this matter eludes our understanding for the time being. The princess smiled gently, her noble countenance as serene as ever. After bidding farewell to the three scholars, she proceeded alone toward the elegant pavilion. Her flowing garments dancing in the mountain breeze, resembling a spirit of the hills, a celestial being descending to frolic among mortals. 2 rows of armored soldiers stood sentinel outside the pavilion, akin to silent statues. This contingent of 24 golden guards constituted her entourage, while a separate group of 7 night watchmen awaited at the foot of the mountain. However, the academy held a profound disdain for Wei Yuan and forbade the night watchmen from ascending the mountain. The princess, accompanied by her guards, descended and approached the 7 night watchmen stationed along the official road, her voice melodious. The Yunlu Academy radiates pure vitality, while the Yaxing Academy remains under lockdown. Relay this matter to Lord Wei, urging him to monitor the academy closely and ascertain the truth. Understood. The night watchman responded with a respectful gesture. The princess continued. Investigate a certain individual for me, Xu Qi'an from the Changluk County office. At your command. Chapter 45. My brother is truly annoying at the Star Observation Tower. Within the Bagua platform, the chief examiner, clad in white robes with white hair and beard, sat before a desk, absently twirling a cup of wine while gazing silently toward the northwestern expanse of the capital. To his left, another table was laden with delectable dishes, at which sat the round-faced, large-eyed, and delicately featured Xu Qi'an, who, while savoring her food, chattered incessantly. Master, when shall I ascend to the 6th rank and become an alchemist? The supervisor smiled and replied, when will you ever focus on cultivation instead of indulging in food? The right moment will come then. Xu Qi'an sighed, that seems unlikely in this lifetime. She swallowed her food and continued, by the way. That counterfeit silver is highly flammable and explodes when thrown into water. It's impossible to store. How are we supposed to report this to the emperor? The supervisor whispered softly. The emperor has nothing better to do. Let him deal with it himself. Xu Qi'an stuck out her tongue. I wouldn't dare say such a thing. You go ahead and tell him. The supervisor smiled kindly. Master, 4th senior brother is almost losing his mind. Aren't you going to do something about it? He keeps running out of the city, saying the gates of alchemical wisdom have opened for him. Master, I think Xu Qi'an, that quick-handed fellow, is quite impressive. Can't we recruit him into the astrology bureau? Oh, you don't know who he is? He's the one who solved the tax silver case. Master, what is grafting? The supervisor sighed. Kaiwei. Yes, master. Can't even eating keep your mouth shut? Oh, a few seconds later. Master, why do you keep looking over there? Kaiwei. I have some regrets. What is it, master? I wish I had mastered the Confucian art of silencing speech. He. Just as a smug expression appeared on Xu Qi'an's face, she suddenly noticed the food on the table had instantly spoiled, emitting a foul stench. Her petite mouth downward. An expression of impending tears, eliciting a pang of unbearable heartache. Master, I was mistaken. Please revert to your former self. The superintendent, still gazing towards the northwest, responded with a genial smile. Allow your master to impart one more lesson. Within the realm of alchemy, the vast majority of transformations are irreversible. Choked with tears, Xu Qi'an departed, lamenting, I shall never again keep company with you, you decrepit old man. At the pavilion adjacent to the bamboo grove, Dean Zhaoshu declared in a grave tone, proximity within 30 yards of this location is strictly prohibited. Simultaneously, he gestured with his sleeve, causing an expansion of pure energy, enveloping the pavilion within a 30-yard radius. Having completed this, he turned to face the 3 grand scholars who had been summoned. Li Mubai, clutching a teacup, inquired with a solemn countenance. After thorough inquiry, no students were in the vicinity of the Sage Academy at the time, nor is it possible to ascertain who might have entered therein. The inscription upon the stone tablet is inconsistent with the penmanship of any scholar within the academy. I am disinclined to believe that such unsightly calligraphy is a product of our institution. As he uttered these words, Li Mubai betrayed a hint of unease. If not a scholar of the academy, who else could have been present within the academy today, save for that adopted disciple? Tap, tap. At that moment, Zhang Shun tapped upon the table. The grand scholar abandoned all levity, countering his close friend with an impassive demeanor. Penmanship can be feigned, and unsightly script even more so. Chun Tai interjected with a question. What, then, would be the motive for feigning penmanship? The stone tablet has stood there for over a decade, and the faculty and students of the academy have all attempted it, each eager to claim the mantle of hero. There is no apparent reason to feign penmanship. At that moment, Su Qishou and Su Ningyan were leisurely exploring the mountains. The 3 esteemed scholars had engaged in profound discussion, yet a prolonged silence enveloped them. Li Mubai took a sip of his tea and sighed, reflecting, to establish the heart for heaven and earth, to determine the fate of the populace, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to create lasting peace for future generations. How shameful it is that I have long abandoned my aspirations for an official career, solely wishing to leave a legacy that will endure through time. Etching my name in the annals of history. Brother Chunjing's noble character garnered praise from Zhang Shun, who enthusiastically commended him before adding, allow me to take charge of guiding the poetry of learning. Li Mubai promptly countered, to serve the nation and its people is not at odds with achieving enduring fame. Director Zhao Shuyi was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Li Mubai, his eyes sparkling with astonishment as he exclaimed, have you truly found your purpose? Chen Tai and Zhang Shen were equally shocked. Li Mubai chuckled, stroking his beard. In a moment of enlightenment, clarity dawns. The other 2 scholars instantly felt a pang of envy. Once Director Zhao highlighted the subtle shift in Li Mubai's demeanor, the 2 realized the nuanced change in his aura. The 3rd rank of establishing one's purpose is a realm of seeking life's goals. Some pursue scholarly fame, others seek wealth and position, while some wish to bestow blessings upon future generations. Each individual has their own path. Director Zhao's aspiration was to forge a new school of thought within Confucianism, liberating countless scholars from the shackles of conventional thinking and unveiling a new path. Thus, until he achieves this objective, he remains unable to ascend to the 2nd rank. Others refrained from inquiring about Li Mubai's life goals, for at that moment, he too was enveloped in a haze of uncertainty. Zhang Shun and Chun Tai exchanged a glance, silently resolving to retreat into the Yaxing Academy to seek enlightenment, vowing not to emerge again. Henceforth, entry into the Yaxing Academy was strictly forbidden for students. Zhao Shou, with eyes imbued with divine brilliance, surveyed the eminent scholars present and declared, this matter must not be disclosed. I shall hold you 3 to your word. The 3 distinguished scholars exchanged glances and nodded slightly in agreement. With a deep breath, Zhao Shou concentrated his energy. A gentleman must guard his words meticulously. 2 riders galloped swiftly, and as they approached the capital, the brothers slowed their pace, allowing their horses to trot along the road. They had rented inferior steeds, slightly better than nag horses, which were affordable yet lacked stamina, unable to sustain prolonged high-speed travel. Should they tire their mounts to death, they would owe over a dozen taels of silver. Both brothers were acutely aware of their financial limitations. Xu Qi'an exhaled a breath of frustration and finally voiced his lingering doubt. Shouldn't you provide an explanation, elder brother? He referred to the astonishingly profound aphorism. What is it that you wish for me to elucidate? Xu Qi'an retorted. You merely sparked the idea. How could you articulate such earth-shattering, soul-stirring words? Xu Qi'an raised his chin with pride. Such words can only be uttered by scholars. Look at your smugness. All pursuits are inferior. Only learning is esteemed, right? I have completed 9 years of compulsory education and graduated from the police academy. Besides, I am a seasoned keyboard warrior, well-versed in keyboard culture, with a smattering of knowledge on various topics. In terms of intellectual breadth, you scholars are mere novices in my presence. Xu Qi'an felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. He pondered for a moment and rephrased his thoughts. While one may feel that contemporary Confucian ideals have their shortcomings, your response to my inquiry regarding the responsibilities of a scholar remains aligned with current societal norms. This statement plunged Xu Qi'an into deep reflection. It encapsulated the limitations of thought. Scholars, influenced by certain ideologies over time, inevitably take on their form. Even when aware of the discrepancies, it is challenging to break free. Xu Qi'an spoke eloquently. Let us term it differently, the confinement of thought. The phrase confinement of thought lingered softly on Xu Qi'an's lips. The headmaster of Yunlu Academy, too, was ensnared by this intellectual bondage, shaped by the academic influence of the Chung family. He yearned to transcend this limitation and discover a new school of thought. Yet, being ensconced within the vortex himself, how could he lead the scholars of the world out of it? Only those outside the whirlpool possess the capacity to do so. Perhaps it is precisely because I have not immersed myself deeply in books that I can adopt an unconventional approach, innovate, and remain unshackled by the constraints of Cheng's Neo-Confucianism. Of course, I too am subject to a form of intellectual confinement, one stemming from the ideologies of the 21st century. Though no one has yet provided me with a wake-up call, Xu Qi'an mused internally. In essence, the confinement of thought is merely a reflection of one's worldview, which is shaped by the era. Immersed in this time, one may perceive no inherent issues. It is only with the passage of time that a broader perspective emerges, enabling one to recognize the underlying problems. Xu Qi'an remained silent for an extended period, lost in contemplation and the pursuit of understanding. After a while, he gazed at Xu Qi'an with renewed vigor and exclaimed, "Elder brother, your words have enlightened me profoundly. You truly possess remarkable insight." Xu Qi'an internally assessed the situation, feigning indifference while allowing a smirk to surface. Alas, you have not inherited the noble genes of the Xu family. Instead, you have taken on those of the Li family. Elder brother, you are insufferable. Xu Qi'an suddenly felt disinclined to continue the conversation. Chapter 46. Acquiring jewelry upon returning to the capital and returning the horses to the stable. Xu Qi'an stepped out of the shop after retrieving his deposit and remarked, "Qi'an, you may head back first. I have matters to attend to." Xu Qi'an nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries, and set off alone along the long street towards home. Xu Qi'an purchased a piece of osmanthus cake at a roadside stall, savoring it as he walked. Before long, he arrived at a jewelry store, Bao Kixwan. The proprietor of Bao Kixwan was a scholar, as it is quite common for learned individuals to engage in commerce, especially among the affluent families. Relying solely on agricultural rent would not sustain the extravagant lifestyle of a prominent clan. In the capital, grand businesses and lucrative establishments, such as brothels, often concealed the influence of nobility behind them. Despite the flourishing commercial prosperity of Dafeng, the burden of heavy taxes rests squarely on the shoulders of the farmers. I have reason to suspect that the aristocratic families are orchestrating these affairs. The profits from farming can scarcely yield sufficient wealth. To attain riches, one must undoubtedly extract resources from the merchants. To elevate the populace's well-being and augment the national treasury of the Great Feng, reform is indispensable. Alas, among the esteemed officials of the court, a humble clerk such as myself holds little sway. Verily, let us set a modest ambition to nurture my younger brother into the future Grand Secretary of the Great Feng. The mere thought of my haughty sibling ascending to such lofty heights elicits an involuntary upturn of lips. Stepping into the establishment, S. gaze swept across the counter, where an array of ornaments lay resplendent upon crimson silk. Hairpins, hair ornaments, clasps, hair sticks, dangling ornaments, and decorative headwear, a veritable kaleidoscope of finery. Gold pieces held the highest value, while jade varied in worth depending on its type. The most exquisite surpassed even gold, while the more commonplace resembled silver in price. Patted the 3 silver coins nestled in his pocket, lamenting that such a meager sum would scarcely procure any precious adornments. As he bemoaned his lack of funds, his foot encountered a hard protuberance. With practiced ease, he retrieved it and nonchalantly slipped it into his pocket. So seamless was the action that none took notice. A single silver coin is of little consequence, he mused, whereas a gold one would be far more advantageous. He experienced a sensation akin to perusing a luxury boutique from a bygone era. In either case, the items were beyond his means. The sole distinction lay in the present shopkeeper's restraint, lacking the obsequiousness of modern-day attendants who would cling to customers, urging them to make immediate purchases. "Good sir, do you offer any discounts?" inquired, tapping upon the counter. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a goatee and the attire of a scholar, betrayed no surprise at the query. Pointing to a sign suspended upon the wall, he replied with a genial smile, "Should the esteemed guest unravel the riddle, the wares of this establishment shall be offered at half their worth." This stipulation constitutes a hallmark of the treasure pavilion. As the riddle was offered at half price, Xu Qi'an approached the wooden sign and cast his eyes upon the enigma inscribed upon it. The clouds part, the moon emerges, and the flowers play with shadows. Drawing upon his extensive reservoir of knowledge and logical reasoning, he swiftly unraveled the riddle. Some pieces of jewelry weighed several taels, and with the addition of labor costs, Xu Qi'an calculated that even with a 50% discount, he still could not afford the finer pieces. Yet, he soon devised a plan. The women who frequented the Baoqi Pavilion for jewelry typically hailed from affluent backgrounds and had received a modicum of education, certainly not illiterate. Such women shared a common flaw. They often displayed a superficial understanding of culture and were enamored with the refinement that came with it. Thus, they were particularly captivated by the modest tricks of the Baoqi Pavilion. They delighted in purchasing jewelry of similar value, not for any other reason than to decipher the riddles presented. When they successfully solved a riddle, the proprietor would etch the correct answer beneath the wooden sign and gift the piece of jewelry to the customer. If they failed to solve the riddle, it mattered little. Once they managed to decipher even 1 or 2, they could boast to their intimate friends. This was the conclusion Xu Qi'an arrived at after overhearing the conversation between 2 young ladies nearby, discerning the merchant's strategy. Truly, it was a shop run by a scholar, adept at attracting a high-end clientele. "Yujia, I can't solve a single one of these riddles. They are so challenging," one sister lamented. "Indeed, as you say, the proprietor is a scholar of some repute, and naturally, the riddles are difficult. Even the average scholar may struggle to unravel them," the other replied. "Yujia, my husband says the same. Should I decipher the riddle and take the wooden sign, it would surely earn me his admiration," the first sister mused. "Such dreams are but folly. Alas, how vexing." The 2 refined young ladies furrowed their brows in contemplation over the wooden sticks for quite some time, engaging in a soft murmur of discontent. Their attire was notably exquisite, suggesting they hailed from affluent backgrounds and had received a modicum of education. Otherwise, they would not be attempting to decipher riddles. Suddenly, a man's voice resonated from the side. The 2 lovely young ladies turned their heads with a hint of caution, and upon seeing the strikingly handsome and tall Xu Qi'an, their wariness diminished slightly, yet they remained silent. In the Dafeng Dynasty, the atmosphere was relatively liberal. However, conversing with unfamiliar men on the streets still constituted an impolite act. Xu Qi'an, undeterred, candidly expressed his intentions. "I can assist you in unraveling the riddle, but the savings must be shared equally between us. If we save 5 coins, you shall owe me 2.5. If we save 4 coins, you owe me 2. Upon hearing Xu Qi'an's proposal, the shopkeeper looked up in astonishment, scrutinizing him for a moment before scoffing and dismissing him. Although he donned scholarly robes, a closer examination of his physique and complexion revealed that he was merely a pretender trying to appear more than he was. Have you ever encountered a scholar as robust as an ox with sun-kissed skin? That scholarly attire hardly suited him. The younger of the 2 ladies, her eyes sparkling with interest, seemed quite intrigued by Xu Qi'an's suggestion. The elder, exhibiting more poise and reserve, remained cautious and distant, responding coolly, "You may do as you wish, sir. Should you indeed solve the riddle, I shall not renege on my word." The atmosphere was imbued with a palpable sense of distance. "Choose one of the two, ladies," Xu Qi'an remarked with a smile. The elder woman hesitated slightly, while the younger one was eager to try. Noticing that her sister did not oppose, she pointed to a wooden sign that read, "The clouds part to reveal the moon, flowers cast shadows." Her voice was soft and gentle. Xu Qi'an immediately remarked, "It refers to the capable working harder." The two young ladies instinctively turned to glance at the shopkeeper, whose bewildered expression spoke volumes. At that moment, the younger woman purchased a golden hairpin, joyfully clutching it in her hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xu Qi'an. After securing the wooden sign, her gaze shifted, and with a more familiar tone, she asked, "Might you continue to unravel riddles for me, sir?" "Liener." The woman known as Sister Yu tugged at her sleeve. "We came together, and I have one while you do not. That would be quite unfair." After speaking, the young lady named Liener looked at Xu Qi'an with hopeful anticipation, yearning for his assistance. Xu Qi'an smiled warmly. "Of course, my lady. Please choose another. Peacocks fly southeast." She indicated another wooden sign. "Son," Xu Qi'an exclaimed. The shopkeeper was left speechless. "Thank you, sir." The two young ladies selected their desired jewelry and left the shop, completely satisfied. Xu Qi'an's keen hearing caught Liener saying, "This gentleman is truly talented and remarkably handsome. Far more robust than my husband." "Do not speak such nonsense," the elder woman admonished, seemingly fearful of being overheard by Xu Qi'an. She hurriedly pulled Liener away, quickly departing. Chapter 47. Daily Affairs. Thus, Xu Qi'an acquired 2 taels and 4 coins, adding to his original 3 coins and the 1 coin he had found, totaling 2 taels. The golden hairpin he coveted required 10 taels of silver. He employed the same method to assist 3 young ladies in solving riddles, finally amassing 5 taels of silver. "This should suffice to purchase a golden hairpin, but I still need to buy one for my aunt." "Young master?" The shopkeeper's pale visage interrupted Xu Qi'an's reverie. Xu Qi'an regarded him in silence. "Might you show some leniency?" The shopkeeper's plea lacked sincerity, for it was he who set the terms. "If there is something you desire, simply state it." "I wish to purchase 2 golden hairpins, but I only possess enough silver for one." "Well, perhaps at half price." I shall gift you one, young master." The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. "That would be quite inappropriate. Please, do not return here in the future." "I would be immensely grateful. Is it a game one cannot afford to play?" Xu Qi'an, satisfied, departed with 2 golden hairpins in hand. It was not his intention to take advantage. He was not that sort of person. However, the shopkeeper had been excessively courteous. As for the shopkeeper's feelings, he remained indifferent. Running such an establishment, losing 20 or 30 taels might sting, yet it was not a catastrophic loss. Moreover, if one engages in such maneuvers and benefits from them, one must also be prepared to encounter skilled adversaries. It is unreasonable to assume that only one can profit while others cannot benefit from one's own endeavors. Not long after leaving the shop, an unsettling chill prickled the back of his neck, as if fine needles were piercing his pores. This sensation quickened his heartbeat and spurred the release of adrenaline. Someone is stalking me, watching me, harboring hidden hostility. Xu Qi'an gradually gained an inkling. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, Xu Qi'an feigned ignorance of the situation while internally deliberating. Who could be following me? The Baoqi Pavilion? Certainly not. Although the proprietor seemed eager to thrash me, a truly formidable adversary must possess a significant background. A mere Baoqi Pavilion would not be home to such talent. The Yunlu Academy? That doesn't seem right either. As the esteemed scholars of Yunlu Academy were vying to take me as their disciple, how could they possibly harbor ill will towards me? It must be the Zhou family. At this juncture, if anyone bore animosity towards him and was covertly monitoring his movements, it undoubtedly pointed to the Zhou family. A chill ran down Xu Qi'an's spine, for past experiences warned him that once one is being tracked, it signifies that the other party is poised to act, perhaps even tonight. The decision to visit Yunlu Academy was indeed prudent, although both he and his second uncle were adept in combat. The presence of female relatives at home proved to be a liability. Xu Qi'an's expression grew serious. A strategy to confront the Zhou family was imperative and could not be delayed. Upon returning to Su Manor, Xu Qi'an immediately retrieved the military crossbow he had acquired through an equivalent exchange from Song Qing of the Xitian Jian and secured it at his waist, fastening the heart-protecting mirror to his chest. This provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Scaling the wall to the main residence, he spotted Su Lingyin in the backyard, her hands on her hips as she chased a gaggle of geese. With a vigorous stomp of her foot, She sent the little geese into a flurry of panic, honking and scattering in all directions. "Big brother, do you see how impressive I am?" Xu Lingyin beamed with pride upon noticing her elder brother's return. "Where did these geese come from?" Xu Qi'an was taken aback, for he distinctly remembered there being none when he left home that morning. The mother instructed someone to purchase, claiming it was raised at home. Xu Lingyin tilted her head and sweetly said, "I forgot the latter part. It should be cheaper to raise at home than to buy from outside." Xu Qi'an responded with an "oh," advising her to be cautious, lest she inadvertently trample the goose. "Aren't there any large geese?" "The large goose is over there. I will go and drive it out." Xu Lingyin, with spirited determination, scampered into the flower bed. Moments later, a child's wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed forth. The bushes trembled violently, and Xu Lingyin emerged, wailing in distress, dragging a large white goose that had firmly clamped onto her short leg. Her expression was one of imminent demise. "Big brother, save me." Xu Qi'an merely stood by, laughing heartily at the absurdity. As dusk fell, Uncle Xu returned from his duties, clad in military attire, a long sword and crossbow at his waist, his demeanor markedly different from when he wore ordinary clothing. The three of them entered the study, where Green E served hot tea before gracefully retreating. Su Cijio remarked, "My brother and I have made the necessary arrangements. Tomorrow we can send mother and sister to the academy. It's just in time for Lingyin's enlightenment. The teacher father hired is rather inadequate and cannot teach her. The academy's instructors will be more than capable." Upon hearing this delightful news, Lingyin would surely burst into tears of joy. Xu Qi'an inexplicably recalled a humorous anecdote from his past life about sending a well-meaning child a box of exercise books. Uncle Xu was overjoyed. This undoubtedly alleviated a significant concern of his. With the women in the household properly settled, he felt unburdened. "Cijio, I owe you much. Father knows that allowing you to study is the wisest decision of his life." Su Sujio felt somewhat embarrassed. "Father, it is my elder brother's merit, unrelated to me." "Ningyan?" Su Ershu unexpectedly glanced at his nephew. After listening to his son's explanation, Su Ershu regretfully stated, "Ningyan, the greatest mistake of my life has been to send you to practice martial arts." Su Ershu now firmly believed that his nephew was destined for scholarly pursuits. "I merely apply the knowledge I acquired in my previous life effectively," Xu Qi'an replied solemnly. "There is something I must inform you, uncle. Upon my return, I was followed." "Sujio, what about you?" The expressions of the father and son shifted. Su Xinyan furrowed his brow. "Even if someone was following me, how could I know? I am but a scholar of the Enlightenment realm." Su Ershu rose, pacing restlessly, and said gravely, "Ningyan, you shall stay at the manor tonight. It would be prudent for us, uncle and nephew, to be in close proximity for mutual support. Furthermore, I will venture out later to convey a message to the Imperial Sword Guard, urging them to intensify their patrols in the vicinity tonight." Su Xinyan and Su Qi'an exchanged a solemn glance. During dinner, Su Qi'an observed his elegant sister Su Lingwei and, clearing his throat, drew the family's attention. He produced a small redwood box intricately carved with the characters Treasure Pavilion from his robe and slowly opened it. Inside lay a finely crafted golden hairpin, its head adorned with exquisitely carved flowers and embedded with pearls, with delicate golden tassels cascading downwards. Without even considering its design, the sheer weight of the gold caused the family to take notice. Su Lingwei and their aunt were left utterly captivated, their wide, sparkling eyes fixated on the golden hairpin. The exquisite gold hairpin known as Jin Buyao, crafted with meticulous artistry and composed of precious materials, has long been coveted by the daughters and wives of affluent families. It is a luxury that ordinary women cannot afford. In the past, my aunt possessed a beautifully carved Jin Buyao, which she cherished dearly. Su Qi'an, being a single man, would naturally not purchase such an ornate piece without reason. There were only 2 women in his household who were suitable to wear it, and his aunt, as the matriarch, was the most fitting recipient. With a radiant smile illuminating her beautiful face, my aunt's gaze softened. "At least you have a semblance of conscience. Bring it here." As her words fell, Su Qi'an placed the Jin Buyao before Su Lingwei. "Sister, this is a gift for you." Su Lingwei's eyes widened in disbelief. The jewelry from Baoyi Pavilion is renowned in this area for its exquisite craftsmanship, highly favored by the daughters and wives of wealthy families nearby. "Thank you, brother," she replied, her elegant features breaking into a genuine smile, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. My aunt trembled in indignation, her chest rising and falling with emotion, her eyes reddening as she fiercely confronted Uncle Su. Tell me, do you want your nephew or me? She and that little rascal were at odds. Uncle Xu shot a stern glare at his nephew while hastily serving his wife some food. Calm down, don't stoop to this little brat's level. Xu Qi'an felt a kick to his calf and glanced at Xu Xinyan beside him, while Xu Erlang continued to eat without a care. Chapter 48. Aunt, humph. This little rascal does possess some conscience. My aunt was furious, her stunning visage cloaked in a frost that could not be easily soothed. Uncle Xu felt a chill run down his spine and complained, Ningyan, it would be far better if you contributed some silver to the household rather than waste it on these ostentatious trinkets. He intended to regain his sense of validation through disparaging his nephew, hoping to quell his wife's displeasure. Su Lingwei replied coolly, our family lacks neither clothing nor food. After all, the rice you consume includes a portion of my elder brother's salary. Uncle Xu was rendered speechless by his daughter's retort and promptly shifted the topic, asking, Ningyan, where did you procure the silver? Xu Qi'an responded, I noticed that my sister's jewelry was rather inexpensive, so I took it to heart, economized on my own expenses, and saved up some silver. Moreover, at the treasure pavilion, there was a half-price riddle game. He preferred not to disclose that the jewelry was acquired for free, as he did not wish to suffer the same social demise as Su Zijio. Su Lingyue's hand trembled slightly as she held her bowl, her heart softening at his words, her gaze shimmering with affection as it lingered on Xu Qi'an. In this family, only her elder brother cherished her, while their father and second brother never regarded her modest jewelry as an issue. A girl must maintain her dignity. Brother, do you think it looks good? She asked, inserting a golden hairpin into her coiffure. The candlelight illuminated her youthful, delicate face, her features exquisite, and her dark, bright eyes sparkling with life. Auntie grew increasingly envious. Xu Qi'an felt a pang of jealousy as he glanced at his younger brother, Xu Erlang, who was clad in a deep blue robe, his lustrous black hair elegantly fastened with a jade hairpin, his lips rosy and teeth white, strikingly handsome. He then looked at his sister, now radiant with her golden hairpin, and at Auntie, the voluptuous beauty of the family. It seemed that the entire family had been graced by angels, leaving him to ponder his own unremarkable appearance. Upon perceiving the striking resemblance of the little lad to Uncle Xu, the ironclad and simple-minded child felt a sense of relief. Come, Lingyin, eat some meat. Xu Qi'an delicately placed a piece of fatty meat on her plate, followed by a slender piece for Su Lingwei. Elder brother is truly kind. He seems to favor you the most. Then why didn't he save me just now? The little lad recalled how, rather than rescuing her, he had mocked her loudly. One must endure hardships to rise above others. Only through suffering can one become an unrivaled master. Is there anyone who can become invincible without enduring hardships? Indeed, in dreams. As the meal neared its conclusion, Auntie remarked casually, after the new year, Ning Yen will be 20, won't he? Oh, Auntie even remembers my age. Xu Qi'an expressed his astonishment. Auntie, with a touch of pride, ignored him and turned to Uncle Xu, stating, Sir, we ought to arrange a marriage for Ning Yan. Su Lingwei and Xu Xinyan simultaneously lifted their heads, fixated on their mother. Xu Qi'an, being the slowest to react, stood in stunned silence for several seconds before disbelief washed over him. Could it be that the unfortunate auntie was genuinely concerned about her nephew's marriage? Would the sun rise from the west tomorrow? It is well known that marrying a wife is a momentous affair, involving significant expenses such as the 3 letters and 6 rites, and the 8 bearers of the bridal sedan. Auntie glanced at her unfortunate nephew and continued, I believe that Lu would make a fine match. She has been raised in our household since childhood and is a childhood friend of Ning Yan. Moreover, it wouldn't require much expense. Auntie, as always, remained true to her character. The delicate Lu gasped softly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat bewildered. Love arrived with the swiftness of a whirlwind, leaving her utterly dazed. Within her heart, there existed a blend of shyness and embarrassment, intertwined with a hint of joy. Su Lingyue cast a glance at the dim and lackluster maid before her, feeling a twinge of discontent. Mother, please refrain from making decisions on your own. Let my elder brother discuss his marriage with father. The unspoken implication lingered. Mother, aren't you aware of your standing in my brother's heart? Aunt, harboring resentment towards her daughter, scolded. Ning Yan and Green are a match made in heaven, well acquainted with each other. How could a mere younger sister oppose? Su Lingwei, feeling aggrieved, turned her head away. No, being well acquainted is excessive. We have not reached that stage yet. Just as Xu Qi'an was about to voice his opinion, his younger brother spoke up. Xu Xinyan remarked, Mother believes that if Green marries elder brother, It not only spares the betrothal gifts but also provides a reason for him to move out. A direct hit. It retorted angrily, "You, my child, have never known how to speak properly since you were little." Su Ursha concluded with finality, "All right, enough of this. You need not worry. Ning Yin will not indulge in romantic pursuits until he enters the Qi refinement stage." Green E, her face a mask of disappointment, lowered her head. It seemed that aside from the lady she had served since childhood, the entire family opposed her marrying the eldest son. After finishing dinner, Su Ursha visited the Imperial Blade Guards and then discussed matters for the next day with his nephew and son in the study. Upon returning home, he found his wife sitting at the bedside, visibly fuming. "Is it really necessary to be angry for so long?" Su Ursha remarked helplessly. Aunt turned to him, her beautiful eyes narrowing in discontent. "Your little brat has no sense of gratitude. When I took him from your hands, he was no bigger than a kitten. Who raised him? All he does is infuriate me. Why endure the burden of raising him, when it would be more prudent to feed a rat?" As she lamented, she suddenly caught sight of her husband retrieving a wooden box from his bosom, its surface adorned with the inscription "Treasures Pavilion." Her rosy lips parted in bewilderment and astonishment as she gazed at him. "Ning Yin asked me to give this to you," Uncle Su stated with a hint of resignation. "Neither of you is willing to concede, and he felt too embarrassed to present it himself, which is why it was left on the table earlier." Auntie, filled with urgency, opened the box to reveal a golden hairpin, heavier and more exquisitely crafted than her daughter's. Clutching it like a cherished treasure, she took dainty steps to the bronze mirror, settling herself at the vanity to adorn her hair. An oval face lends an air of dignity to a woman, particularly after she has become a matron. In contrast, a woman with a pointed face appears charming, yet once she transitions into matrimony, she embodies allure. Andy belonged to the latter category. With a contented gaze fixed upon her reflection in the bronze mirror, she hummed softly, "That little rascal still possesses a semblance of conscience." Uncle Su stood solemnly by the window on the opposite side of the room, his expression grave as he scrutinized the tranquil courtyard outside, a standard long sword of the Imperial Guard resting at his side. That night passed without incident, and the sleepless Uncle Su and Xu Qi'an felt a weight lifted from their shoulders. Awakening early, Su Lingwe donned her thin garments and pushed open the window, stretching her youthful form in the cool morning air. "Miss, what are you gazing at by the window?" "Nothing in particular." After a moment, "Miss, are you waiting for something?" "Not waiting for anything. Come quickly to prepare yourself. I know, you are so bothersome." As dawn broke, Uncle Su departed from home, gathering his loyal guards. Xu Qi'an ventured out to hire a carriage, while Su Erlang remained behind to direct the servants in preparing their belongings. Around midday, 2 carriages and several dozen riders exited the city gates, heading towards the northwest where the Yunlu Academy was located. The carriages traveled at a leisurely pace, taking 2 hours to reach the foot of Qingyun Mountain. The 3 men of the Su family simultaneously exhaled in relief. Were they overly anxious? Uncle Su frowned. Su Erlang, well-versed in military strategy, remarked slowly, "If it was indeed someone from the Zhou residence tracking my elder brother yesterday, they have missed 2 prime opportunities to strike. Yet it is also possible that, in the eyes of Deputy Minister Zhou, we are merely insignificant ants, not worth his immediate attention, as he grapples with greater troubles. Underestimating the enemy is a grave mistake in warfare, but this assumes a balance of power, or at least a negligible disparity, when compared to the Zhou family. The Su family is indeed lacking. However, there is one undeniable truth we must confront. As long as Deputy Minister Zhou remains alive, our demise is inevitable." Xu Qi'an solemnly stated. The cheerful laughter of the little girl interrupted their conversation. She peeked out from behind the curtain, excitedly surveying the countryside. Su Lingyin had always believed they were merely out for a day of fun. Xu Qi'an, finding her bothersome, pointed towards the distant outline of the Yunlu Academy and asked, "Do you know what that place is?" "I don't know, brother," Su Lingyin giggled, her round face resembling an apple. "That is your second brother's academy," Xu Qi'an replied. The mention of the academy piqued Su Lingyin's curiosity. She turned her gaze towards her elder brother. Xu Qi'an nodded. "We are preparing to send you there to study, and you shall not return home afterwards." The cherubic countenance of Su Ling gradually lost its mirth as she stared blankly at her elder brother. Silently, she retreated into the carriage, and moments later, a wail of grief echoed from within. "Mother, I don't want to go to the academy. I don't want to study. Wah." "Such a racket. Your elder brother is merely teasing you." "Why would elder brother deceive me?" "Because he is a scoundrel." Thus, Xu Qi'an's spirits were lifted. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they ascended the steps. Xu Qi'an and Xu Qi'an paid a visit to Zhongshan, only to be greeted by the esteemed scholar Li Mubai. "Where is our teacher?" Xu Qi'an inquired. "He has entered seclusion." Li Mubai glanced at Xu Qi'an, his expression inscrutable. "I have already arranged accommodations for you." Xu Qi'an bowed in gratitude, then added, "My younger sister is just beginning her education. Would the esteemed master permit her to study at the academy for a time?" This request was not excessive. Had it been Su Linghua desiring to study, the academy would have undoubtedly declined. However, Su Lingyin was a mere 5 years of age. In this era, scholars did not object to imparting elementary knowledge to young children. Indeed, they advocated it. It was simply that families of modest means could not afford to educate their children. Li Mubai nodded in agreement. 2 days swiftly passed. On this particular morning, Xu Qi'an, who had been preoccupied with socializing with his fellow students, Su Ershu, who had been gathering intelligence, and Xu Qi'an, who had abstained from visiting pleasure houses for 3 consecutive days, convened in the study. Greenie had already accompanied the young girl to Yunlu Academy, and none of the 3 gentlemen were inclined to perform the task of serving tea and water. They were about to collate the information they had each gathered, with the intention of formulating a plan to deal with Zhou Li. Chapter 49, Social Demise. Uncle Su II's intelligence is as follows. Zhou Li has been quite docile these past few days, likely having received a reprimand from Vice Minister Zhou. He has refrained from any unlawful or disorderly conduct, instead indulging in the pleasures of the flesh with a group of young masters, frequenting gambling dens, taverns, and brothels. Furthermore, during the surveillance, my men discovered that Zhou Li frequently visited a certain residence. The house bore no plaque, suggesting it was a private dwelling he purchased, inhabited by a maidservant, an old woman, an elderly gatekeeper, and another woman. This woman is most likely someone he is keeping. Xu Qi'an and Xu Qi'an listened in silence, each lost in their own contemplation. Xu Qi'an stared at the floor, his fingertips drumming on the table unconsciously. Xu Qi'an gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, his hands clasped in his sleeves, appearing lost in thought. After concluding his report, Uncle Su II turned to his nephew and son, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" The nephew and son, with tacit understanding, ignored him, exchanging a glance. Xu Qi'an stated, "The students of our academy and the students of the Imperial Academy are not kindred spirits, harboring mutual disdain and animosity. However, fellow Jiren graduates occasionally gather together. While their ideologies may clash, personal relationships are still possible. Fellow Jiren graduates can be considered half-classmates. Cultivating good relationships may prove beneficial in the future. As for the conflict of ideologies, it takes a backseat when compared to personal interests. Zhou Li, with his arrogant and domineering personality, has had conflicts with many of his peers at the Imperial Academy. However, he is by no means an empty-headed playboy. Those with whom he has had disagreements generally possess unremarkable backgrounds." Xu Qi'an was not surprised by this. From Zhou Li's methods of dealing with him, it was evident that this official's approach was not particularly sophisticated, yet it proved effective, revealing a certain cunning and depth of character. His arrogance was directed solely at those with lesser backgrounds and influence, undoubtedly complicating our efforts against him. Xu Qi'an sighed. Xu Qi'an shot him a glance, saying, "Do not interrupt, let me finish." Zhou Li had long been infatuated with the courtesan Fu Xiang from the Bureau of Songs, and whenever he visited, he insisted on seeking her out. However, he had repeatedly failed to win her favor during the tea selection process. Fu Xiang, the renowned beauty from the Bureau of Songs, whom Captain Wang claimed would be worth a lifetime for just one night. Xu Qi'an's spirits lifted. Xu Qi'an raised his teacup, glanced at its emptiness, and, with a hint of resignation, set it down. He continued, "I initially thought we could play the game of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf once more, by exploiting the conflict between Zhou Li and his classmates to devise a plan, but those classmates lacked the necessary weight. Given Zhou Li's caution, provoking a higher-ranking official would be exceedingly challenging, if not impossible. Zhou Li frequents the Bureau of Songs, and if we wish to extract more information, that courtesan Fu Xiang presents an excellent opportunity." Knock, knock. Xu Qi'an tapped the table. When Su Ershu and Su Erlang turned their attention towards him, he spoke in a low voice, "I must remind you of one thing. At all times, we must simplify our approach. The more intricate the plan, the more vulnerabilities it harbors. In dealing with Zhou Li, we cannot afford to devise overly complex or ingenious strategies, for the disparity between us is too great. Erase any old misconceptions from your mind. Scholars are particularly susceptible to being outsmarted by their own cleverness, often complicating their schemes by overthinking the intricacies of their designs and the sophistication of their methods, a trait especially true of those with high self-regard and a deep knowledge of military strategy. Like Xu Qi'an. Xu Qi'an furrowed his brow, partly agreeing but also somewhat unconvinced. What profound insight do you have, elder brother? Simplicity is key, Xu Qi'an mused. The most untraceable crimes are those committed in the heat of passion. Our plan should emulate that. How so? Firstly, limit the number of people involved. Secondly, avoid unnecessary complexity. Xijio, if Zhou were to clash with some young nobleman whose father could rival Minister Zhou, what would you do? Xu Qi'an fell into contemplation. Your silence speaks volumes, Xu Qi'an said, waving his hand to interrupt his younger brother's thoughts, which he knew were undoubtedly filled with elaborate courtly machinations and calculated plots. My idea is that we disguise ourselves, seize an opportunity to give that nobleman a thorough beating, and then make a swift exit. Su Pingji finally found a chance to interject, slapping his thigh in agreement. Ningen, I wholeheartedly approve of this idea. The brothers rolled their eyes in unison. Su Qijiu frowned. It's that simple? Xu Qi'an nodded. Simplicity doesn't equate to ineffectiveness. Often, leaving things unsaid can be advantageous. The beaten nobleman will wonder, who have I offended recently? Upon reflection, he'll think, it must be that scoundrel Zhou. Zhou will certainly deny it, but that's irrelevant. Everyone will draw their own conclusions. The important thing is that the conflict escalates. You attacked me, and I will seek retribution. Su Qijiu, a man of perspicacity and intellect, apprehended his elder brother's meaning with a mere fleeting thought. He gave a subtle nod, his countenance imbued with a proud air, and remarked, not bad. He then added, what intelligence have you gleaned, elder brother? Xu Qi'an, eschewing any coyness, responded, I have ascertained the identity of Minister Zhou's political adversary. Xu Xinyan and Xu Ershi simultaneously leaned forward, their expressions instantly becoming earnest, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Xu Qi'an chuckled softly and declared, the Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue. Xu Xinyan's heart experienced a jolt, and a multitude of doubts were instantly dispelled. It was no wonder that Minister Zhou of the Ministry of Revenue was scheming for the tax silver, for he knew that his immediate superior was about to make things difficult for him, and he urgently needed a vast sum of silver to cover the deficit. And it was precisely because they were both in the Ministry of Revenue that the Minister of Revenue was able to seize Minister Zhou's transgressions. Qian, how did you come to know such a thing? Su Ershu inquired with some skepticism. How could an ordinary person have access to information about the power struggles of high-ranking court officials? The Kaiwei maiden from the Observatory of the Heavens informed me, Su Qian stated, and the price was merely a candied hawthorn, a roasted goose leg, a serving of fermented glutinous rice balls, and a bowl of fishball soup. He silently added in his mind, the large-eyed beauty was easily bribed, which was an advantage. The disadvantage was that she had no interest in politics, and the Observatory of the Heavens did not interfere in politics, so her knowledge was limited. This was not ideal, Kaiwei maiden. You are in need of the self-cultivation of Su Dalong's virtuous wife, which I will write for you later. Su Qian clapped his hands, interrupting his contemplative cousin, and said, it appears that the information we have gathered is insufficient to formulate a detailed plan. However, there is no need for concern. One cannot become plump in a single bite. What shall we do next? Su Xinyan pondered for a moment and suggested, I propose we visit the teaching bureau to glean information from the courtesan Fu Xiang. This task is beyond my capabilities, as I have never frequented such establishments. In Dafeng, officials are known for their indulgence in the company of courtesans. Yet a scholar without an official title is held to a different standard. You have yet to traverse the path of the imperial examination. And already you contemplate the pleasures of women? It is evident that such a mindset is unreliable. Do not expect a prosperous future. This is akin to my days in school, when parents forbade their children from engaging in online gaming. If a student were to spend all day in internet cafes, they would surely become a societal wastrel. Leaning back in his chair, Su Qian glanced aside and remarked in a relaxed tone, I certainly cannot go, for I have yet to enter the realm of qi training. Thus, the question arises, who will be responsible for gathering information at the teaching bureau? The two brothers exchanged knowing glances, directing their gaze toward Uncle Su Er. What are you looking at me for? Am I the sort to visit the teaching bureau? I can barely read. Going there would only result in my own embarrassment. Uncle Su Er expressed his disinterest in such frivolous pursuits, seeing his father's reluctance. Su Xinyan shifted the responsibility onto Su Qian, saying, Eldest brother, your poetry is quite popular at the teaching bureau. Uncle Xu immediately dismissed his son's suggestion, furrowing his brow as he replied, your eldest brother is an honest man who does not even visit the brothels. To send him to the teaching bureau for inquiries could lead to entanglements, and not only would the task remain unfulfilled, but he might also find himself ensnared by the women there. For a martial artist striving for the pinnacle of refinement, succumbing to temptation before entering the realm of Qi is indeed a grave loss. Xu Qi'an, who never indulges in the pleasures of the brothel, nodded in agreement, affirming that he was not of that ilk. Xu remarked, if not for your own sake, then for the sake of the past, you should go. He maintained that such establishments were best suited for scholars, a notion deeply ingrained in his beliefs. Xu Qi'an let out a scoff. Xu reluctance to visit the brothel stemmed not only from it being a domain for literati, with his disdain for the coarse and crude, but also from another reason. Xu Qi'an's refusal was similarly rooted in the concern for reputation and public perception. Xu Qi'an's aversion to the brothel, apart from his abstention from such indulgences, was due to yet another factor, the fear of social ostracism. The three men exchanged glances, enveloped in a heavy silence. Chapter 50. The picture Why is there such a dread of social death? This relates to a rule governing the inner city, which differs from the outer city that lacks a curfew. The inner city, populated by respectable individuals, mandates that after dusk, when the drums signal the evening, the streets must be devoid of people for the safety of the dignitaries. It is well known that the brothel operates at night. This implies that visiting the brothel entails more than merely gathering information. One must also spend the night there. This is precisely why Xu Pingji opposed Xu Qi'an's venture to the brothel. As a young man filled with vigor, staying overnight in such a place could lead to temptations too great to resist should a lady take an interest in him. Hence, anyone who frequents the brothel must inevitably engage in such pursuits. The three gentlemen present each held distinct personas: the virtuous Xu Qi'an, the abstinent Xu Qi'an, and the devoted Xu Pingji. The three individuals were acutely aware of one undeniable truth. Regardless of the circumstances, the act of solicitation remains indisputable. Although I have never engaged in such activities in my past life, I can vividly imagine the mortification of being caught in such a predicament and having the authorities notify my parents. It would be utterly unbearable. Xu Qi'an maintained an upright posture, his expression solemn and composed. Thoughts of amusing anecdotes from the brothel flitted through his mind. On one occasion, while enjoying a performance, Captain Wang broached a topic regarding a certain official who had visited the pleasure district, only to serendipitously encounter his own son during a rather compromising moment. The ensuing embarrassment spread throughout the capital's officialdom like wildfire, becoming a source of jest, even reaching Captain Wang's ears through Magistrate Zhu. In an era that placed great emphasis on propriety and reputation, such occurrences were a burden too heavy for one's dignity to bear. As Xu Qi'an gazed at his uncle Xu and cousin Xu Erlang, a vivid scene materialized in his mind. Xu Qi'an exclaiming, "Oh, father, you're here too. This lady shall be mine today. Tomorrow, she is yours." Xu retorted, "Get lost. Who is the elder here? I shall be the first to indulge." Xu Qi'an interjected, "You both step aside. I desire to have her all to myself." The mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Clearing his throat, Xu Qi'an declared, "Let us set aside the matter of the pleasure district for now. We shall continue to gather information. After all, visiting the pleasure district is not an obligation, and we cannot ascertain whether we would truly acquire beneficial intelligence from the famed courtesan. We shall reconvene the day after tomorrow to compile our findings. And if no additional insights are gained, we can then contemplate a visit to the pleasure district." Upon hearing his words, Xu Erlang and Xu Er's attitudes shifted positively, and they nodded in agreement. Xu Qi'an contemplated. Perhaps it was time for him to make a sacrifice and visit the Jiafengxi tomorrow night. By noon the next day, Xu Qi'an had taken leave and returned to the Xu residence. The usually bustling Xu household had grown much quieter. Half of the maids and elderly servants had been dismissed, leaving only the gatekeeper, old Zhang, and a few other servants to manage the estate. Xu and Xu Erlang were away and had not yet returned. Xu Qi'an, familiar with the layout, made his way to the inner courtyard. He pushed open the door to Xu Erlang's room and rummaged through the cabinets until he found a moon-white scholar's robe, made of precious fabric and embroidered with cloud patterns in the same hue. He removed his constable's uniform and donned his younger brother's most presentable garment, attaching a jade pendant of decent quality to his belt. Standing before the bronze mirror, Xu Qi'an examined his current appearance. Not bad. though his rugged features lacked the delicate beauty of a youthful scholar. If only he had his previous life's stunning looks, he could have effortlessly carried off such attire. As it was, his current appearance fell somewhat short of the ideal. Smoothing out the wrinkles on his chest, Xu Qi'an left the room, satisfied. The structure of Dafeng's capital could be likened to a set of nested dolls, comprising the palace city, the imperial city, the inner city, and the outer city. Compared to the densely populated and chaotic outer city, Xu Qi'an regarded the inner city as akin to the CBD of his previous life, inhabited exclusively by the wealthy. In this era, those who resided in the inner city were individuals of status and prestige. It was worth noting that his aunt had long harbored the desire to sell their property in the outer city and move into the inner city. Unfortunately, her gold-devouring nephew had left her yearning for the inner city, but unable to afford living there. From the Xu residence to the inner city's gate. Even at Xu Qi'an's current brisk pace, it would take 3 to 4 hours on foot. He hired a carriage and arrived at the nearest inner city gate an hour later, producing the prearranged pass to gain entry seamlessly. The soldiers guarding the city meticulously inspected the carriage and, upon noticing that Xu Qi'an was not carrying substantial luggage, could not conceal their disappointment. This suggested that Xu Qi'an was not entering the inner city for business, thus exempting him from the city gate tax. The inner city boasted wide, interwoven streets, where elegant houses surrounded by lush greenery lined the main thoroughfares, while various courtyards dotted the lesser roads. The urban development, the attire of the pedestrians, and the abundance of carriages on the streets surpassed that of the outer city by a considerable margin. He resolved to bring Sister Lingwei to the inner city for a visit. The vibrancy here was incomparable to that of the outer city. Xu Qi'an lifted the curtain of the carriage window, gazing at the bustling scene, as the striking visage of Su Lingwei surfaced in his mind. He did not head directly to the music bureau, for it was still early, and the seafood merchants were not operating during the day. After settling the fare for the carriage, Xu Qi'an aimlessly strolled along the street. Before long, he arrived at a marketplace and glanced up at the archway at the street's entrance, Yongkang Street. The vastness of this street was unlike anything Xu Qi'an had ever encountered. It spanned 200 meters, with neatly laid bluestone slabs extending to the horizon. Shops lined both sides, their buildings arranged in close succession, allowing 10 carriages to travel side by side without difficulty, while pedestrians bustled about. This was no mere street, it was a grand plaza. Standing beneath the archway, Xu Qi'an was genuinely awestruck by the scene before him. Yongkang Street was one of the main thoroughfares of the capital. His uncle had mentioned its size, yet he had not anticipated it to be so grand. Xu Qi'an pondered to himself. The broad thoroughfare serves a significant purpose. When the emperor or noble members of the royal family venture out, guards clear the area in advance. The expanse of 200 meters renders most military crossbows and firearms ineffective, even if an assassin were to hide within the adjacent buildings to launch a surprise attack. The sheer distance would compel them to abandon their intentions, resignedly retreating from their plans. Xu Qi'an dashed through Yongkang Street like a wild dog, yet, constrained by a limited budget, he curbed his shopping impulses. Suddenly, a luxurious carriage captured his attention, dazzling his discerning eyes. It was drawn by 4 robust stallions. Adorned with a dome crowned in silver and gold, the windows draped with bright yellow satin. Below, a curtain crafted from translucent white jade shielded against dust. The wheels bore a meticulous ring of golden nails, with the hubs also wrapped in jade. The true essence of this carriage lay in its material, golden silk nanmo, exclusively reserved for the royal lineage. Xu Qi'an lamented, contemplating that even a lifetime of toil would scarcely afford him a single wheel from such a vehicle, evoking the melancholic sentiments reminiscent of his past as a corporate drudge. This opulent carriage halted at the roadside, guarded by a row of soldiers clad in black armor, wielding long spears. Intriguingly, another group of soldiers appeared to be engaged in a game of pitch-pot. The stall owner was an elderly Taoist priest draped in a tattered robe, his grizzled hair secured with a wooden hairpin, strands cascading chaotically. The stall showcased an array of items: copper coins, silver ingots, gold bars, Taoist scriptures, Bodhi prayer beads, and jade mirrors, various eclectic treasures. The fact that the gold and silver ingots remained untouched on the stall indicated that this old priest was no ordinary individual. Xu Qi'an paused to observe the scene. He observed for a while and comprehended the rules of the game. The thrower stood 30 paces from the porcelain pot, blindfolded and turned away, armed with 3 arrows. If even a single arrow struck true, he would be rewarded with an item from the 3rd tier, consisting of various treasures of gold, silver, and jade. Should all 3 arrows find their mark, he could select any one item from the first tier, which comprised merely 2 treasures, a Bodhi prayer bead bracelet and a jade mirror. Alas, failure greeted him once more. Step aside, it is my turn now. The soldiers took turns attempting to throw their arrows, yet all returned in defeat, while the pile of silver coins before the old priest continued to grow. After 15 soldiers had endured yet another round of failures, Xu Qi'an noticed a movement in the curtain of the carriage. A soldier poised by the window leaned in to listen before approaching the stall owner. Old priest, my master has declared 60 taels of gold to purchase everything at your stall, the soldier announced with a loud voice. Was this not a case of bypassing the game and opting for direct monetary exchange? Xu Qi'an stood at a distance, observing the scene unfold. Faced with the temptation of 60 taels of gold, the old priest shook his head, insisting, rules are rules. The soldier tensed up, glaring at the priest for a moment before abruptly turning on his heel and returning to the carriage to report. Moments later, the master of the carriage summoned the soldier back, preparing to depart. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Qi'an stepped forward and approached the old priest, inquiring, Old priest, how much for a chance to play? The old priest, seated on the ground, glanced up and handed him the 3 arrows, 1 penny of silver. Xu Qi'an accepted the arrows, smiling, confident in his impending success. Throwing arrows at the pot from 30 paces was not a formidable challenge for a martial artist of the refined essence realm. However, turning away and blindfolded, it is nearly impossible to hit the target. The eyes are the most vital of the 5 senses. Losing sight diminishes a warrior's tactile perception and increases the difficulty of hitting the mark. Whether one can succeed depends solely on fortune. Xu Qi'an may not possess a handsome visage, yet he harbors absolute confidence, for he has not stumbled upon any silver for several consecutive days. Is it possible that my arrival in the inner city and my encounter with this throwing pot game have fortuitously accumulated my luck? If I succeed, all the gold and silver ingots shall be mine. Ah, the life of a fortunate one is indeed so simple and mundane. Xu Qi'an walked 30 paces away, turned, blindfolded himself with a black cloth, and casually tossed the arrows behind him. Thud, thud, thud. 3 arrows, nearly simultaneously, found their way into the pot. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their exclamations drawing the attention of a lady about to depart from her carriage. A melodious voice floated from the window. Stop the carriage. This means that tomorrow, without a computer by my side, I may be unable to update during the day. Hence the chapter scheduled for noon will be released early. This is not an additional update, but an advance release for tomorrow. Chapter 51, The Tea Circle. Hearing the sound of the arrows striking the pot, a smile of uncontrollable delight spread across Xu Qi'an's face as he tore off the black cloth and pointed at the gold and silver ingots on the stall. Ha ha, old man, these are all mine. The old man glanced at him, calmly gathering the ingots into a package, then pointed at the exquisite Bodhi bracelet and the jade mirror atop the pile, smilingly stating, Young master, choose one. Xu Qi'an replied in a negotiating tone, Old man, I do not desire these. I only wish for the silver. The old priest coldly refused. Rules are rules. After a pause, he added, These 2 items are rare treasures. They cannot be compared to mere trinkets. Young master, do not let gold and silver blind your eyes. No, I desire these mundane items. Xu Qi'an inquired, Treasures? What purpose do they serve? The old priest was unaware, only knowing that they awaited a fated individual. He resembled a solitary hermit. Xu Qi'an suspected the old priest was deceiving him, yet lacked evidence. Considering his inexplicable fortune, he hesitated. Who could ascertain the true value of treasures? Silver is far more practical. At that moment, a soldier approached and said, Esteemed sir, my master requests your assistance. Xu Qi'an turned to glance at the opulent carriage not far away. What does your master desire? That string of Bodhi beads. The soldier's gaze shifted from the stall to Xu Qi'an. My master is willing to offer 60 taels of gold. So my fortunate encounter has led me here. Xu Qi'an's face broke into a warm smile. I am most grateful for your consideration. It is a deal. He instructed the soldier to fetch a single silver coin in exchange for 3 arrows. The soldier continued, My master said you may throw multiple times, and we will cover the cost of the silver. Should you fail, it matters not. As soon as he finished speaking, he witnessed Xu Qi'an, his eyes covered, casually toss the arrows. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 arrows landed accurately in the pot. The astonished gasps of passers-by echoed once more. The soldier looked at Xu Qi'an with eyes filled with reverence. If once is a stroke of fortune, then twice signifies that the individual is no ordinary person. This seemingly unremarkable young man, dressed in scholarly attire, is undoubtedly a master. With 60 taels of gold now in his possession, Xu Qi'an felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He tore away the black cloth and chanced upon the luxurious carriage in the distance, its curtains descending. Who could be the eminent figure seated within? He dared not gaze any longer, turning instead to the armored soldier with a respectful clasp of his fists, expressing his gratitude for the mission's success. The soldier returned the gesture with utmost reverence before retreating to the carriage. Moments later, he approached with a bulging bag of coins. Xu Qi'an accepted the pouch, retrieving the jade mirror from the old Taoist, and watched as the carriage departed. He returned his gaze, casually pocketing the palm-sized jade mirror, and then gleefully weighed the heavy pouch of coins. It appeared to be around 3 or 4 jin, far too burdensome to carry at his waist. No, I must exchange it for silver notes. Carrying such heavy gold is rather foolish. With this thought in mind, he couldn't resist glancing back, only to find the old Taoist had vanished, and the stall was tidied up. Xu Qi'an stood silently by the roadside for a moment before making another trip to the money exchange, where he converted the gold into 4 silver notes valued at 100 taels each, 1 valued at 50 taels, and 3 valued at 10 taels. Gold exists outside the currency system, thus necessitating its exchange for an equivalent amount of silver, for which the exchange house issued silver notes. The conversion ratio of gold to silver is 1:8, meaning 60 taels of gold equates to 480 taels of silver. 480 taels of silver would be more than sufficient to caress my aunt's delicate face. Why is it that every time I earn money, I cannot help but think of using banknotes to pamper her? The original owner harbored an overwhelming resentment towards her. Additionally, this sum of silver would likely only suffice to purchase a modest courtyard in the inner city. To acquire a grand residence with 3 courtyards, one would need no less than 10,000 taels of silver. Xu Qi'an found himself in a state of vexation, whether in this strange world or in his previous life. The soaring property prices remained a source of despair. With 480 taels, one could likely redeem a courtesan of lower standing. Yet such an investment would be imprudent. After all, with 480 taels, I could indulge multiple courtesans over several months. However, redeeming a single courtesan would deplete my finances, and I would also be obligated to cover her living expenses. Should she, by chance, become pregnant, it would incur yet another significant expense. Currently, my salary is barely enough to support a legitimate wife. I simply cannot afford the monotonous life of a wealthy man with multiple partners. Moreover, I have no intention of redeeming a courtesan. That would be an egregious misuse of public resources. As dusk fell, Xu Qi'an arrived at the renowned Jiafengxi of the capital, nestled within an alley. As the lights began to twinkle, various carriages gathered outside the alley, while the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments wafted from within, accompanied by enchanting voices. He understood that the alluring nightlife was about to commence. Strolling along the labyrinthine paths of the alley, the cultural essence he had absorbed from Captain Wang surfaced in his mind. A typical brothel is a 2- or 3-story structure, and possessing 1 or 2 annexes would be considered quite prestigious. The Jiafengxi lacks such towering structures, for there is no necessity. The courtyards in this neighborhood embody the essence of the Jiafengxi. State-owned enterprises are indeed affluent. Access to the Jiafengxi is exclusive, as common folk are not permitted to partake in its offerings, not due to any formal decree, but because the minimum expenditure here is 5 taels of silver. This does not refer to the act of consorting with courtesans, but rather to the table fee. 5 taels of silver equates to several months' earnings for an ordinary citizen, and only those from prosperous families can afford such indulgence. Therefore, the clientele of the Jiafengxi predominantly consists of 3 categories. Firstly, wealthy gentry and merchants. This group is most willing to spend lavishly, as their lowly social standing in everyday life fuels a fervent obsession with consorting with the wives and daughters of officials. Secondly, officials. For them, the Jiafengxi serves as a venue for tea and social gatherings after work. Whenever there are social engagements, they are inclined to frequent this establishment. Notably, officials from the Ministry of Rights enjoy complimentary access, as the Jiafengxi falls under its jurisdiction. Thirdly, scholars. These individuals tend to be more refined than the wealthy gentry and merchants, relishing in the composition of poetry and engaging in elegant discourse, making them particularly favored by the courtesans of the Jiafengxi. The courtesans themselves can be categorized into 3 types. Firstly, the wives and daughters of officials. These women suffer the most, having been forced into a life of infamy and enduring humiliation. Secondly, women captured during wars. Take, for instance, the Battle of Shanhaiguan 2 decades ago, where Western powers and the Great Feng emerged victorious, abducting countless women from the northern and southern frontiers, subsequently relegating them to the Jiafangxi across various provinces and cities. Thirdly, courtesans recruited by the Jiafangxi. Truly, one learns throughout one's life. Captain Wang is indeed my mentor. Xu Qi'an sighed, having finally identified the purpose of his visit to the Jiafangxi. He paused outside a courtyard. The plaque above the gate inscribed with the words, Ingmei Xiaoga. The gate stood ajar, with 2 vibrant red lanterns suspended overhead. Within the courtyard, several plum trees adorned with budding blossoms graced the scene. A young gatekeeper, no more than 16 or 17, stood watch at the entrance, regarding Xu Qi'an with a discerning gaze. He was known by another appellation familiar to many. I am Yang Ling, a scholar from Chonglu County. Having long heard of the esteemed Miss Fu Xiang, I have come to pay my respects. Xu Qi'an imitated the demeanor of a learned man, bowing courteously and engaging the gatekeeper in polite conversation. Ingmei Xiaoga was the residence of the courtesan Fu Xiang. The fee for entry here was 10 taels of silver, double that of an ordinary establishment. The courtesans of the Jiao Feng C numbered 12, categorized into 4 ranks based on their poise, grace, talent, and beauty. Miss Fu Xiang belonged to the highest tier, renowned for her unparalleled poetry and musical talent. Upon receiving Xu Qi'an's silver, the gatekeeper, accustomed to the indifference of wealthy patrons, allowed him entry into the courtyard. Xu Qi'an felt a surge of joy. The sounds of laughter and the strains of music filled the air, indicating that the tea gathering had commenced. Since the gatekeeper had permitted him entrance, it suggested that the courtyard was not reserved for a private party, but rather open to individual guests. There were 2 modes of entertainment, a private booking or individual patrons. Should it have been the former, Xu Qi'an's endeavors today would have been in vain. In Chapter 52, a family must be harmonious. The area for receiving guests at Ingmei Xiaoga was situated on the ground floor, facing the courtyard with its shoji doors wide open, draped with thin silk curtains to shield against the winter chill. A dozen guests occupied the wine room, indulging in drinks, laughter, and the appreciation of plum blossoms. Charcoal braziers burned fiercely in the corners of the room, warding off the cold of the winter day. A maid led Xu Qi'an into the room, and the crowd turned their heads, gazing at the young man clad in a moon-white scholar's robe, tall and slender. In Xu Qi'an's mind, the rules of etiquette imparted by Captain Wang flashed through, and he endeavored to maintain a refined smile as he saluted the assembly. I am Yang Ling, a scholar from Chonglu County. Greetings to all esteemed gentlemen. Among those present were both wealthy gentry in splendid attire and students from the Imperial Academy. Their status is neither too high nor too low. Some casually averted their gaze, some scrutinized him, while others responded with smiles. It appeared that during the inspection period, the officials of Dafu had become considerably more subdued. In the past, with Miss Fu Xiang standing, this place would certainly have been reserved entirely for them. Xu Qi'an sat down with composure, his gaze persistently fixed on the courtesan who served as the host. She bore a countenance that radiated spring, her eyes sparkling with colors, her fragrant figure adorned in a myriad of hues, exuding an effortless charm. This woman was truly enchanting. Even Xu Qi'an, who had seen countless beauties, found himself captivated. In terms of facial features, this courtesan stood on par with his aunt, Su Lingyue and Xu Kaiwei, each possessing their unique allure. She belonged to that rare breed of breathtakingly beautiful women who could effortlessly turn heads on the streets. However, in terms of temperament, this courtesan embodied the grace and elegance of a refined lady. Regarding her attire, she wore a diaphanous dress that women of this era would dare not don. Her shoulders were partially exposed, her neck elongated, and she was enveloped in a veil of gossamer fabric, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her curves. It was no wonder she held the title of courtesan. The enchanting maiden, known as Floating Fragrance, assumed the role of the master of ceremonies, also referred to as the Lingguan. This esteemed position entailed presiding over the wine games, serving as the very essence of the gathering's atmosphere. Such duties were typically entrusted to renowned courtesans or celebrated beauties, as the role demanded a profound literary cultivation that ordinary women could scarcely fulfill. At that moment, the participants were engaged in a game of couplets. To the left of Xu Qi'an sat a middle-aged gentleman clad in a light blue robe, adorned with tinkling jade ornaments. It was his turn to speak, and after a moment of contemplation, he raised his cup and declared, chilled wine, 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. The courtesan, with a graceful lift of her small flag, offered her commentary on the first line, effusively praising it. The gentleman's smile broadened, clearly pleased by the acknowledgement. This highlights the necessity for a courtesan with profound literary knowledge. Without such finesse, a common courtesan would struggle to flatter effectively. Following the praise, the stunning courtesan's enchanting gaze fell upon Xu Qi'an, drawing the attention of the assembled guests as well. Xu Qi'an felt a surge of anxiety. He was not particularly adept at composing couplets. The mere act of achieving structural symmetry was a daunting challenge. Yet, he maintained an impassive exterior while internally grappling with his apprehension. As his eyes wandered to the plum tree in the courtyard, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He intentionally took a sip of wine, adopting a carefree and bold demeanor, and proclaimed, "Lilac flowers, 100 heads, 1,000 heads, myriad heads." Marvelous. The eyes of those present brightened, and as they regarded Xu Qi'an, smiles graced their faces, acknowledging his merit as a contender for the title of the courtesan. Viewing him as an equal participant in this literary contest. Floating Fragrance, with a smile, proceeded to lavish her customary compliments upon Xu Qi'an's line. The smile upon her face was excessively professional. After evaluating, she immediately turned her gaze away from me. Her posture was somewhat rigid, and she only indulged in drinking when urged. Xu Qi'an observed the body language of this courtesan with an impassive demeanor. Drawing conclusions based on his knowledge of behavioral psychology, this courtesan regarded us with disdain. She maintained her patience in our company. At that moment, a maid ushered in a strikingly handsome young man. His skin was fair, his gaze refreshing, his lips thin and crimson, and his features exquisitely delicate, possessing an androgynous charm. The onlookers in the room turned their heads. Even the courtesan, Fu Xiang, displayed a look of astonishment. Such a stunning young gentleman was a rare sight, even for her. As the scholarly-looking youth entered, he casually scanned the room, only to be momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. Xu Qi'an's eye twitched, and after a long pause, he managed to utter, "What a coincidence." The striking young man's lips twitched as he replied, "What a coincidence." "Do you two know each other?" inquired a middle-aged man dressed in a light blue robe, standing beside Xu Qi'an. "Not just acquainted, he is my younger brother." Xu Qi'an suppressed the tumultuous waves of shame and awkwardness, responding with a composed smile. "We have met a few times. I believe Xu Qi'an remembers Yang. We encountered each other in Changlu County." He deliberately disclosed his surname, subtly reminding Xu Qi'an to use an alias. It was a fundamental aspect of counter-surveillance awareness. Although Xu Qi'an lacked such awareness, he was astute enough to grasp his cousin's intention and clasped his hands towards the assembly. "I am Xu Ping'an, a scholar from Changlu County." Afterward, he took his seat as directed by the maid. "Have you inadvertently merged my name with that of my second uncle?" Xu Qi'an, seeking solace in drink, concealed the turmoil within his heart. As the drinking game continued, after a brief interlude, a maid re-entered, ushering in two individuals. To the left stood a strikingly handsome young man, adorned in a sky-blue thick robe, with a jade pendant dangling at his waist and an emerald hairpin securing his locks, embodying the essence of youth and elegance. To the right, a robust and towering figure presented himself, with a square jaw and attractive features, dressed as a prosperous gentleman, exuding a bold aura distinct from that of merchants or scholars. Upon entering the tea room, this stout middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings casually, only to be struck motionless in surprise. "Xu Qi'an, Xu Qi'an." The maid, noticing the guests lagging behind, turned and gently urged, "Esteemed sirs, this way please." Oh. Xu Pingji steeled himself and entered the wine house. Xu Qi'an and Xu Qi'an silently straightened their postures. Once Xu Ershu took his seat, the three maintained an unspoken agreement not to glance at one another, adopting a decorous demeanor, eyes fixed on the floor, thoughts inwardly directed. Were not these two rascals claiming to be pressed for time? While bidding farewell to the old year is one matter, I do possess a semblance of understanding regarding his true sentiments. Ning Yin has never frequented such establishments. Did not my uncle mention he was on duty tonight? In the past, whenever I quarreled with my aunt, he would say that marrying such a beautiful wife was a blessing beyond measure, unwilling to scold her. Bah, he is merely indulging in vice. And did not my elder brother proclaim he would never visit such places? I lamented the disappearance of my robe. Bah, how shameless. Father claimed to deeply cherish mother and never to venture into the realm of indulgence. The inner turmoil of the three far surpasses the rigidity of their expressions. Xu Qi'an felt that yet another awkward moment had been added to the tapestry of his life. encountering his uncle and younger brother while indulging in such pursuits. Good heavens! I have socially perished. However, upon reflection, the thought that I am not the only one facing this fate alleviated his heartache. The drinking game continued. Xu Qi'an managed to navigate the proceedings with relative decorum, being a scholar, while Xu Qi'an occasionally faltered, inevitably facing penalties of additional liquor. Throughout, Xu Pingji abstained from drinking, drawing the disdain of the others. His uncle truly lacked self-awareness. Having never pursued an education, what right had he to mingle in such affairs? Did he believe he could simply bed the courtesan because he desired her? Xu Qi'an silently lamented. Father truly squandered silver. Xu Qi'an harbored similar grievances. Both felt a sense of urgency as their lackluster performances failed to capture the courtesan's favor. The handsome Xu Qi'an, despite his appealing exterior, grew increasingly overlooked due to his overly conventional demeanor. The most perilous aspect was the presence of a formidable rival, a striking young man draped in a sky-blue robe. Hailing from the Imperial Academy, he possessed considerable talent. Although he joined the gathering late, his remarkable skills drew all attention, causing the courtesan to stifle her laughter behind her hand. This young man raised his cup, took a sip, and proclaimed, "Allow me to initiate this round." No objections arose, and the courtesan smiled graciously. "Please, Mr. Zhao." Mr. Zhao surveyed the attendees and declared, "Pine needles, bamboo leaves, leaves of jade." A surprising couplet indeed, leaving some at the table astonished. Verdant are the needles of pine and bamboo, a tapestry of green. Exquisite, truly exquisite, I am humbled. Master Zhao, your talent is undeniable, befitting one educated at the Imperial Academy. Round after round, yet none could offer a worthy rejoinder. A faint smile graced Master Zhao's lips, his countenance radiating pride. The courtesan, floating fragrance, gazed upon Master Zhao, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Her expressions and subtle gestures betrayed a profound appreciation for the young master's erudition. Xu Qi'an furrowed his brow, glancing at Xu Qi'an. The latter returned his gaze. A shared concern etched upon their faces. Initially, Xu Qi'an believed that his elder brother, with his profound poetic gifts, would thrive in the brothel. Yet, the evening had unfolded with rounds of finger-guessing games and antithetical couplets, devoid of the lyrical verses they had anticipated. In truth, poetic recitations during tea gatherings at the brothel had waned in popularity, with few noteworthy compositions emerging in the past 2 centuries. Scholars, it seemed, were less adept at crafting poetry and lyrics. During these gatherings, the focus naturally shifted away from areas of weakness. Tonight, the guests present possessed varying degrees of refinement, struggling even with simple couplets. Floating Fragrance, with her astute and compassionate nature, deliberately avoided the topic of poetry to spare her guests any potential embarrassment. At that moment, Floating Fragrance gracefully arose, offering a curtsy, and softly announced, "I find myself somewhat weary and must retire for the evening. Please, continue to enjoy your drinks." Thus concluded the tea gathering. What followed was the moment of anticipation. Should the courtesan favor a particular guest, she would have her attendant invite him into her chambers. Otherwise, the attendant would escort the guests out, paving the way for the next gathering. The guests awaited their fate with a mixture of hope and trepidation. After a brief interlude, an attendant approached, her voice melodious as she declared, "My mistress invites Master Zhao to partake in tea within her abode." The guests shook their heads in regret, sighing, while some smiled and congratulated young Master Zhao. With a victorious demeanor, young Master Zhao wore a smile on his face. The 3 men from the Xu family could no longer remain seated. Chapter 53. I compose poetry for trade, not for vulgar show. What should we do? Our 30 taels of silver have vanished in our tea game. Even if we sought the company of a maid from this courtyard, it would cost us several taels. Uncle Xu was anxious, feeling as if they had regressed to a less fortunate time. His brow furrowed as he turned to his son. "Xijio, think of a solution. Is this merely a matter of money? This is an issue where no information has been extracted." The brothers could hardly contain their scorn. Xu Qi'an gazed at his father. "What can I do? It was merely a gamble. My elder brother and I came here without any expectations. Does father not possess self-awareness?" His tone was somewhat harsh, revealing his own urgency. This loss was truly devastating. The silver was secondary. The key issue was that no intelligence had been gathered. Glancing at young Master Zhao, who was being led away by a maid, Xu Qi'an suddenly recalled the title of the renowned courtesan, the dual master of Qin and poetry. He promptly requested pen, ink, and rice paper from the maid serving the guests. Clearing a space on the table, he pulled Xu Qi'an close. "Xijio, You shall write on my behalf. Without hesitation, Xu Qi'an adjusted his posture and grasped the brush. Xu Qi'an recited swiftly. Among the myriad blooms, one alone flourishes, capturing all the charm toward the small garden. Xu Qi'an's brush danced across the paper, producing a calligraphy of extraordinary grace. Xu Qi'an continued. The sparse shadows slant across the shallow waters, while subtle fragrances linger in the twilight. Xu Qi'an did not put pen to paper. He stood there, as if petrified, murmuring the last two lines to himself. Write quickly. Xu Qi'an urged him with a gentle nudge. Xu Erlang seemed to awaken from a dream, his expression taut as he swiftly completed the task. Xu Qi'an snatched the rice paper away and summoned a maid, instructing her, deliver this poem to Madame Fu Xiang and inform her that Yang awaits here. The maid appeared reluctant, but upon receiving a handful of silver from Xu Qi'an, she promptly hurried away. In the master bedroom, a fourfold screen concealed the bathing tub, with wisps of steam swirling around the wooden beams above. Fu Xiang luxuriated in the hot water, strewn with rose petals, her dark hair elegantly pinned up. Her neck long and fair, droplets of water glistening on her fragrant shoulders and bosom, reflecting a captivating glow in the candlelight. Her skin, smooth as polished jade, resembled that of a celestial being. A personal maid attended her at the edge of the tub, praising Fu Xiang's complexion while informing her. Young Master Zhao is waiting in the adjacent tea room. The guests outside say he is a scholar from the National Academy. What is so remarkable about a scholar? Fu Xiang chuckled lightly, playfully splashing the water. However, with young Master Zhao's talents, it is certainly not far-fetched for him to achieve the degree of a genius. The maid whispered with a knowing laugh. I had a feeling you would fancy such a gifted young man. Unlike that tiresome Zhou, who relies solely on his father's position to flaunt his power. Young Master Zhao is truly talented. I hope you treat him well, for he may very well become part of a beautiful tale. Women, too, can leave their mark in history. Fu Xiang playfully tapped the maid's head with her finger, sighing. For a woman to attain everlasting fame, how exceedingly difficult it is. A privilege yearned for by countless scholars. The master chamber's door was pushed ajar, and a maiden entered. Standing in the hall, her voice clear as a bell. Madam, the guest surnamed Yang outside has requested that I deliver a poem. Frowning slightly, Fu Xiang was rebuked by her head maidservant. Impudent girl, Madam has already chosen young Master Zhao. How can she change her mind? Did you accept a bribe? The little maid lowered her head, not daring to retort. Fu Xiang said softly, place it on the table and tell the guest that Fu Xiang is grateful. The little maid breathed a sigh of relief, responded with an eye, placed the rice paper on the table, and departed. Having bathed, Fu Xiang donned a light gauze dress. Her graceful figure faintly visible, and with bare, snow-white feet, she came to the table and sat down. Go and invite young Master Zhao in, she said, her gaze falling on the paper, which she picked up idly. Her eyes suddenly fixed, and she stared blankly at the paper. Amidst the fading blooms, she alone shines bright, capturing all hearts in the humble garden's light. Slender shadows dance on the clear, shallow stream. A subtle fragrance drifts in the moon's golden gleam. The maidservant reached the door, about to open it to invite young Master Zhao, when suddenly she heard the madam's sharp cry from behind. Wait. Turning back, she saw the madam clutching the paper tightly, trembling slightly, her face displaying an unprecedented strangeness. It was an emotion the maid had never witnessed on her face before. The courtesan's voice was urgent and shrill. Who sent the poem? Which young master? Tell me quickly. The maidservant was startled, stammering. It seems he is surnamed Yang. The courtesan rushed towards the door, disregarding everything. Madam, how can you go out in such a state? It cannot be. The maidservant held her tightly. Release me, quickly release me. Fu Xiang implored, her cheeks flushed with urgency. Do not let that gentleman depart. Hurry, bring him back. The maidservant could not fathom why a mere poem had caused her mistress such unprecedented discomposure. The composed and graceful demeanor she usually exhibited was now entirely forsaken. Mistress, please remain calm. I shall immediately go to invite the poet. After the maid departed, the courtesan sat disheveled at the table, lost in a daze as she gazed at the paper in her hands. The shadows stretch across the shallow waters, a delicate fragrance wafts in the moonlit dusk. A gift for Fu Xiang. A gift for Fu Xiang. Tears as large as beans rolled down her beautiful cheeks as she buried her face in her arms, weeping softly. In the front hall, some guests had already taken their leave while others lingered. After the tea-drinking session concluded, the unsuccessful guests faced two choices: either proceed to another courtyard for the next gathering or, if they could not hold their liquor, Select one of the maidservants for the night. However, Fu Xiang was not easily won over. Su Pingji regarded his nephew with a furrowed brow, worry etched across his features. The poem had been delivered, yet it yielded nothing more than a fleeting response. Clearly, Xu Qi'an's verse had failed to move the courtesan. Su Qi'an scoffed. How could such a trivial woman comprehend the essence of poetry? Su Pingji fixed his gaze upon his son, inquiring, was Ning Yan's poem truly exceptional? The proud Su Erlang had come to respect his elder brother's poetic prowess, sighing, indeed, it was remarkable. Su Dalong, equally perplexed, held unwavering confidence in the poem's merit. This 7-character regulated verse was renowned, exceptionally so, especially the final couplet, celebrated as the pinnacle of plum blossom poetry. In the solitude of frost, the 2 lines of poetry have achieved eternal fame, embodying an esteemed legacy. The phrases subtle fragrance and sparse shadows have even become titles of poetic forms, underscoring the esteemed position this poem held among ancient literati. Renowned figures such as Ouyang Xiu and Sima Guang have bestowed high praise upon these lines. Consequently, the author of this 7-character regulated verse has been immortalized through this work. Yet, I find myself perplexed, as I have forgotten the name of the author, Xu Qi'an. This seems implausible. She has no reason to reject me. If this poem were to be presented to the 2 esteemed scholars of Yunlu Academy, they would cherish me as if I were their own son. Xu Qi'an contemplated a possibility. This courtesan, renowned for her dual prowess in poetry and music, might merely be a facade, a mere figurehead promoting her own fame and persona, fundamentally lacking in true scholarly depth. However, this presents a paradox. If the courtesan of floating fragrance were indeed a mere decorative idol, she could not attain the recognition of learned men. Unlike the superficial hype of entertainers in my previous life, the courtesans of this era possess genuine talent. The rationale is simple. The scholars of antiquity are not so easily deceived as the youth of later generations. Amidst his furrowed brows, a diligent maidservant, attending to floating fragrance, hurriedly approached, her anxious gaze scanning the crowd. Upon spotting Xu Qi'an, her expression softened, and she gracefully advanced, curtsying and sweetly inquiring, "Young Master Yang, is it you who composed this poem?" The Su family members exchanged relieved glances. "Indeed, it is I," Xu Qi'an affirmed with a nod. The maidservant beamed with a smile, her demeanor becoming increasingly respectful as she lowered her gaze and gently spoke. "My mistress requests your presence." Xu Qi'an nodded calmly, following the maid towards the master bedroom on the opposite side of the loft. This scene caught the attention of guests planning to stay, adding Mei Xiaoga, who began to whisper among themselves. "Oh, why is he following her inside? This is quite irregular, isn't it? How could 2 people enter?" The maid had mentioned poetry earlier, and I happened to see him writing something with that handsome young man. A middle-aged man, dressed like a wealthy gentleman, approached Su Qi'an and Su Pingji, clasping his hands in greeting. "Gentlemen, might I inquire about the intentions of Miss Fu Xiang? How did that young man gain entry, and what poetry did you compose?" Chapter 54. A sudden interruption. Su Erlang remained silent, while Su Pingji fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man and replied, "It was merely a casual couplet. I heard that gentleman mention his lack of skill in calligraphy and requested assistance in penning a few lines." Su Ershu, seasoned in the ways of the world, adopted an air of detachment, distancing himself from his nephew and son. All eyes immediately turned to Su Qi'an, who, with a cold and aloof demeanor, dismissed their inquiries with disdain. His demeanor provoked irritation and embarrassment in the questioning middle-aged man, who huffed and returned to his original position. Su Pingji, who had intended to stay, covertly exchanged a glance with his son, and they discreetly exited Mei Xiaoga one after the other. "It would be unwise to remain here any longer. It could reveal the connection between the 3 of us," Su Pingji advised his son. "I understand," Su Qi'an nodded. And with that, he shivered against the biting wind. The sudden transition from the warmth of the charcoal-heated room to the outside air induced a palpable shiver. Su Pingji glanced at his son and remarked, "Had we lodged at the Yingmei Pavilion, the maids would have sufficed for a mere tael or 2 of silver. Now, we must seek other women at the villa, and not maids. The minimum is 5 taels, which includes the tea money." Su Pingji paused, noting the absence of his son's customary acerbic inquiry into the clarity of his knowledge on the matter. This was peculiar, yet he was relieved. Su Ersha retrieved a regulation sai from his bosom, precisely 5 taels. "Erlang, take the silver." The Su family, financially devastated by the tax silver case, remained strained despite Su Pingji's acquisition of silver through discreet channels over the past month. Xu Ershu doubted his son possessed 5 tails. Xu Qi'an was visibly moved, murmuring, "Father, what about you?" Xu Ershu chuckled dismissively. "When I was at the refinement realm, I was impervious to heat and cold. Even a night spent sleeping on the roadside would not harm me. Your constitution cannot withstand the night's chilling winds." Xu Qi'an, his hands tucked into his sleeves, his back slightly hunched against the biting night wind, stared dazedly at the 5 tails of silver. After a long pause, he rasped, "I don't want it." Xu Ershu insisted his son accepted. During the ensuing tussle, a sisay fell from Xu Qi'an's bosom with a thud, precisely 5 tails. The father and son gazed at the silver on the ground, enveloped in silence. On the other side, the maid gently pushed open the door to the master bedroom, gesturing for Xu Qi'an to enter, although she had no intention of following him inside. "Young master, please do come in." As the door swung open, a warm fragrance wafted forth, revealing a floor adorned with an exquisite silk carpet, its costliness matched only by the labor-intensive craftsmanship it required. Embroidered upon the carpet were delicate blue lotus flowers and swirling clouds, making each step a dance of elegance for the woman who walked upon it, and a path of fortune for the gentleman. A 3-panel folding screen, a replica of the renowned painting Rain on Banana Leaves, separated the sleeping area from the opulent hall. Before the screen knelt a breathtakingly graceful young woman on a small couch, with a phoenix-tailed guqin resting beside her. Clad in sheer, gossamer garments, her skin, resembling fine jade, was tantalizingly visible, and she gazed cheerfully towards the door. Their eyes met, and she lowered her gaze slightly, her lips curving into a bashful smile. The tenderness of that lowered head was akin to a water lily, shyly retreating from the cool breeze. A line of poetry floated into Xu Qi'an's mind. In the midst of a drinking game, she exuded the elegance of a refined lady. Beside the couch, she was alluring, enticing him with words left unspoken. Such enchanting prowess could only be cultivated by the women of the Imperial Music Bureau. Xu Qi'an felt his head spinning, overwhelmed. "My dear young master," the courtesan said with a dreamy smile, "why do you gaze upon me so?" Xu Qi'an sighed. "I have long heard that Miss Fu Xiang possesses extraordinary beauty. A rare sight in this world. I once doubted it, but now I am convinced. Even to proclaim you the most beautiful woman under heaven, I would wholeheartedly believe it." "Please do not jest, young master," Fu Xiang replied, her lips pursed slightly, lowering her head in feigned modesty, her eyes sparkling with joy, evidently pleased by his words. In the tea-house next door, young Master Zhao consumed an entire pot of tea, and after 2 protests from his bladder, he could no longer endure it on the 3rd occasion. Was he merely there to drink tea? With a belly full of grievances, he departed the tea-house, heading towards the master bedroom, only to be intercepted at the door by a maid. "I have waited for quite a while in the tea-house. Why has Miss Fu Xiang not come to see me?" Young Master Zhao inquired with impatience. "Do not blame me, young master. The lady has already chosen another," the maid replied. Young Master Zhao felt as if he had been struck by a series of thunderbolts on his forehead, and fury surged within him as he exclaimed, "Miss Fu Xiang has clearly chosen me. Why has she suddenly changed her mind? Is she toying with me? If you do not provide me with an explanation, do not blame me for being impolite." His fierce tone and menacing words instilled fear in the maid, who instinctively considered calling the guards in the courtyard. "Pinger, since young Master Zhao is dissatisfied, take the poem outside for him to see." A captivating voice resonated from within the room. The maid cautiously glanced at young Master Zhao and opened the sliding door just enough for her to slip through. Moments later, she re-emerged, handing a piece of Xian paper to young Master Zhao. He accepted it and glanced over the contents, his expression of anger freezing on his face before gradually dissolving into astonishment, shock, and disbelief. He stood in place for a long while, his fingers loosening, allowing the Xian paper to drift slowly to the ground. Outside, the guests were taken aback to see young Master Zhao emerging. "Is it over?" His expression alerted them to something amiss. It was evident that he had been dismissed. "Brother Zhao, what has happened to you?" A young man, dressed like a scholar and of similar age, immediately approached, appearing concerned but in truth merely inquisitive. Not long after the maid had called away a certain Mr. Yang, Mr. Zhao emerged, looking disheartened. It was evident that he had been intercepted midway, losing the prized flower of the gathering. Clad in a blue robe, Mr. Zhao slowly surveyed the crowd, murmuring, "I have lost, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." What transpired? How did he come to this conclusion? Brother Zhao, did that individual compose a poem? What kind of verse could compel Miss Fu Xiang to breach propriety? The guests implored eagerly, their anticipation palpable. Mr. Zhao feigned indifference as he walked away, softly reciting, Among all the blossoms, only she stands out in her beauty. The crowd stirred, realizing he was reciting the poem from earlier, capturing the essence of charm within the small garden. By this time, Mr. Zhao had reached the courtyard, and the guests unconsciously trailed behind, listening intently. The shadows stretch across the clear waters as fragrant whispers drift in the dusk. The guests, however, fell behind, remaining in place as a brief silence enveloped the air. Time seemed to stretch on, with no one daring to speak. After what felt like an eternity, one scholar, tears welling in his eyes and his lips trembling, declared, "With this poem, it renders the ancient poets of plum blossoms utterly ashamed. Esteemed guests, I must take my leave. I am bound for another gathering to disseminate this poetry. I too shall depart. For how could I miss the chance to elevate the prestige of our poetic realm?" The guests erupted in a flurry, eagerly departing for the tea gathering at the other courtyard, ready to unveil the poem to great acclaim. Chapter 55. A plan begins to take shape. I must express my gratitude to you, my lord. Should I ever achieve enduring fame, it shall be due to your benevolence. A tender affection flowed in floating fragrance's eyes, rendering her even more enchantingly beautiful. Xu Qi'an understood her meaning. Throughout history, numerous courtesans had attained immortal renown through poetry. Such an opportunity would fill any woman of the demimonde with ecstatic joy. Of all people in the world, there are two that crave fame, scholars and courtesans. It is precisely this gratitude I seek. Xu Qi'an smiled, displaying a touch of levity. And how do you intend to thank me? The room was as warm as springtime. Having consumed a considerable amount of wine, he felt uncomfortably warm after sitting for a while and removed his outer robe. Placing it on a round stool, floating fragrance gently bit her luscious lips and said with some shyness, "My lord, the night stretches long before us. Might I first offer you a musical performance to enhance your refined pleasure?" Xu Qi'an paused, realizing she had misunderstood his intentions. He smiled but offered no correction. How refined were the women of old, he thought. If you sought to lie with them, they would say, "Be patient. Allow this humble woman to play a melody for you." Unlike the girls of later times, who would say, "Hurry it up." After patiently listening to the entire piece, Xu Qi'an had to concede that the courtesan possessed genuine talent. Her mastery of both the zither and poetry was undeniable, though he knew nothing of her poetry. Her zither playing was truly exceptional. Even someone as musically inept as himself could find tranquility and immerse himself in the music. Xu Qi'an sipped his tea, soothing the dryness in his throat caused by the wine, and casually broached a topic. "A woman of floating fragrance's exquisite beauty. Has no one sought to buy your freedom?" This is evidently not a particularly pleasant topic. The courtesan sighed softly, remarking that for the maidens of the Academy of Courtesans, the notion of redeeming oneself is not as simple as it sounds. Even if one were to encounter a devoted suitor, the Ministry of Rites would not grant approval. The truth is that the cost is exorbitant. For a renowned courtesan of the Academy, the process of redemption is fraught with complications and demands a considerable sum, far surpassing that of ordinary brothel courtesans. I recall the head constable mentioning that for a typical brothel courtesan, the redemption fee ranges from 500 to 1,000 taels. For a courtesan of the Academy, it could easily double or even exceed that amount. What does 2,000 taels signify? It would take me a decade of abstaining from food and drink to save such a sum, and that is with a moderately high income. With that kind of money, would it not be wiser to acquire several pleasing concubines? Xu Qi'an instinctively calculated in his mind, concluding that this venture would yield nothing but loss. Indeed, given the beauty of Miss Fu Xiang, there is no second to her in the capital of Dafeng. Xu Qi'an extolled her virtues. The courtesan chuckled softly, her heart delighted, yet she playfully retorted, "Young master, do not jest. The most beautiful woman in the capital of Dafeng is the princess of the Northern Protectorate. I am merely a willow among the reeds." By referring to herself as someone rather than a servant, she drew their relationship closer, her tone imbued with a hint of coquettishness. The princess of the Northern Protectorate? Yet again, this woman. Xu Qi'an found himself pondering once more about this legendary beauty of the capital. In his previous life, he prided himself on having encountered countless beauties. Yet now, having seen nearly flawless women like Su Lingyue and Zhu Kaiwei, he could scarcely fathom the extent of the princess's beauty that warranted her title as the foremost beauty of the capital. It must be the allure of her status, he mused. The princess consort hailed from a scholarly family in Jiangnan. At the tender age of 9, while accompanying her parents on a pilgrimage to the Jade Buddha Temple, the abbot bestowed upon her a verse. Her transcendent spirit astounds all, her grace bathed in the morning sun. Universally admired as a national beauty, her soul captivates emperors. This elevated her reputation, leading to her entry into the imperial palace at 13. Xu Qi'an inquired with curiosity, how did she become a princess consort? Rouge, a courtesan of renown, extended her slender hand from within her long sleeve, delicately picking up a porcelain vial with her orchid fingers. She poured out the lute balm, tending to her phoenix tail zither, and recounted, 19 years prior, after the triumph at Shanghai Pass, the Prince of Jinbei, as the second greatest contributor, was gifted the capital's foremost beauty by the emperor. The Prince of Jinbei is the current emperor's younger brother. Bestowing a beauty upon him is not unusual. For though she possessed exceptional talent and allure, the emperor, immersed in his pursuit of Taoism, had long abstained from carnal pleasures. Xu Qi'an was curious about another matter. Who was the greatest contributor? Lord Wei. Lord Wei was the commander-in-chief of the three armies. Had he not been an eunuch, the princess consort would not be who she is today. Rouge chuckled. The words I share with you, young master, are candid and forthright. However, once you step beyond this door, refrain from further discussion. The common folk may casually discuss matters concerning Lord Wei, but she, after all, was a state enterprise employee. So it was him. Xu Qi'an realized. Su Dalong had long been familiar with Wei Yuan's name. He was exceedingly renowned. Though an eunuch, he was a man of extraordinary talent, capable of governing the state with his pen and quelling rebellions with his sword. Had he not been an eunuch, attaining the position of top scholar and becoming the grand secretary would have been effortless for him. The two engaged in a casual conversation, with Xu Qi'an adeptly employing the art of gentle persuasion, a skill honed during his rigorous training in interrogation techniques. After meandering through various topics, he finally steered the discussion towards Zhou Lisan. This man, known for his lewdness and lack of scholarly pursuits, was not to Xu Qi'an's liking. Whenever he participated in the tea gathering, Xu Qi'an chose to ignore his presence. Fu Xiangqi remarked, the Ministry of Rites governs the teaching court, and as the son of a deputy minister of revenue, I am not intimidated by him. Xu Qi'an feigned curiosity, smiling as he inquired, what brings about such a characterization of his lewdness? Is not the pursuit of pleasure a common affair? This matter indeed touched upon some clandestine affairs within the officialdom. The courtesan hesitated momentarily before gently stating, I have only heard whispers from other officials and possess a scant understanding. If young Master Yang wishes to know more, I shall share, but it must remain confidential. Her tone oscillated between playful and pleading. Xu Qi'an skillfully portrayed an expression of astonishment, assuring her that his interest was merely fleeting and that he would never divulge her words. This tale traces back to last year's Lantern Festival when Zhou Lisan, in his reckless manner, fixated on a young lady amidst the throng, taking advantage of the crowd to commit an affront, even injuring her attendant in the process. Little did he know, the lady in question was no ordinary person. She was the illegitimate daughter of the formidable Marquis Wei. If she had merely been an illegitimate child, the incident might not have escalated. However, the critical detail was that her biological mother was the younger sister of the Marquis's lawful wife. This familial connection afforded her considerable favor from the matron, and the disparity in treatment between her and the legitimate daughter was negligible, merely lacking an official title. Xu Qi'an silently clenched his fist, inquiring, how was this matter resolved? The formidable Marquis of Wei filed a complaint, and the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue submitted a written explanation. After several days of back and forth, the emperor ultimately ruled. Deputy Minister Zhou had failed to properly educate his son and was to be penalized with a year's salary, compensating the Marquis of Wei with 5,000 taels. Zhou was placed under house arrest for 3 months. Should he offend again, he would face severe consequences. This phrase struck Xu Qi'an's mind like a bolt of lightning, igniting a surge of inspiration within him. Zhou had long coveted the beauty of the Marquis of Wei's illegitimate daughter, and after suffering a recent setback and enduring humiliation, he impulsively set his sights on her once more. The information Xu had previously gathered about Zhou suddenly coalesced, forming a solid foundation to support his scheme. He then dispatched individuals to abduct the Marquis of Wei's daughter, hiding her away in a private residence with intentions of indulgence, followed by eliminating any witnesses. Yes, this seemed quite reasonable. Of course, the ultimate goal was to frame someone. There was no necessity to harm an innocent young woman. The initial draft of the plan was thus, yet finer details required thorough discussion with Erlang to ensure everything appeared natural and plausible. As Xu Qi'an was lost in thought, the courtesan called out to him, her delicate lips slightly pouting, an expression that seemed both playful and reproachful. Is my lord planning to sit here all night? I can't afford to lose my virtue yet. If I do not sit here all night, must I then engage in other activities for the entire duration? Additionally, there have been some issues with recent updates. I have been unable to post at noon, but I will resume tomorrow. The maidservants prepared hot water, and Xu Qi'an, steeling himself, bathed under their gentle ministrations. As each article of clothing was removed, what lay before the eyes of the two young maidservants was a tall, athletic, and virile physique. The contours of the muscles are smooth and full, embodying strength and exuding the allure of a robust man. Having served numerous distinguished gentlemen in their baths, she has encountered a variety of physiques, some portly, some lean, and others with sinewy muscles. Yet, individuals possessing a physique as proportionate and athletic as that of young Master Yang, while also exuding explosive power, are a rarity in her experience. This is the extraordinary gift bestowed by the pinnacle of refining essence. The body exists in its most optimal state for combat, devoid of excess fat, yet not overly muscular to the point of compromising flexibility. As Xu Qi'an approached the bed, clad only in undergarments and bare-chested, the courtesan, draped in a sheer garment, sat like a duck on the embroidered bedspread, her gaze instantly becoming entranced as she fixated on Xu Qi'an's pectorals and abdominal muscles. The maidservants discreetly withdrew from the master bedroom, and as Xu Qi'an lifted the intricately embroidered quilt, he barely settled in before the alluring fragrance drew near. She entwined her arms around his neck, her soft and voluptuous form draping over him, her breath warm against his ear as she sweetly murmured, "My lord." A wave of delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Xu Qi'an, a man of integrity who seldom frequented brothels, maintained a serious demeanor, his body taut with tension. The courtesan, taken aback for a moment, giggled enchantingly. Could it be that my lord is inexperienced? The thought sent a shiver of excitement through her. No, in my past life, I have experienced women, though I have never lain with one as breathtaking as you. Xu Qi'an pondered before adding, Miss Fu Xiang, have you ever heard of a miraculous technique? What technique? She inquired. 3 seconds on the pillow, and one can fall into a deep slumber. She laughed. I don't believe it. Then keep your distance. I shall demonstrate for you. The courtesan, smiling, retreated slightly, assuming he was merely indulging in playful flirtation. 3 seconds later. Snore, snore. Fu Xiang nudged him. Young Master Yang. Snore, snore. Fu Xiang. In the night, Xu Qi'an jolted awake with a start. After a silent sigh, he heard the rhythmic sound of breathing beside him, feeling the satin-smooth and delicate body pressed against his own. With immense resolve, he compelled himself to drift back into slumber. The next day, at the hour of the rabbit, Xu Qi'an's biological clock roused him naturally. He sensed a heavy weight upon him, and, upon opening his eyes, beheld the courtesan sleeping soundly beside him, one long, pale leg draped over his waist, and a snow-white arm resting on his chest. Xu Qi'an gingerly removed her limbs, rose from the bed, and quickly donned his clothes. As he adjusted his attire, he was filled with indignation upon discovering that the silver notes in his money pouch had vanished. All that remained was a small, exquisite jade mirror no larger than a palm. Xu Qi'an's first thought was that a maid from the Yingmei pavilion had stolen the silver notes while he slept, which was certainly plausible. Yang Ling was merely a scholar, though he held a respectable position in society, albeit falsely. The Jia Fangxi was a state-run brothel, backed by the Ministry of Rights. Just a mere scholar. If someone pilfered money, they would utterly deny it, leaving Xu Qi'an powerless. The Jia Fangxi did not concern itself with reputation. While the Jia Fangxi might disregard reputation, Fu Xiang cared deeply. If this matter were to spread, which patron would dare to frequent her establishment? Xu Qi'an deduced that the courtesan was likely unaware, and it was the maid who, tempted by the allure of silver notes, had succumbed to greed. As he lamented his carelessness in safeguarding the banknotes, he approached the bedside, intending to rouse Fu Xiang. However, his gaze drifted to the mirror, and his expression froze. Upon the pristine jade surface, faint markings had appeared. Upon closer inspection, they were revealed to be several indistinct banknotes, their patterns delicate, as if etched into the mirror itself. What? A barrage of questions flooded Xu Qi'an's mind. How did my banknotes end up inside the mirror? This is the fruit of my arduous labor. You damn thing, cough them up, or I'll shatter you. Clutching the jade hand mirror, he shook it vigorously, as if attempting to empty it. To the accompaniment of a rustling sound, the banknotes materialized in mid-air, fluttering gently for a moment before descending to the ground. Silence descended upon the room as Xu Qi'an stood there, speechless, the mirror still in his grasp. So, this mirror is indeed a treasure? Is it due to my overwhelming luck, or did that Taoist deliberately gift it to me? If the latter, what is his purpose? Why would he bestow such a valuable item upon me? Did he detect my inexplicable good fortune? Impossible. Even Kaiwei of the Observatory of the Imperial Astrology, who is skilled in aura observation, hasn't noticed anything special about me. Taoist, I am utterly unfamiliar with the Taoist system. After a long pause, he inhaled sharply, a tingling sensation in his teeth. This inexplicable gift instilled unease within him. Hiss, first, retrieve the banknotes. Xu Qi'an concealed the jade mirror within his bosom and placed the banknotes in his money bag, storing them separately. He then quietly departed from the room and partook of breakfast, attended to by the maidservants. Young master, won't you wait for the mistress to awaken? A young maid inquired. Generally speaking, when a guest rises, his wife would typically rise alongside him. However, this particular guest displayed a peculiar quirk by stealthily departing alone. No, I mustn't. I fear her reproach would render me lesser than a beast, Xu Qi'an remarked with an air of nonchalance. I have pressing matters to attend to. A few hours later, at the Xu residence, Xu Xinyan and Xu Zijiu sat in the study, steaming tea at their side, while Xu Pingji appeared invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. In contrast, Xu Erlang exhibited a somewhat listless demeanor. The father and son refrained from speaking, tacitly avoiding mention of the events from the previous night, as if none had ever set foot in the pleasure quarters. The atmosphere was thick with an awkward silence until Xu Qian's arrival shattered the uncomfortable tension that had enveloped the duo. Why were you gone for so long? Upon your return, you head straight for a bath? Is the pleasure quarters not suitable for such? Su Ershu raised an eyebrow in complaint. Xu Xinyan cleared his throat, wishing to divert the conversation away from the pleasure quarters, and inquired, did you gain anything of value? Immediately, Su Ershu ceased his grievances, adopting a posture of earnest attention. Xu Qi'an proceeded to relay the information he had gathered from Fu Xiong and articulated his plan. The crux of the matter lies in how one might abduct the illegitimate daughter of the illustrious Marquis Wei Wu. Xu Xinyan incisively pinpointed the issue. If this aspect cannot be resolved, the entire plan is destined for failure. Su Ershu pondered thoughtfully, suggesting, we shall first deploy someone to monitor her movements, then seize the opportunity to act. The Marquis Wei Wu's illegitimate daughter will undoubtedly have attendants while traveling, but not in abundance. Considering her status as a non-legal offspring, we can create a diversion and take advantage of the chaos to abduct her. Listening intently, the brothers recognized that Su Ershu's experience in handling affairs afforded him greater authority in this matter. Executing a daytime abduction in plain sight presents considerable challenges, as it risks attracting the attention of the city patrol's imperial guards, potentially leading to adverse consequences for us. Conversely, attempting a nocturnal intrusion into the Marquis's residence with only 2 individuals is an insurmountable task. Offered a cryptic smile, suggesting, what if I could circumvent this predicament? In the front hall of the Su residence, the gatekeeper, old Zhang, stumbled upon a servant unconscious in the flower bed. Alarmed, he rushed over to investigate. Discovering that the servant had merely fainted, old Zhang roused the servant, inquiring, how did you come to be unconscious here? The servant appeared disoriented for a moment, as if trying to recall his identity and surroundings. In response to old Zhang's inquiry, he scratched his head, explaining, I was just heating water for Master Su, who was bathing in his room. All I remember is Master Su suddenly summoning me inside, and then I can't recall anything else. The gatekeeper, old Zhang, scrutinized the servant for a moment, asking, how do you feel? I have a slight headache. Does your posterior ache? No, it doesn't. Old Zhang and the servant exchanged glances, seemingly relieved. At the Imperial Observatory, Song Qing, whose dark circles under his eyes had become increasingly pronounced, was sprawled across his desk, surrounded by a chaotic assortment of bottles and jars. Instead of conducting alchemical experiments, he was diligently writing at his desk. Why do grafted fruits exhibit superior qualities? What profound principles of nature are at play? If grafting indeed yields superior results, then grafting humans and horses together would alleviate the Great Fang's concerns about the scarcity of warhorses. Every warrior is akin to a steed, capable of both long-distance galloping and valiant combat, thereby enhancing the operational prowess of the Dafeng army. As he penned these thoughts, his enthusiasm burgeoned, illuminating his visage. At that moment, a figure clad in white entered, exclaiming with fervor, Brother Song, the alchemical prodigy Xu Qi'an has arrived and wishes to see you. The term alchemical prodigy is an affectionate moniker bestowed upon Xu Qi'an by the white-clad members of the Xitianjian. In Chapter 57, Kidnapping, Xu Qi'an received a warm welcome from Song Qing. The two settled at a table, holding fragrant tea as they engaged in amicable discourse. To be honest, I harbor some doubts about you, Song Qing remarked, taking a delicate sip. In recent days, I have scrutinized your ancestry thoroughly. Is it truly appropriate to speak of such genealogical investigations in front of someone? Xu Qi'an was unfazed, responding with a smile. And what did you uncover? Impeccably clean, Song Qing replied, shaking his head and opting not to pursue that line of conversation. Instead, he produced a stack of rice paper and handed it over. Allow me to share with you my recent research. Xu Qi'an thought to himself, I had prepared clever anecdotes about itinerant sages, yet you show no curiosity. These tech enthusiasts are utterly indifferent to such matters. He accepted the manuscript and, after a cursory glance, nearly spewed his tea. In addition to the plant grafting theory he had disclosed to Song Qing, this individual had extrapolated and creatively devised several case studies. For instance, the grafting of humans and horses. A plethora of advantages was listed, such as Dafeng no longer needing to contemplate the resources for war horses, and soldiers no longer having to worry about the lack of exceptional steeds. As we are seasoned soldiers, we can serve as our own steeds. For instance, capturing avian monstrosities and interbreeding with humans to create half-demons that could function as an aerial force. One should be aware of the concept of reproductive isolation. Xu Qi'an set aside the rice paper, attempting to restore his shaken worldview, and said, I have come to the Xi'an to seek your assistance, Brother Song. It is nothing too complicated. You must be aware of the offense I caused to Vice Minister Zhou, as Kaiwei has informed me. Song Qing placed his teacup down and replied gravely, Regrettably, I cannot assist you. The Xi'an does not interfere in political matters, as decreed by the emperor. Furthermore, a minister wielding substantial power exceeds my capacity to influence. Do not be hasty, Brother Song. What I require from you is rather simple. Xu Qi'an articulated his proposal. That is impossible, Song Qing immediately rejected. I, Song, am upright and honorable, and I shall not engage in such deeds. Xu Qi'an pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of shame, and said, It is my oversight. Brother Song, let us continue discussing your grafting theory. With all due respect, it is destined to fail. Song Qing furrowed his brow, straightened his posture, and assumed a serious academic demeanor. You must be aware. For the cat that must be kept in a glass jar serves as a prime example. Yet, you may be perplexed as to why it fails, and where the root of the issue lies. Leaning forward slightly, Song Qing's breath became quickened, and his eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon Xu Qi'an. Do you know? Xu Qi'an remarked, I have not participated in the research. Thus, I am unaware of the true origins of the matter, yet I can furnish you with a theoretical foundation. A theoretical foundation? Song Qing was most in need of such a basis. After all, masters who establish their own sects are indeed rare. Alchemy is vast and profound, and to advance further, the support of theory is indispensable. Under Song Qing's suddenly bright gaze, Xu Qi'an slowly continued. Have you heard of the periodic table of elements? What is the periodic table of elements? How does it relate to my experiment? 1,000 question marks flashed through Song Qing's mind. His breath quickened, sensing that he was on the verge of touching the door to the truth of alchemy. As a fervent enthusiast of the craft, every hair on his body stood on end with excitement. Before he could pose a question, Xu Qi'an leisurely stated, the principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. In the inner city of Chiwefu Street, the residence of the Waiwaho, this street belongs to the nobility, lined with marquises, earls, and dukes. The title of Waiwahu is hereditary. Having risen from the power struggles of 3 centuries past, the hereditary title has continued unchallenged, yet in truth, it wields little power today. As the side door opened, a youthful maiden with a slightly round face emerged, surrounded by her maids and attendants. She donned a splendid robe, the hem brushing her ankles, and with each step, her embroidered shoes peeked out. At the tender age of 16 or 17, her beauty was striking. Her bright, spirited eyes radiated an air of pride, and the lively expression between her brows enhanced her presence, drawing many gazes. Zhang Yueying entered the sedan chair, which was then lifted by the bearers, who leisurely made their way towards the city god temple. Today, she intends to visit the city god temple to offer incense and partake in a vegetarian meal. Following that, she plans to seek out her intimate friends at the residence of Lord Wenyuan for tea and conversation. They will peruse the clandestine literature that circulates among women, discussing which young masters have reached the suitable age for marriage. They will also critique the outstanding scholars from this year's imperial examination and speculate on their chances of success in the upcoming spring examination. Perhaps among them lies her future esteemed husband. As she traversed 2 streets, the maid accompanying her suddenly heard a commotion. A pair of horse-drawn carriages had inexplicably lost control. With the drivers desperately tugging at the reins, their faces etched with alarm as they brandished their whips, shouting, "Make way! Everyone, make way!" Passers-by scattered in all directions to avoid the chaos. "Quickly, stop the carriages." The maid, taken aback, commanded her attendants to intercept the runaway vehicles while urging the bearers of her sedan chair to take cover. Unfortunately, the attendants were insufficient in number, managing to halt only 1 carriage, while the other crashed into 2 sedan bearers, overturning the chair in an instant. The remaining bearers and the maid instinctively sought refuge, the scene devolving into utter disorder. After a brief tumult, the 2 carriages continued their reckless dash, and it was only then that the maid, in a state of frantic urgency, scrambled to her feet and rushed to inspect the sedan chair. Miss, are you all right?" she called out, but no response came. A wave of dread washed over her as she abruptly lifted the curtain of the sedan, only to find it empty. After a few moments of shock, she screamed, "Miss is gone." The interior of the chair was desolate. In the inner city, within a modest courtyard, Zhang Yueying realized she had been abducted. Though the identity of her captors remained a mystery, she had been awake for some time, and after alleviating the initial throbbing in her head, she found herself gripped by a pervasive sense of fear. As the illegitimate daughter of a formidable marquis, her treatment was only slightly inferior to that of the legitimate daughters, far better than that of her other sisters. Cherished and doted upon by her father and the lady of the house, and sharing an affectionate bond with her cousin, the daughter of the first wife, she had been accustomed to a life of luxury and ease, never having encountered such an ordeal. Utter silence enveloped her. With her limbs bound and her mouth gagged, she was consumed by fear. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed from beyond the courtyard, followed by the distinct sound of approaching footsteps. Zhang Yueying's heart leaped into her throat as terror exploded within her. She was uncertain of what awaited her, but she knew it could be nothing good. "Heh!" A voice chuckled outside the room. "This woman is truly beautiful. I secretly took a peek earlier, and she is exquisite." "You are despicable," another voice retorted, pausing before adding, "You didn't even invite me to join you." Zhang Yueying was overcome with shame and anger, tears welling up in her eyes. "She is still a virgin." One of the figures continued. "Of course," came the reply. "She is the unmarried second daughter of the esteemed Marquis Weiwu." Zhang Yueying was taken aback. They knew her identity. Knew her father was Marquis Weiwu, and yet they dared to abduct her? This suggested that the mastermind behind this was no ordinary person. "What do you think Master Zhou will do with this woman?" one asked. "Although she is an exceptional beauty, keeping her around for too long seems risky." "Huh, you worry too much," the other scoffed. "Master Zhou will likely indulge himself for a while, and when he tires of her, he'll simply strangle her and bury her in this courtyard. Who would ever know? Once Master Zhou has had his fill, we can partake in the leftovers." The first voice said, "This woman's skin is tender and delicate, far more alluring than the women in the brothels." "Indeed," the other agreed. "If Master Zhou hadn't wanted to be the first, we would have already taken our pleasure with her. Who could deny that he is the son of the Minister of Revenue? Come, let us drink. Is this really appropriate? Dusk is fast approaching. Let us purchase the wine and return promptly." The sound of footsteps recedes, followed by the closing of the courtyard gate, suggesting that the two have indeed ventured out for libations. Young Master Zhou, the offspring of the Minister of Revenue? A vision of a richly attired young gentleman flickers through Zhang Yueying's mind, recalling the events of last year's Lantern Festival. He still lingers in her thoughts, growing weary of the game, a sip of soup, the act of murder, and the concealment of the body within the courtyard. The delicate young lady, nurtured with care in a wealthy household, trembles in fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. She attempts to vocalize her distress, struggling to free herself from her bindings. Suddenly, she notices that the ropes around her wrists have loosened slightly. Zhang Yueying freezes, then falls silent. Yet her hands continue to twist and contort with determination. Time passes, and the tender skin of her wrists is chafed and sore. At last, she manages to free herself. She swiftly sits up, untying the cords around her ankles, then tiptoes to the door, listening intently for a moment. Confirming that the courtyard is deserted, she cautiously makes her way outside. Glancing furtively around, she steels herself and dashes forth with a speed she has never known. Rushing to the gate and attempting to unfasten it, To her dismay, the door is locked from the outside. A sound of despair escapes her lips. Across the street from the courtyard, Xu Qi'an holds a bowl of noodles, accompanied by Xu Qi'an. The crude remarks are rather amusing, indeed. Xu Daler, as is his habit, playfully provokes his younger brother. Erlang disregarded him, his gaze fixed on the courtyard gate, wondering if she would manage to escape, questioning the reason for the locked gate. He asserted that a potent survival instinct could unlock a person's latent abilities, expressing confidence in her ability to find a way out, perhaps by scaling the wall. Xu Qi'an, while slurping noodles, explained in a hushed tone that leaving the door unlocked would leave too obvious a trace. This small courtyard was Zhou Li's private residence, acquired secretly, housing a woman of considerable beauty. Currently, this woman, along with the courtyard's maids, matrons, and gatekeepers, 4 individuals in total, were confined within Xu Qi'an's mirror. This jade mirror possessed the ability to contain both objects and living beings, a fact Xu Qi'an had verified with his household servants. Without this mirror, the plan to abduct Ms. Zhang would have been exceedingly difficult, potentially leading to a failed endeavor. At that moment, they noticed a head emerge from behind the wall. Zhang Yueying, her hair disheveled, cautiously peeked out. After a careful survey of the surroundings, she climbed over the wall and leaped down. She appeared to have sprained her ankle, remaining prone on the ground for a considerable time before resolutely rising amidst tears. Supporting herself against the wall, she hobbled towards the street. As a pampered young lady from a wealthy family, enduring such hardship was undoubtedly a profound ordeal. She glanced at the setting sun, realizing that she was not yet truly safe, knowing that they would return to purchase wine and would be back by dusk. She feared being intercepted by the kidnappers along the way or overtaken by them. Zhang Yueying, seeing a patrol of heavily armed imperial guards passing by, perceived them as her saviors and rushed towards them, weeping. Before the imperial guard could draw their swords, a voice pierced the air. I am the daughter of the formidable Marquis, and I have been abducted. Please, save me. Several members of the Imperial Guard exchanged glances and swiftly surrounded her. The onlookers paused in their tracks, and the leader of the Imperial Guard inquired, Who has taken you? It is Zhou Li, the son of the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhou. Zhang Yueying collapsed into tears. The sound of drums signaling the curfew echoed through the streets. Xu Qi'an set his bowl down on the roadside and remarked, Let us find an inn to rest. We shall return home tomorrow and await news. Chapter 58. Flag as night descended upon the residence of the Marquis. The portly figure of the Marquis sat in discomfort upon a chair, his countenance grim. Within the hall were 2 elegant women. One knelt, weeping inconsolably, her sorrow akin to that of a rain-soaked pear blossom. The other offered murmurs of comfort. The bizarre disappearance of the second daughter, coupled with the incident involving the carriage, led the Marquis to conclude that his daughter had indeed been abducted. He mentally revisited possible adversaries. As for political foes, it seemed unlikely, after all. The hereditary titles had remained unchallenged in his lineage, gradually relegating him to the periphery of power in the imperial capital. However, the coalition of noble families remained a significant interest group. Yet, there was a distinction between the collective and the individual. The Marquis could not recall any political enemy who would resort to the drastic measure of kidnapping a female member of his household. As for personal vendettas, he had not recently made any enemies. The master has already reported to the authorities and informed the Jinwu guard at the city gates. Do not fret. Inger will be found. Sister, Inger is but a fragile girl. If she encounters any misfortune, even if she is found, she may not survive. The formidable Marquis's face darkened even further as he clenched his jaw. Just then, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, My lord, the young lady has been found. The Marquis, accompanied by his 2 wives, hurried to the front hall, where they beheld their daughter, her countenance haggard and tears still wet upon her cheeks, along with the imperial blade guard who had escorted her back. After instructing the steward to reward the guard handsomely before their departure, the Marquis scrutinized his daughter for a moment, allowing a slight sigh of relief to escape him. Inger, what transpired? Zhang Yueying, cradled in her weeping mother's embrace, recounted through her sobs, It was that son of the Zhou minister who abducted me. Not only did he intend to tarnish my purity, but he also plotted to silence me permanently. She proceeded to vividly narrate her harrowing escape from the den of wolves, capitalizing on the guard's negligence. My lord, you must seek justice for me, for Inger, implored her mother, trembling with rage. That Zhou Li has repeatedly humiliated Inger, and in doing so, he disrespects our noble house. The Marquis's primary wife stated solemnly. Enraged, the Marquis slammed his palm down, shattering the table, his body quaking with fury. The Zhou family has gone too far. The following day, at the eastern gate of the imperial court, the civil and military officials were astonished to see the Marquis donning armor, though he bore no weapons at his side. On that day, an intriguing spectacle unfolded within the court. The Marquis, clad in armor, ascended the throne, invoking the illustrious deeds of his ancestors, tearfully accusing the Zhou minister. He proclaimed, "Our forebears fought valiantly for the emperor, enduring peril and hardship. Yet, the daughters of their descendants are subjected to indignity, and your majesty turns a blind eye. Does this not chill the hearts of all the valiant soldiers in this realm?" The uproar was considerable. The mastermind, Zhou Li, wore a perplexed expression, questioning when he had ever kidnapped the second young lady of the Zhang family, a fact he himself was oblivious to. Emperor Yuanjing, in a fit of rage, commanded the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate to handle the matter, demanding a resolution within 2 days. As a suspect in the case, Zhou Li's first destination was the Censorate. The one responsible for his interrogation was the city patrol censors, a 6th-rank official who sat before him, and, without further ado, delivered a harsh beating to Zhou Li. After reducing him to tears, the official struck the judgment block and proclaimed, "Zhou Li, is the courtyard where the illegitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wei is detained indeed your private residence?" To which Zhou Li could only concede, yes. It was a common practice for influential nobles to acquire private properties within the inner city. And when Zhou Li purchased the courtyard, he had not sought assistance from others. His name was inscribed on the deed, and the relevant paperwork was duly filed at the local government office. Since it was indeed his property, there was no need for further discussion. He was compelled to sign the confession. 2 bailiffs approached, one presenting the confession document while the other insisted on his signature. Following the procedural review by the 3 ministries, the Censorate's verdict was submitted to the Ministry of Justice, which, upon disagreement with the Censorate's findings, called for a retrial. Thus, Zhou Li was dispatched to the Ministry of Justice, where his treatment underwent a remarkable transformation, lavished with abundant food and drink. The supervising official of the ministry even thoughtfully summoned a doctor to apply healing ointment to Zhou Li's bruised backside. After several hours of interrogation, the Ministry of Justice overturned the Censorate's decision, declaring Zhou Li innocent and asserting that he had been framed. The case file was then transferred to the Supreme Court. Without hesitation, the Dali Temple struck Zhou Li with a rod once more. Following a thorough interrogation, the Dali Temple dismissed the criminal department's judgment, deeming Zhou Li guilty. The next day, as the Dali Temple, the Inspectorate, and the criminal department each presented their claims without resolution, Emperor Yuanjing ordered a joint trial by the 3 departments. Escalating the case, the Dali Temple dispatched a chief officer and 2 assistants. The criminal department sent 2 officials and 4 clerks. The inspectorate contributed 2 city inspectors, totaling 11 officials to jointly deliberate the matter. In this tri-departmental assembly, the criminal department argued for Zhou Li's innocence, claiming he was a victim of nefarious framing. Conversely, both the Dali Temple and the inspectorate firmly asserted Zhou Li's guilt. The 2 sides engaged in lengthy disputes throughout the day, yielding no conclusion. As dusk fell, a white-clad official from the Astronomical Bureau was summoned to the court, sent by decree of His Majesty to assist in the case. Upon stating his purpose, the white-clad official turned toward the kneeling Zhou Li and demanded, "Zhou Li, did you abduct Lady Zhang Yueying, the daughter of the esteemed Marquis?" Zhou Li vigorously shook his head, exclaiming, "I did not. It was not I. I am wronged." A group of officials fixed their gaze upon the white-clad figure, who resolutely declared, "He lies." Zhou Li's face drained of color. 3 days later, Deputy Minister Zhou was dismissed from office and conscripted for embezzling state funds and failing to properly educate his son. His son, Zhou Li, was exiled to the southern frontier. 50 riders ambled along the official road, led by Uncle Su, whose horse galloped swiftly in the spring breeze. Following the news of Deputy Minister Zhou's downfall, Su Pingji pulled Xu Qi'an and Su Erlang into a night of revelry, drinking until dawn. There exists both the exhilaration of vengeance and the relief of shedding a heavy burden. The 2 brothers ride behind Su Pingji, and Su Erlang speaks. "There is a matter I wish to consult you about, elder brother." Su Dalong glances at him. "Are you curious as to why Zhou Li would accept this crime, or why the prominent figures at court, such as the Marquis of Weiwu, fail to see through this rather inept framing?" Su Erlang ponders. "I have only considered a portion of it. To Zhou Shilong's political adversaries, It matters little whether Zhou Li is innocent or not. They will seize this leverage and relentlessly pursue Zhou Shiling. For the Marquis of Weiwu, this presents an opportunity for revenge. Previously, he was unable to contend with Zhou Shiling due to the lack of allies. Now, fortune has bestowed upon him a prime chance. Hence, he donned his armor and took to the court, stirring much discussion among the officials. As for whether his daughter was indeed abducted by Zhou Li, he may harbor doubts, yet without sufficient evidence. It is evident that the more detestable figure is Zhou Degongzi, who has repeatedly humiliated his daughter. What perplexes me is that this incident was not orchestrated by Zhou Li. Both Zhou Shiling and his associates are well aware of this and ought to devise a counter-strategy. Do you think I went to the Tianjin that day for no reason? Xu Qi'an bursts into laughter. Do you remember the title of the 8th rank at the Tianjin? The 8th rank is the observer of auspicious signs. Xu Qi'an's eyes gleam with insight as understanding dawns upon him. During the tax silver case, the sorcerers of the Tianjin participated in the investigation and adjudication of the case, indicating that the current emperor relies on the Tianjin. Xu Qi'an gazed ahead, invigorated by the spring breeze. At first glance, the case appeared irrational, yet upon closer inspection, one would discover the absence of any tangible clues. Oh, my elder brother, I am quite adept in this regard. Furthermore, given the factors of political strife, the case is destined to be both troublesome and arduous to investigate. Thus, the most straightforward and effective approach would undoubtedly be to consult the sorcerers of the Astral Monitoring Office. Xu Qi'an acknowledged this with full understanding. So, elder brother has engaged the sorcerers of the Astral Monitoring Office. Crass. Xu Qi'an spat, asserting with candor, the dealings with the alchemists cannot be deemed as bribery. It is merely an equitable exchange. After a brief pause, he continued, Ziji, remember, in this world, apart from blood relatives, both friends and foes are motivated by the principle of self-interest, particularly within the realm of politics. No one will be kind to you without reason, nor will anyone harbor animosity towards you without cause. Even your closest friends are drawn to you because your existence serves a beneficial purpose for them. In the future, should you ascend to office, my hope is that you will become a capable minister rather than a mere upright official. Xu Qi'an imparted his personal convictions to his younger brother, stating slowly, bear in mind, harmonize with the light and blend with the dust. To cultivate my younger brother into the prime minister of the Great Feng, I must first shape him in my own image. Otherwise, what benefit is there in nurturing a prime minister whose principles diverge from mine? Xu Qi'an gazed into the distance and proclaimed, harmonize with the light and blend with the dust. But what if I lose my way amidst the mists of power in the future? That will be your own fortune. Of course, should Ziji become a treacherous minister causing chaos beyond measure, elder brother will not hesitate to sever ties. Xu Qi'an said half jokingly and half seriously, all right. Xu Qi'an retorted, if one day my elder brother becomes a marauding warrior, I shall be the same. He felt as if he had inadvertently set a flag. Xu Qi'an cleared his throat and turned to Su Pingji, second uncle, you must bear witness for us. Get lost. Su Pingji rebuked. You speak of internal strife as if I do not exist. For this, I even researched ancient case-solving procedures. Later, I pondered why I should devote so much ink to a minor character. It seemed to disrupt the narrative hierarchy. With so much written, I could have elaborated on my own instead. Thus, I distilled the essence, emphasizing party struggles while condensing the trial processes. The latter lacked excitement, and I surmised you would not appreciate it. The segment featuring Deputy Minister Zhou serves as the prologue to this entire volume. Chapter 59. This child is too challenging. I cannot teach him. A convoy slowly came to a halt at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Within the opulent carriage, the Grand Princess descended via a small ladder, ascending the mountain amidst the throng of soldiers. The mountain breeze gently caressed her flowing skirt and hair as the noble and aloof Grand Princess faced the wind, squinting her bright eyes. At a pavilion halfway up the mountain, she beheld an elderly gentleman with graying hair, seated at a desk opposite a young child. Beside the child was a young girl, engrossed in needlework, her beauty striking. The elderly gentleman intoned gravely, how many times have I told you? Your grip on the pen must be proper. The child responded, I know, sir. The elderly gentleman retorted, then why have you not corrected it? The child queried, correct what? The venerable tutor, with a sigh, resigned himself to the day's lack of composition and proposed, let us instead recite the three-character classic. He cleared his throat and began. Humans at birth are inherently good. The young child echoed, humans at birth are inherently what? The tutor repeated, "Humans at birth are inherently good." The child responded, "Humans are inherently good." The tutor questioned, "Why the pause in the middle?" The child confessed, "I had forgotten." The tutor, with renewed patience, started again, once more. "Humans at birth are inherently good." The child, undeterred, asked, "Humans at birth are inherently what?" At this, the tutor was exasperated. Outside the pavilion, the esteemed princess could not suppress her amusement, her crystalline eyes reflecting a ripple of laughter, momentarily animating her ethereal beauty. Recognizing the princess, the tutor rose promptly and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness." The princess, regal and ethereally beautiful, inclined her head slightly and inquired in a voice as clear as the chime of ice, "Since when has Yunlu Academy accommodated such young children?" The tutor turned and gestured for the two sisters to come forward and pay their respects. Su Lingwei rose and curtsied gracefully, while Su Lingyan stared vacantly at the woman whose figure rivaled her mother's and whose beauty surpassed it. The tutor, embarrassed, said, "The child is impudent, Your Highness. Please forgive her." He was not overly concerned, for although the princess possessed a cold and noble demeanor that discouraged familiarity, she was a scholar with a magnanimous spirit. The tutor continued, "These two are family members of one of the academy's students. Due to circumstances at home, the womenfolk are temporarily residing at the academy, seeking refuge." The astute princess swiftly discerned the underlying implication. She scrutinized the comely young woman and the less intelligent child, then smiled faintly and asked, "Which student might that be?" "She may be considered a student of the academy, well-versed in its regulations. Without the approval of a distinguished scholar, it is impossible for the female relatives of students to reside on Qingyan Mountain." Su Lingwa spoke softly, "My elder brother, Xu Qi'an." She refrained from mentioning Xu Qi'an, as her elder brother was not a student of the academy. Xu Qi'an. The gaze of the grand princess flickered momentarily, as she recalled the brotherly connection between them, having investigated Xu Qi'an's background. The mastermind behind the tax silver case was Minister Zhou, and approximately a fortnight ago, Xu Qi'an had an altercation with the son of Minister Zhou in the bustling market. The grand princess turned her attention to the charming and graceful young lady, her tone gentle. "When did this happen?" "It has been nearly a fortnight," Su Lingwei replied. "He is acquainted with Kai Wei. And since Kai Wei is aware of Minister Zhou's involvement in the tax silver case, it follows that even that seemingly ordinary clerk would also be privy to this matter." Realizing she had offended Minister Zhou, sending her female relatives to the academy could be seen as a defensive strategy. However, would it not be wiser to flee the capital entirely? Sending the women to the academy while the men remain in the capital raises questions about their intentions. Considering the trigger for Minister Zhou's demotion and exile, the grand princess narrowed her exquisite eyes, nodded slightly, and continued her ascent with the guards. In the elegant pavilion, the grand princess scrutinized Zhao Shou, feeling somewhat surprised. In just a fortnight, the dean's demeanor has changed remarkably. The previous dean was disheveled, with white hair cascading down and a somber expression etched upon his brow. Now, however, his eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality, his spirit unwavering yet concealed, radiating energy. Zhao Shou did not respond directly, but laughed heartily. As the sage said, "There is no distinction of age in learning. Those who excel take precedence. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds, and those who excel may indeed be younger than their teachers." This sentiment perhaps resonates with the events that transpired at the Yaxing Academy, which have piqued her interest. Her insatiable curiosity is fueled by the implications of the Confucian orthodoxy struggle, which will undoubtedly influence the future political landscape. What exactly transpired that day? The Yaxing Academy has been sealed off, with no one permitted to enter, and even the night watchmen are at a loss. The princess, gathering her scattered thoughts, gazes out at the deep green bamboo grove, sighing. Is the director aware of the dismissal of Deputy Minister Zhou and his subsequent exile? In the realm of the Dafeng bureaucracy, this is merely the opening act of party strife. Zhao Shou chuckles and shakes his head, reluctant to delve deeper into the matter, as he summons a chessboard, stating, "Ever since Li Mubai's 3 victories over Wei Yuan, he has refrained from playing chess. There are few in the academy who can engage in a match with me. With the princess's presence today, he invites her to partake in a game." The princess, however, responds with a hint of exasperation. "Why should the director subject himself to such humiliation by playing against me?" Meanwhile, in a nearby tower, 3 esteemed scholars have just concluded their discourse when a young attendant presents a letter announcing the princess's visit to the academy. In her handwritten note, she mentions a recent poetic masterpiece that has captivated the literati of the capital, with the National Academy hailing it as the pinnacle of poetry in a century, overshadowing the farewell verses from Yunlu Academy. Furthermore, unlike the farewell verses, this celebrated poem originates from the Music Bureau and features an engaging tale of talented individuals, making it more widely circulated and appreciated. At the end of her note, the princess includes the poem that has rapidly gained acclaim among the literary circles of the capital within just a few days. The old man had secluded himself for several days, only to discover that a remarkable masterpiece had emerged in the capital. Zhang Shun gazed intently at the accompanying poem. Among the myriad blossoms, one stands alone in beauty, capturing all the charm of the gentle breeze toward the small garden. The sparse shadows stretch across the shallow water, and the subtle fragrance wafts in the moonlit dusk. Zhang Shun, resembling a statue, remained silent for a considerable time before gently placing the paper down and turning his attention to Li Mubai and Shen Tai, who were engaged in tea and conversation. Qingjing, Yuping, take a look at this, he said. His sudden display of seriousness left the two scholars momentarily taken aback. Li Mubai took the paper, swiftly glanced at it, and then his gaze deepened, shedding his previous relaxed demeanor. Let me see, Chen Tai said, noticing their expressions. He reached for the paper and, after reading it thoroughly, savored it for a long while. With a deep sigh, the esteemed scholar remarked, the line-sparse shadows and subtle fragrance encapsulate the unparalleled grace of the plum blossom. Truly a reflection of exquisite thought. Li Mubai then commented, though Ning Yan's poem Who in the World Does Not Recognize You indeed stirs the spirit. When it comes to the profundity of its meaning, the beauty of its wording, and the elegance of its essence, it falls considerably short. Zhang Xin stroked his beard and sighed. With the emergence of this poem, it stands as an unsurpassable ode to the plum blossom. Who is this young Ling, endowed with such talent, yet I have never heard of him? Chen Tai re-examined the manuscript and said, it appears he is a scholar from Changle County, who composed this poem as a tribute to the courtesan Fu Xiang in the teaching office. At this point, the tea room fell silent, leaving the three scholars in contemplation. A palpable sense of melancholy permeated the air. After a long period of reflection, Zhang Xin declared, I believe we must immediately inform the dean and invite this scholar to our academy. Such talent must not be overlooked. Chen Tai and Li Mubai readily concurred. It is indeed reasonable. This time, to fetch their aunt and sisters. The students Xu Qi'an and Su Ning Yin first paid a visit to their teacher. Coincidentally, the three esteemed scholars had just concluded their lecture and, upon recognizing the visit from valued students, gathered in the hall to enjoy tea together. Zhang Shun was the first to cast a glance at his disciple, who had evidently undergone a transformation in demeanor, and remarked with satisfaction, Qi'an, it appears that transcribing the sayings of the sages has profoundly benefited you. Su Qi'an felt a wave of embarrassment and nodded in acknowledgement. Li Mubai, taken aback, questioned, transcribing the sayings of the sages aids in entering the realm of self-cultivation? How is it that I have not discerned this? Su Erlang opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately chose silence. He had indeed brushed against the threshold of self-cultivation, but that was only upon witnessing the 4 lines inscribed by his elder brother on the stone tablet. It was a subtle and gradual process. However, it was not appropriate to voice this publicly, even though everyone was well aware of the origin of those 4 lines. After a few casual exchanges, Chen Tai glanced at Li Mubai and Zhang Xin, smiling as he remarked, you two reside in the capital. Are you aware that a peerless masterpiece has recently emerged in the city? The shadows of sparse branches stretch across the clear water, while a faint fragrance wafts in the moonlit dusk. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Ning Yan, though gifted in poetry, should not become complacent. For one must recognize that in this world of scholars, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This old fellow is merely envious of our having acquired a remarkable student, yet such sage words are difficult to refute. Zhang Shun could only concede. This poem is indeed astonishingly brilliant. Ning Yan need not take it too seriously. The ancient ode to the plum blossom is unmatched. Arguing over it would be futile. Li Mubai nodded slowly, acknowledging that while contemporary scholars may lack a certain spirit, there are exceptions. The poet Yang Ling may not be able to produce a second masterpiece. Yet it is highly likely that Ning Yin will create a 3rd or even a 4th poem in the future. Su Xinyan glanced at his cousin and remarked, this poem was also composed by my elder brother. Chapter 60. The night watchman arrives. Upon hearing this, Chen Tai, who was sipping tea, spat it out in surprise. Li Mubai and Zhang Xin froze momentarily, swiftly turning their heads to stare at Xu Qi'an. The author of the poem was not Yongling? Has the young brother become audacious enough to sell me out so straightforwardly? Xu Qi'an, with a stiff resolve, replied, "It is my pseudonym." Is that truly the case? Indeed. The two remained skeptical and pressed. What were you doing at the teaching workshop? Xu Qi'an straightened his posture and stated, to study the young talents. The room fell into a profound silence, as the three esteemed scholars felt a heaviness in their chests, akin to a blockage, making it difficult to breathe. After a few seconds, Zhang Shen rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Xu Qi'an. You. He paced frantically within the confines of the room, overwhelmed with agitation. A timeless masterpiece, and you apply it to a woman of ill repute. Does she deserve it? Does she deserve it? Yes, it would be better suited to you. Xu Qi'an inwardly scoffed while outwardly adopting a posture of attentively receiving his mentor's admonitions. Li Mubai, equally stirred, lamented, Yong Mei. Indeed, a gift of floating fragrance to the Shadow Plum Pavilion is utterly vulgar, shockingly so. It is a sheer travesty to waste such a splendid poem. If it could be changed to Cloud Deer Academy gifts to Mr. Mubai, you might find yourself laughing like a pig, Xu Qi'an sarcastically thought. 2 verses could become eternal classics. Yet, to apply them to a woman of the brothel is indeed a waste. However, one must not judge by appearances alone. Without this poem to garner the favor of the famed courtesan, how could he extract useful information? How could he ensnare Jolie? If Jolie were not trapped? What if the Vice Minister Zhou managed to endure? What if his political adversaries failed to bring him down? What fate would await the Xu family? Poetry is, after all, merely borrowed. There is no sense in lamenting. Moreover, if it does not alleviate the current predicament, how much use is the abundance of words stored within? Only when poetry can be transformed into tangible benefits does it hold true value. Chen Tai sighed inwardly, upon learning that Yang Ling was Xu Qi'an's alias. He was initially astonished and incredulous, but upon further reflection, it seemed reasonable. Such poetic talent could not simply appear out of nowhere. If Li Mubai and Zhang Shen could take him as a disciple, why could he not? If there are 2 mentors, why not 3? Chen the great scholar secretly resolved to seek an opportunity to bring this poet under his wing. After enduring a barrage of words, Xu Qi'an obediently admitted his faults and promised that in the future, any fine poems or verses would first be submitted to his 2 mentors for refinement. Li Mubai and Zhang Shen reluctantly calmed down. Besides the regret of having brushed past a timeless masterpiece, the 2 scholars genuinely felt that Xu Qi'an's application of this poem to a courtesan was a lamentable squandering of talent. Xu Qi'an, possessing a semblance of conscience, timely stepped in to mediate and shift the topic. My younger sister has been receiving enlightenment at the academy for some time. I wonder if there have been any results? The 3 esteemed scholars exchanged glances, and Chen Tai could not help but chuckle. Your sister truly possesses an unwavering resolve, utterly unyielding. Zhang Shen sighed in resignation. In a mere 10 days, her tutors have changed 4 times. Li Mubai added, each swore never to enlighten a child again in this lifetime. In the quaint courtyard, a family reunited after a long separation. The aunt joyfully welcomed her husband and beloved son, while the second uncle embraced his young daughter and wife with delight. Upon seeing her father, Su Ling was overcome with emotion, clinging to his leg and sobbing heartily. Su Ershu felt a surge of compassion, believing his daughter had suffered under the strict tutelage at the academy, where the instructors must be exceedingly stern. Standing to the side, Su Lingyue, clad in a deep indigo robe, observed the scene with a faint smile gracing her delicate, oval face. Being older, she could not recklessly leap into her father's embrace like her younger sister, nor did she enjoy the same affection from their parents as the eldest son did. The child caught in the middle often finds herself in an awkward position. After a 10-day separation, Xu Qi'an approached, taking his sister's delicate hand, scrutinizing her closely. Her slender waist, cinched with a sash, hinted at burgeoning womanhood, while her figure, poised to blossom, was particularly alluring. Her oval face and large eyes, flawless from any distance, lacked a touch of feminine charm, yet radiated the purity and vivacity of youth. Su Lingyue instinctively tugged at her hand, but restrained herself, the warmth of her elder brother's palm causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks, her eyes shimmering as she softly called out, "Elder brother." On their way home, in an unprecedented whim, Su Lingyue expressed a desire to ride a horse. However, due to her lack of equestrian skills, after obtaining their father's consent, she decided to share a mount with Xu Qi'an. The sun shone gently, and a cool breeze brushed against their faces. Riding in the depths of winter felt akin to riding a motorcycle in the dead of winter without a helmet. Being a woman, Su Lingwen nestled closely in Xu Qi'an's embrace, her bright eyes drinking in the surrounding scenery, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of security. Xu Qi'an also had a younger sister in his arms. Second brother, the horse is jolting me. I feel nauseous. Then let's return to the carriage. I want to ride on your neck. Su Erlang furrowed his brow at the incessant chatter of the little one. An ant from the carriage lifted the curtain, revealing her enchanting face. My lord, in my absence from the manor, have you been gallivanting? Xu Qi'an and Xu Qi'an replied in unison, no. The ant scrutinized the two for a moment and retorted, I wasn't asking you. Don't be so talkative. 3 days later, it was a day of rest. In the early morning, Xu Qi'an fiddled with a jade mirror, its surface reflecting the faint outlines of military crossbows, copper mirrors, and simple blades, resembling a painting with blurred strokes. For the time being, he used this mirror as a storage pouch, cramming various items into it. Upon arriving at the main residence and having breakfast, Su Lingwen, with an eager expression, proposed, Elder brother, since you have a day off today, why not accompany me for a stroll? Uncle Su recalled the recent incident involving Zhou Li and his horse, furrowing his brow as he remarked, today, I too have a day of rest. Lingwen, allow me to accompany you outside. Su Lingwen pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Never mind. I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Uncle Su replied, this morning, I shall enjoy some music at the tea house, then return home for a midday nap, and later venture into the black market. I must hasten my breakthrough to the qi refinement stage. Xu Qi'an found himself lost in thought. At that moment, the doorman, old Zhang, hurriedly entered and announced from the entrance, Sir, 2 officers are waiting outside. Officers? Su Pingji took a sip of plain porridge, casually inquiring. From where do these officers hail? Su Erlang interjected, Elder brother, are they your colleagues? Xu Qi'an, indifferent, responded, they likely are not. Old Zhang continued, I am unaware of their origins, but they are clad in black attire, with peculiar brass gongs tied to their chests. The 3 Su brothers exchanged a silent, yet weighty glance, each discerning a sense of gravity in the other's eyes. The night watchman. Quickly, let them in, Su Pingji urged, rising hastily and making his way towards the front hall. Xu Qi'an and Xu Qi'an followed closely, their minds racing as they contemplated the purpose of the night watchman's visit. In the Dafeng Dynasty, the term night watchman bore ominous connotations, often associated with accusations, imprisonment, and the harrowing act of house raids. Yet, upon introspection, one would surmise that someone of Uncle Su's stature would hardly warrant the attention of the night watchman. Before long, the trio encountered the visiting night watchman in the front hall. The 2 figures were clad in standard black uniforms, with short capes trailing behind them, and adorned with a gong inscribed with intricate incantations across their chests. Both night watchmen appeared youthful, with the one on the left bearing a stern countenance, devoid of mirth. On the right stood a man whose demeanor was entirely the opposite. A smile graced his face, and his eyes were narrowed into mere slits. The young man, with his eyes crinkled in mirth, cast a cursory glance at the 3 members of the Su family and inquired, which one is Xu Qi'an? Taking a step forward, Xu Qi'an replied, that would be me. The young man with the squinting eyes nodded slightly, saying, come with us for a moment. Su Pingji's brow furrowed. As he positioned himself protectively in front of Xu Qi'an, clasping his fists and speaking in a grave tone, gentlemen, what offense has my nephew committed? The serious-looking youth frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the other, still smiling, remarked, those who do not engage in illicit acts by day need not fear the night watchman. Given the nature of the night watchman's duties, would a refusal to cooperate lead to an immediate draw of blades? Xu Qi'an placed a reassuring hand on his uncle's shoulder and addressed the 2 night watchmen. Very well, I shall accompany you. He departed the Su residence alongside the night watchman, who indicated a horse-drawn carriage waiting at the entrance, with the serious-faced watchman gesturing for Xu Qi'an to enter. The perpetually smiling young man removed a brass gong from his chest, striking it forcefully, and proclaimed in a clear voice, the air is dry. Be cautious of fire. The night watchman's office was located in the inner city, quite a distance from the Su residence, necessitating several hours of walking. Thus, the provision of a carriage for Xu Qi'an was not a matter of special privilege, but rather a means to conserve time. The stoic night watchman took the reins. While inside the carriage, Xu Qi'an faced the congenial young man. What do you require of me? Is this regarding the Zhou Li case? That cannot be. For while I do not guarantee a flawless crime, I can assure you that in the unmonitored realm of the Dafeng Dynasty, it is impossible to trace the abduction of the Zhang family's second young lady back to me. Even with the slightest hint, they would not hastily pinpoint my location. Xu Qi'an reached into his bosom and gently tapped the back of a jade mirror, producing a silver note. Upon glancing at it, he discovered it was worth 10 taels, which brought him a sense of relief. With sincerity, he presented the silver note, saying, "I am but a law-abiding citizen who admires you, esteemed sir, for your dedicated service to the nation and its people. I humbly offer you 10 taels for tea. Should you be willing to enlighten me on the recent events, I would be most grateful." The night watchman's gaze fell upon the silver note, and he smiled innocently with his eyes narrowed. The rules for night watchmen are strict. Accepting bribes exceeding 10 taels results in 50 lashes, exceeding 50 leads to exile, and over 100 leads to execution. Clearly, I have no need to suffer punishment for a mere 10 taels. Xu Qi'an smiled awkwardly, prepared to retract the silver, when he heard the young man with squinted eyes leisurely state, "If you wish to extract information from me, you must increase your offer." Without hesitation, Xu Qi'an presented 30 taels. The young man chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits. He tucked away 2 silver notes and handed another through the curtain, saying, "Having received 30 taels, we each take 10, leaving 10 for tonight's tea at the pleasure house. That makes it 5 for each of us." The serious young man accepted the silver note with a low grunt. The squint-eyed youth, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, smiled at Xu Qi'an and remarked, "While rules hold great significance, when everyone tacitly disregards them, being overly insistent on adherence may lead to one's own exclusion." Chapter 61. Irrefutable evidence. He scrutinized Xu Qi'an with subtlety, noting the tension in his posture and the forced smile upon his lips. "I am merely tasked with escorting you back for questioning," he reassured. "The specifics of the matter remain obscure to me. However, bear in mind this. When you find yourself before the authorities, do not conceal what should be spoken, and refrain from uttering that which ought not be revealed, even at the cost of your life." Xu Qi'an thought to himself, "How could I not understand such a principle? It is hardly worth 30 taels of silver. Nonsense." This is akin to the insincere excuses one makes when seeking intervention from the relevant departments. A surge of frustration coursed through him, a desire to strike the man with the squinty eyes, yet he restrained himself. The carriage traversed bustling marketplaces and lengthy streets, finally arriving at the watchman's bureau at the appointed hour. Xu Qi'an disembarked and was escorted inside the formidable edifice by 2 watchmen. The office had been converted from 2 traditional courtyards, with towering lofts above. The watchmen, clad in black and wielding bronze gongs, moved in and out with grim expressions, exuding an air of authority. "I wonder if I will be sent to the watchman's prison, a place notorious for its mercilessness. I shall observe the situation carefully. I am an upstanding citizen, and I have committed no crime." Xu Qi'an inhaled deeply, striving to calm his anxious heart. Before long, he was led into a small courtyard. 2 watchmen stood at the entrance, and after an exchange, the squinty-eyed man paused at the threshold, smiling, "Step inside, and may fortune favor you." With that, he departed alongside his serious-faced companion. Xu Qi'an was ushered within, where 2 watchmen opened the door to the room and coldly instructed, "Enter. This is an interrogation room, adorned with a variety of instruments of torture in one corner, while the center features a long, empty table. The chief interrogator has yet to arrive." Xu Qi'an, hesitant to take a seat, stands within the room, contemplating why the night watchman would seek him out. However, before he can ponder further, footsteps echo as someone enters the courtyard. The door swings open, and 2 middle-aged men, their chests emblazoned with silver gongs, step inside. Xu Qian's muscles tense instantaneously as he casts a quick glance at the 2 silver gongs, only to be astonished to recognize one as an old acquaintance. He possesses a prominent nose, deeply set features, and slightly lighter-colored pupils, hinting at his mixed heritage with the southern barbarians. It is indeed the silver gong he encountered during the tax silver case in the back hall of the magistrate's office. Once again, they meet. Liuchen nods, his gaze devoid of warmth. The 2 silver gongs take their seats behind the table, their expressions grave, their eyes piercing as they scrutinize Xu Qi'an. "You will answer my questions. Should you lie, severe punishment awaits," intones the unfamiliar silver gong in a deep voice. Xu Qian's heart sinks. These 2 regard him with the eyes of a criminal. Liuchen furrows his brow. "Before answering questions, you must first arrange your attire. This is the most fundamental courtesy. Only then does Xu Qi'an realize that his collar is too loose and asymmetrical, a consequence of stealthily retrieving banknotes in the carriage. Once he adjusts his collar, Li Yuchen's expression softens slightly, as if a burden has been lifted. The unfamiliar silver gong inquires, "Do you know that the mastermind behind the tax silver case is the former Deputy Minister Zhou?" Xu Qi'an responds truthfully, "I have heard Miss Kaiwei from the Tianjin speak of it." The silver gong continues, "And do you understand that Zhou Li's actions against you are also driven by vengeance?" Xu Qi'an acknowledges the truth of this statement. Xu Qi'an remembered the admonition of the young man with slanted eyes, to disclose nothing that should be revealed. On that day, the white-clad officials of the Tianjin stormed into the Ministry of Justice to rescue him, an event witnessed by many, making denial impossible. It was better to acknowledge it candidly, presenting an image of grace and clarity. "Do you know that Zhou Li intends to bring about your demise?" "Indeed." Thus, in a bid to avoid retribution from the Zhou family, you abducted the illegitimate daughter of the Marquis Wei and framed Zhou Li for it. The unfamiliar silver-clad officer's gaze flickered with sharp intensity. It was indeed for this matter Xu Qi'an remained entirely unperturbed, even feigning a degree of confusion and the panic of being wronged. "The words of the esteemed sir elude my understanding. On the day the illegitimate daughter of the Marquis Wei was kidnapped, you were not on duty at the Chonglu County Yamen. Where did you go?" "I went to the pleasure quarters to listen to music. I admit my negligence, as I often sneak away to indulge in such pastimes." This fact can be corroborated by Captain Wang and the other clerks, for they too partake in this leisurely pursuit. "Moreover, what concern is it of yours if I, a mere clerk of Changla County, take a brief respite at the pleasure quarters?" "Then how do you explain the matter of the receipt?" asked Li Yuchen in a deep voice. "The records from the Yamen indicate that you frequently visited the inner city." "I am wronged." Xu Qi'an widened his eyes, fervently defending himself. "I have never set foot in the inner city, nor have I ever obtained a receipt from the Yamen. They are framing me. My visits to the inner city were always conducted through intermediaries, and my hands remain clean. Furthermore, the intermediary was Yang Ling. What connection does that have with me?" "Xu Qi'an?" The two silver-clad officers exchanged glances after a moment of questioning, seemingly taken aback. "Regarding interrogation techniques, I too am a professional." Xu Qi'an exhaled softly, his gaze darting to the instruments of torture, a tightening sensation enveloping his heart. Li Yuchen sighed. "Indeed, had we not acquired the evidence in advance, one might have been swayed by the dialogue we just had. Once again, they are attempting to ensnare me," his tone exuding an unsettling confidence. Xu Qi'an maintained an impassive expression. As a graduate of the police academy and a seasoned officer with years of experience, he possessed the self-assurance to navigate various forms of interrogation. Unless the opponent resorted to coercion, that would be an entirely different matter. With the fall of Deputy Minister Zhou and in the absence of concrete evidence, he believed the night watchman would not impose undue hardship upon him. The unfamiliar silver gong player retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, opened it, and glanced at Xu Qi'an before reciting from the notes. On the first day of October, the day of Rinqiu, Xu Qi'an claims to have returned from the Deer Academy, purchasing 2 golden hairpins at Baoqi Pavilion, during which he was followed, suspected to be individuals from the Zhou residence. "That evening, I startled and repelled an assassin from the Zhou household. On the second day of October, the day of Guhai, I relocated the womenfolk to the Deer Academy for safety. On the 5th day of October, the day of Bingyin, I entered the inner city and visited the teaching bureau, spending a night at the Ingmei Pavilion, where a poem titled Gift of Floating Fragrance is suspected to be composed by Xu Qi'an. On the 7th day of October, the day of Wuchen, I drove a carriage to collide with the illegitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wei, abducting her by unknown means." The unfamiliar silver gong player closed the notebook, casting a derisive glance at Xu Qi'an, followed by a derisive chuckle. Xu Qi'an felt a chill seep through his body, as if he were shivering in the depths of winter without sufficient clothing. "The night watchman has been trailing me ever since the day I went to the academy. All my plans have been scrutinized by him these past few days. It's over. Why would the night watchman follow me? I am merely a minor player. This is illogical." Xu Qi'an raged silently within, feeling a profound despair akin to an abyss. Framing the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, kidnapping a marquis's daughter. These two crimes combined were sufficient to warrant the annihilation of my entire family. No sage from Yunlu Academy could save him, nor could the white-clad officials from the Bureau of Celestial Phenomena. No one could rescue him. My actions were meticulously executed, leaving no incriminating evidence behind. Yet the night watchman witnessed my every move. Fate has conspired against me. Cold sweat beaded on Xu Qi'an's forehead, sliding down his cheek and dripping onto the ground under the mocking, icy gazes of the two silver-hatted officials. Wait, he suddenly noticed an illogical detail. If the night watchman observed the entire process, why did he not expose him? By merely submitting the report, Zhou Li could absolve himself. And the blade aimed at the Xu family would once again descend after a delay of a month and a half. Why wait until Deputy Zhou's downfall to invite him for tea? Xu Qi'an exhaled a heavy sigh, expelling a torrent of negative emotions along with it. Bowing his head submissively, this humble person confesses, it was all the doing of a lowly individual. How you choose to deal with it is entirely at your discretion. The serious-faced, silver-hatted official raised an eyebrow, exchanging a knowing glance with Li Yuqian, both of whom revealed a smile. Quite astute, exceedingly perceptive. Li Yuqian chuckled. That was merely a test of your mettle. Had you betrayed any weakness during interrogation, or succumbed to the weight of irrefutable evidence, a true reckoning would have awaited you. He paused, his countenance softening, his smile becoming more affable. Now, however, an invitation from the Night Watch beckons. The Night Watch's invitation. An invitation for me? Xu Qi'an was momentarily incredulous, maintaining his silence, refraining from hasty speech. You possess a certain aptitude, a fact I ascertained back in the government office's rear hall. However, the Night Watch adheres to certain standards. The Qi refining realm is the minimum requirement. Li Yuqian adopted a more relaxed posture, no longer as imposing as before. As the guardians of the Great Feng and protectors of His Majesty, stringent requirements are only to be expected. Yet, you have proven your worth through your own capabilities. Even at the essence refining realm, the Night Watch is willing to enlist you. Is it because my methods are sufficiently underhanded, my mind sufficiently meticulous, that I've been granted this exceptional admission? Indeed, that silver gong with his half-southern barbarian blood had expressed admiration for me during the tax silver case. The stern-faced silver gong added, of course, the primary reason is the Princess Royal's recommendation. The Princess Royal? Xu Qi'an was taken aback once more. Who is the Princess Royal, and why would she recommend me? I have no acquaintance with her. I have indeed heard of her at the Cloud Deer Academy, but we have never met. Why would she commend me to the Night Watch? Xu Qi'an was filled with bewilderment and incomprehension. The two silver gongs seemed disinclined to enlighten him, or perhaps they themselves were unaware of the reasons. In addition to these factors, the reason why the two adults did not report me is, Li Yuqian chuckled, saying, you should be aware of the duties of the Night Watchman, the supervision of officials. Deputy Minister Zhou, who embezzled the National Treasury's funds, stands not in the same camp as the Night Watchman. In fact, the downfall of Deputy Minister Zhou was aided by the machinations of the Watchman. Xu Qi'an suddenly understood. Sooner or later, Deputy Minister Zhou is destined to fall. We had already begun to take measures against him. Your small scheme has merely expedited our progress, remarked the serious-faced, silver-clad officer. Li Yuqian glanced at him and said, Minister's son, as previously agreed, I shall take this person. Please grant us a moment for conversation. The silver-clad officer surnamed Sun did not leave but instead fixed his gaze on Xu Qi'an, stating, you possess the power of choice, to follow him or to follow me. The disparity in authority between us is negligible, yet he is unyieldingly principled and lacks flexibility. Following his lead will yield a life of mediocrity, whereas aligning with me could grant you the opportunity to purchase a rather decent courtyard in the inner city within 3 years. 3 years of labor for a residence in the capital, truly an irresistible temptation. Xu Qi'an politely declined Minister Sun's invitation, saying, during the tax silver case, Minister Li provided me with a chance to redeem myself, a kindness I have always cherished. I wish to work under his guidance. This was but one reason, the other being his unwillingness to betray his principles and engage in unscrupulous dealings. Minister Sun nodded slightly in approval, stating, understanding the value of gratitude is indeed commendable. He exited without a trace of reluctance. As the door closed, Li Yuqian gestured towards the chair opposite him with a gentle smile and said, please, take a seat and introduce yourself. I am Li Yuqian, and I shall be your superior from now on. You may address me as such. If that feels uncomfortable, you may call me Lordly. Is it acceptable to refer to you as Brother Chun? Xu Qi'an took a seat, slightly apprehensive, and respectfully addressed him as Lordly. In serving under me, you must act with integrity. This is something you must remember, Li Yuqian advised before beginning to elaborate on the Night Watchman organization. In the hierarchy of the Night Watchman, the lowest position is that of the Bai, who are not part of the formal structure and perform menial tasks. Next are the Tongluo, who are proper Night Watchmen, at least at the Qi refinement stage. receiving a monthly salary of 5 taels of silver and 2 shears of rice. Above them are the Yin Luo, who enjoy the benefits of 100 households. The highest rank is the Jin Luo, of which there are only 10 in the capital of Dafeng, who report directly to Lord Wei. Xu Qi'an nodded. He was already familiar with this knowledge. Recognizing that Wei Yuan was the head of the night watchman, their duties include supervising officials and safeguarding the capital, with further specifics to be learned in due time. Li Yuchen scrutinized Xu Qi'an. You are currently at the pinnacle of the refining essence stage. I have 2 suggestions for you. First, gradually accumulate merits and await your opportunity. Second, pay 400 taels of silver, and I shall assist you in opening the heavenly gate. Without hesitation, Xu Qi'an chose the latter option. Li Yuchen squinted slightly. You seem rather affluent. It was lent to me by Miss Kai Wei of the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau, Xu Qi'an replied, maintaining his composure as he shifted the blame onto the captivating beauty. Li Yuchen nodded. I will first arrange for you to change your household registration and handle the necessary procedures. He spoke and then exited the room. After a while, he returned, accompanied by a young man with squinting eyes and another who wore a serious expression. Song Tingfeng, the man with the squint, introduced himself, surveying Xu Qi'an from head to toe. Not bad. You've come in and become a colleague. Zhu Guangxiao, the serious young man, spoke briefly before lapsing into silence. Xu Qi'an followed the two as they proceeded to complete the onboarding procedures. Along the way, Song Tingfeng chatted casually. Working under head Li is generally quite easy. There is not much in the way of backstabbing and petty schemes. The downside is that one must be cautious when it comes to making money. Small greed is acceptable, but don't go overboard. Then can you return the 30 taels of silver to me? Xu Qi'an gazed at him earnestly. Song Tingfeng met his gaze with equal sincerity. When did I ever take your money? You scoundrel. Xu Qi'an grinned. Oh, I must have remembered it incorrectly. By the way, we're planning to visit the Bureau of Rights tonight. Would you like to join us? Song Tingfeng extended the invitation. I despise such decadent official social gatherings. Xu Qi'an replied with a smile. All right. Once the procedures were completed, Song Tingfeng led him deeper into the yamen, explaining as they walked, after joining as a night watchman. There's another process, a competency test. A competency test? Xu Qi'an imagined placing his hand on a crystal stone, envisioning a scene of testing one's martial prowess. It's a rule established by Lord Wei, Song Tingfeng clarified, which includes assessments of wisdom, strength, and moral integrity. As they spoke, they arrived before a loft. Stepping over a high threshold into the grand hall below, where 2 lines of poetry adorned a supporting pillar, may I offer my sincere heart to the temple's dust. Not seeking personal gain. This was penned by Lord Wei, intended as a cautionary reminder for us, remarked Song Tingfeng. Clearly, this served little purpose. Xu Qi'an cast a sidelong glance at him, his words laden with implication. Song Tingfeng feigned ignorance and led him further inside, stating, You are now in the refinement realm. So there is no need to assess your combat strength. We shall first evaluate your intellect. He summoned the clerks within the loft and issued his commands. After a brief moment, 2 clerks entered, each bearing a brocade box. Song Tingfeng smiled and said, One of the boxes they hold is empty, while the other contains something. You may choose to question one of them, but you may ask only a single question. Among them, one speaks only falsehoods, and the other, only the truth. He added with a chuckle, You have the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn for contemplation. I cannot offer you any hints. Zhu Guangxiao succinctly warned. This question is quite challenging. Think carefully. Song Tingfeng nodded. Although Lord Wei suggested this is merely a game, very few managed to guess correctly. I only comprehended it after the incense had burned, and it is said that only the esteemed officials of the golden gongs can grasp this riddle within 20 breaths. A clerk lit a stick of incense and placed it aside. Such simple logical puzzles. I had no idea how many I had tackled in my previous life. Xu Qi'an turned to the clerk on his left and inquired, If you were him, what would you tell me? The official appeared somewhat bewildered, seemingly caught off guard by Xu Qi'an's inquiry. After a considerable pause, he muttered, There is nothing. Xu Qi'an nodded, placing his hand on the brocade box held by the attendant to the right, asserting, The item is within this brocade box. Song Tingfeng opened his mouth, his expression stiff as he turned to his emotionless companion. How long? Zhu Guangxi replied with a hint of frustration, excluding the time the official was lost in thought. 12 breaths. The air fell silent for a moment. Song Tingfeng clasped his hands and shook his head helplessly. Your ability to solve the tax silver case is not merely a stroke of luck. He was aware of Xu Qi'an's reputation. Li Yuchen was one of the chief judges in the tax silver case, during which Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao had tirelessly pursued non-existent monsters outside. After the resolution of the tax silver case, as a participant, he naturally became acquainted with Xu Qi'an's presence. Chapter 63. Xu Qi'an. I still have a chance to salvage this to access the inquiry chamber, ascend the stairs from here, and continue to the top floor. Song Tingfeng guided him to the stairway. Pointing upward, there are no specific requirements for this stage, but remember to follow your instincts. If you appear overly contrived, your score will diminish. What purpose does the score serve? Xu Qi'an retorted. Why do you assess one's qualifications? The scoring system is divided into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D, with better qualifications naturally leading to easier cultivation. Song Tingfeng lifted his chin. I am AB. Zhu Guangxiao muttered. I am AC. I am a robust fellow. Xu Qi'an silently played a jest as he ascended the stairs alone. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he noticed an ancient copper mirror hanging on a crimson-painted pillar directly facing the staircase. The mirror reflected his image, causing an inexplicable flutter in his heart. His muscles tensed involuntarily before gradually relaxing. His turbulent thoughts settled, and his mind found tranquility as he relinquished all ambitions, desires, and personal yearnings. There is something amiss with this mirror. This thought briefly flitted through his mind before sinking into the depths of his consciousness, disregarded. The notion of forcibly entering a sage's state also faded away. He turned the corner with a light step, arriving at the hall on the 2nd floor, where a statue of the Buddha stood, exuding a robust and dignified presence. Offerings adorned the incense altar, and wisps of smoke spiraled upwards. Before the Buddha, an official stood, observing him. Xu Qi'an calmly appraised the statue for a moment before shifting his gaze and walking towards the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. The official watched his departing figure, lowering his head to write on paper, seemingly offering an evaluation. The 3rd floor housed a statue of the Taoist sage, clad in a Taoist robe, wielding a wooden sword, and standing upon clouds. Another official stood before this statue, quietly watching Xu Qi'an's arrival. After Xu Qi'an casually surveyed the statue and turned to leave, the official similarly took up his pen to inscribe an evaluation on the paper spread across the table. The 4th floor was dedicated to a Confucian sage, dressed in scholar's robes and wearing a scholar's cap, gazing into the distance. Once again, an official stood silently before the clay figure of the sage, observing Xu Qi'an. This statue bore an uncanny resemblance to the one at Yunlu Academy. Xu Qi'an mused upon this, departing without a trace of reluctance. He ascended to the highest level, the 5th floor. The 5th tier is dedicated to a man clad in a yellow robe, standing majestically, with both hands resting upon a sword. His arched brows and star-like eyes exude an imposing aura. Xu Qi'an does not recognize this figure. Yet the resplendent yellow dragon robe reveals his identity. He is a monarch of the Dafeng Dynasty, or perhaps the founding emperor. Upon reaching this point, Xu Qi'an suddenly comprehends the true essence of the heart-testing barrier. Assessing one's aptitude is merely a fragment of the whole. The real significance lies in evaluating a person's moral character. The mirror serves to prevent individuals from acting against their true intentions. Deliberately offering incense and worshipping is futile. Alas, I have not honored the Buddha, nor revered the Taoist sages, nor paid homage to the saints, which indicates my disregard for the divine and my disdain for the 4 books and 5 classics. Such concerns may be trivial, yet I must pay my respects to the figure on the 5th tier. Failing to do so would spell my doom. A person devoid of loyalty to ruler, father, or reverence for deities cannot find a place in this era. What is the Night Watchman organization? It is a spy and protective agency subordinate to the emperor. While it may show disregard for the 3 teachings, it cannot betray the emperor. Thus, the heart-testing barrier serves as a filtration of moral integrity. Xu Qi'an undoubtedly falls short. He ascended to the 5th floor without offering a single bow. A wretch like me would surely be cast out from the Night Watchman's ranks. This alone is troubling. But the critical issue is that the Night Watchman may be aware of my transgressions against Zhou Li. Who knows whether old grievances will resurface? These thoughts flickered through his mind, then settled, automatically disregarded. Xu Qi'an desperately wrestled against the sage mode, compelling himself to kneel before the monarch. 2 conflicting streams of consciousness clashed violently, rendering his body rigid, muscles spasming uncontrollably. The official standing before the monarch observed Xu Qi'an for a moment before gliding down the stairs. A few minutes later, the official returned, and Xu Qi'an remained in place. his body rigid and trembling as if suffering from cramping limbs. The official scrutinized Xu Qi'an as one might a rare specimen, murmuring, "I have exchanged evaluations with my colleagues downstairs." The official continued, when Duke Wei established the heart's inquiry. He made a stipulation. If someone fails to bow or knock for 5 consecutive floors, they are assuredly a villain of the utmost depravity. "Brother, grant me one more chance." Xu Qian's heart raced with anxiety. Thus, Duke Wei granted another opportunity, establishing a 6th level, one that had never been traversed before. The official regarded Xu Qi'an with a sense of wonder. "You are like a scorpion excreting, utterly unique. Relax your body. Do not seize up." Xu Qi'an ceased his internal struggle against the sage within and adjusted his breathing, successfully calming his muscles. It was only then that he realized his back was already drenched. He followed the official around the statue of the monarch, venturing into a deeper area where dappled sunlight filtered through the intricately carved windows, illuminating the wooden platform within. Upon the platform was inscribed a line of poetry, slaughtering 1,000,000 enemy warriors, the blood on my sword still fresh, returning with a golden mace in hand. None among the court dared to speak. The poem was indeed rather imposing. "Show me what the poem signifies," Xu Qi'an said, glancing at the reticent official beside him. Initially, he considered slipping some silver notes to extract information from him. However, he quickly reconsidered. Could such a mere official truly comprehend the intentions of that all-powerful eunuch? It seemed improbable. He admonished himself not to be led astray, lest he find himself on a path of doom. A poetic contest? It is unlikely that the theme at hand revolves around a contest of poetic talent. The inquiry into one's conscience is intrinsically linked to moral character, and thus must be approached from this perspective. Given that this is a test of moral integrity, one must ponder the purpose behind Wei Yuan's placement of this poem. Xu Qi'an, casting aside distractions, diligently engaged his thoughts. The 6th challenge appears to be designed for someone like me, a materialist devoid of a sovereign or a mentor, one who neither reveres deities nor honors Buddha, and it represents a final opportunity. Naturally, the aim is to unearth some rare virtues of character from within me. Should I fail to possess any, my fate would be sealed. The notion of precious moral integrity struck Xu Qi'an suddenly as he recalled a couplet from the hall on the 1st floor, with a sincere heart. "I dedicate myself to the mundane world, not seeking personal gain. Moreover, the duty of the bell ringer is to oversee the officials." Wei Yuan's poem similarly conveys loyalty to the nation and the authority to command officials. At this realization, Xu Qi'an's understanding deepened, comprehending the intent of that grand eunuch. This poem is not presented for the sake of poetic competition, but rather for empathy. If a wretched individual, devoid of military or scholarly guidance, were truly of malevolent nature, he would be incapable of opposing his own conscience to forcibly compose a poem of empathy. Conversely, this indicates that he possesses some treasured virtues, and Wei Yuan is willing to extend an opportunity. With a sigh, Xu Qi'an exhaled, extending his hand, the brush and ink await. The clerk handed him a brush and laid out the rice paper upon the wooden platform. Xu Qi'an poised the brush above the paper, closing his eyes. "Though I may lack a sovereign in my heart and disdain the veneration of deities and Buddha, I am not a person of irredeemable wickedness. I harbor a sense of justice and stand upon principles. I have never exploited the common people, nor have I relied upon my bureaucratic status to extort or coerce others. Even if such behavior is the norm in society, even though I once desperately sought wealth, I invite your empathy, and thus I shall compose a poem, as you desire." Xu Qi'an, without any psychological hesitation, inscribed in an unsightly script, "You consume the people's food and wealth. The common folk are easily oppressed. Yet heaven is not so easily deceived." The official gazed vacantly at the 4 lines on the paper. He accepted the rice paper and, with a serious demeanor, scrutinized Xu Qi'an for a moment before saying, "The inquiry has concluded. My lord may proceed as he wishes, but until the results are revealed, please do not leave the yamen. Every night watchman's qualifications must be personally assessed by Lord Wei. I shall convey this to him immediately." He practically fled down the staircase, the sound of his hurried footsteps echoing as he quickly disappeared. Xu Qi'an felt utterly drained, leaning against the wooden platform to catch his breath before descending as well. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao awaited their colleague on the ground floor. Upon seeing Xu Qi'an, they greeted him with smiles. "How many times did you kneel?" Their cheerful expressions resembled that of cunning foxes. The departing official did not share with him the details of the proceedings or the outcome. Xu Qi'an opened his mouth, ultimately opting for silence. Xu Qi'an, usually serious, slightly furrowed his brows. You don't look well. Not just unwell. I feel as though I have teetered on the brink of life and death twice, more exhilarating than a roller coaster. Xu Qi'an wearily shook his head and said, I wish to find a place to sit and enjoy some tea, to rest for a while. Song Tingfeng, with a playful glint in his eye, raised an eyebrow. Shall I also summon a courtesan to massage your shoulders and legs? You resemble a performer reciting witty tales beneath an overpass. Xu Qi'an nodded with a smile. Go to the teaching bureau and invite the celebrated courtesan, Fu Xiang. Song Tingfeng was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. I once dreamed of that in my youth. Chapter 64. Various cultivation systems. The most prominent structure within the night watchman's office is the magnificent Haoqi Tower, characterized by its pointed roof and tiered eaves, presenting a unified view from all directions. The lower 4 levels are encircled by a corridor, while the 5th and 6th levels boast a lookout hall, providing a panoramic view of the entire night watchman's office. The man known in the martial world as Wei Qingyi, a high-ranking eunuch, resides within this tower. In the tea room on the 7th floor, a man clad in azure robes reclines against a soft couch, a scroll of text held in his hands. His attire, a deep azure embroidered with intricate cloud patterns, is meticulously crafted, while his dark hair is gathered with a jade hairpin, his temples flecked with silver, and his face fair and smooth, devoid of facial hair. His deep-set eyes reflect the profound experiences shaped by the passage of time. Wei Yuan is a man of both grace and appearance, exuding a scholarly elegance and a contemplative demeanor. Accompanying Wei Yuan in the tea room are 2 individuals. 1. A serious and stern man, possesses features as rigid as if sculpted from stone, betraying no hint of emotion. The other, with a soft demeanor, is strikingly handsome, featuring phoenix-like eyes and willow-shaped eyebrows, his lips thin yet rosy. At first glance, one might mistake him for a woman in disguise. This effeminate gentleman stands in the lookout pavilion, basking in the warm sunlight, one hand resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist, remarking, the sun shines brightly. The sky is clear. Is it not more delightful to admire the scenery here than to hide indoors with a book? Wei Yuan set aside his scroll and replied with a smile. The number of worthy books to read grows ever fewer. Recently, I have heard that the Tianjin has acquired a blue book, which records the essence of all things in the universe, arousing my curiosity. Yang Yin. In just a short while, it will be the day when His Majesty pays homage to his ancestors. Inform the relevant parties to intensify the patrols within the inner city and restrict trade. The man, with a stiff expression, responded with a grunt. The effeminate gentleman exhaled and said, Adoptive father, do you truly intend to forego contending for the position of Deputy Minister of Revenue and place your own people? This is a necessary concession, Wei Qingyi remarked, casting his gaze toward the entrance of the tea house, where a blue-clad official entered with his head bowed. Lord Wei, here are the qualification test results for the newly appointed Copper Gong, along with the household registration. Please render your judgment. The official presented a stack of documents. Wei Yuan opened the household registration and glanced at it. The newly appointed Copper Gong was named Xu Qi'an, a former fast runner from Changle County. Both his father and uncle hailed from military backgrounds. This information was both significant and trivial. It was significant due to the unique status of the night watchman, which necessitated a clean lineage extending back 3 generations. Xu Qi'an was a native of the capital city of Dafeng, born and raised. Thus, Xu Qi'an's identity was deemed acceptable. The triviality lay in the fact that every night watchman typically possessed a similarly unblemished background. Beneath the household registration lay the results of the intelligence assessment. Wei Yuan glanced at it, and a smile graced his lips. Qianro, how many breaths did you take when answering the questions back then? The effeminate and beautiful gentleman raised his chin slightly in response, 15 breaths, while Yang Yin took 19. The newly appointed Copper Gong took only 12 breaths. 12 breaths. The effeminate gentleman raised an eyebrow and commented with pride, not bad. The man, his face devoid of expression and rigid, remarked, it is not surprising to unravel the tax silver case in such a short span of time. This level of intellect is exceptional. Wei Yuan smiled, his gaze fixed on the subsequent annotations, adding, the official holding the box was momentarily stunned for about 5 breaths. Impossible. The effeminate man abruptly turned and entered the tea room. Yang Yin furrowed his brow. This implies that the time for contemplation was merely 7 breaths. What remarkable acuity of thought. Yang Yin rose and clasped his fists, saying, adopt this individual as my own. He is under your name, serving under silver Liao Liyuchen. Wei Yuan set down his teacup and turned his gaze towards the effeminate man. You have encountered him. He was present at the Xu Qi'an that day. Xu Qi'an. The effeminate man pondered for a few seconds before smirking. Ah, that brash young lad. Upon hearing that this newly appointed copper Liao was working under Liyuchen, Yang Yin nodded in satisfaction. Each golden Liao oversees 7 silver Liaos. And Liyuchen was among his ranks. Adoptive father, what is his combat capability? Yang Yin inquired. Peak of refining essence, there is no need for testing. Wei Yuan replied with a smile. This individual was recommended by the Princess Royal. I perceive his thoughts to be agile, and he is capable of undertaking responsibilities. Thus, I shall make an exception for him to join the night watch. The Princess Royal? Yang Yin exchanged glances with the effeminate man, realizing that Wei Yuan had not previously disclosed this information. As Wei Yuan continued to review the evaluation results from the inquiry heart pass, his previously gentle expression gradually turned serious, and the depth of his gaze sharpened. Yang Yin straightened his posture and focused intently on the document before him. The effeminate man swaggered over to Wei Qingyi, peering closely and breaking into a grin. What a brash young lad, even more audacious than myself. Father, how shall we deal with him? His smile bore a hint of schadenfreude. Wei Yuan extracted the bottommost sheet of paper, which bore grotesque script. You feast on the people's sustenance, indulging in their hard-earned riches. The common folk are easy to oppress, yet heaven is not so easily deceived. Wei Qingyi's pupils abruptly froze, fixated on the 2 phrases, remaining silent for an extended period. The common folk are easy to oppress, yet heaven is not so easily deceived. Yang Yin echoed this sentiment. The effeminate man's gaze flickered momentarily, recovering from his brief astonishment. His attention contrasting starkly with the stoic Yang Yin. You feast on the people's sustenance, indulging in their hard-earned riches. Oh, so this young rascal believes he is consuming the fat of the populace, rather than that of the imperial family. Yang Yin pondered for a moment before inquiring. What do you think, father? Wei Yuan countered. What do you believe? Yang Yin deliberated. To partake in the Lord's bounty is to shoulder the Lord's burdens. Implicitly, he expressed his disagreement with the statement. Wei Yuan nodded. When that young copper gong ascends to a golden gong one day, you may engage him in debate yourself. The effeminate man's brows arched slightly. Father, do you believe that lad could one day become a golden gong? As long as he is a martial artist, there is no doubt. Wei Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Each of the 3 teachings has its own tenets. Sorcerers are constrained by the fortunes of the mortal realm. And witchcraft is no different. In this world, only martial artists remain the most unadulterated, though I despise those who abuse their strength to transgress. I cannot deny that the more rebellious the martial artist, the more they strive for greatness. It is only when one harbors no reverence or fear in their heart that they dare to overturn the cosmos. At this juncture, Wei Yuan retrieved a fresh inkstone from beneath his desk, infused it with cinnabar and water, grinding it into crimson ink, and moistened his brush. Upon the household register, he inscribed the characters superior grade. Unruly martial prowess coupled with a heart encompassing the realm defines a true hero. The paragon of chivalry serves the nation and its people. Superior grade. Since the inception of the Night Watch, only a handful have garnered such a claim. In a secluded chamber, Liyuchen gestured towards a wooden tub, stating, disrobe and immerse yourself within. The attainment of the Qi refining realm was imminent. Xu Qi'an suppressed his inner excitement, glancing at the pungent-smelling tub, brimming with verdant liquid. This concoction, known as marrow-cleansing fluid, cost approximately 150 taels of silver for a single tub. He swiftly shed his garments, trousers, and shoes, entering the tub in his nakedness. Liyuchen inquired, have you maintained your virginity? Xu Qi'an nodded, replying, my second uncle is a captain of the Imperial Saber Guard and has enlightened me. One must abstain from carnal relations before reaching the Qi refining realm. He comfortably reclined within the tub, inquiring, Chief, are you at the spirit refining realm? Liyuchen affirmed with a hum. And the realm succeeding spirit refining is bronze skin iron bones, correct? Liyuchen echoed with another hum. Xu Qi'an chuckled, remarking, the name lacks elegance. Why not christen it Vajra realm? Bronze skin iron bones is rather plebeian, making us martial practitioners appear as uncultured peasants. The Buddhist third rank is named Vajra. Liyuchen elucidated. I comprehend now. Xu Qi'an nodded, earnestly inquiring, Chief, among the myriad cultivation systems in the world, which reigns supreme? Liyuchen responded without hesitation. The Taoists proclaim their supremacy. And what of the other systems? Other systems consider themselves the strongest. Ah, I see. However, there exists a universal consensus among all systems. Martial practitioners are deemed the most crude and unrefined. This I am somewhat aware of. For martial warriors possess only brute strength and lack the extraordinary. It remains insufficiently ornate. Yet, this is merely the surface. There lies a far greater secret within. Pertaining to the upper limits of the cultivation systems, Xu Qi'an straightened his back, cautiously inquiring. Chief, may I ask you about it? Liuchen, seated comfortably on a chair by the bathtub, nodded. You can explore this knowledge yourself at the library when you have the time. Nevertheless, since I must keep an eye on you here, I shall share some insights. In your understanding, is the first rank the ultimate limit of the system? Xu Qi'an nodded in affirmation. The grading among various cultivation systems has always been vague, lacking precise standards. It was not until the sage's later years that he categorized the world's cultivation systems into 9 ranks, a classification that has persisted to this day. Yet, the sage did not include himself within these ranks. Why is that? Xu Qi'an asked. Allow me to finish, Liuchen continued. Besides the sage, there are 4 others beyond the ranks, namely the Gu God, the Wu God, the Taoist Master, and the Buddha. They are revered as eternal and indestructible throughout the ages. At this revelation, Xu Qi'an understood. Deities and Buddhas are not classified within the ranks. Wait, does this mean there truly exist immortals in this world? Liuchen shook his head. That remains uncertain. Xu Qi'an pondered for a moment, then offered a conjecture. I've heard that the sage only lived to be 82 years old. According to your assertion, Chief, he should have been immortal. Therefore, there must be an element of exaggeration involved. Liuchen couldn't address this question, as there was no definitive answer. Since time immemorial, legends of immortals have been passed down, and the pursuit of immortality has been the lifelong ambition of every monarch. Yet, who dares to claim they have beheld an immortal? Other cultivation systems possess beings that transcend the conventional ranking system, but the martial cultivators do not. A first-grade martial cultivator is the most formidable existence in the world. Liuchen steered the conversation back on course. Therefore, it is commonly believed that martial cultivators represent a crude and unrefined system. Xu Qi'an suddenly discerned a discrepancy. That's not right. The diviners of the Observatory of Heaven also lack such transcendence. Liuchen nodded. But undeniably, the diviners have made the most substantial contributions of all the cultivation systems. Xu Qi'an was aware of this point of knowledge. The 9th-grade diviners are healers, capable of miraculous cures and saving lives. The 7th-grade diviners are geomancers, surveying terrains to select burial sites for the populace and nobility, and making exceptional contributions to the arrangement of homes. The 6th-grade diviners are alchemists, greatly advancing societal progress and fulfilling the material needs of the common people, making immense contributions to the industry and handicrafts of this era. Songqing is a leading figure in this field, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the cause of human-animal relations. Xu Qi'an reflected that he had transmigrated too early. Had he waited a few more decades, he might have been able to write a guide to the customs and appraisals of another world. Furthermore, Xu Qi'an was aware that the diviners of the Observatory of Heaven were responsible for updating and formulating the calendar. For an agrarian civilization, the calendar is of paramount importance, directly affecting the harvest of the fields. Compared to other systems, sorcerers truly exemplify selflessness for the nation and its people, contributing to the advancement of civilization. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through Xu Qi'an's body. He furrowed his brow as the medicinal liquid seeped into his pores, akin to a multitude of fine needles pricking at him, causing an overwhelming sensation of agony. Pain is expected. It signifies the cleansing of sinews and marrow, Liuchen remarked. In another incense stick's time, you shall feel as if you were being sliced into 1,000 pieces. That will be the moment I open the celestial gate for you. You may speak to divert your attention. Xu Qi'an nodded. So, our esteemed emperor, having devoted over 20 years to the pursuit of the Tao, seeks immortality? It is widely known that the current sovereign has appointed an enchanting Taoist maiden as the national teacher, dedicating herself to the pursuit of enlightenment for over 2 decades. Even a down-and-out scholar has penned tales of the emperor's romantic entanglements with the captivating Taoist, though the outcome was inevitably met with divine retribution. However, while martial artists may not transcend ranks, they ought to be capable of prolonging their lives, should they immerse themselves in the study of martial arts. Why then chase after the elusive specter of immortality? In response to Xu Qi'an's viewpoint, Liuchen countered, how long did it take you to refine your essence? 17 years. Xu Qi'an replied, noting that he had been stuck at the pinnacle of essence refinement for 2 years. It was a slow process. Those born into affluent families often reached this pinnacle around the age of 16, with 15 being the absolute limit considering physical development. Li Yuqian continued, yet, even those privileged youths may not smoothly transition into the qi refining stage, for they face the additional challenge of temptation. The more one is accustomed to luxury and indulgence, the easier it is to succumb to the allure of beauty. The refinement of essence is merely the initial stage of the martial arts system. One can only imagine the challenges one must overcome to attain a higher realm of excellence and prolong life. I understand. That Miss Fu Xiang will surely berate me for being less than beastly. Tonight, I shall demonstrate to her what a true whip technique entails. Xu Qi'an felt a deep resonance with this sentiment. The original owner was a martial enthusiast, possessing a stubborn disposition. And it is precisely such characters who can tirelessly hone their bodies day after day, laying a solid foundation for the path of martial arts. Yet even then, the original owner had to engage in fierce struggles with his own hands, preventing either hand from indulging in arrogance. As for Xu Qi'an himself, he could not guarantee that he could persist for so many years, nor could he assure that he would remain steadfast in the face of beauty. After all, while men typically engage their minds in thought, there are certain moments when it is not the mind that governs the body. Gradually, Xu Qi'an's enthusiasm for conversation waned. Even when discussing the cultivation knowledge that piqued his interest, his furrowed brow deepened, the pain surpassing his threshold of endurance. It was nearly sufficient. The medicinal bath is meant to stimulate your body and awaken the dormant vital energy. Li Yuqian rose, placing a single hand upon Xu Qi'an's head, and solemnly stated, "Opening the heavenly gate is a formidable task. For those with good aptitude, I merely need to guide the vital energy through 3 circuits within your body, and you shall discover the sensation of energy for yourself, thus achieving both internal and external awareness." "And what of those with poor aptitude?" Xu Qi'an inquired with concern. "The poorer the aptitude, the more cycles the vital energy must traverse, while the limit for an average person is 9 circuits. In essence, should you prove unable to independently discover the sensation of qi by the 8th week, the path of the martial artist is not for you." Li Yuqian fixed his gaze upon him, stating, "I hold high expectations for your aptitude." With that, he closed his eyes, ceasing further discourse. Immediately thereafter, Xu Qi'an perceived a warm current entering through the Bai acupoint atop his head, descending to his dantian, and coursing through his limbs and bones. His body seemed to instantly memorize the route, and upon completing a single cycle, it autonomously stirred up qi, breaking free from assistance and operating independently. Li Yuqian opened his eyes, his gaze slightly bewildered as he looked at the young man in the tub. Xu Qi'an returned a similarly bewildered look, as if to say, "Seemed rather straightforward." Li Yuqian responded, "Attempt to circulate it for a few cycles on your own, so I may assess the situation." This was the only course of action Li Yuqian could take. Upon completing 3 cycles, Xu Qi'an opened his eyes. Lacking a mirror, he could not perceive the subtle changes brought about by entering the qi refining realm. Firstly, his eyes were brighter and more spirited, as if containing stars within. This alteration alone was enough to elevate his charm to a new level. Secondly, his demeanor had become more profound, restrained, and imposing. Lastly, his skin, having been soaked in medicinal liquid, was stimulated, expelling impurities, such as blackheads, from the pores. His flushed skin exuded a delicate tenderness. Sensing the newfound power surging within his body, Xu Qi'an stretched his limbs, raised his hand, and struck the window from a distance. The lattice window shattered with a bang. This was the miraculous manifestation of qi emission, characteristic of the initial stage of the qi refining realm. Had he been wielding a blade or sword, Xu Qi'an could have unleashed blade qi or sword qi. Certainly, its potency won't be substantial, considering his recent entry into the qi refining realm. Individuals like my second uncle, who have reached the pinnacle of the qi refining realm, are capable of cleaving walls with a single strike and manipulating objects from a distance. Excellent, Li Yuqian remarked impassively, offering a slight nod. Continue circulating your qi and practicing the art of qi transportation, a potent method for cultivating robust qi. Simultaneously, do not neglect the refinement of your physical form. Having spoken, he departed the chamber, and the instant he stepped through the doorway, a torrent of incredulous thoughts flooded Chunji's mind. Li Yuqian glanced back at the fractured window, his lips twitching involuntarily. A peerless prodigy. Have I truly encountered one so readily? He mused. Ah, yes, his aptitude assessment has concluded. I shall inquire with Lord Wei regarding his classification. If he has achieved AB, his innate talent for sensing qi after a single cycle is sufficient to elevate him to AB. Consequently, his access to resources will be augmented. Should he attain AB, he might even ascend to an A grade, a distinction reserved for those with the potential to become Golden Gong guards, thereby designating him as a prime candidate for intensive cultivation by the Night Watch. He has not undergone combat prowess evaluation. Thus, an A grade is improbable. I am allowing my imagination to run wild. Upon exiting the courtyard, he proceeded directly toward the central courtyard of the Night Watch headquarters, where the towering tower of noble righteousness stood. Following an introduction by the clerks within the building, Li Yuqian ascended to the 7th floor, where he encountered his immediate superior and his superior's superior. Yang Yin offered him a slight nod of acknowledgement, while the effeminate man displayed a lack of interest, diverting his gaze to the scenery beyond the tower. Lord Wei, he bowed at a 90-degree angle, adopting a humble demeanor. We were just discussing you. Wei Yuan replied with a gentle smile. You have been fortunate to acquire a talent. Fortunate to acquire a talent. This must be a reference to Xu Qi'an. Does Lord Wei truly hold him in such high regard? However, I have yet to inform him about the matter that has been in operation for a week. A flicker of confusion crossed Li Yuqian's mind as he respectfully stated, I wish to inquire about Xu Qi'an's rating and, incidentally, report a trivial matter to Lord Wei. Chapter 66. Sudden task. You are indeed entitled to know his rating since he serves under your command, Wei Yuan replied with a gentle tone. Yet, do not overthink it, nor take it too much to heart. Maintain a calm disposition. Of course, do remember not to spread this information indiscriminately. The first part of the statement seemed acceptable, but the latter left Li Yuqian perplexed. What did Lord Wei mean? To keep a calm mind and not to be overly concerned. Did that imply that Xu Qi'an's rating was rather low, urging me not to develop feelings of disdain or dismissiveness towards him? Yet why the admonition against publicizing this information? Given Lord Wei's stature, it seemed uncharacteristic to extend such care to a mere lowly copper gong. Li Yuqian furrowed his brow, unable to decipher the intentions of the Grand Eunuch. At that moment, Wei Yuan opened the household registration and pushed it toward the edge of the desk. Take a look for yourself. Li Yuqian's gaze fell upon the registration, where he beheld the striking red characters, top grade. He nearly lost his composure, exclaiming in astonishment, Lord Wei, top grade. How can this be? I have served in the Night Watch for over a decade and have never encountered an individual rated as top grade. Even a Golden Gong merely possesses a grade A qualification. What does top grade even signify? No wonder I have been cautioned to remain silent. Should this information become public, it would be tantamount to elevating that young man Xu Qi'an to an undeserved pedestal. Who among the Night Watch could accept such a thing? Simultaneously, Li Yuqian sensed another anomaly. The qualification test comprises 3 assessments: intelligence, strength, and conscience. Xu Qi'an, being merely at the refining essence stage, was ineligible for the combat prowess assessment. Thus, he secured a top-tier evaluation based solely on 2 tests. Would his overall assessment be elevated further by factoring in his qi refining aptitude? Has he already surpassed the grading system established by Lord Wei? Would Lord Wei revise his evaluation or maintain the status quo? At this thought, a subtle excitement flickered within Li Yuqian's heart. Wei Yuan closed the registry and casually remarked, Remember to keep this confidential. What do you have to report? Li Yuqian exhaled and carefully chose his words. I have already opened the heavenly gate for Xu Qi'an, and as per regulations, I charged him 400 taels. Wei Yuan responded, Return it to him. Talents with top-tier aptitudes are entitled to resource allocation. What significance does the grading system hold if they are still charged for opening the heavenly gate? Li Yuqian nodded in agreement. Wei Yuan glanced at him and inquired with a smile, Remarkable aptitude, is it? How many cycles did it take to discover the qi sensation? The effeminate man and Yang Yin, who had found the qi sensation in 3 cycles, were intrigued and fixed their gaze on Li Yuqian. 1 cycle. Li Yuqian observed the expressions of the 3 superiors as he spoke. Their reactions varied. Yang Yan's perpetually stoic face displayed a rare hint of astonishment. The effeminate man entered the tea room from the gazebo, his frosty gaze scrutinizing Li Yuqian, and sneered, Impossible. His reaction was the most vehement. Even Wei Yuan, usually refined and gentle, seemed momentarily stunned. Li Yuqian silently lowered his head, immensely pleased with their reactions. Dismissed. Wei Yuan watched Li Yuqian depart and turned to his 2 adopted sons. What are your thoughts? Yang Yin pondered for a moment. Is special attention necessary? Wei Yuan shook his head. There is no need to force progress. Let us observe. He then turned to the effeminate man, smiling. You are not significantly older than him. At present, he cannot be compared to you. But who can predict the future? This is quite good, as it provides you with some motivation. The handsome man with an effeminate demeanor nodded in agreement. Li Yuqian emerged from Haoqi Tower and encountered several silver gongs along the way. Master Li, what brings such a smile to your face? Li Yuqian instinctively touched his face, realizing that the corners of his mouth nearly extended to his ears. Just a trivial matter. A trivial matter, he waved his hand, laughing heartily as he walked away. Xu Qi'an entrusted someone to relay a message to his family while he remained at the night watchman's office, repeatedly practicing his breathing and circulating his vital energy. He distinctly sensed the benefits of this energy flow on his body, invigorating his cells and enhancing his spirit. His physique and strength were surging in a remarkably pleasing manner. This state persisted until dusk, signifying the conclusion of his benefits from entering the Qi training realm. In my current condition, I feel capable of defeating 10 versions of my former self. It turns out that my second uncle was never serious during our sparring sessions. He merely pretended to engage earnestly. If he had exerted his full strength, I might have perished on the spot. Xu Qi'an casually executed a few sets of punches, his movements vigorous and powerful, feeling unprecedentedly well. He concentrated his vital energy into his fists, sinking his waist and extending his arms above the ground. Bang! The ground emitted a muffled sound, cracking open like a spider's web, dust swirling around. At the Xu residence, Xu Qi'an furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the back hall. Xu Pingji sat silently in his chair, his expression stern. His aunt glanced at her eldest daughter, who was nervously twisting the hem of her skirt, her eyes slightly reddened, and her delicate brows knitted tightly together. Noticing her mother's gaze, Su Lingyue pouted and, with a quivering voice, implored, "Mother, please stop pacing. It's making my head ache." Irritated, the aunt scolded her son, then tentatively suggested, "Sir, let us await news. It is best not to act rashly now that the night watchman has taken him." Su Ershu spoke in a low tone. The aunt bit her vividly colored lips and, suddenly stomping her foot in frustration, retorted, "It would be better to use connections than to merely sit idly." Su Qi'an frowned and replied, "What connections? We still do not understand the night watchman's intentions in taking my elder brother. This is not the time for negotiations. Always stirring trouble, always stirring trouble." The aunt scolded, her hands clenched into tight fists hidden in her sleeves. At that moment, the doorman, old Zhang, rushed in, his voice echoing even before he reached the main hall. "Sir, the eldest has sent word." Su Qi'an was the first to approach, and the entire family rose from their seats. Su Lingyue, her skirt billowing, dashed to the door, anxiously fixating on old Zhang. Standing on the threshold, old Zhang announced, "The eldest says he has become a night watchman and will not return home tonight, so do not worry. Become a night watchman." Su Pingji and Su Qi'an exchanged bewildered glances, accompanied by his two colleagues, one with squinting eyes and the other with a blank expression. Xu Qi'an received a somewhat ill-fitting uniform, a badge, a copper gong, and a standard long knife at the office of the magistracy. A well-fitting uniform will likely take about 2 days. This bronze gong is a standard magical artifact exclusive to the night watchman. With a sugar bean in the corner of his mouth, Song Tingfeng explained, it serves 2 purposes. First, when strapped to the chest, it acts as a shield, guarding vital points. It can withstand a full-force strike from an expert in the refinement realm. Second, striking the gong's surface produces resonating sound waves that can unsettle an enemy's mind, causing dizziness, headaches, and other adverse effects. Sounds rather mediocre. The heart guard that Song Qing gave me can withstand 3 attacks from the refinement realm or a single strike from someone with iron bones. Wait, isn't this an enhanced version of the gong? A thought stirred in Xu Qian's mind. A product of the supervisor of astrological instruments? Certainly. Only the 4th grade formation masters of the supervisor of astrological instruments can forge such magical artifacts. Song Tingfeng continued, "Be punctual for roll call tomorrow. The chief said you'll be with us from now on." A night watchman team consists of at least 2 and no more than 4 members, each guarding different areas of the capital. Shifts usually rotate every 3 days. Guangxiao and I have just finished our night patrol, so we're on day patrol for the next 3 days. Which area will we be guarding? Xu Qi'an was somewhat reluctant, as night shifts seemed even more inhumane than the 996 work schedule. The area is yet to be determined. Each rotation involves a randomly assigned area. This is to prevent unscrupulous night watchmen from staking out locations for theft or other illicit activities. Song Tingfeng said with a smile. Stealing silver or engaging in lechery. Of course, such instances are rare, but precautions must be taken. Xu Qi'an nodded. Every department has its black sheep. At that moment, a clerk hurried over and announced. Sir Song, Sir Zhu, Lordly summons you. Spring Brother has summoned us. Xu Qi'an, accompanied by 2 colleagues, made his way to Li Yuchen's office. Each silver gong has an independent office, referred to as a hall, a term denoting the practice of holding court in this era. Typically, silver gongs do not venture out on patrols, as that duty falls to the junior copper gongs. Li Yuchen's office is known as Chunfeng Hall. The room is immaculate and devoid of any unpleasant odors. The documents are meticulously arranged. The blue and white patterns on the 2 cups are aligned with precision. The potted plants are arranged in identical fashion. Truly, Spring Brother is a man of exquisite taste. Xu Qi'an cast a glance around Chunfeng Hall. In the spacious room, Li Yuchen sat at his desk, pushing a dossier to the edge of the table. Reports of a monstrous creature have emerged from the Great Huang Mountain in Taikang County, having claimed numerous victims. You are to investigate the matter. If the creature's power is not formidable, eliminate it on the spot. The personnel from the 6 doors of the government will assist in the case, and they are already waiting outside the office. Well, Xu Qi'an, you should also go, to gain some experience. Your combat assessment has not yet been conducted, so consider this a practical exercise. A creature that consumes humans. And I encounter this on my very first assignment. Am I truly fortunate or merely cursed? Chapter 67, Case Analysis. The capital has 2 suburban counties, Taikang and Chang'an. Song Tingfeng began to read the dossier, with Xu Qi'an and Zhu Guangxiu flanking him, both focused intently on the documents. The content of the dossier is as follows. To the north of Taikang County lies the Great Huang Mountain, its main peak towering over 1,000 meters, with a mountain range extending for miles, rich in limestone deposits. This has sustained hundreds, if not thousands, of lime-making craftsmen in the surrounding areas. At the onset of summer, a sinister creature emerged from the rivers of the Great Yellow Mountain region, frequently coming ashore to devour the living. Numerous unfortunate souls have already met their demise at the hands of this malevolent entity. Lacking comprehensive details, seasoned investigator Xu Qi'an, after perusing the case files, concluded that this was likely a newly reported case necessitating our inquiry to enhance the documentation. Li Yuchen's gaze swept over the 3 individuals. His expression grave as he spoke. Su Ningyan, raise your sword 2 inches higher and adjust the position of your gong to the left by an inch. Are you out of your mind? Have you succumbed to severe obsessive-compulsive disorder? Xu Qi'an retorted, indeed. As they exited the Spring Breeze Hall and crossed the threshold, Xu Qi'an suddenly felt something underfoot. Instinctively, he bent down to retrieve it, only to be momentarily frozen in place. It was silver, and it felt heavier than before. Come on, Song Tingfeng urged, turning his head. Oh, right. Xu Qi'an tucked the loose silver into his pocket and stepped forward to catch up. Inside the hall, Li Yuchen retrieved a pouch of coins from a box and secured it to his waist. Just as he was about to leave, he frowned sharply. Upon opening the pouch and pouring out a pile of silver coins, he meticulously counted them only to furrow his brow in distress. I've lost 3 coins. As one who often faced jest from colleagues and had a contentious relationship with money, the loss of 3 coins was enough to cause him considerable anguish. The trio encountered the constables of the Jingzhou prefecture outside the watchman's office. They were also 3 in number, with a woman leading the group, accompanied by 2 younger men. The Jingzhou prefecture, colloquially known as the Yamen, had constables whose uniforms bore a resemblance to Xu Qi'an's, featuring a dark base adorned with red trim at the collar and cuffs. Adorning his chest was not the character for capture, but rather a majestic and awe-inspiring divine beast. The Bayan. 1 was at the Qi refining realm, and 2 were at the essence refining realm. Xu Qi'an discreetly assessed the trio. The leading woman clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and said, Esteemed sirs, I am El Qing. I have already instructed my men to bring the horses to the city gate. We can converse in the carriage. Riding horses is for travel, while riding in a carriage provides everyone with a space to discuss matters without wasting time. The watchmen hold a high position, and constables from other government offices are naturally inferior to them. However, this woman at the Qi refining realm addressed them as sirs. But her attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. A spacious carriage was parked on the side of the street, and it would not feel crowded even with 6 people inside. The 3 watchmen sat on the same side, while the 3 from the government office sat on the other side, clearly demarcated. Song Tingfeng introduced himself with a smile, and also introduced Zhu Guangxiu and Xu Qi'an. You should be familiar with this one. He was imprisoned in the government office during the tax silver case. The three constables from the capital meticulously scrutinized Xu Qi'an. Qing, the female constable who introduced herself, clasped her hands and said, "I have long admired your name." The tax silver case was handled by the government office, and as the head constable, she remembered Xu Qi'an. At the time, I felt that this person was quite capable, and I repeatedly advised the magistrate to recruit him to work in the government office. Seeing that Xu Qi'an had already become a watchman, Qing sighed inwardly with regret. Xu Qi'an responded with a few modest words, subtly observing the female constable. It was quite rare for a woman to be a constable. The women of the great Dafeng Dynasty were not all confined to their boudoirs. For some women with extremely high talent, various government offices would provide them with certain cultivation. The female constable, possessing a striking beauty, appeared to be in her early 30s. Her eyebrows were more pronounced than those of the average woman, exuding an air of elegance and vigor. Her figure, graceful yet imbued with the strength reminiscent of a female leopard, was accentuated by a bosom that suggested she was wearing a corset. It dawned on Xu Qi'an at this moment why the tax silver case had not been transferred to the Ministry of Justice, but rather handled jointly by the local government and the night watchman. He had once found this perplexing, as there had been covert exchanges between the deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue, indicating collusion. These nuances only became clear to him now. The case files were sparse, lacking clarity on many details, and the case had initially been taken up by the local government. Thus, a mutual exchange of information was in order. Song Tingfeng inquired, when exactly did the supernatural entity first appear? In June and July, the constable replied, her voice tinged with a smoky timbre that was quite captivating. Did anyone manage to discern the appearance of the entity? Song Tingfeng pressed further. Initially, local residents began to mysteriously vanish, and when their families sought them out, they discovered claw marks and bloodstains by the riverbank. Subsequently, the disappearances escalated, and the claw marks along the riverbank multiplied. The local headmen gathered the residents to cast nets in the river, intending to capture the creature. But their efforts were in vain, as the nets were easily torn apart. It must be an amphibious creature. Xu Qi'an mused silently. Upon hearing this, Song Tingfeng furrowed his brow and questioned, "What baffles me is why this incident, which occurred in June and July, has only now been reported?" The entity exclusively preyed upon the residents who ventured into the mountains, sparing the villages, which is why the magistrate of Taikon County initially dismissed the situation. It was only after the death toll rose that he dispatched hunters to join forces with the residents to eliminate the creature, yet they returned empty-handed. While Lu Qing was speaking, she frequently cast glances at Xu Qi'an, only to be disappointed by his persistent silence, despite being a talented individual who had resolved the tax silver case. After several attempts, the magistrate of Taikon County grew disinterested, or rather, as the capital inspection approached. He not only refrained from addressing the case, but also intended to suppress it. Zhu Guangxiu spoke in a deep voice. Then why was it reported? Lu Qing paused momentarily before responding. The gray households dare not ascend the mountains to collect ash, yet taxes must still be paid. With no other options, they took a longer route into the mountains to avoid the rivers. Unfortunately, an accident occurred. The 20 or so individuals who ventured into the mountains to collect ash never returned. The nearby gray households, left with no recourse, reported the matter to the government office. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao exchanged glances, choosing not to comment further. At that moment, Xu Qi'an tapped on the long bench and turned to the three from Jingzhou Prefecture, inquiring, "Do you have a map of Dahuang Mountain and the nearby villages?" "Yes, we have brought one. Considering the unknown realms of the monsters, we plan to conduct our own reconnaissance first, without involving the local gray households. To avoid unforeseen complications," Lu Qing explained, glancing at her colleague sitting beside her. The colleague retrieved a roll of maps from their satchel. Xu Qi'an accepted the map and gradually unfurled it. It was a topographical map of the Dahuang mountain range. After studying it intently for a moment, he said, "I have a hypothesis that I believe you should be aware of." The occupants of the carriage turned their attention to him, with Song Tingfeng squinting his eyes in amusement. The female constable's eyes brightened slightly as she straightened her posture, saying, "Please, do share." Xu Qi'an stated, "The creature's attacks on the populace follow a pattern, or rather, exhibit a strong sense of purpose. This may not merely be a case of a malevolent creature causing havoc." Qing furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "What leads you to this conclusion?" Initially, it began by devouring the gray households near the riverbank, and gradually its reach expanded, radiating outward along both banks. It eventually ventured into the mountains to consume the gray households. This behavior is not simply for the sake of hunting. Firstly, the river of Dawangshan stretches for hundreds of miles, abundant with fish and shrimp. The dietary choices of wild beasts are dictated by their environment, rather than personal preference. If sustenance is readily available, they would not forsake proximity in pursuit of a more exquisite meal by venturing into the mountains to prey upon the populace. Secondly, if it were an intelligent creature, distinct from mere beasts, and possessed a penchant for human flesh, it would not overlook the nearby villages. Yet, it does not. It only preys upon the gray households that encircle Dawangshan. Analyzing this through the lens of behavioral psychology suggests a conscious act of driving away. Behavioral psychology? Qing pondered, marking territory? Before Xu Qi'an could respond, Song Tingfeng interjected, shaking his head. No, if it possessed intelligence, it would never delineate its territory in such a perilous manner. Claiming territory near the capital is tantamount to courting death. Conversely, if it were merely a frenzied beast, it would not engage in the act of driving away the gray households. After a moment of contemplation, Qing's pupils constricted. What could possibly exist within Dawangshan that it values? A brief silence enveloped the carriage. The typographical errors from the previous chapter have been rectified. Well, one must prioritize correction over revision. Chapter 68, The Mine. The carriage swiftly exited the inner city, where several fine steeds designated for official use awaited at the city gates. Led by the white-clad attendants, Xu Qi'an and his companions changed to swift steeds, traversing the bustling streets of the outer city. In merely half an hour, they departed the urban sprawl, and the 6 riders quickened their pace, hastening towards Mount Dawang. The official horses raced at an astonishing speed, nearing 50 miles per hour. Could my steed in a past life gallop so swiftly? Xu Qi'an pondered. Is the varying concentration of spiritual energy, often depicted in novels, the reason behind this disparity? This hypothesis holds merit, as the practice of qi cultivation inherently involves a method of inhalation and exhalation. The group reached the edge of Mount Dawang at noon, halting by the official road to tether their horses to a tree trunk. After consuming their dry rations, they took a narrow goat path into the mountains. The 6 raced onward, arriving at the river that coursed at the foot of Mount Dawang a quarter of an hour later. They scoured the riverbank for a moment, discovering several indistinct footprints, approximately 3 feet long and 1.5 feet wide, with 4 toes. Lu Qing and 2 colleagues unshouldered their packs, extracting bundles of explosives, which they distributed to Xu Qi'an and the others. Centered around the claw prints, we shall place the explosives downstream, while you head upstream to see if you can force the creature out of the river. This strategy had been predetermined. The Dafeng Dynasty maintained stringent regulations over gunpowder. Its formula was a closely guarded secret, and the materials required for its production were monopolized by the court. Even the night watchmen and quick-handed officials like Lu Qing had only a cursory understanding of gunpowder's components, gleaned through keen observation. The 2 groups ignited the explosives and cast them into the river. Boom! A muffled explosion reverberated, sending water soaring several feet high. Soon, the explosives were expended, and the group stood on the riverbank, gazing at the churning murky waves, waiting in vain for any sign of the creature to surface. If only a sorcerer from the Bureau of Celestial Monitoring could lend their assistance, Xu Qi'an lamented. The art of qi observation enables one to discern the presence of demonic energy and pinpoint the location of supernatural entities. Song Tingfeng scoffed quietly, remarking, "The sorcerers of the Bureau are far nobler than we, serving solely at the behest of the sovereign. Do not expect them to be burdened by such trifling matters." "Noble, you say? I fail to perceive such grandeur." "You have yet to witness their reverent gazes directed at me," Xu Qi'an replied, nodding in agreement. As the 2 parties converged, Song Tingfeng shrugged. "It seems the creature will not reveal itself. My suggestion is to venture into the mountains. If there is indeed something amiss in the Great Yellow Mountain." Xu Qi'an interjected, "Let us first inspect the areas where the gray households have been gathering limestone." Qing pondered for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. The 2 groups proceeded into the mountains, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters between them. Song Tingfeng gestured towards Qing's silhouette. "The lady constable from the government office possesses quite an impressive figure. Just look at that posterior, firm and well-defined, with strong legs. The maidens from the court of music, though lovely, lack such fortitude." Indeed, Xu Qi'an concurred, and a woman trained in martial arts, with defined abdominal muscles, graceful curves, and taut thighs, might even possess a hint of a 6-pack. "This reminds me of my wife, Tifa," he contemplated. "However, she seems accustomed to binding her chest, which is rather detrimental, as it may lead to deformity. Song Tingfeng paused, then burst into hearty laughter. You have indeed noticed. I am in need of a companion as amusing as you. Zhu Guangxiao is as dull as a doornail. For men, engaging in risky conversations is perpetually an amusing and time-consuming pastime. Zhu Guangxiao cast a glance at him, remaining silently withdrawn. The gray merchants primarily gathered at the summit of the Dahuang Mountain, and the group soon spotted the exposed rocky terrain, reminiscent of white patches on a human face. Years of relentless excavation had left this towering peak riddled with countless holes. After aimlessly searching the mountain for quite some time, they found nothing of value. As they congregated to drink water, Lu Qing remarked, Dahuang Mountain not only boasts high-quality limestone, but is also rich in vegetation, which can be felled on-site to serve as dye. The gray merchants find it exceedingly convenient to operate their kilns, digging, firing, and breaking as they go. Additionally, a river flows at the foot of the mountain, facilitating transportation via waterways. The reduction in wood usage leads to beautiful ash, and with less effort, the profits are substantial. Another constable from the government office interjected, thus, the taxes are heavy. If we cease ash collection, we would be cutting off our means of survival. Hence, we reported to the government office. Xu Qi'an fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Excessive taxes give rise to destitute populations. The essence of the people is the most delectable sustenance. The group fell into an immediate hush, none daring to respond. Song Tingfeng cleared his throat to shift the conversation. With the demon not emerging from the water, we lack adequate manpower for the mountain search. Captain Liu, do you have any suggestions? Though he had just been tempted by the allure of the woman's figure, Song Tingfeng did not underestimate her because of her physical attributes. Lu Qing pondered thoughtfully. Let us divide our forces into 3 groups, with 2 individuals in each, to seek out the village heads in the vicinity, return to the capital to gather more searchers. And I shall approach the governor to request a sorcerer from the Astronomical Bureau for assistance. Such a waste of time. Xu Qi'an waved his hand and said, select someone to seek out the village chief from the nearby settlements. The rest shall remain here. Lu Qing furrowed her brow. Xu Qi'an glanced at her and added, if there are no findings, I shall take the responsibility of consulting the sorcerers at the Xitian Bureau. He spoke with an air of confidence, as if the sorcerers would heed his call. Lu Qing scrutinized Xu Qi'an for a moment before subtly nodding, dispatching a companion to summon someone. In less than half an hour, a peak-level investigator returned with an elderly man. The old man, surnamed Zhang, introduced himself as the village chief of Hego Village, situated beyond Dahuang Mountain. With a somewhat unrefined bow, he spoke with fervor. I have finally awaited the arrival of several distinguished officials. If you had not come, the villagers would soon be unable to fill their pots. This matter had lingered for nearly half a year. Lu Qing fixed her piercing gaze upon him, her expression imposing. I ask you, where did the last dozen who ventured into the mountains meet their demise? To the south. The village chief gestured towards the southern mountains. They entered from the opposite direction of the river. Song Tingfeng's heart stirred. Are there kilns for burning ash in that direction as well? From their earlier exploration, they had discovered that the area with the densest ash was not far from the river. The ash gatherers would certainly avoid this route, as once the monsters came ashore, no one would escape. The village chief nodded. There are a few scattered spots, but not as many as here. Take us there, Lu Qing commanded in a grave tone. Yes. The village chief appeared quite intimidated by the female investigator. The group proceeded southward, navigating the rugged mountain path, which proved exceedingly arduous. They had to consider the elderly chief's pace, thus their progress was slow. It is right here. The village chief halted on the narrow path, gesturing toward the front, where a patch of excavated land lay exposed. A chaotic heap of stones lay scattered, the vegetation had been felled, and several cavern-like kilns were visible, presumably used for burning lime. A few individuals searched the site but found no valuable clues. It had evidently been previously cleared. Song Tingfeng and El Qing exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Xu Qi'an suggested, let us investigate the kiln. The group improvised torches, drew their blades, and cautiously entered the earthen kiln. Initially believing it to be a shallow structure for lime burning, they soon sensed something amiss. This was no mere kiln, it was evidently a tunnel hewn by human hands. And after walking for a while, they reached its end. Song Tingfeng squinted, stating, kilns aren't excavated this deep. This is clearly an excavation for something. The stone walls bear no signs of smoke or fire. El Qing summoned the village chief, demanding, what is going on? The chief appeared bewildered, stammering, I don't know. Xu Qi'an raised his torch, scrutinizing the rocky walls, and examined the ground meticulously for a moment. He casually picked up a palm-sized piece of white mineral. Is this what they were mining? This doesn't seem like limestone. With a surge of energy, Xu Qi'an crushed the white mineral into powder in his hand. He held the torch high, sprinkling the powder into the flames. Suddenly, the torch erupted into a fierce blaze. A vibrant yellow tinged with a dim purple. Saltpeter. Xu Qi'an's pupils constricted. The sudden flare startled everyone in the cavern. The sound of blades gathering energy echoed in succession. Noticing Xu Qi'an's antics, Qing, with a hint of irritation, asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 69. The artful shot. Xu Qi'an slowly surveyed the faces of his colleagues and said in a grave tone, "This is saltpeter." The term saltpeter was quite unfamiliar to the few undereducated warriors present. Song Tingfeng exchanged glances with his peers and furrowed his brow, asking, "Saltpeter?" Xu Qi'an pondered for a moment before continuing. "Let me rephrase that. You may be more acquainted with the term potassium nitrate. It is the primary ingredient in the production of gunpowder." At this revelation, the expressions of everyone present shifted uncontrollably. Gunpowder was a closely guarded secret of the Great Feng, one of the means by which it instilled fear across the seas. Any formula or material related to gunpowder, particularly saltpeter, was strictly regulated by the Great Feng. Even the night watchman possessed only a rudimentary understanding of its components. The discovery of a saltpeter mine in Mount Da Wang and signs of extraction, Song Tingfeng's face lost all trace of mirth, becoming exceedingly solemn. "We must return to the capital immediately to report this matter." In contrast to the chaos caused by the monsters, the discovery of the saltpeter mine was of paramount importance. Qing fixed his gaze upon the gray-haired village chief and commanded, "Bind him and take him away." The existence of a saltpeter mine on Mount Da Wang, while the village chief claimed to be unaware, was utterly unacceptable. Regardless of the circumstances, he must be taken back for interrogation. Two constables removed the ropes from their waists and bound the chief's hands behind his back, escorting him out. The village chief was likely innocent of any wrongdoing. Otherwise, he would not have led us here, which defies logic. Moreover, analyzing his body language and other subtle details, he did not seem to be in the know. An uneducated old man could hardly be an actor in this scenario. Could the reason for the monsters driving out the residents be linked to the saltpeter mine? It is unlikely. We must enlist the expertise of professionals to ascertain the timeline for the extraction of the nitrate mine before drawing any conclusions. Xu Qi'an, lost in a multitude of thoughts, brandished a torch and had just stepped out of the cavern when he heard Qing's piercing scream, "Be careful!" Simultaneously, he perceived a whistling sound slicing through the air as a shadow darted towards him from the side, too swiftly for him to react. Bang! The copper gong at his chest shattered. Xu Qi'an felt as if he had been struck head-on by a high-speed train, the immense force propelling him backward, plunging his consciousness into darkness. The sudden assault caught everyone off guard, eliciting varied responses. 3 constables from the Yamen drew their sabers and unlatched their crossbows. Zhu Guangxiao executed a sweeping kick, sending the village chief tumbling into the stone cave, while Song Tingfeng unsheathed his blade and shouted, "Get inside and do not come out." On the massive boulder to the side of the cave, a creature measuring 2 zhang in length lay in wait, resembling a giant salamander, its body encased in thick, armored plates. It bore sharp horns on its forehead, and its amber vertical pupils glimmered with a cold, brutal ferocity. Its forelimbs had 4 toes, and its cheeks bulged, seemingly concealing hidden weapons ready to unleash an attack at any moment. Puff! A shadow, barely perceptible to the naked eye, shot forth, striking directly at Song Tingfeng. The latter narrowed his eyes, his body reacting faster than his mind. Instinctively, he leaned back, evading a lethal blow. Qing advanced, shattering stones beneath his feet, sending dust swirling as he gripped his blade and slashed. Buzzing. The blade vibrated at a high frequency. Clang, clang, clang. A series of jarring sounds erupted as the blade struck, igniting brilliant sparks. It was then that they saw the creature's elongated tongue, covered in a layer of fine scales. The monstrous creature seemed to sense pain, retracting its long tongue, while its limbs supported its massive form as it loomed over the crowd from atop a colossal rock. With a guttural growl, it opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a resonant roar that startled the wild birds nestled within the forest, sending them soaring into the sky. In an instant, Song Tingfeng and his companions found themselves momentarily dazed, as though struck on the back of the head by a heavy mallet. The realm of spirit refinement. A shiver ran down his spine, forcing him to suppress the dizziness as he struck the hilt of his blade against his chest. The sound rang out like a resounding gong, akin to the evening bell or morning drum, dispelling the disorienting sound waves and restoring clarity. Once both sides regained their composure, they swiftly devised a response. Qing retreated while instructing two peak spirit refinement colleagues. Use your military crossbows to assist, targeting its eyes, jaw, and oral cavity. These are relatively soft spots. Meanwhile, Song Tingfeng tossed the gong to Zhu Guangxiao, saying, "You take the front and hold it off, but be cautious." He had clearly seen that Xu Qi'an's gong was damaged and knew a single gong could not withstand the creature's tongue. The thought of Xu Qi'an filled him with a sense of melancholy. Although the gong could endure a full-force strike from the spirit refinement realm, the creature had launched a surprise attack. Without any defense, Xu Qi'an could very well have had his heart shattered by the residual force. To suffer such a fate after merely one day of service would be truly tragic. Suppressing his emotions, Song Tingfeng charged forward, blade in hand, aiming to strike the creature from the side. The amber-eyed salamander stirred, as if preparing to turn and lash out with its tongue. Zhu Guangxiao, anticipating its move, struck the gong first, shaking the creature's psyche. At the same time, he infused his blade with energy, unleashing a powerful arc of blade energy amidst a deep growl, causing the air to shimmer with the heat of distortion. The monstrous entity, colossal in size, was impossible to evade. It raised its head defiantly, bracing against the blade's aura with its formidable horn. Subsequently, it swung its tail with precision, as if it possessed eyes on its back, striking Song Tingfeng with unerring accuracy. Song Tingfeng attempted to parry with his sword, only to be sent hurtling backwards. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, seizing the opportunity, lunged forward with a knife aimed at the creature's abdomen. Yet it inexplicably evaded the assault. Warriors of the spirit refinement realm, belonging to the demon race, possessed an abundant mental energy that radiated outward, rendering the surroundings vividly clear in their minds. No act of tracking, ambushing, or lethal intent could escape the keen insight of a spirit refinement warrior. This was the unique supernatural ability of the realm. Good heavens, I nearly met my demise before achieving my goal. After finally breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, and with my youthful purity still intact, I could have perished. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Xu Qi'an regained his senses. He listened intently to the distant sounds of fierce combat, remaining still as he crawled forward, unnoticed by others, until he reached an elevated position. He retrieved a jade mirror from his bosom, activated its back, and poured out the military crossbow and corrosive poison gifted by Song Qing. After calmly applying the poison, he silently raised the crossbow, aiming at the creature, biding his time for the perfect moment. Clang! Zhu Guangxiao struck a copper gong, resonating through the air and disorienting the creature's essence, clouding its perception. Just as Xu Qi'an was about to shoot, the monster unexpectedly flipped over, leaving Song Tingfeng and the others momentarily bewildered, uncertain of its intentions. Damn it, a surprise attack is ineffective against a master of the spirit refinement realm. Xu Qi'an cursed silently, fully aware of the true reason. The most prudent course of action was to continue waiting, allowing Song Tingfeng and his companions to wear down the creature, inflicting significant damage and diminishing its spiritual awareness. Then he had the opportunity to wield the formidable crossbow capable of slaying those in the realm of refinement, to execute a decisive strike. However, soon, Xu Qi'an relinquished this notion. Lu Qing resembled a live female leopard, her powerful legs propelling her forward with agility. With a sharp cry, she finally thrust the quivering blade into the creature's abdomen. Blood stained the blade, hissing as it met the scorching metal, releasing a vaporous mist of crimson. The creature roared in pain, its head twisting as its jaw bulged, a shadow darting forth through the air. Lu Qing's expression darkened, her delicate features marred by fear. She could not evade this blow. At that moment, a figure lunged in from the side, embracing the robust form of the female officer, rolling her away from harm. Song Tingfeng's timely intervention followed, plunging a knife into the creature's soft belly, thwarting its pursuit of its companion. Lu Qing felt herself enveloped by strong arms, the weight of a man pressing against her. She gasped, her gaze locking onto the man, exclaiming in surprise, "You're not dead." Xu Qi'an grinned, "Almost. If it weren't for the heart-guarding mirror that Song Qing bestowed upon me." Just as Lu Qing opened her mouth to respond, she caught sight of the creature's tail descending upon them, swiftly clutching Xu Qi'an and rolling with him to avoid the blow. Thud! Their previous position was marked by a deep indentation. Regaining their stance, Xu Qi'an flashed her a smile. and the two seamlessly coordinated their assault against the creature alongside Song Tingfeng. He abandoned the idea of a sneak attack, opting instead to engage in battle. Recognizing that three practitioners in the Qi refinement stage stood no chance against a creature of the realm of refinement, ultimately it would result in the creature remaining unscathed, leaving Xu Qi'an isolated and vulnerable. Upon witnessing their comrade's survival, Zhu Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng's eyes gleamed with concealed elation. Xu Qi'an retrieved the osteolytic poison from his bosom, smearing it onto the blade before tossing it to El Qing, instructing, "Apply it to your blade." El Qing cast a glance at him, retreated a few paces, and coated her weapon with the venom. Subsequently, she passed it to Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao. Ill fortune befell Song Tingfeng, as he was targeted by the demon during the application of the poison. A protracted tongue grazed his arm, leaving a trail of lacerated flesh in its wake. El Qing scored a cut upon the demon, observing the wound's swift discoloration into black, succeeded by the emanation of a putrid stench. She regarded Xu Qi'an with elated surprise, exclaiming, "It's effective." With Xu Qi'an's inclusion, the quartet of Qi refining realm cultivators, in conjunction with the supplementary ranged attacks from the two essence refinement realm archers, established a conspicuous advantage. The demon possessed immense strength and unparalleled lingual dexterity. However, its colossal stature and physical configuration precluded the agility and adaptability inherent in human martial artists. The injuries upon its form proliferated relentlessly. Heat. Xu Qi'an brandished his saber, channeling his qi to cleave through the demon's sweeping tail, thereby rescuing El Qing, who had exchanged injury for injury. The fissure of his hand instantly ruptured, causing blood to flow copiously. He glared at El Qing, retorting, "Are you courting death?" Such reckless abandon from a woman. El Qing fixed her gaze upon him, exhibiting a rare display of feminine coyness, and softly assented, "Indeed." The demon reverberated the air, unleashing another formidable psychic tempest. Xu Qi'an and the others, forewarned, retreated swiftly, creating distance to avert the assault of the extended tongue. Unexpectedly, after the creature repelled the crowd, it turned its body and fled with astonishing speed, its foreclaws striking the ground with ferocity as it dashed into the forest, violently uprooting tree after tree, carving a rough and unmistakable path. Lu Qinghua's face turned pale. They must pursue it. There was no time to lose. Once the creature entered the water, extermination would become exceedingly difficult. Song Tingfeng leapt into action, traversing the branches as though he were an unparalleled master of martial arts. With a powerful thrust against a tree trunk, he soared into the air, surveying the entire forest below. His right hand, gripping the blade, bulged with muscle, straining against the loose sleeve. With a fierce shout, the dagger was propelled forth, tracing a brilliant silver arc through the air. A second later, the anguished roar of the creature echoed through the dense woods. Exhausted, Song Tingfeng plummeted back into the thicket. Following closely, Zhu Guangxiao took over the pursuit. Although his agility could not match that of Song Tingfeng, his explosive power was equally formidable. He sprinted close to the ground, catching up with the creature, and with a thunderous roar, leaped skyward to strike. With a resounding crack, the creature, its back pierced by a blade, swung its tail and sent him flying, continuing its desperate escape. Only Lu Qing and Xu Qi'an remained in pursuit. The agile female captain, akin to a leopard, maintained her relentless chase, never faltering but also failing to close the distance. Soon, they burst forth from the forest, and after a brief pursuit, the mighty river came into view. With a splash, the creature plunged into the water, sending waves crashing around it. The strikingly poised female captain, filled with disappointment, caught a glimpse of Xu Qi'an soaring high into the air. He swiftly drew a military crossbow from his waist, aiming without hesitation, and elegantly pulled the trigger. In the instant the bolt was released, a powerful wave of energy erupted. The captain barely registered the fleeting shadow of the arrow before she heard the sound of it slicing through the water. Moments later, a remarkable scene unfolded. The river's surface was stained with sanguine hues as a monstrous creature, measuring 2 fathoms in length, surfaced languidly. Its demise was attributed to an arrow piercing its cranium. Lu Qing turned her head, her gaze fixed on the lithe watchman. Xu Qi'an shrugged, "I've always been fortunate." Chapter 70, Xu Qi'an, "I shall redeem myself at the pleasure quarter." He could anticipate the monster's position after it submerged and accurately pierce its brain. Such acute perception and judgment were simply formidable. Lu Qing, a woman serving as the head constable of the yamen, had subdued many rivals with her prowess. However, at this moment, She was genuinely impressed by Xu Qi'an's divine skill, conceding defeat. Indeed, not only was he powerful, but he was also modest and unassuming, far superior to those men who looked down on women. If the monster hadn't been wounded, poisoned, and obstructed by a layer of water, I might not have been able to strike it with a single arrow. Xu Qi'an retrieved his military crossbow, expressing some regret. This crossbow could only fire 3 times, its durability being subpar. After 3 shots, it would revert to an ordinary military crossbow. It was originally intended to save lives, so using it against a monster was a pity. Following his gaze, Lu Qing also noticed the unremarkable military crossbow, and she was immediately taken aback. Intricate and profound array patterns were engraved on the crossbow. Considering the surging energy when the arrow was fired, it was easy to deduce that this was a magical artifact. Watchmen only possessed bronze gongs as magical artifacts. Was this his private property? So, when he said he could invite an alchemist from the Imperial Observatory, he wasn't boasting. Lu Qing's impression of this man changed once again, and her affinity towards him increased. Xu Qi'an shifted his body slightly, preventing her from further observing his prized possession, and jested, "If we don't retrieve it soon, it'll be swept away, along with a significant contribution." Qing demurely smiled, nodding in agreement. Together, they entered the river, hauling the monster's corpse ashore. At that moment, Song Tingfeng, supporting Zhu Guangxiao, staggered out of the woods. "You slew it?" Song Tingfeng asked, his relief palpable. The taciturn Zhu Guangxiao exhaled a long, heavy breath. "How are you?" Xu Qi'an inquired about Zhu Guangxiao's injuries. The reticent man shook his head. "It's nothing. Just a couple of broken ribs." The 4 rested briefly by the riverbank, before 2 constables of the refinement realm descended the mountain with the village elder. Upon beholding the monster's corpse, the elder was both enraged and fearful. He cautiously approached, delivering a kick before retreating with surprising agility for a man of his age. After a few moments, seeing no reaction, he regained his courage, rushing forward to unleash a flurry of blows, a display of impotent rage. Having vented his frustration, the elder prostrated himself, kowtowing to Xu Qi'an and the others. Xu Qi'an waved his hand dismissively. "I ask you, when was that cavern to the south first mined?" The elder pondered for a moment. "Those are old abandoned kills. There isn't much limestone to the south, and the roads are difficult to traverse. So they were abandoned many years ago. This old man is unaware of when it was repurposed in such a manner." Xu Qi'an continued. "Did people frequent that area in the past?" The elder replied, "It was not entirely deserted." Xu Qi'an mused to himself, "You could have simply said occasionally someone passes through, instead of trying to sound so learned." Aloud, he said, "You may return for now, and await summons from the prefectural office." The elderly man, having sustained minor injuries from Zhu Guangxiao's kick, was observed by Xu Qi'an clutching his lower back. Qing, concurring with Xu Qi'an's handling of the matter, promptly directed a colleague to escort the village head back. The remaining individuals commenced restorative breathing exercises, replenishing their strength with hydration and sustenance. A quarter of an hour later, the corpses of the demonic entities were being hauled along the official road by 3 horses at a measured pace. En route, Qing recounted Xu Qi'an's extraordinary maneuvers with vivid detail, her words imbued with admiration. Song Tingfeng approached Xu Qi'an on horseback, whispering almost imperceptibly, "She seems to hold you in high regard." Xu Qi'an responded in a low voice, "What are you implying?" Song Tingfeng elaborated. "Head Constable L enjoys considerable renown within the 6 doors of the capital and remains unmarried to this day. Does not every man aspire to be a solitary wanderer on a certain path? She's considered an older, unmarried woman in this era." Xu Qi'an chuckled. "Then by all means, endeavor to win her over." Song Tingfeng narrowed his eyes, sighing and shaking his head. "A man like me is better suited to the pleasure quarters." Xu Qi'an jested. "Even if the shaded lane you yearn for is perpetually adorned with white frost each morn and eve?" Zhu Guangxiao furrowed his brow, unable to decipher the veiled exchange between his 2 colleagues. "By the way, what technique was that you employed earlier?" Xu Qi'an inquired. "Whistling wind swordplay," Song Tingfeng replied. "Swordplay. And the Chief Constable L's blade work during the battle, akin to a cutting machine, is that also a unique skill?" "Hold on, swordplay." Xu Qian's gaze fixed on the saber at Song Tingfeng's waist. Song Tingfeng shrugged. "Who says one cannot execute swordplay with a saber? Indeed, who claims that one cannot cause harm without a weapon?" Xu Qi'an silently scoffed at this notion. Amidst their banter, they observed a throng of villagers approaching from the path, converging towards the official road. At the forefront was the village head, accompanied by the constable who had escorted him home. The constable shook his head in resignation. They insist on coming to express their gratitude. The village head held aloft a basket of eggs, presenting it to Xu Qi'an. These are all the eggs our village could gather. Sir, please accept them. He continued earnestly. This past half year has been unbearable for us. Were it not for the efforts of several officials in eliminating the monsters, we would have been left with no choice but to flee and become refugees. Unable to pay our taxes, Xu Qi'an regarded the village head's anxious gaze and scanned the gaunt faces of the impoverished villagers. Very well, he replied with a smile, accepting the basket of eggs and hanging it on his saddle. The villagers' faces brightened, and they began to voice their grievances audibly, pointing at the monster's corpse with fervent curses. If I were to insist on refusing, loudly proclaiming that I would not take anything from the common folk, it would surely terrify them. Xu Qi'an sighed silently. Upon returning to the capital, the monster's remains were retrieved by the awaiting officials outside the city. They loaded it onto a cart, covered it with a white cloth, and ensured all traces were dealt with before entering the city. The matter regarding the sulfur mine was significant and warranted reporting. Song Tingfeng cracked an egg and swallowed the yolk. A warning of parasites. Xu Qi'an nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the night watch office, the three men had yet to write their report and went directly to Chunfeng Hall to relay the events to Li Yuchen. After listening, Chun Gu wore a solemn expression. Well done, Xu Qi'an. You have achieved a significant accomplishment. Li Yuchen approached the three individuals, meticulously adjusting their attire with care. He returned to his seat and pondered. What are your thoughts? The three Gong Luo exchanged glances, and Song Tingfeng remarked, according to Su Ningyan's analysis, the demonic entities are deliberately driving away the gray households. Our investigation has uncovered a saltpeter mine in the mountains. This is undoubtedly not a mere coincidence. Is there a more specific and compelling analysis to support this? Li Yuchen countered. Song Tingfeng shrugged. Chief, I excel at dealing with people, but in terms of case solving, I am rather average. The trio simultaneously turned their gaze towards Xu Qi'an, with Li Yuchen's eyes filled with anticipation. Ningyan, what is your perspective? The three had previously experienced Xu Qi'an's analytical prowess. Although he was merely a novice who had recently entered the qi cultivation stage, his presence instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance. In realms where one feels less adept, there is an inherent tendency to rely on the stronger. Xu Qi'an contemplated for a moment and said, allow me to add some insights. I can now assert that the demonic entities are driving away the surrounding gray households to monopolize the saltpeter mine. Initially, I suspected it might have chosen the Dahuang mountain area to spawn, targeting travelers returning to the capital. I have identified it as a male. However, there is one question that perplexes me. Why are the demonic entities fixated on the saltpeter mine? This substance is primarily used for medicine and the creation of gunpowder. Of course, saltpeter has other applications, but I feel the generational gap is too vast to elaborate on. He instinctively cast a glance at Li Yuchen, only to be taken aback to find the latter frozen in surprise, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. It is the demon tribe. It is the demon tribe. He murmured. Li Yuchen offered no explanation, unfurling a sheet of paper and swiftly taking up his brush to write. Song Tingfeng led Xu Qi'an to the writing chamber to fill out an injury report. Once we complete this, we can enjoy a 2-day respite. Tomorrow, there will be no duty, Song Tingfeng remarked. You must learn to advocate for your own interests judiciously. This is the legendary work-related injury, nay, a paid leave. Xu Qi'an wholeheartedly agreed with his colleague's astuteness. As they departed the writing chamber, dusk had already fallen. Xu Qi'an intended to return home for some rest when Song Tingfeng called out to him, saying, did we not agree to visit the Bureau of Courtesans tonight? Xu Qi'an paused, then turned to Zhu Guangxiao, who was following closely behind Song Tingfeng, and asked in astonishment, is your injury not serious? Zhu Guangxiao replied solemnly. The women of the Bureau of Courtesans are quite adept at attending to one's needs. This implies that they will take the initiative? Xu Qi'an inclined his head in acknowledgement. Indeed, how could one forego the delightful social engagements among colleagues for a mere fracture? It mattered not if he did not return home. His uncle was well aware that the night watchman had duties to fulfill. As for his aunt, well, she would undoubtedly not concern herself with his absence, often preoccupied with her own musings. Tonight, Xu Qi'an would not be returning home, but rather partaking in an engagement befitting the decorum of the Dafeng court, with a destination set for the Bureau of Courtesans. He had experienced similar social gatherings in his past life, though the format had shifted from communal dining to visiting brothels. In Dafeng, or indeed in this era, the brothel served as the preferred venue for social interaction. The badge of the night watchman granted the three of them immunity from the curfew within the inner city. Upon encountering fellow night watchmen and undergoing a routine inquiry, they chose to turn a blind eye. As they traversed the alleys of the Ministry of Rights, Song Tingfeng, who squinted when he smiled, remarked, "In your future night patrols, if you encounter colleagues near the Ministry of Rights, you may choose to turn a blind eye. However, in other areas, it is prudent not to let your guard down. One cannot ascertain their true intentions for being out at such late hours." I once heard a senior recount an incident where a night watchman bore a grudge and stealthily infiltrated a household at night, resulting in a massacre. Despite extensive investigations, the perpetrator remained elusive until they eventually identified another night watchman as the culprit. We can discuss the details further during our tea gathering. Xu Qi'an nodded with a smile, recognizing the invaluable insights from the inner workings of their profession. When faced with jealous and scheming colleagues, one might not always receive the truth. "By the way, which courtyard shall we visit?" inquired the reticent Zhu Guangxiao. "The Yingmei Pavilion," Xu Qian responded casually. "Any random one," added Song Tingfeng. Zhu Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng exchanged glances with Xu Qian, their expressions seemingly questioning his thoughts. Song Tingfeng playfully patted the shoulder of his new colleague. "Miss Fu Xiang's tea gatherings cost 10 taels of silver, and she rarely entertains guests, often having only patrons for tea without any intimate guests for several consecutive days. This is a clever strategy, a form of hunger marketing, indeed." Xu Qian recalled that neither of them was aware of their scheme to frame Zhou Li. Such intrigues are naturally not meant for public disclosure. They remained oblivious to the fact that he had once shared a bed with the renowned courtesan, Fu Xiang, albeit merely in slumber. Zhu Guangxiao remarked, "The lady Fu Xiang looks down upon us." Though he spoke sparingly, his words were invariably insightful or sincerely well-meaning. The two colleagues were reluctant to indulge in frivolous expenditures at the Yingmei Pavilion, but after some contemplation, Xu Qian suggested, "Let us consider it an opportunity to broaden our horizons. I shall cover the expenses for the tea service." As a newcomer, treating the senior members of the company to seafood is a customary gesture of goodwill. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao exchanged smiles, for no one would decline a gracious invitation. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Yingmei Pavilion. Xu Qian glanced at the courtyard, where the melodies of silk and bamboo instruments resonated, and thought to himself that he was here to redeem his previous humiliation. After paying for the tea service, they entered the courtyard, where 7 or 8 patrons sat indoors, enjoying tea and engaging in lively conversation, the atmosphere quite refined. 6 dancers clad in vibrant garments, adorned in diaphanous silk skirts, gracefully twirled, their slender waists and ample forms undulating in a mesmerizing display. Xu Qian surveyed the surroundings, but did not spot the distinguished courtesan, the one who exuded charm both in public and in private. The tea service was not solely about drinking games. It also featured music and dance performances. Moreover, the courtesan did not always make an appearance to entertain guests. Similarly, patrons required their own space. While drinking games were amusing, they could hinder personal exchanges. Some guests arrived in pairs, seeking to enjoy the floral festivities and strengthen their bonds. In such moments, a degree of freedom was essential, allowing them to express themselves at their leisure. As the three took their seats, Song Tingfeng shrugged and, with a squinting